Here it comes. Up the middle, and Teoscar Hernandez slams his bat down in jubilation. 3-2 Dodgers, and he's driven in them all.
Joe Davis on the call. What are they? The Spectrum Sports Network down there in L.A. You know, Shasky, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Nobody's outraged about the Giants' loss yesterday as they dropped to 1-3 after the All-Star break. Blake Snell pitched fine. You know, Randy Rodriguez, that's a tough spot for him. You can talk about the pitch selection if you want to. That's a tough spot coming off his performance in Coors Field. I would like to see Duvall. I would have, go back to Tyler Rodgers.
No.
I mean,
I'm glad you bring up Duvall. That was the game.
That was the game.
That was the game. And so you've used Duvall in how many non-save situations this year?
And that to me is a safe situation.
Exactly. That was the most important part of the game.
I didn't know. I didn't realize that this is social media again. I was like, I wouldn't have put Randy Rodriguez in that spot.
He's had a rough go the last couple of weeks. Have you been watching? Like, I know you've been watching. And you know what? You're saying, like, today's not the day to lose your mind. No, today's not the day that you lose your mind. But I do want to lay this out. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Look, mathematically, could they win tonight? Absolutely. They're not winning tonight. They're not winning tonight. You got a couple of nice Blake Snell starts. Put him to the side. Yeah. This thing that they have a $200 million payroll. Let me read these names off. It's not like they've got they've got Roger Maris and Honus Wagner and Barry Bonds and Juan Marichal. Listen to this freaking $200 million payroll because I screenshot it to just laugh. They've paid Blake Snell basically $30 million this year. They've gotten 3 good starts. Yeah. That's $10 million a good start.
Hey, it's not bad.
Michael Conforto makes more money this year than anyone you know. $18 million. Who in sports is paying Michael Conforto $18 million?
Not only that, but you're going to platoon him. And what you've done is platoon him. You pull a mid-game and you play Ramos, and then he comes up and he strikes out. And it's like, look, you have to make a play with Luis Matos. He's a youngster. He's trying to find his way into major leagues. You either play him every single day against lefties and righties and let him play the field, or you just send him back to AAA Sacramento where he can play every day. He needs reps. He needs at-bats. Can't be platooning a young guy like Luis Matos. He's lost. I never see, this guy was NL Player of the Week a couple months ago. We were in Martinez and Copper Skillet. We're a long way away from him being the National League Player of the Week, and you're platooning him. Let him play.
And the poor guy, him and Ramos, who haven't played a lot alongside each other in the outfield on the big league level, like they make a huge mistake. They make it like they just do. But like whatever. The Montos thing is you're so spot on. The kid should have played for 2 weeks. Let's just see what we have.
Yeah,
just give him a little runway. But I got to play Conforto because I paid him $18 million.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman making almost $17 million. Matt Chapman on the list of issues on this team, very low, though the guy is swinging a wet mop right now.
He is scuffling. I mean, he is, and this is, look, if you want to bring in a Matt Chapman, that's fine. But what you're going to get with Matt Chapman is a 230 to 240 average. He's a lifetime career, 240 hitter? Mm-hmm. He's batting 232. And right now, I'm just looking at the splits. I'm pulling up because without even looking at the numbers, I'm like, ooh, he is struggling at the plate. Well, in the month of July right now, you want to see these numbers? In the month of July, Matt Chapman is batting 175. 2 homers, 4 RBIs, 16 strikeouts, and 57 at-bats. Chesky, he's batting 175. His on-base percentage is under 300. It's at 299, and his OPS is at 778. Or excuse me, no. That's June. It's at 649 in the month of July. He's having an atrocious July at the plate. And you can't pull him out because you got nobody else to play third base. It's unbelievable.
But Bonte, he's one of the few I'm not going to go crazy spots. Taylor Rodgers, you use him once, maybe twice a week. He's making $12 million. Jorge Soler, you gave him a 3-year deal, $10 million. You could have had Teoscar Hernandez on a 1-year deal. Teoscar Hernandez is having the season you were dying Jorge Soler to have.
21 jacks, 67 RBI.
For Hernandez.
And 3 for 4 yesterday. The game-winning hit, the home run off of Blake Snell, the home run derby champ.
He's got more home runs than the Conforto, Yaz, Slater combination. And if you want to throw Lamont Wade Jr. in there, you could throw him in there too.
What about first base? 7 home runs at first base.
Logan Webb making $8 million. That's value. Mike Yastrzemski. All those teams that are lining up to pay. Mike Yastrzemski, $8 million. And Mike Yastrzemski, I know last night not good, has been batting 400 over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Mike Yastrzemski for $8 million actually been a value play for the Giants. Defensively, look, 0 for 3 yesterday. He had the hat trick.
Don't pay a defensive fourth outfielder $8 million.
I agree.
Okay.
I
Luke
agree.
Jackson. Luke, I'm not going to DFA him, Jackson, because I might need the remote controller to go up there and throw some gas can innings because I have so little faith in my starting pitching. They had to basically option Hayden Birdsong because they were afraid that maybe Luke Jackson might get used over the next couple of days because they might get blown up. And heaven forbid we DFA a guy who's been complete garbage can trash. There are garbage cans that wouldn't light Luke Jackson on fire because he stinks so bad. All right? Then we go to Wilmer Flores. Wilmer, great Giant. Honestly, I actually like Wilmer Flores. He has been utilized so horribly this year. Why you brought him back for $6.5 million? I don't know.
I actually feel bad for him.
I do too.
Because he's done a little bit of everything. He's played all over the field. His bat actually had a solid season a year ago, but if you don't have any plans for him, move him.
Okay.
Move him. Just move him.
Tyro Estrada, making $5 million. Tyro, I like you. You're a nice guy. You're done. You're done. You and Donovan Solano, we wrung the hand towel for every drop. I like you. I don't even know what you are. You're a 4A player. I like you, but you got to go. All right, Lamont Wade Jr., he's making $3.5 million. I'm not mad at him, but he's playing first base. He's got 3 home runs, for Christ's sake. What are we doing? Then those are the top end. You got Robbie Ray making $23 million on this team because you paid Mitch Haniger one of the worst contracts in baseball. So you had to trade for a guy who hasn't thrown a pitch in 2 years.
Listen. You missed out on Aaron Judge. You signed Mitch Haniger, though. We got Mitch Haniger, though.
Yay!
We got Mitch Haniger.
If I hear about the probable return of 38-year-old, I pitched well for 3 months, and a nice guy, Alex Cobb, who's making $10 million. I mean, give me a break.
Alex Cobb,
Jung-Hoo Lee making $8 million. And let's not forget, had to get rid of Joey Bart because I acquired Tom Murphy for $4 million a year. Had to get rid of Joey Bart. Joey Bart in one at bat has done more than Tom Murphy all season. Tom Murphy he hasn't seen a field since April, okay? What are we doing? And that doesn't, by the way.
3 home runs for first base.
You paid Austin Slater $2.5 million to just go away. J.D. Davis, here's a free $1 million. Here's a free $1 million. Robbie Ray, here's another $1 million. Nick Ahmed, $500,000.
You know what's funny?
This is the worst spent $200 million in the history of payrolls. I don't ever want to hear. I watched Guru yesterday. I'm riding till the wheels fall off. Guru, we're sitting on boxes in the freaking parking lot. We got completely jacked.
Submit blocks. There's submit blocks for tires.
Mac Molla's somewhere going, I wouldn't even mess with that chassis. I'm telling you right now, this team isn't broken. There aren't wheels. It's sitting there in a parking lot. It's a carcass of what used to be a Pinto.
Hey, Shasky.
It's the worst $200 million I've ever seen spent in my life.
Shasky, listen to the.
They're done. He's cooked. Hold on.
No, he's not cooked yet. He's not cooked yet. He's not cooked yet. Let's see what happens. But no, you look at the field yesterday. And you look at the Dodgers. You just look at the Dodgers. They've got about 25 guys on the IL. They've got guys on the IL. I mean, it's galore. And you look, guys are left and right. You don't know who's playing for the Dodgers. And yet, when you look at that game yesterday, and you look at the lineups, there's still a big-time gap between the two franchises. The gap. Okay, Mookie Betts is out. Our pitchers are out. Guys are banged up inside, up and down the lineup. You know what? That's fine. Let's just play Tia. Let's go put Hernandez at the cleanup spot. Let him go 3 for 4. Let's just go ahead and lead off with Shohei Ohtani. We got Will Smith in the 2-hole and Freddie Freeman batting 3rd. They still are light years better than the Giants organizationally. They bring up a guy we had never even heard of him, River Ryan. River Ryan went out there and shoved in 5 in the 3rd.
In his history in the minors, he's never gone that deep.
Never gone that deep.
In the history, I'm watching the pregame show. I'm one of the 8 people that is like tapped in on Giants pregame. And I'm not ripping the people that are on. I'm saying that's how boring this team is. Okay? I mean, I'd rather watch, honest to God, I'd rather watch USA basketball breakdowns than watch the Giants right now.
Listen, my guy Carlos Ramirez looking good yesterday.
74 pitches in a game. I go, well, he's going to throw the greatest game of his life today. Guarantee it. Write it up. We're going with Jorge Soler in the DH spot. They've got Ohtani, who's number 1 or number 2 in the NL in like 7 offensive categories.
So we're leading off with Soler, and they're leading off with Ohtani. Sounds like a good trade-off. They're batting Will Smith second. We got Lamont Wade Jr.'s not having a bad year. Elliot Ramos, look, I'm concerned. He's 0 for 4. I'm just saying he's 0 for 4. What is he since the break? 2 for 16? Not good. Not good. Not great, Bob.
And you got the Blake Snell.
It's coming hard.
You got the Blake Snell start, right? This is the best. You've gotten 3 great Blake Snell starts, essentially, okay? The guy still doesn't have a win this year.
And that's kind of crazy.
And no, it's not crazy. He pitched terrible early on.
He did pitch terrible, but the fact that he doesn't have a win still. He doesn't have a win.
This team is cooked. Any idiot out there who still thinks Farhad has a chance this 1 week was going to tell me everything I needed to know about the Giants, not the 3 months prior, not the body of work. That's like a teacher telling a student, do really well on these pop quizzes. And it'll salvage the whole season of you not doing any homework and failing every single test all year. They've been thoroughly mediocre for 3 straight seasons. And Giants fans still think, hey, if we sneak in, you're not sneaking in. You are half game above the freaking Washington Nationals.
They could beat the Dodgers 3 straight. What if they do that?
They're done.
What if they do that? You sure they're done?
Farhad's done. They're done. It's over. It's over.
I thought you weren't going to get outraged about this team.
No, I am. Today's the day.
No, today's not the day.
No, today's the day because I am sick and tired of the Farhad people who have never played catch in their life, who look at the box score. Oh my God, Lamont Wade Jr.'s got a WRC plus. Lamont Wade Jr. can't hit the ball out of the infield. He's playing first base at a premium position. They got Freddie Freeman, who's batting 290. He's got like 15 jacks.
16 jacks, 66 RBI.
Wow.
Oscar Hernandez, 21 jacks. 21 jacks, 67 RBIs.
This team is
Ohtani, 30 home runs.
Thank God you got Fitzgerald as shortstop instead of Nick Ahmed. At least you have some hope of seeing some youth do something exciting.
0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. And it was a microcosm yesterday. It's the difference between a contender and a bad team. Contender and a bad team. You look at the bottom of the 8th inning, you see it. You get the double. All right, you walk Will Smith. It's a great at-bat. You get to fielder's choice, but you bring in Randy Rodriguez, and boom, he makes you pay. He makes you pay. But even in the sixth inning, right, where Hernandez, Blake Snell's pitching well. Bottom of the sixth.
He was.
He's pitching great.
He was.
But he walks Freddie Freeman. He misses with the 3-2 pitch. The fastball's up.
I thought it was
he doesn't locate it.
By Freddie
it was
Freeman.
a great at bat. Well, he got the 3-1. He got Freddie Freeman to swing on the curve. It was nasty. But you walk Freddie Freeman. And next thing you know, there's a wild pitch. There's a wild pitch. And then you get the wild pitch. And you knew that Teoscar Hernandez was going to make you pay. So you go up 2-1. When you contrast that to the Giants, when they get runners in scoring position, whether it's first or third, you get Montos up there, he strikes out. You get Matt Chapman, he goes up there, he strikes out. That's in the top of the sixth inning. That's one frame that can tell the story of the game and the difference between the two teams. One takes advantage of mistakes, the other can't take advantage of mistakes.
The first inning, Jorge Soler going first to third, and they didn't want to show it because he didn't round second hard. The left fielder bobbles the ball, and he got hosed. Yeah. He got hosed at third base. I go, you know where this is going. First inning. First inning. Out of the game.
First out of the game.
Hosed. First off, that's why you don't bat Jorge Soler in the leadoff spot. You morons. You analytical idiots that are out there. Let me bat my cleanup hitter who can't run in the leadoff spot. So that way when the guy who's batting in the 2-hole gets a single, I can't even go first to third.
So let me ask you this.
Criminy.
So whose decision is this? Is this a Bobel decision? Or is it a Farhan decision? Because the Randy Rodriguez situation, I'm looking at Randy Rodriguez, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, I want Doval or Tyler Rodgers. Now I get Tyler Rodgers, pitched 2 of the 3 games at Coors Field. He bounced back on Sunday, had a clean inning. I'm thinking to myself, this is the game. I got to shut down the game
100%.
right here. This is a save. Let me take my chances in extras when we get the runner on second base. But you go Randy Rodriguez right there. Randy Rodriguez, everybody's coming at me saying the pitch selection. He threw 5 straight fastballs. Pitch selection. Well, I'm looking at what he did Friday night, and he got red in Colorado. Gave up a home run in Colorado. Gave up a hit and 2 runs in Colorado. I need him to bounce back in a low leverage situation, not a high leverage situation in a must-win baseball game. I got to save this game. Where's Doval? Where's Tyler Rodgers? Whose decision is it? Is it a Farhan decision? Is it a Bowmel decision? We already talked about Bowmel's handling of the bullpen. I'm not a huge fan of it, but you're now 1-3 after the All-Star break. You're 1-3. And the Dodgers, they're rolling right now despite having all these guys on the IL, and they're going to be making big boy moves at some point. You know they are. But it's just a difference in where the Giants are at. There's a word for them. As we watch Jordan Hicks come on the mound today, and God bless his soul, he's been struggling. The Giants are just stale. It's stale.
That's a great way of putting it.
It's stale.
Day old bread.
It's just day old bread. The philosophy, the lack of vision. Like, you have this ballpark, and everybody complains that you can't bring in power hitters. Nobody wants to hear in the ballpark, Shasky. Then go get me some athletes. They're the slowest. They're old. They're long in the tooth. They're not innovative.
They don't put the ball in play.
They don't put the ball in play. You got no speed. Your starting pitchers, you're blessed. Thank the heavens we're going 6. Wow, we got 6 out of Blake Snell yesterday. You're praying for 5 innings from this rotation. Your bullpen is overused. The platooning aspect of everything, the shift in philosophy needs to happen. Farhan's may leave this situation with a good farm. Who knows? Jury's still out on that. But there needs to be a shift in philosophy, for crying out loud. You have to make changes. You have to make changes after the year. This is not good baseball. It's not a good watch.
This is one of the most vulnerable Dodger teams of all time, at least of recent memory, right? And they're, 12, 13 games up on you?
Yeah, easily.
I mean...
And they're getting Kershaw back. They're getting Walker Buehler back.
You know what this is? We're the Rams and the Falcons and the Saints of the old NFC West.
Yep.
Are we not? Yep. Of the 1980s. Am I wrong? Like, you're about 500. Yeah, you're Grand Canyon away from what the premier Super Bowl contender is. Yeah. Like, that's the equivalent. Well, when I talk to, like, old Niner fans, like, the Niners used to kick the crap out of the Dome Patrol and the Rams and all those teams in the NFC West.
They beat the Rams like 19 straight at one point, I want to say, in the 90s.
That's what the Giants are to the Dodgers.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big gap. It's a huge gap. And it's just, Shasky is just, so I'm watching the game last night. I'm watching it on my laptop as I'm going to bed. And I'm locked in on it. I paused NCAA football to watch this game, even though I opened the season against Alabama and I beat the hell out of them all. My team is looking good. I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel it in NCAA. But I watched this entire night in the game and I told myself, why? Why? This is a stale baseball product. And so a shift in philosophy, if you're Greg Johnson out there watching, and you're Buster Posey, who's right next to him, how can you roll this back next season? How can you roll this back with this voice? They need a new leader. Farhan's not the guy, and I've been hesitant to do Fire Farhan shows every single day. Fire Farhan shows. But it's obvious, Shasky.
You've talked a lot about money with Joe Lacob. It's like, well, I'm not going to go into the tax if you're not going to be a playoff team. Right. Why spend honest to God, this whole $200 million, why spend $200 million poorly when I could field a team for $50 million that's going to be comparable? Right. Well, you're closer to the Nats than you are any contender.
Well, you keep talking about, the $200 million that they spent. We know they have to spend it wisely.
Horrific.
It is horrific. You just look at some of these off seasons that Farhan has had with the Giants. Think about the year before. This is where he should have been fired. For the life of me, why didn't you fire him with Gabe Kapler? You had the package deal, but you allowed this guy to hire another manager. They're obviously not on the same page, Bo Bell and Farhan Zaidi. Look at this. Look at the offseason before. Mitch Haniger, 3 years, $43 million, can opt out. You gave him a player option. Michael Conforto, 2 years, $36 million. Taylor Rodgers, 3 years, $33 million. Sean Manaea, 2 years, $25 million. Ross Stripling, 2 years, $25 million. Jock Peterson, 1 year, $20 million. Luke Jackson, 2 for $11.5. This is the money you're spending. Without even me doing the math, that's over $160 million on these 7 players.
That no one would want.
Mitch Haniger, Michael Conforto, Taylor Rodgers, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, Jock Peterson, Luke Jackson. You spent over $150 on those guys the year prior, and he still was able to linger and keep his job. It's just stale, Shasky. I'm not getting outraged no more about the Giants. They're still product.
And here's my favorite. And everyone's like, well, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that. All the beat writers. You're afraid to DFA Luke Jackson for 3 days, so you're gonna option down Birdsong, and I get. All right,
he's gonna be back Saturday.
It's this whole Ross thing. No, but that's a microcosm of how pathetic they are. He doesn't have the guts. He doesn't have the guts to DFA a guy who stinks.
Yeah, stinks.
He stinks. I don't even want Luke Jackson as an option in my bullpen. You know who I'd rather see throw innings? Brett Wisely. I'd rather see Brett Wisely throw an inning than Luke Jackson, the remote controller. Because the second he comes up, I go, where's my remote controller? I got to change the channel. Luke Jackson.
You actually don't stay to watch the train wreck?
Luke and Farhan could get DFA'd for all I care.
We got Bill Schmidt coming up, our guy from Green Bay. Bill Schmidt's going to join us coming up here at Bill Schmidt Radio on Twitter. 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. He's a good friend of ours. Let's take a look at the Green Bay Packers. We're going to dive into the 3 teams that could pose as the biggest threats for the 49ers. The Packers, the Lions, the Eagles. And we got a great guest list coming up here, brought to you by River Islands Guest Line. All guests on the 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Bill Schmidt coming up. Alien Shore Parks from WIP up in Philadelphia, 94 WIP. That stinking station. He'll join us at 8:30 to talk about the Eagles. Mike Valenci from Detroit will give us a breakdown of the Lions going into camp. That's all coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
Have you been in a car accident?
yards. Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw. Still up. He needs to get down. Greenlaw still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Just go down and the game's over. San Francisco takes over.
Hey, yo, it's Livestream, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
All right, that was from back in January. Back in January where the Packers are probably kicking themselves and Niners survive. And Riley against the Green Bay Packers 24-21 back on January 20th. A nice little drizzly day at Levi Stadium. Jordan Love with the interception. We're all yelling, Drake Greenlaw, get down, get down. You heard of the broadcast here with Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson on Fox Sports. Let's bring it on main man. It's been a while since we talked to him. Bill Schmidt joining us live, 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. Of course, Packers postgame. He is Mr. Packer. He's at Packers training camp this week, and Bill Schmidt joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Bill, my main man, good morning, man. What's going on?
Morning, boys. They must be paying you way too much if you're down to just punt a ratings bonus by bringing me on. But then again, you get to play that highlight. I only imagine smiles come in your neck of the woods, and pain starts here because that's all I've known for the last 15 years when our two teams have met in the playoffs. So it's good news, and football's back, which means, fellas, that we can start rebirthing a new season. It's a great feeling.
I actually came away from that game feeling like, oh my God, the Niners dodged a huge bullet, and wow, Jordan Love's going to be a problem for the next decade at minimum. I mean, he's obviously working on a deal right now. How are Packers fans feeling after that loss? Because you guys dominated that game for 3.5 quarters.
Right. Yeah, Joe, that's exactly it. That's the feeling. That's the sentiment. And there's a lot of rightful optimism at the moment for Packers fans going into this year and going into this season. Listen, they did feel like they had every opportunity to win that game, and rightfully did. They had the ball. They had a lead into the fourth quarter, and let's also remember that the fourth quarter is probably statistically and just from the eye test the worst quarter that we had watched Jordan Love play in 6 or 7 weeks. Right? 2 interceptions, a couple of difficult moments, but you're trying to make something happen late in the game, understand the situation at hand. However, it was so shocking because that was not a part of the recipe that Packers fans had thought. It had become somewhat of a given that you were going to take care of the football and not be able to give opportunities away. Gave too many away, but a learning experience that, fellas, it's tough in sports to carry over from a year prior. Nobody's the same in that locker room. Some guys have gotten engaged. Some guys have had kids. Some guys have had a third kid, which can only change the dynamic in your house a whole lot. So everybody's in a different place in life. However, they're saying all the right things right now that they're going to be able to carry over the energy and the optimism from a year ago.
Bill, before we talk about expectations with the Green Bay Packers, because they had one of the youngest receiving corps last year, obviously Jordan Love, who had a stretch where he was 72 and threw 21 touchdown passes with only 1 interception. He was one of the hottest quarterbacks, pardon me, if not the hardest quarterback in all of football last year.
Bonte's been high on him for multiple years.
Yeah, I love Jordan.
With not a lot of evidence until last year, so he's been on him. I got to give him.
Jordan Love is playing well, and all those receivers were banged up last year. So before we get into Jordan Love and what the expectations for him is, after blowing that playoff game and dropping multiple interceptions, Brock Purdy looked like Jimmy G for 3.5 quarters. What are those expectations for Green Bay coming into the season? Is it, hey, we need to get back to that point? Is it we could take the next step to the NFC title game? Maybe go to New Orleans for the Super Bowl? What is the team expectation up there in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
Well, the last part of it, Bonte, people have not really been shy about mentioning Super Bowl, which I think is crazy from a year ago, not knowing what you had. Now, I am proud of you for being the first one on Jordan Love from what Shafsky's given me. There were a lot of people that were wanting to be a fan, but just didn't know what to expect, because also just take into account what we had seen from Jordan Love, not only in the regular season, one game in Kansas City where Rodgers gets COVID 3 days before, and they scrap the game plan. They go in there. Spagnuolo threw the absolute kitchen sink at him. I mean, they brought 7 to 8 man blitzes 4 or 5 different times in the game, and we're laughing at the fact that they were just going to be able to send the house and get home. he missed all of his training camp as a rookie because that was in 2020, so there's no camp, no preseason. Gets hurt in 21's preseason, so only plays like one game. And in 22, you saw a little bit better play each week, but it's so little sample size against such vanilla defenses in the NFL. You really didn't know what to expect. The way that he commanded the huddle and changed his play at the back end of the season, and the youth that they have in that second or in that wide receiver room that you mentioned, the offense, the belief is that they could be one of the top offenses in the NFC and be able to be one of the reasons why they win games. The big question here, and the one that everybody's excited about, has been the side of the ball that has been on the field the last two times the Packers have been bounced from the playoffs. If you mention three, if you talk about not being able to get off the field in 22 against the Lions here at Lambeau Field, when they had the playoffs on the line, they've been unable to get the critical third down stop. 21 divisional round, Debo's running around the outside and setting up a field goal in the snow. 22, same deal. A year ago, that was the best you had seen Brock Purdy for one series in the night. All he needed to be was good for one series in the night because they were able to give so much cushion. The defensive side of the ball, the aggressiveness that they're trying to bring in, is hopefully going to be what many people think is going to be able to allow them to take that next step, because there's not a whole lot of questions right now that this offense is ready to roll, especially with the addition of Josh Jacobs, which doesn't seem to be any bit of a downside once Aaron Jones walked out.
All right, I want to ask you straight up. Is your team on paper better today than they were in that divisional round game?
Yes. Yeah, on paper they are better, Joe. And I think one of the biggest reasons is right now, and everybody can say it, they're all healthy. Right? Like there's no question about a Christian Watson health issue. Rashawn Gary's a year after his ACL, and he showed flashes last year which were outstanding. And just from the fact that the Packers don't dip their toes into free agency very much. I'm not going to say they dove right into the deep end, but they did a cannonball straight into the area and got a bunch of people wet that were sunbathing on the side, grabbing Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones within an hour.
Xavier McKinney. He catches that ball in the first quarter last year. That should have been a pick six for Green Bay in that divisional round game, Bill.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Keyshawn Nixon, who ends up dropping that one, which was assured pick six. He's back, and he got himself somewhat paid. So they've only brought back the guys that were good pieces for their defense, and they feel like added two impact players, but most importantly, added a defensive scheme that's going to try to, let's be honest, just try to accentuate some of the aggressiveness and speed that they've definitely brought in on that side.
What's a deal for Jordan Love going to look like up there? Because we're looking at Brock Purdy, who's going to get paid next season. Feels like Jordan Love's going to reset the market. What's the feeling up there when it comes to dollars and cents?
Nobody really knows, fellas. I wish our business allowed us to make 9-figure business deals. Nobody in our building has made any business deals like that, right? So I don't necessarily know what people believe is the hang-up. Many people just think that it's the last couple of T's to be crossed and I's to be dotted. It's going to be in the $200 million range, right? Like I think people have absolutely accepted the fact that it breaks a couple of different barriers. Probably, my thought is he goes after the signing bonus record number that was set by Goff. I think that one was 76. Because each guy can't always go highest total value, highest annual value, highest guaranteed money, right? Like you do have to get creative in some of these, but David Mulugeta is not going to back down. He's going to get something for Jordan Love that he can hang his hat on. And I wouldn't be surprised, the one that I've been pointing at is if the signing bonus money is not just more than we've seen at $76 million, but by a wide margin, and that's getting closer to the $85-90 million. That's what the Packers like to do. They like to give the money up front. They don't like to guarantee money in the back end. That's where the hang-up here is, because you're going to have to guarantee money into years 4, 5, and 6, whatever it ends up being, of a $200 million contract. So the cap's going to get totally torn up. So they got a specialist that Russ Ball, I'm pretty sure he's got a really, really nice office, because they never let him out, and he just makes these deals. So he's going to be cooking in that lab for a while.
Last question, yes or no? It's very simple. Is DeAndre Campbell any good?
Joe, that's not a yes or no answer. He is good when he is healthy, and there is not an issue going on. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes frustration from Devondre Campbell a year ago, seemingly also with a lot of guys on the Packers defense. He stops tweeting, and there's not going to be more fire stirred up online. It'll be a fun year, but he's struggling right now in pass coverage up the middle, because last year he was definitely a step slower than he had been.
Damn. Hey, that's the replacement for Drake Greenlaw early on. We'll be watching him at camp. And we want him, no Twitter fingers. Yeah, no Twitter fingers, man. We don't need we don't need those Twitter fingers, Bill. Hey, Bill, we'll see you November 24th, man. We'll be talking November 24th when the Niners visit Green Bay this season.
Can't wait, boys. Football season's here. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to me. Thanks, Bill Schmidt here. Bill Schmidt Radio on Twitter.
Love that substitution.
No, that's something. Yeah, I'm sure the entire league does. We don't love it. 97.3 the game in Milwaukee. Packers post game live. Packers treating camp this week. All right, that's Bill Schmidt. We'll talk to Elliot Shore Parks at 8:30. We got a lot going on here. I got something for you on the other side. I'll tease it. I know we got to run here. Okay. Lovin's about to lose his mind over there. By the way, Lovin's just walking around here jacked. It's starting to tick me off the way he's walking around here.
He's on that creatine.
He's on something. All right, more coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's the greatest 3 words of all time.
There's Purdy to start the second quarter. Get it out to McCaffrey. One-on-one. McCaffrey breaks a tackle. McCaffrey down the sideline. Still on his feet. Surging forward. McCaffrey stopped near the 5, I think. Finally shoved out of bounds. What an effort. McCaffrey, second and goal. Up and in. Touchdown, San Francisco. McCaffrey's going to get it, and he walks in. Touchdown, San Francisco.
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know, as we get into the segment, Shasky, shout out to Big Pun. Good morning to you. Good morning to all the roasters out there, all the overnight dancers, all the folks getting off their graveyard shift. What is happening? Good morning, good morning, good morning. As the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. One of the most disappointing aspects about the Super Bowl, something we haven't really touched on, and it was Christian McCaffrey's up and down game. Had a very topsy-turvy, up and down Super Bowl, and it started on the first possession where he fumbles. And he doesn't get the ball for a while. He ends up having an impact. But he had a very up and down Super Bowl. You could see it on his face after the game. He was distraught, obviously, losing the biggest game, but he took it really, really hard. And what the Super Bowl should have been, like, obviously, it would have been Kyle Shanahan. It would have been him kicking the door down and finally getting the big one. It would have been Brock Purdy, going to Disneyland or Disney World. Debo, Kittle all getting the rings. Oh, Trent Williams may have retired if he got his ring. Who the hell knows? But one thing that did overshadow
23
that Super Bowl loss was the season that Christian McCaffrey had. And it should have been the cherry on top for what was one of the best single seasons in 49ers history and one of the best single seasons we've ever seen here in the Bay Area. I mean, this guy scored a touchdown in 17 straight games. Tying an NFL record with Lindy Moore. Broke the franchise record for most touchdowns in a season. All right? Over 2,000 all-purpose yards. Offensive Player of the Year in the NFL. On the short list for the MVP votes. What he did, I mean, Brock Purdy was special. Shanahan was dialing him up. Aiyuk had a hell of a year. Kittle got his 1,000 yards. But this thing, it started and ended with Christian McCaffrey. He was the straw that stirred the drink. He was the guy who was the difference maker. He was the guy who could take a 7-yard run and turn it into a 70-yard touchdown with the help of great downfield blocking. But that Super Bowl loss overshadowed and made us forget just how special last season was for Christian McCaffrey, Shasky.
It was a special season. And, Frank Gore was not that long ago, and it feels like Frank Gore's already been, jumped over by Christian McCaffrey in terms of best 49er running back in most people's modern life. And I don't think that's a slight on Frank in any way.
Right.
We love Frank. And in the totality, the resume of his career is obviously significantly bigger than McCaffrey's, but McCaffrey's got a couple of seasons that dwarf what Frank Gore did in terms of production. And to me, it's we can go yardage, we can go catch. I mean, he had like 65 catches last year.
Yeah.
It's the touchdowns, and when they come in games, it always feels like they're important. It's not the guy who hits 20 home runs, they come in an 8-1 loss in the 8th inning. The guy never comes through with a clutch one. Like all the McCaffrey touchdowns seem to be at key important moments in a game.
Right.
And to me, he's absolutely one of the great players in 49er history.
One of the great players in Niners history already. And you think about what he did with the touches, 1,459 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns on the ground, the 7 in the pass game, 67 catches, as you mentioned. I mean, he did a little bit of everything. And he's helped take this offense from a top 10 offense to one of the top 3 offenses, a dynamic offense. And you just think about the gladiator that he was. I think about the Monday night game. He shouldn't have played against Minnesota. He looked screwed up in that game. I mean, you see it before the game, concussion, the eyes. I mean, he was off all kind of smelling salts, but he willed his way to play that football game. He ends up scoring a touchdown on Monday Night Football. A nice little 30 to 40-yard screen pass where he breaks and the guy's a difference maker. But when I think about the Bay Area, the history of the Bay Area, where does this single season rank amongst the all-time greats? Like, we saw a special, and it doesn't get talked about enough. And we've seen some special seasons here in the Bay Area, whether it's baseball, basketball. We'll go through the list in a second here. But that season is one of the more iconic seasons I see for a 49er player. I mean, you got Steve Young in his MVPs. You got Jerry Rice in his 1987 season, which is unbelievable in his strike-shortened season. Ricky Waters has some seasons. Frank Gore has some seasons.
You could say Montana in 87, too, also. I mean, his numbers were outstanding.
Eye-popping. Yeah, they were outstanding. Outstanding.
I would also throw, like, you know, I know we don't look at the defensive players that way, but Navarro Bowman's 2013 is one of the great individual seasons that I can ever remember.
Deion Sanders is
another one. You know, there's been some great ones. So you asked me to do this exercise. Hey, can you give me, you know, a handful of the most outstanding? And I want to allow the audience to contribute. And so I went back in the yesteryear time machine. You know, I like the old schools. Yep. Some of the old school ones that no one's going to reference, maybe Uncle Gene. And Uncle Gene, I'm not ripping you out there. but like, for example, all right, I looked at Juan Marichel's 1968 season. He went 26-9 with 30 complete games.
Wow.
Through 325 innings.
Wow.
325 innings with 218 strikeouts. Wasn't the runner-up for Cy Young. It was Bob Gibson, who had 13 shutout complete games. He had a 2.43 ERA. Again, let me read that again. 1968, Juan Marichal, 26-9, a 2.43 ERA, 325 innings pitched. Okay? He started almost 40 games, had 30 complete games. It's like almost unbelievable. He finished fifth in MVP in voting. That year, Bob Gibson ended up winning the Cy Young. He was 22-9 with 34 starts, 13 shutout complete games, only 300 innings pitched, but he had 270 strikeouts. So you're talking about, like, I know it gets lost. You're talking about McCaffrey getting lost.
Right.
How many people know that Juan Marichal did that?
Nobody. Not a lot.
Okay, let me blow your mind one more time. This is going to be one that we don't even, because Curry, unanimous MVP. Amazing. How about this? Averaging 48 minutes per game in 1962, Wilt Chamberlain, he averaged 45 points a game with 24.5 rebounds. I want to say that again. Wilt Chamberlain in 1962 for the San Francisco Warriors averaged 45 points a game and 25 rebounds.
And ain't nothing you can do about it.
And 48 minutes played per game. He finished seventh in MVP voting.
Seventh in MVP voting.
It is sad, but it's true.
Seventh in MVP voting.
If I played NBA 2K right now, I couldn't average 48 minutes per game.
No, you couldn't.
With 45 points and 25 rebounds.
You couldn't.
So you're going to forget about that. The last one that I'll do is Willie Mays' 1962, where they went to the World Series. He finished second in MVP voting. I think Maury Wills or somebody else won the MVP. He had 49 home runs, 141 driven in, batted 300, okay? Had 36 doubles. I mean, this is an all-time. His OPS was .999. It's one of the great all-time seasons. He finished second in MVP voting. So I just wanted to go three from yesteryear that are never going to get spoken of. I thought Juan Marichal, like I could throw Ricky Henderson's 1990, even though he won an MVP that year, or Kevin Mitchell's 89, even though he won an MVP that year. But those three in particular stick out to me. 62 in Wilt, 68 for Juan Marichal, and 62 for Willie Mays, because no one's going to bring those up.
Right. Bob Gibson, by the way, if you go look at his, I want you to go look at his World Series against the Boston Red Sox. He went 3-0. He won Game 7, and it wasn't even close. Like, you just read his numbers from the World Series against the Boston Red Sox, and they're like, okay, yeah, this guy was badass. He was a badass.
In 68, he also won the MVP.
The year of the pitcher. What was his ERA? Like
was
1.12. Yeah, 1.12.
Let me give you the top 10 for MVP voting that year. It's actually incredible. 1968. Bob Gibson, followed up by Pete Rose, Willie McCovey, Curt Flood, Juan Marichal, who I referenced, Lou Brock, Mike Shannon, Billy Williams, Felipe, and Matty Alou.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
Henry
good.
Aaron finished 12th that year.
Henry Aaron finished 12th
And
in
Willie
MVP.
Mays 13th. I mean, come on.
That's pretty stacked. So when I think about the best single seasons produced here in the Bay Area, and to me, here's a criteria for me.
Yeah,
it's obviously the raw data, the box scores, the numbers, but the feeling that you had watching this player.
Does the team have to win for you?
The team has to win. They have to have a level of success, no doubt.
Okay.
They have to be relevant when it comes to winning. But also that feeling. That feeling that you got watching. Like when we watched McCaffrey last year, we felt at ease. We're like, we're in great hands.
I felt like I was watching a first ballot Hall of Fame.
There you go.
Would you?
There you go.
Agree?
This guy is unbelievable. It's the same feeling I got when I watched him at Stanford. It's the same feeling I'm getting when I'm watching him with the 49ers. Like, I have one of the best players on the field.
Yes.
You can't do anything about it.
Yes.
You can't do nothing about him. McCaffrey was that guy. So when I think about the best single seasons I experienced in the Bay Area and the feeling that I got watching these series, like, you got to have a feeling where it's like, man, this guy can't be touched. Like, I think about Dwayne Wade a year or two after he won the championship with the Miami Heat. He was like walking on water down to South Beach, Miami. He was hitting everything, half-court shots. He was averaging 30. He was doing whatever. Just like, wow, D-Wade could do no wrong. Well, that feeling you brought up, you mentioned it. It's a unanimous MVP season of Stephen Curry, 2015-16. And it's been a while since we talked about it. We don't really discuss it enough because we're still in the midst of Steph Curry's career. But that feeling you got, and I covered a lot of those games, where he hit a half-court shot at the end of a quarter, like, and they all look good. You thought everything that he shot was going into the basket. And that year, I think people forget, he opened the season. He went 13 of his first 26 against the Pelicans in 2 of the first 3 games of the season. 13 and 26 from 3. All right? His first 3 games of that season, 40, 25, 53.
I think it's the greatest team that never won a championship.
The greatest team never won a championship.
Even better than that New England Patriots team.
I mean, the double bang game against Oklahoma City to go to 55-5. Steph Curry averaged 30 that year, became the first unanimous MVP in NBA history. His three-point percentage that year shot 45% from 3, Shasky.
45%.
45% from 3.
That's incredible.
45% from 3.
That's
he shot nearly 50% from the floor. And the feeling that you got, the bars were packed. The restaurants were packed. He was must-watch television. And he could do no wrong. And he was at the height, entering his prime. Where it's like, all right, this guy, he's coming off an MVP in which he averaged 24 a game and won a championship. Now he comes back and his point total goes from 23.8 to 30.1.
It's incredible.
All right? His three-point percentage, again, 45.5%. He shot 50%. He became a 50-40-90 guy that season. Unanimous MVP and carried the Warriors to a Game 7 in which they were 4 minutes away from winning that championship. A 73-9 regular season. It is one of the more iconic seasons I've ever experienced, and I got to understand it as an adult. And the feeling that you got when he was showing up to the gym. Those games, every game, ratings galore at NBC Sports Bay Area. I saw the ratings for that year. They showed me a graphic. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They made your grandma a fan. They made your great-grandma a fan. They made your grandpa a fan. They made the most casual of casual basketball fans become diehard Warrior fans. That was a year. 402 made threes, an NBA record. That is one of the sickest seasons I've ever seen in Bay Area sports history. So that's one of them. And then I get to Barry Bonds.
I know which one I'm picking for Bonds, and it might not be the one everyone else picks.
Well, I tell you the one I'm picking.
Which one?
46 home runs.
2004.
370 batting average.
I agree with you.
The walks.
232.
The hits. I mean, it's better than 73 home run season,
But
Shasky.
here's the best part about that 2004 team. I brought it up for a reason because I screenshot it. Listen to this lineup. A.J. Przinsky, J.T. Snow, Ray Durham, Davy Cruz, Edgardo Alfonso, Marquise Grissom, Michael Tucker, and Pedro Feliz, with Dustin Moore playing 100 games. He did that with that lineup.
Think about that season. Think about that. That's one of my favorite seasons because it gets lost in the sauce. He's 39 years old. He's 39 years old, folks. Actually, excuse me, my bad. I'm looking at I'm thinking 2002. But since you want to talk about 04 and that lineup, and the fact that he batted 362 with that lineup and hit 45 jacks is all the more impressive. But I'm looking at the 2002 season, a year after he hit the 73, 46 homers, .370 batting average. The OPS, the on-base percentage is off the charts. The walks, 198 walks. I mean, come on, man. This season, that season, now, 04, he had 120 intentional walks.
He had 232 walks that year.
I know, which is impressive. 04 is impressive. You can pick 04, you can pick 01, you can pick 02.
I mean,
but 02 is one of the more impressive seasons I've seen in Bay Area sports history. And that's all sports. Like, we're really, like, 888-957-9570. I would love to hear from people if you got a Patrick Marleau season.
Like, I was actually, talking to a couple baseball guys about this, and for the older crowd, a young Vida Blue stepping onto the scene and being a Cy Young and MVP. And you're talking about intoxicating in terms of the style of play.
Right.
I think Steph Curry and Vida had a very similar aura about them. When one guy was on the mound, we talk about Dwight Gooden for our era. That's who Vida was for the generation just prior. And I know that we've kind of forgotten about Vida, but we shouldn't. Vida is an all-time legend.
We shouldn't. He is a rest in peace, Vida Blue.
I think about Ricky Henderson a lot, and I think that Ricky Henderson, the year, and I use 1990 as an example. You could pick a lot of them. He stole 120 bases one year. It was a lot younger, but he broke the stolen base record at 31 years old, Lou Brock's record, and then stole another 80 bases that year and had a 300 batting average and hit 28 jacks as a leadoff man. Ricky Henderson, to me, is again, as we talk about forgotten guys,
right?
Ricky Henderson is your leadoff hitter on the greatest lineup of all time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, it's for everyone, right?
Doubt.
Like, does anyone not have Ricky Henderson as their leadoff hitter?
He was unbelievable. You just look at the box score. You look at Kevin Mitchell's 1989. Because I looked at Kevin Mitchell, and it was going to make my list because that was the first year I fell in love with Giants baseball. 1989.
49 home runs.
Was the year I fell in love with Giants baseball. And the 49 home runs, the great catch, the bare-hand catch.
Bare-handed catch.
Will Clark going grand salami and gave to the NLCS against the Chicago Cubs off of Greg Maddux. That was the team that made me fall in love with baseball. So Kevin Mitchell's season was up there. But these single seasons, when we think about them, we haven't talked much about Steph Curry 2015-16. We talk about Bonds, but not his individual seasons. What I don't want to get lost in the sauce is what McCaffrey did last year. And there's a reason to feel good about 49er football heading into this season. McCaffrey's back. McCaffrey's here. They swung the deal to bring in Christian McCaffrey. And this deal that they brought, that first of all, I don't even remember the picks they gave up. I don't remember the players. I don't care.
Second, third, fourth, and a fifth.
Who cares? I mean, I know who it is, but who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Because at the time, some people said, man, you gave all that up for McCaffrey.
Yeah, it's worth it.
It was worth it 5 games into his tenure with the 49ers.
I actually put him in a Jerry Rice category. Not that he's got the resume of Jerry Rice, but I almost expect it. Like Jerry Rice, I expected 1,700 yards every year. Didn't you?
No, absolutely.
Right? Like,
absolutely.
With a couple of one-handed circus catches down the sideline. Like, with Christian McCaffrey, we expect it. He's been so good. But I also think that his workload, like Jerry is Jerry. He stands alone. But his workload is so unique. We saw the single, I thought you might go Roger Craig, going 1,000 is one of the more impressive things of all time. To do it on that team, right, where they had all of the weapons and to be that balanced and to do it that way. Is there anyone is there anyone on the planet who doesn't think that if they wanted to just like chase stats, that he couldn't do 1,000 every year?
Oh, easily. And he's already done 1,000. Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, but every year.
Every year, but he's already done it. And
time for the legal.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC 1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What McCaffrey did last season on the field with all these Greek gods and all this talent, Debo and Aiyuk and Kittle and Brock Purdy and whatnot, he's been the perfect joystick, the perfect weapon for Kyle Shanahan. A weapon that we keep saying, quarterback, when is he going to get his guy? Well, he tried to get Jerick McKinnon to play this role. And Jerick McKinnon tore his knee up a week before their game against Minnesota in 2018. He was never the same. Never the same. You finally get somebody like a Christian McCaffrey, and a lot of people had question marks about it. And you saw right away, wow, this guy's a 3-down monster. And last year, he was rewarded. He scored a touchdown in 17 straight games. For crying out loud. Tying an NFL record. He broke Jerry Rice's record. So as we think about the Super Bowl, and we've been doom and gloom, thinking about what could have been and some of the shortcomings, what about highlighting some of the greatness that we saw last year with this football team? It all starts with Christian McCaffrey. If you got any seasons, I'm seeing the 510 here. It's 50 the mobile text line. Jose Canseco's 40-40 Steven in 1988.
I think history has forgotten how good Jose Canseco was, and he's kind of like a joke. But yeah, it was one of the most impressive things ever. Now, Willie Mays scoffed at it. Oh, if I knew 40-40 was the thing, I would have done it every year.
Right.
But Jose did it, and he was the first to do it.
He did
the
it.
combination of power and speed, and then do it, with the Bash Bros. That team had about 4 or 5 different guys who were revolutionary. I think about the closer being
Dennis
the first guy to go 150 saves, 150 wins in his career. Eck was as dominant as they come.
Well, Dennis Eckersley, I believe, walked like 14 guys in 3 years.
Yeah, he was incredible.
Think about that. I think.
And what is he best known for? Sadly,
Kirk Gibson.
Yeah, which sucks.
Kirk
they
Gibson.
should have won the World Series 3 years in a row.
They should have. They got swept by the Reds. You lose 5 against the Dodgers. You beat the Giants. But Dennis Eckersley from 89. Look at these numbers. From 89 to 93. All right. 89, Shasky walked 3 guys. 90, he walked 4 guys. 91, he walked 9 guys. And then it went up to 92, he walked 11 guys. So in 4 seasons, Dennis Eckersley walked 27 batters. And that's in over 200 innings.
I think Doval's walked 27 batters this year alone.
That's in damn near 300 innings. He's walked 27 guys. That's unbelievable.
There ain't nothing you can do about
it. That's just wild.
All right. So just some of the best individual seasons. I want to just highlight McCaffrey because been a little doom and gloom to open up a new season.
When we talk, because I think football, it does get dwarfed by the offensive numbers. Defense. Does Bosa's season a couple years ago register anywhere near this list? Obviously it's the outside looking in.
Yeah.
But that was as dominant as I can remember.
Dominant season.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
I mean, he closed out how many games?
Yeah. And nobody talks about it.
I know we've forgotten about it. It was
Nobody
as
talks
great
about
a
it.
season as I can remember.
Alden Smith had a great season.
Oh,
he had some great
3
seasons.
great seasons in a row.
I mean, we don't talk defense enough.
No, I think like that's why I
Even
go back
Dana
to
Stubblefield, when he won DPOY, had a great season.
I'll go to my grave saying that the Navarro Bowman 2013 season was as good of a defensive season as any player I've ever seen in my life.
It was unbelievable. And he got snapped. Luke Kuechly stole that MVP or Defensive Player of the Year award.
Week 16, the Russell Wilson hit on the sidelines.
Yep.
It was one of the great separations I've ever seen in my life.
He had a couple against Russell Wilson.
my
Thursday
God.
Night Football at Candlestick Park. Remember that?
Watch
when they won 13-6.
Bowman Willis highlight packages are crazy.
What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by St. Martin Lucky, California. We'll get to the 49ers here as training camp players are reporting. The vets are reporting today. They'll be on the field tomorrow down in Santa Clara. We'll talk about that coming up.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is...
This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yes.
Morning, everybody out there here on the Tuesday morning on the Morning Roast. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like Fred Warner yesterday with Willard and Dibs. Flim also joined up. Fred Warner, as he gets ready for another season, a captain of the defense, of course, has some special seasons. If you have to get to the mountaintop, I see some other texts here, by the way. Xfinity Mobile text like Khalil Mack's Defensive Player of the Year in 2016.
I think he won All-Pro at two different positions.
Yeah, just like Aldon Smith. I mean, not Aldon Smith, Justin Smith had made All-Pro at two different positions.
Yeah.
Khalil Mack special. Lester Hayes. How about this? Raider fans coming in. Lester Hayes, 13 interceptions, 1980. Damn.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Damn. Nobody probably threw at him in the next season. Lester Hayes, one of the great corners of all time there. So some good love there. Brandon Aiyuk, will he not report? All eyes on him. It sounds like he's not going to report to camp. We need him in camp. But I get why he wouldn't want to play on a $14 million. He wants to get paid after everybody else got paid. But here's Jeff Darlington, ESPN, on whether or not it makes sense for the Niners to trade Aiyuk right now.
Aiyuk has requested a trade. Do you think there's any sense that San Francisco ultimately honors that?
No, I don't. I don't see a world where San Francisco sends him off, especially at this point when they're entering into a year when they believe they have a championship caliber roster. I know that sounds like maybe a point you'd make if you're the team when it comes to negotiating and leverage with the wide receiver or a team that might be interested in him. But quite frankly, it really doesn't make any sense for the team at this point to ship off Brandon Aiyuk. We'll see how that unfolds. Should Aiyuk hold out of training camp for an extended period or at all?
Mike Tannenbaum, remember the former GM of the New York Jets? He's been fired everywhere. He's gone. He also one day said that, hey, I'll take Justin Herbert over Patrick Mahomes. I've watched him with my own two eyes. It's like, wow, okay. The whole damn panel took Justin Herbert over Patrick Mahomes. I forgot who was on the panel, but Mike Tannenbaum was one of them.
Because as a thrower of the football,
I mean, I was
that guy
like,
said
wow.
it too.
And that still doesn't make sense as a thrower of the football because Mahomes is better at throwing it than him.
Mahomes made a throw at practice the other day that I've watched, I think, like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And to me, just watch Chris Jones's reaction. It's the whole thing.
Oh yeah, they're going to be playing for big stakes this year. That's for sure. They'll be back in the AFC Championship.
I'm so upset.
Here's Mike Tannenbaum. Should the Niners be patient with Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, I think what's most instructive of what we saw Jalen Ramsey do when he was with the Jacksonville Jaguars that led to that big trade with the Rams, which is we don't have holdouts anymore, Green. We have hold-ins, meaning Brandon Aiyuk shows up every day and he doesn't practice. And I know RC spoke to Brandon Aiyuk on his podcast, The Pivot, and that's really going to be the determining factor here, which is, does he have the stubbornness really to sit there every day and not practice? It's really hard to do. At some point, your teammates you're sitting there. We have a chance to win a championship in a very meaningful way. They're going to want you to play. And can he sit there day in and day out and force John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's hand? So right now, we don't know. But I will say this. The 49ers just have to try to really be more patient than whatever Brandon Aiyuk's stubbornness is.
What? Okay, so if I were to rank desperation of you have to have this player back to be functional, Bosa last year, Aiyuk this year, which one was more dire for the team in terms of getting the player on the field?
This one seems more dire.
Why?
Because he's your wide receiver and they're not budging. It felt like, here's what I was thinking about on the way in.
Okay.
I'm trying to recap what happened last August, right, with Nick Bosa. Obviously, he wasn't at practice. But one thing I don't think was discussed a lot, for whatever reason, maybe it's because of what he accomplished already as a defensive player of the year, as a rookie of the year, and what he represents as an edge rusher. He is one of the best edge rushers in football. But I didn't hear anybody say, hey, Nick Bosa, play on your salary. Whatever his salary was last year, I didn't hear anybody say anything about Bosa playing on his salary, whatever he was making last year. What it was, I don't even remember the numbers for his last year to deal. Nobody said, like this year, everybody's saying, well, Aiyuk just played on the 14. Play the $14 million and we'll wait till after the season to pay you.
Yeah.
Just play on your $14 million.
They're not the same player.
They're not the same player. But that's what I'm saying. But how? Like, that's not fair, though.
It's not
Nobody said anything about Bosa not playing on his deal.
Because Nick Bosa, since day one, has been all pro level every year he's been healthy. And the 1 year that he wasn't healthy, obviously he didn't play well. And he has been crowned as one of the best players by his peers and by those who do the evaluations to be a significantly better player from day one all the way through than Aiyuk. Like, Aiyuk had a great year. Bosa's had multiple great seasons and has been amazing since day one.
Last year was not a great season for Nick Bosa. I can make the argument that Brandon Aiyuk had a more impactful season for the 49ers last year than Nick Bosa did.
But then my argument to you would be Bosa's down year is better than the subpar seasons from Aiyuk in terms of comparing his best year to his other ones. Like his worst is still better than whatever Aiyuk's low level is.
Aiyuk had back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers in these 1,000-yard seasons, and he's gotten better and better and better.
But 1,000
and hold on, I know you were going to say
54 yards.
Yeah, but so what though? Not when you have three different quarterbacks. He got over 1,000 yards playing with Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy. So now all of a sudden you don't have that chemistry with the quarterback. You don't have a rapport with the quarterback. You're practicing with different dudes. Look at Justin Jefferson in Minnesota. He's playing with Nick Mullins, Joshua Dobbs. Ask him how his season went. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So that's not easy.
But this is also about supply and demand, and it's also about positional value.
I hear that.
Everyone in the league values DNs and pass rushers in general over wide receivers. Everyone also recognizes there are way more wide receivers in the NFL that are good, and there are way more college wide receivers in the draft every year than there are pass rushers. So there's a variety of reasons why Bosa was viewed completely different than Aiyuk.
I'm not even saying that Aiyuk's better than Bosa. I don't want people to get my words twisted. I'm saying, in my opinion, Aiyuk was more impactful than Bosa in 2023. Has Bosa had the better career so far? Absolutely. But also, not one person I heard say, oh, Bosa, you got to play on your contract. You got to do this. You got to do that. Where it feels like everybody's helping on telling Aiyuk what to do when he's thinking to himself, well, wait a minute. I've played nice. I've been a good soldier. I battled out of the doghouse. I listened yesterday, and I didn't push back yesterday because it was fascinating to hear from you and a lot of people. Well, Aiyuk's been the best player in training camp the last 3 years.
Yeah, but that's not the
that's not the end-all be-all. That's not the end-all be-all. But he's been one of the best players in training camp, cooking everybody, showing up from day one, practicing hard, despite not having to rapport with quarterbacks, right? Despite that. Then he goes out there and he does his job every single play. Those 70-yard runs that McCaffrey breaks off, those are 7-yard runs if a wide receiver is not blocking. Well, guess what? Aiyuk is blocking his ass off. He gets his face dirty. He doesn't complain. He's physical. He's one of your most consistent wide receivers on his football team. He's an every down player. So for him to say, you know what, I'm not going to play on $14 million. I need to get my money. Everybody else around here has gotten my money. Why am I getting the short end of the stick? I'm the most polished wide receiver, the most polished route runner. I get my nose dirty. I do what Shanahan says. I run over the middle of the field. I go deep for this team. I do what I got to do to make this team better. And I just, by the way, damn near racked up 1,400 yards on a team that is dead last in pass attempts.
Not everyone is treated the same. So like Nick Bosa, he can do things that other guys can't. It's the same way that Charvarius Ward right now wants an extension. Should he play on the final year of his contract? Should he hold out?
You should.
Well,
if I was him.
I think all Niner fans are saying, no, you should play on your final year of your deal.
If I was him. But everybody's at the same time, the same argument you use about Bosa and Aiyuk not being Bosa, Charvarius Ward ain't Brendan Aiyuk. Deommodore Lenoir ain't Brendan Aiyuk.
Well, on this team, Charvarius, you could probably make an argument he might be more important for them for this year, just a singular year, because secondary is so hard to find. It just is. Not that he's a better overall football player, but there's a supply and demand thing.
The Niners have drafted well the DBs, and if you got a good pass rush, you're going to negate some of that stuff.
Aiyuk isn't the only one. So Bosa, no one said that because Bosa's elite. He's excellent at what he does.
Well,
Aaron Banks.
Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Let's Bosa had a down year.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
The expectations are high for him.
Yeah.
They got Bosa all the help he needed. He complained about the D coordinator. He complained about the slow start. He complained about not getting help. They brought in his college buddy. They brought in Randy Gregory, and it still wasn't good enough. So can Bosa carry a defensive line by himself? I need to see that this season.
He has for 5 years.
No, he hasn't. He didn't last year.
Okay.
He didn't
He
year
won
before.
Defensive Player of the Year.
He didn't year before. He was quiet. NFC Championship game against the LA Rams, quiet in the fourth quarter. When it was money time, quiet. Where was he at?
Right,
let's be real about it. I love Bosa, but let's be real about that. Bosa didn't show up in that fourth quarter.
Where was Aiyuk?
Jimmy Garoppolo's throwing the balls in the dirt. Well, that's where Aiyuk was.
I think we're in a weird comparative shopping thing when it's just they're not equal. They're just not. Again, I'll use an example. Trent Williams played on the final year of a contract. Remember, he hit free agency. Trent Williams. So Niner fans told Trent Williams, dog, play on that final year.
Did Trent Williams get quote unquote generational money before then? This is Aiyuk's one time to go get paid. This is one time to go get paid. Trent Williams already got paid by Washington. He had money in the bank.
Not everyone has the luxury of being able to hold out and have 30 teams in the league willing to not only trade draft picks for you, but also give you $100 million. There's just to compare Bosa to Aiyuk is foolish.
I'm not comparing. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. See, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not comparing Bosa and Aiyuk. What I'm saying is, when Bosa was holding out, nobody said a peep about him playing on this contract. And then he comes out there and dogs it and has a down year after getting the richest contract in defensive player history. And in the last game of the season, we all look at the optics and we look at the way the season went out. That was a down year from Nick Bosa. You got all that damn money, $120 million plus, and you came in like that, making all the excuses in the world, and you didn't play hard at times? Let me take that back. Played hard, but he was not impactful whatsoever, to the point where Baldy goes, he just looks robotic. His bull rushes, where's the speed packages? Where's it at? So when it comes to Aiyuk, it is one time to get paid. It's one time to get paid. He may never have. He may never.
He's already a first round pick. He got paid. He's
Bosa was a first round pick.
$15 million. He will make $26 million. So
Bosa was
a
first round pick.
Got paid that's
Bosa was a first round pick.
Oh, I know.
Why didn't he play on this money?
Since day one.
Why didn't he play on this money?
Because 30 teams in the league were going to give him $100 million, and we're going to trade picks for him. Right now, there are 5 teams we think who would trade for Brandon Aiyuk and pay him. Right, so there's a difference between this. Again, this is very simple. It's about position. It's about impact since day one. It's about supply and demand, and also it's about the 49ers' finances. When they were looking at this long term, they clearly carved out huge money for Nick Bosa. And then they said, we would like to pay Brandon Aiyuk, but because we paid some of these other guys, it's gonna take a year.
Well, I think we're undervaluing. Again, I think we undervalue Brandon Aiyuk. And you kind of make my point about being underrated. Brandon Aiyuk is becoming underrated in this market. And he's becoming underrated on his football team. Because, we don't throw the ball a lot. But those running plays, and we do pay for run blockers, obviously. George Kittle stays in and block. And I'm seeing a lot of texts saying, when is Brandon Aiyuk double teamed? Oh, he gets doubled. He gets doubled. Believe that. Go watch the film. He gets doubled. And if you don't double him, he's going to cook your ass like he did all last season. That's who he is. That's who he is. So this whole thing about Brandon Aiyuk not getting paid, and we'll trade him then. Let's see how good this team is without Brandon Aiyuk.
No, I just think this is pretty simple. It's look, not every single player has the luxury to kind of command and do whatever they want, right? And so certain quarterbacks right now, Jordan Love, I'm not going to practice, right? Quarterback's very important. I think if the fullback does this, let's just say hypothetically, Kyle Juszczyk does it, they're probably I mean, come on, give me a break.
Brandon Aiyuk's not important?
No,
he's important on this team?
He is, but
he's very important. He's one of your 10 best football players. One of your 10 best football players.
Everybody thinks he's important.
On the 53-man roster, he's one of your 10 best football players.
But he's also one of 8 guys that is in the final year of a contract that wants to get paid.
So he should be priority number 1.
Yeah, but if you do it to him, then now you're doing it to Charvarius Ward.
No, you don't have to do it to You don't have to do it to look. You don't have to do it with them right now. They don't deal. There's a pecking order here. This is a homegrown talent who's a first-round pick, who was one of your most important players on offense and one of your 10 best players on the football team. He's priority number 1. They know that. Diamond Lenore, Trevor Sword, they know where they fall in line.
I think this is pretty straightforward. They've offered him probably $26 or $27 million per year approximately.
We don't know
There's probably
that.
a certain, okay, but it feels like they're in the ballpark. And they're saying, hey, you have one of two options. You take this particular money, which is close to generational money, depending on how his algorithm works, and you stay here and we try to win a Super Bowl. Or if that doesn't suffice, we're not trading you. You're going to play on your fifth-year option, and we'll figure it out from there. I don't think it's that egregious on the Niners' behalf. They can only afford so much.
They can. Well, they better afford this guy, or not this passing game that we saw really stumble in the Super Bowl may stumble even more in 2024. So Brandon Aiyuk, what is he going to do? What is he going to do? What is he going to do?
I think they're going to figure something out. I don't see him going anywhere. I think this is pretty clear. The Niners are like, you're not getting traded. We're not trading you. We are not trying to win a Super Bowl this year without having Brandon Aiyuk on the roster. I think this will get resolved one way or the other.
In what way?
I don't know. Either he plays on the fifth-year option, or he comes down on his asking price, and they come to some sort of an agreement. I don't think they want to get rid of him.
I know they don't want to.
I think they really like him.
I think they like him too.
I also think this is just kind of part of the negotiations when your salary cap is really tough.
I think they like him too. But now all of a sudden, if you do make him play, if he does come back, and he comes back safe, he pulls the Bosa, and he doesn't come all of August, and he misses training camp. Now you got a guy who, again, goes into another year where he doesn't have the offseason chemistry with Brock Purdy. You don't practice. You come in a week before the first game of the season, if not. Now all of a sudden you're behind the eight ball. You got to get into football shape.
Yeah.
And now you get a guy who, if his numbers aren't looking good the first month of the season, now he got locker room issues. Now he got issues in the locker room where it's like,
he needs to be a professional. He
will be a professional, but at the same time, it's going to be like, I didn't get my money, now I'm out to get mine. Now you got a situation here, and that could be a problem. So this situation, one thing that has to happen is they got to win. Because if they don't win and they stumble and Aiyuk doesn't have his money, this season could blow up in their face.
It could blow up in their face even if they pay everyone and everybody's playing kumbaya, because that's the NFL. Things happen. You fall off a cliff, people get hurt, you get cluster injuries at one position, and the next thing you know, you got a fifth-string DB out there trying to guard a number one, or you got an entire offensive line that's patchwork and Purdy's running for his life. Like, there's a variety of things that could go wrong on this team, even if they pay everyone and keep them together. I think at the end of the day, the Niners smartly have viewed this where it's like, all right, we only have so much money because we've locked ourselves into certain contracts, which made sense in real time.
But other guys are going to come off the books next season. There will be players who's coming off the books. You may get a Kittle who comes off the books. You may get a Debo who comes off the books. You may get a Trent Williams who comes off the books. We don't know. Javon Hargrave may come off the books. It's not like everybody's going to be back next season.
Javon's got like a $26 million cap hit.
No doubt he does. No doubt he does.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking good. It's a terrible contract.
It's bad money that really negatively impacts Brandon Aiyuk's situation, and I don't think anyone is up here caping up for Javon Hargrave as a great signing. But it made sense in real time because they had a hole at D tackle.
Bad draft picks.
Yeah.
Bad
they
signings.
Were chasing bad misses.
Bad signings. So, look, there's going to be players who move on, and there will be money freed up. There's not just going to be a holding pattern where, this guy's going to be back, this guy's going to be back. They will get creative with the salary cap, and the cap will go up a little bit. I just want this Aiyuk situation resolved because we saw what happened last year with Bosa. Bosa's down year, I mean, it was awful. It was awful. And the Niners, it was a big impasse, and he doesn't come until three days before the Pittsburgh Steelers game, and then we have a bad year. We have a bad year. Well, you cannot have that happen. And it's a lot to put on Ricky Pearsall's plate. It's a lot to put on Juwan Jennings' plate. Is Juwan Jennings ready for this role? Hypothetically, is Juwan Jennings ready to take on a Brandon Aiyuk role?
No, and I don't think Ricky Pearsall is either. That I don't think that they're planning on those guys. I think they're going to slow play Ricky Pearsall. I mean, they used Debo more in his rookie year than I thought that they would. I didn't know what they were going to end up doing because they're kind of slow play the rookie players anyway. And we all know Shanahan's hard on receivers to begin with. Aiyuk being one of the ones that he was hard on. I want to go back to the Bosa thing. Like, he had a bad year by Bosa's metrics, but he didn't have like a Javon Kinlaw bad year.
No, he didn't have.
But by the Bosa metric, he was poor.
I mean,
it's the same way like we view Debo. Like Debo having a down year for Debo is a bad year, but like by any other player's metrics, it's a really good year.
I mean, Bosa was quiet. Detroit, he stepped up. I saw Nick Bosa in that NFC Championship game. We need him to step up, but where was he at against Kansas City?
Well, again, the team that was number 3 in the entire league all year in holds didn't get one hold called on him. That is true.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Come on, Chris Jones dominated.
Well, and what
was his excuse?
Well, no, Chris Jones
did what he did. I mean, you think the Niners are holding him? Everybody holds every single play.
I thought the D-line showed up for the most part.
Chase Young showed up. Well,
you don't think he gets one-on-ones because of Bosa?
Chase Young, Nick Bosa, where was he? He was on the freaking sideline in the last possession of the game. That wasn't a great look. Not a great look. I just made you the richest player in NFL history on the defensive side of the football, and you're on the sideline during the last possession of the Super Bowl, and then all of a sudden, 4th and 1. Oh, 4th and 1.
Yeah, that was a gaffe.
A gaffe.
It was.
That was the game. That was the game. And Bosa, listen, man, we're giving him a lot of this cap. A lot of the cap. In 2026, he's going to have 14% of the caps. Next year, 16. Wow. The cap percentage of cap space that he's going to eat up goes up and up and up. And so he signs his 5-year, $170 million deal with $122 guaranteed. Through year 1, not what I'm looking for with that contract. Now, again, I'm not going to trade Nick Bosa. I need Nick Bosa. I need premium edge rushers. But through one season, come on. I expect a little more.
Everyone does, and I'm sure he does. Like, he needs to come back with 15 to 20 sacks this year, right? I mean, that's a reasonable expectation. I don't care who's on that defensive line. He needs to play better individually.
Not only that, what we don't talk about, the great ones. The Lawrence Taylors, the Derek Thomases, the Michael Strahans, the Kevin Greens, all the Bruce Smiths, Reggie White, the all-timers. Not only do they get sacks, they force turnovers. There's one element I want to see Bosa improve in, is he's got to force more turnovers. I need more sack fumbles. I need more deflections. I need teams to be petrified at running the football your direction. Teams are a little too comfortable running at Nick Bosa.
That's one thing that TJ Watt does do exceptionally better than Bosa is as I'm hitting the quarterback, I'm stripping the ball. Yep. He's excellent at it.
Excellent.
He might be the best in the league at it.
I need a little more from Bosa. If I'm paying you this type of money, you have to create more turnovers. It can't just be sacks.
You know what
I'm saying? The great ones do it, though. The great ones do it.
I get it.
The great ones do it, and Bosa's a great player. He's a great player. Great player. But if I had to nitpick, and I want to see a little more, I need more forced fumbles. He's got 10 over the course of his career. He's got 4 over the last 2 seasons. Especially this year. I've got to have more fumbles. I've got to have more creative turnovers if I'm Nick Bosa. That's where I'm at with Nick Bosa. And so, yes, does he need to step up? Absolutely. I sound like a Bosa hater, but I'm not. When you pay that man $122.5 million guaranteed money, $122.5 million, and the Niners are like, damn, I didn't think it was going to cost this much. Wow, we got to give it to him because if we don't have him, our defense is not the same. 10.5 sacks. I need more forced fumbles. That's it. That's where I'm at with Nick Bosa.
Yeah, he needs to come back this year and be much more impactful. And I think him being there for all the offseason stuff, clearly physically being in the building, and all the young players have talked about seeing him setting the tone in terms of weightlifting and being in the classroom and all those things. Like that does matter. And when you pay someone the amount of money that he received, I'm expecting you to be one of the tone setters in the building every single day. So I'm really happy that he's been there.
So, yeah, it's great that he's been there, and I want to see him get on the field and wreak havoc. But when you get paid that type of money, think about the expectations now for Nick Bosa. Think about the expectations for Deebo Samuel once he got paid. And then think about Brock Purdy when he gets paid and where those expectations are going to go. We're already doing it with Brandon Aiyuk, and for whatever reason, Aiyuk is just a guy. All right, well, Aiyuk's just a guy.
I don't think anyone thinks he's just a guy.
No. I'm seeing a lot of texts. I'm seeing a lot of messages saying we could find many guys with Brandon Aiyuk's talent. I feel like Brandon Aiyuk he's been underrated now. I think he's underrated in this market. And that's fine. That's fine. If we think we go in without Brandon Aiyuk, then fine.
I think they have a lot of players that get underrated. I think Fred Warner's a guy that gets underrated.
No, we consider him the best linebacker in football.
Yeah, but we crushed him after his contract when he had a tough year.
Half the season.
Half the season. I think Dre Greenlaw's criminally underrated. Now, obviously, he's coming back from an injury. I feel like Trent Williams is probably properly rated, but Aaron Banks had a great year last year, and I feel like he's underrated.
Well, speaking of Fred Warner, let's hear from Fred Warner on the Aiyuk situation to join Will of the Dibs yesterday.
This is part of it, obviously when you're a part of such a talented roster, I feel like this is something that goes on every season, and it's a good issue to have because obviously that means that your players are performing at such a high level that, you have to have these kind of conversations, and it's part of the business. And so, obviously we all just let them handle that. And when he's back and we'll welcome him with open arms.
That's Fred Warner on Brandon Aiyuk, who challenged Brandon Aiyuk a few training camps ago. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And Brandon
They've gotten into it a couple times.
Yeah, a couple times. Aiyuk ain't no punk, man. He ain't no punk. And I'm sound like I'm his agent or something. But I think the guy's really, really good. And this offense has hit another level. Now that you got a bona fide wide receiver, you got a bona fide 3-down running back, you got a bona fide playmaker in Deebo Samuel, you got a bona fide tight end in George Kittle, and now you got a legit quarterback in Brock Purdy. I want these guys together, man. Let's stop playing. Let's build on this offense. Get Ricky Pearsall and these 3 wide receiver sets. I don't want to go backwards. Pay Brandon Aiyuk. He wants to get paid, and he's worth every dime. I think he's worth every penny. That's where I'm at with Brandon Aiyuk. He's worth it. Whatever they're thinking about paying him, he's worth it.
What is a number that's too much?
Well, obviously, you don't want to pay him more than Justin Jefferson. I don't even think you want to pay him more than Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay, I would agree with that. I think Amon-Ra deserves more than him. I do think that there's an interesting dynamic of like, if he gets paid this money for this year, he's the highest paid player on offense. And that's interesting. Like, I don't know how that lands with CMC. I don't know how that lands with Trent Williams. I don't know how that lands with Kittle and Deebo Samuel.
What did you just told me? It's time to be a professional, right?
No doubt.
Be a professional. Stop pocket watching.
But he's been the third. He's been the third option. Up until this year, at minimum.
Has he? Certain games, I think he's the first. Pittsburgh Steelers opened up the season 8 targets, 8 catches. Told me that he was the number 1 option in the pass game. That's what that game told me.
Okay. Like, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of like double-digit target games where it feels like he's the focal point of the offense. That's just not how they play. It's not how they play football.
And he still put up those numbers.
No, he put up great numbers. What's more likely? He puts up a similar season to what he did now, or Nick Bosa gets another DPOY?
I don't know. Because you got a lot of competition with Nick Bosa. Got a lot of competition with Nick Bosa. Bad Bats is out there. TJ Watt's out there. Nick Bosa will be in the conversation. But I need to see it again. I don't like what I saw last year with Nick Bosa, man. I'm down. I'm down on Bosa right now. Because I needed him after holding out. And we heard all the excuses. And I saw that Super Bowl. I can't unsee it.
Yeah, if you were to ask me, like, is Brandon Aiyuk going to be a first-team All-Pro again?
Second-team All-Pro? Probably not in this offense.
And there's just so many wide receivers. Well, I think Bosa will be in the mix for DPOYs, for the rest of his career.
If you give Aiyuk the same amount of targets he got last year, then I think he will be in the conversation for All-Pro. Because of his offense and the spacing that he gets to work with and the scheme and the gravity of all these other players and the gravity that he presents. I do think Aiyuk could be in the conversation for all-pro teams. He made second-team all-pro last year. Nobody expected that. Nobody. And he had 105 targets. Imagine if he had CeeDee Lamb targets.
Well, I mean, maybe they evolve the offense, too, as time goes on. CMC slows down a little, and you become more of a pass-first team. And, when you pay Purdy and you're locked into Purdy for, let's say, you give him some sort of a guaranteed contract with $100 million guaranteed in there. I mean, he's locked in for like 3 or 4 years, and you're going to have to lose skill position players. So you might see the offense evolve in that way, too.
So, because I'm thinking like this, right? If you're going to pay Brock Purdy, I want him to have his right receiver. I want him to have his, his Rod Smith, his Jerry Rice, his, insert XY, Michael Irvin to Troy Aikman. You know what I mean? I want Brock Purdy to have his guy. Can Or is Brock Purdy just good enough to where it doesn't matter who that guy is on the outside?
Well, we still haven't seen enough from him. Like he's in his third year, so we're not there yet. Like I don't even know if Josh Allen can do it with the kid from Florida State.
Right.
Like I'm waiting to see if he can do it. You know, we'll see what ends up happening with some of these other teams, with some of these younger quarterbacks. Like Lamar Jackson he's had pretty prolific seasons with a variety of weapons at wide receiver that aren't that great. Doing it with Zay Flowers was pretty impressive out of nowhere. So let's see it with Brock Purdy. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to end up doing. I keep going back because you're bringing up Kittle, and I just don't see them moving off Kittle unless he gets hurt or really depreciates, because your tight end's only making like $13 million a year. It's a lot of great value. And so when your wide receivers are making 26, 27, 28, I don't see them staying with both Debo at that clip and Aiyuk at a number similar. That to me is the part that doesn't seem as sustainable. And maybe with Trent, it's a one-year thing, and he retires, and this becomes a moot point, and they can do it for 2 or 3 years.
I mean, they do restructure a lot of contracts in the NFL, and restructuring is a thing, which is where why his number is where it's at, because they restructured his contract, they restructured Kyle Juszczyk. Maybe they could restructure Trent Williams. Maybe they restructure Deebo Samuel. Who the hell knows? But I keep saying with Brendan Aiyuk and keeping this band together, you can't pay everybody. And who are we going to let go? We sure want to let this guy go? This guy who's got a big body, he's physical, long arms, can high point the football, big hands, blocks for you, perfect in the system, because a receiver, you can't just bring any receiver over here. You're going to have to run block. You're going to have to get down and dirty, and Aiyuk does that.
Would this be a bigger loss than DeForest Buckner?
Yes.
On the field and off the field?
On the field.
And then what about for the fan base?
Probably not, because DeForest Buckner was big in the community, huge in the community.
You think he was more beloved than where Aiyuk was at the end of last year?
Yes, DeForest Buckner was beloved, absolutely.
It's tough because D tackles, I never know how that resonates with casual.
I don't know how beloved Aiyuk is, because he's a quiet guy. This is the most we heard him talk.
Yeah, it's true.
This past offseason that he has in the first 3-4 years of his career. The guy's kind of off to the side. He does his little thing with Debo. Doesn't talk a lot. He's not a talkative guy. He's not a me guy.
I do feel like this offseason is he's lost a lot of his Q rating with Niner fans because of the way this offseason's gone down.
Did Bosa lose any Q rating?
I think so, yeah. I heard him get criticized more last year than at any point in his career.
Yeah, well, he deserved it. Because, he was throwing Steve Wilkes under the bus. He's making excuses, which we said, week 1, okay, you want to hold out, you want to get your money, fine. But we don't want to hear any excuses about a slow start. And what happened a month and a half into the season? There was excuses about a slow start. And then there was, we don't know what we're doing on defense. So now we're throwing the D coordinator under the bus. It's like, dude, you put your hand down in the dirt, you go get the quarterback. Set the edge. What are we doing here? So, I think everybody's cool with Bosa now, but $122 million guarantee, man. It's a lot of money. But Buckner was, when he got traded, Shask, I remember I got a text right away. Somebody within the organization, they said, this one hurts because of what he meant off the field and what he meant on the field. And we all felt like, man, we traded the wrong guy. Armstead should have been the guy traded. God bless Eric Armstead. We all love Buck. So his Q rating, he was a captain of the football team. He was a captain off the field. He was a captain on the field. There's no doubt Buckner was beloved. Way more than Aiyuk. I don't even know how many people loved Aiyuk before all the shenanigans this offseason.
I think he's pretty loved, last year. I think most people thought he had a monster season. I think a lot of people still want to keep him. Nobody wants to just move off of good players. And I don't think he's some cancer. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think that there are a loud, small amount of people on certain platforms and on social media that say wild, reckless things about athletes. But I think Brandon Aiyuk steps onto that field at training camp at some point with a new deal or without. And I think he gets like a close to a standing ovation from everyone.
Hope so. 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, why don't you bring up Aiyuk's playoff catches, the yards instead of week 1 stats? He didn't do much other than the one great catch against Detroit. You're right. He was quiet in the playoffs. But part of that is, as we saw in the receiver doc, everything has to go right for a wide receiver to make an impact on the game. Offensive line has to block. Quarterback has to not only make throws, but accurate throws on time. We all know how Brock Purdy's first half went against Green Bay. We know how the first 3 quarters went against Green Bay. We know how the first half went against Detroit. We know how the Super Bowl looked. It's not all brother Aiyuk. He's got to run his routes, but he can't throw himself the football.
And that goes back to team building, and that's why I wouldn't, depending on how this thing can shake out, I don't think that they can spend $60 million on 2 wide receivers because of all the things you just referenced. Because you got to spread that money out amongst offensive line, quarterback. Like there's a lot.
Also,
In an ideal world, I'd love to have both guys at a lower number.
You need playmakers. You need playmakers.
Okay, but you can't have everyone.
But you need playmakers. I got an emphasis on playmakers. I need playmakers. I gotta have them.
So let's just in this hypothetical, you give Aiyuk $26 million. You say goodbye to Aaron Banks. You say goodbye to Dre Greenlaw.
We don't have to say goodbye to them. We'll work it out next year. We'll work it out next year. We don't know that. You don't have to say bye-bye to them. I don't know why.
You can't afford everyone.
You can't afford everyone, but you can make wiggle rooms. You may be cutting people. You may be trading guys.
Well,
we don't know what the hell's going to happen.
But that's what I'm.
We don't. You could still bring in Banks. It's what are the 49ers going to prioritize?
I think they've told you what they're prioritizing: quarterback, defensive end, the middle linebacker, the running back, the tight end.
For now,
and the left tackle.
For now, because for a long time they didn't prioritize running back. And for a long time, they didn't prioritize the offensive line, which is why we see the Justin Schools of the world and the Daniel Brunskills of the world.
One guy on the offensive line.
You know, Daniel Brunskill or whatnot. Spencer Burford. I'm just saying. We'll see. We'll see who they sign. We don't know what direction they're going to go in. I just want to get some playmakers. We'll see if Ricky Pearsall's a playmaker. We'll see. All right. More coming up here. Elliott Shore Parks, 8:30. Talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. Mike Valenti, 9 o'clock, as we get ready for training camp. I want to feel good about the Niners. Let's feel good about the Niners. Let's go to an injury report.
Ow!
All right, let's go. Giants. Really?
It is sad, but it's true.
Team announced yesterday that Keaton Wynn was experiencing discomfort in his elbow this past weekend and will have his rehab shut down for the time being. Wynn has been dealing with the nerve issue in his throwing elbow all season long, and with 2 months left in the season, it has become impossible that the Giants could decide to pull the plug on the season entirely. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Training camp. Who's coming out of training camp tomorrow? Training camp. It begins for the 49ers.
All optimism, baby.
It's the greatest 3 words of all time. Football is back.
The greatest formation that the Niners have is CMC on the left, Deebo Samuel on the right, and I'm creating space.
Training camp starts tomorrow.
Got a really good run.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I can't wait to be in Santa Clara tomorrow. Good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shift if you're at work. What is happening? We're not jacked up no more. We're back at 6 to 10. Trying to adjust to this lifestyle. Bill Schmidt joined us at 6:30 to talk about the Packers and their expectations. And they're hell-bent on beating the 49ers for once. They are hell-bent on beating the Niners. We're going to talk to Elliott Shore Parks, 94 WIP in Philadelphia. We'll talk to him at 8:30. Remember, he said the Niners are the most overrated contender he's ever seen in quite some time. Well, then, the Niners went to Philadelphia, and Deebo Samuel went hat trick on them. They threw hats on the football field. He scored 3 touchdowns in that game. They score on 6 straight possessions against Philadelphia. But how will Philadelphia reload? How are they looking? What are their expectations? Do they feel like they're going to get something back this year and get back to the Super Bowl? We shall see. We'll talk to Elliott Shore Parks, 94 WIP in Philadelphia as we talk about training camp. And look, another thing that was overblown overlooked last season, Shasky, was not only was it Christian McCaffrey's special season, one of the most special seasons we've seen here in the Bay Area for an athlete, the touchdown, 17 straight games with a touchdown, tying Lenny Moore for the NFL record, snapping the franchise record, surpassing Jerry Rice for most touchdowns in a single season for the 49ers. He was special. But we can't overlook the quarterback as well. And the quarterback, no matter who was on the field, he had the 3-game stretch where it was bad, 17, 5 interceptions, we get all that. But once the band got back together, Brock Purdy had one of the most special seasons we've ever seen in a 49ers helmet, at least in my lifetime. It was unbelievable. He was on the short list for the MVP award, and a lot of people thought it was a fluke. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Brock Purdy, after not having an offseason, having a rehab, coming back for training camp, can't throw 3 straight days. What a year Brock Purdy had.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, a year ago, we didn't even know if he was going to be ready.
Yep.
I had bets like, I don't think he's going to be ready for August 1, and I ended up being way wrong on that, and he was testing out the arm in training camp, essentially, right? And building up the strength. And I think about like where we were an offseason ago. Sam Darnold, Trey Lance. Like these were all the things hovering over them. Oh, don't forget, who was the other guy? Allen? Come on. Brandon Allen.
Isn't he back? He's back, right?
He can win you a game.
Brandon Allen's back.
Well, not only can Brandon Allen not win you a game, neither can Sam Darnold against Carson Wentz.
No, you know what their argument was for Brandon Allen? He was to back up his Cincinnati. What are you guys crying about? He backed up Joe Burrow.
His greatness rubbed off on Brandon Allen.
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
Much like Joe Montana and Steve Young.
It's absurd. So, but like this year, and I guess there were different reports that he was rehabbing the elbow all throughout the year. It's jarring to hear now in retrospect, but like if you really go back, like it's not that wild. Like it makes sense, dude. He came back from a wild injury where they put a band in his arm and it's his throwing shoulder. He looks jacked this year. It looks like he's had the full off season to be able to work himself back and be ready this year. So I think his comprehension of the playbook has got to be way more thorough than it was a year ago. And now in training camp, it's not like, can I test my actual physical body and like what throws can I actually get away with on the field with my reconstructed arm? Now it's like, what are the layers of the playbook and the route combinations of guys that maybe I haven't looked at on plays past where I can actually go in their direction? Now he's really like playing the mind game with himself, with the offense, against the defense. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Brock Purdy's brain looks like in these training camps. I know it's shorts and it's helmets and all those things, but
forget the brain. I know where the brain is at. The brain.
But those are things you get better at as you get older.
You do think the game slows down for you, but also I want to see where he's at making throws outside the numbers.
Ooh,
his downfield passing. Yeah. How accurate is he doing that stuff? His brain's going to be fine. He's only going to get better and better when it comes from a mental standpoint. The mental standpoint is fine. I'm not worried about his brain or his IQ. The guy knows where to throw the football. He understands this offense. The game will slow down for him more. But also, you got to have the physical attributes. Where's he at physically when it comes to making some of these big boy throws? Outside the numbers, deep down the field. That's what I want to see improvement. But overall, 4,280 yards, 4,280 yards, 31 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. And just thinking about the Pittsburgh game, we always talk about Aiyuk and McCaffrey, and Aiyuk going 8 for 8 on targets and catches, and Christian McCaffrey with the big run in the third quarter. That was the first time we saw Brock Purdy in a real game. We didn't know what to expect. And T.J. Watt is coming around the corner, coming to the right edge.
McKivitz play.
The Colt McKivitz. I mean, good Lord. He comes out 19 to 29, 220. And he kills all the rumors. He has a scramble. He does the first down thing. He shows the swagger. And he comes out like gangbusters. He comes out like his Arizona game at Levi Stadium, 20 of 21. We all forget about that. Jacksonville, going to Jacksonville after the bye week. Brock Purdy was spectacular last season. And the rumor, we know now, we don't have to look for a quarterback in the draft.
No.
We got a guy. Now, whether or not he's going to get 50 to 60 million, I don't really care right now. That's next offseason. I don't care about how much money he's going to get paid because he's going to get paid. And he's going to deserve every single penny, just like Aiyuk deserves every single penny. Brock Purdy will have earned every single penny of his new deal, whatever he gets next offseason. But damn, Brock Purdy had one of the best seasons I've seen in my adult life. And he can only get better. That's the problem. That's the great thing about Purdy going into the season, Shasky, is that he can get even better.
Well, and I know you're talking about the physical stuff. I hadn't thought about the throws outside the number. That is going to be something that I'd like to look at. But arm strength can get a little better over time. The reason I keep going back to the IQ and the brain and everything, when I listen to Brady talk about the position, and I view Purdy more in the Brady camp as opposed to the physically dominant camp, because there's many ways to play quarterback. Right. And Brady had physical attributes. I'm just saying Brady
had a very underrated arm.
No doubt. And he was huge. He was also very big. And he had good pocket presence in terms of feeling the rush around him. But he talks about how his sophistication of understanding what the defense was trying to do just got layered upon layered upon layered. And then when you're in the same offense year after year after year after year, you put your signature spin on it, and you kind of understand things so well. Now, we saw Purdy at times hey, no, you get over here. Yeah. You get over there, moving guys around in formations.
That all comes with reps.
Ronnie Bell is a great example. I think he lined up wrong a couple of times, and he was yelling at him. But
that all comes with reps.
That familiarity.
That all comes with reps and game experience.
Yeah, and that's why I think he can get even more special pre-snap.
Yeah, pre-snap, he'll get better. The game will slow down. He'll get more reps. He'll see a lot of the film. He'll see a lot of the same defenses. He'll see that Seattle defense and say, wow, I think I saw this on Christmas Day against the Baltimore Ravens. Some of the movement before the snap or whatnot. So that all comes with time. And how does he adjust to the adjustment? The league now has film on him, 2 years of film, season and a half. They're gonna adjust to Brock Purdy. Okay, he loves the middle of the field. Well, we know a Shanahan offense loves the middle of the field. He loves the quick checkdowns. Okay, we know that.
He will take the big shot.
He will take chances.
Not outside the numbers, but down the field.
He'll take chances down the field. But now, can he become more accurate down the field? Can he make you pay? Yeah. And last year, at times, he did make you pay. I think about the bomb against Tampa Bay. Brendan Aiyuk and Brock Purdy to break that game open. It was a tough game, 13-7. Boom, deep shot. Boom, you got a 2-touchdown lead. The rest is history. So downfield accuracy for me and a nice touch outside the numbers. Can he get better at those departments? Because I'm already baking into the equation. His mind's going to be fine. He will get more reps, more experience, and his brain will just grow. His IQ will get sharper. He'll know what Shanahan wants to do. So now having it all season, the downside is, not to be a Debbie Downer, is that he hasn't been able to throw with Aiyuk this offseason. I don't know if they met up on the side. I don't know if they met up in Florida, Arizona, whatever the case may be. It would have been nice to see Aiyuk catch passes from Brendan Aiyuk to strengthen that rapport between those two. Now, hopefully he did it with Ricky Pearsall. Hopefully he did it with Deebo Samuel. I mean, that's where I'm at with Brock Purdy. But I don't want to forget about the special season. We now know we got a quarterback. I got a quarterback I feel good about.
I wonder what the expectations for Niner fans, statistical feel irrelevant. No, I don't see anyone he has to throw for 35 touchdowns and he has to throw for 5,000 yards. And I feel like it's more win 12 or 13 games and win games in the playoffs.
Let's ask the fans. 888-957-9570.
He's already passed the numbers, I feel like.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. What are your expectations for Brock Purdy? Is it all pro teams? Is it an MVP conversation? Is it just to limit the turnovers? 888-957-9570. Your expectations for Brock Purdy heading into the season. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, Nick.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, Brock Purdy, just stay healthy, man. That's all I can say. And let me tell you something. We need to go old school 85 Bears and start knocking these quarterbacks out, man. Because if you can't beat them, you better join and put them in the dirt. That's all I can tell you, man. Put them on their back. That's what they did to Joey. They did that to Steve Young. Was good for the goose. Was good for the gander, man. I'm getting hyped. I'm getting super juiced right now. It's only training camp. I mean, I'm out of the doldrums of the Super Bowl, man. I feel like a grizzly bear coming out of hibernation. Dude, I'm ready to rock and roll, man, for real.
What did you?
And I'm like, Warner's comments yesterday got me pumped up.
What does a guy like you do to get over a Super Bowl loss?
I sit there in like this morose state for a minute, and then I grab like a bottle of like some tequila or whiskey, and I have to laugh it off because, dude, they were the referee. I don't even want to go there. I can't even go there. It's in the past. But I just have to eat food, put on like 15 pounds, drink a little bit, you know, and then you know, just snap out of it. You know what I mean? Start watching something else. I'm juiced for the Olympics. Olympics is going to be super hype. But, man, I'm telling you, man, the Niners, we need to smash like Hulk this year, man. Smash like Hulk. That's all I can tell you. You know what I mean? I'm not even too worried about Philly. None of these cats. We already flushed them down the toilet. We're not tripping off them. And KC, they better watch out, man. We're coming to get them. We own a good one. In fact, we own for about 15 years getting our ass kicked from them. I'm sick of losing to the Kansas City Chiefs, man. the cheating Chiefs and Peppermint Patty Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? They sitting out there protecting Peppermint Patty and Mr. Reed. He wouldn't be nothing without Mahomes. And as we've seen in the Super Bowl, nobody even listening to Reed. I don't even think he said one word. You know, the tight end, and Mahomes was calling all the plays from the field, drawing little, sketches in the dirt. I don't know what they was doing. But come on, Shanahan. Dial it up. Know the overtime rules, buddy. Post that everywhere on big poster boards. Get your mind right. And York, you better come out your pocket, partner, and peel off some cheddar and tell my boy Bosa, hey man, you know, we might overpaid you a couple mils, so we're gonna slide $4 million in what you got to your boy Aiyuk.
Well, he's already got it.
It's not that hard.
Nick, he's already got $122 million guaranteed. That's in the Bosa bank, baby.
Do you
Believe
remember
that.
when Mike Nolan took over and he's like, I'm going to put up a poster, win the West, in the locker room. Remember that was like a thing?
Yeah.
Win the West. So in the locker room, you think they're going to put up a poster, overtime rules.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Well, somebody asked Shanahan about that tomorrow?
About the overtime rules?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you think the questions will be tomorrow as they open up?
I wonder.
They're opening up training camp tomorrow. What are some of the questions that are going to be posed to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in the auditorium?
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be like 6 or 7 Aiyuk ones. I'm sure there'll be some other foolish ones. I don't know what. Maybe about the backup quarterback, Josh Dobbs. I'm sure there'll be something about Dre Greenlaw's replacement, right? Brock Purdy. If Jordan Love gets paid in the next 24 hours, there'll be a Brock Purdy question about money, even though that they really can't say anything. I'm sure there'll be Pearsall questions regarding his injury, right? Whether he's activated or not.
We're taking Shanahan and Lynch live at 11 a.m. today. Live at 11 a.m. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan speaking today.
If you could ask Kyle Shanahan
one question,
and he's forced to answer that question, what would it be?
Oh my gosh!
You want to think long and hard about it?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, you think about it, and let's go out to line 2.
Yeah.
Step right up, no waiting, and you think about that, and I'll get back to you on that one.
What
are your
about you?
Expectations for Brock Purdy?
What is your question for Shanahan?
I'll tell you in a second.
No, you got to think about it too.
Oh, I already know what it is.
No, what is it then?
Kyle, when you're facing Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, why wouldn't you know that you have to go for a touchdown? You've never seen the end of Ghostbusters, have you?
You see, you know what his answer is going to be? Yeah, we always want to score touchdowns. That's the object of the game, is to score touchdowns. We always try to score a touchdown, but in that situation, we just had to take the points and put our defense on the field. Our defense is playing well. Our defense is fine. We forced them into a 4th down, and Nick Bosa ran with his head cut off, and Mahomes made a little run. But you know what? We got to take the points there. Can always go for it.
No,
it's not Madden.
It's literally okay. So at the end of Ghostbusters, they're standing on top of this building, and Zool or whatever is saying to Ray, that's Dan Aykroyd's character, "Are you a god?" And he turns around and he's like, "No." And then she zaps the hell out of him, okay? And then Winston Zeddemore turns to him. He's like, "Ray, when someone asks, are you a god? You say yes, okay?" So it's the same thing. Kyle, when you are asked in overtime, do you want the ball or do you want it second? You say, I want it second. And then you have to know that you need a touchdown. It's very simple.
Well, you've skipped out the first part.
You're going up against the guy.
Here we go. Gold Towel, $2. Can Pearsall help pass block or stop the run? 187. No. There's another one I want to read from YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. Oh, Brandon wants to ask Kyle Shanahan, were you drunk at media day?
That's one I'm not going to touch. I will say this one. What is your idea for trying to limit Christian McCaffrey's touches this season so that he's the most fresh for the postseason?
Well, it all depends on the game flow, right? We may be in a situation where we're in a tight game and you can't really take him off the field because he's one of your best weapons.
Yeah,
one
but
of
when
your
you're
best
up
players.
multiple scores,
and we only
ran him right up the middle.
Yeah, we only dressed 53 guys. And Jordan Mason was working through something, and Elijah Mitchell's had his issues. So I would like to get him a rest.
Who is your tight end 2?
My tight end 2 is going to be an open competition. We have Logan Thomas who we're really excited about. We have Cameron Latu, and he couldn't really catch last training camp, but we expect him to have a good camp.
Philosophically, why did you hire Nick Sorensen? What was it about his schematics or his philosophy?
Because he's been here in the program for a few years, and this is what we like to do with our guys. We did this with D'Amico Ryans and promoted him from a linebacker coach. And Sorensen's been in this program for a while, and he knows the scheme and he knows the players, and we feel really good about it. I think he's going to do a great job. He'll be on the sidelines with us. He won't be in the press box, and it's not somebody that we have to bring in and teach an entirely different scheme, and that's what we had to do last year with Wilkes. So there's a disconnect there. So I'm really looking forward to Sorensen calling the plays defensively.
Will you allow Brock Purdy to have a little more autonomy at the line of scrimmage?
Who's to say he doesn't?
Well, we know that famously you don't like for anyone else to call the checks and to audible from your particular plays.
Our quarterbacks always have the power to check. Now, you have to check it to the right play. We have different options on different plays. And when we talk to them in the headset, we always have an option on whether or not to throw the ball down the field or run the ball. So, I don't know where you're getting that from. Are you in the workroom? Are you in the meeting room?
Well, I'm just going off what former quarterbacks for you have said, and when I contrast your style to LaFleur's and McVay's, there clearly seems to be a separation of what they allow their quarterbacks to do at the line of scrimmage.
Well, I don't know where you get that information from. Our quarterbacks have a lot of autonomy here in San Francisco. They have a lot of power to do what they want to do, and we do different stuff than those other guys. Those other guys do different stuff, and that's where I'm at with that. Next question. Any other questions?
Are you worried about Jake Moody's accuracy?
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Stop! Yeah, we missed an extra kick.
He also set a record, 2 50-yard field goals in a Super Bowl. I think we feel really good about our kicker, Jake Moody. Went through a lot of stuff midway through the year. There was a lot of stuff going on in Cleveland when he missed a game winner, but there was a lot of stuff going on in his head. But once he got his head right and once he got his mind clear, I think we feel good about our kicker.
Last one.
But Mitch Wisnowski and Jake Moody should be here for a long, long time. I feel really good about our kicking game.
Special teams has cost you in multiple playoff moments, specifically in the return game. This franchise has had a history of that. What do you anticipate your return game looking like this year in terms of personnel, and how will the new kickoff rules apply to how you utilize said personnel?
Well, it's kind of wait and see, right? We're going to touch on this in training camp. This is why it's a good thing that we have about 3 weeks to work on this stuff.
Will
work
you
on
use
kickoff
Debo?
returns. I'm not going to tip my hand on who you're going to use, but honestly, I would not like to use Deebo Samuel in that situation. He's one of my most important weapons offensively, and I don't want to risk him getting hurt. We know how Deebo is physically. He can get hurt doing a lot of stuff. But I don't want him doing stuff on kickoff return and getting hurt and impacting our offense. So that's a wait-and-see deal. This is why we have preseason. This is why we have scrimmages. This is why we have training camp.
All right, last question. Joe Shasky, 95.7 The Game. Have you learned anything from the 2 Super Bowl losses that maybe you will utilize moving forward?
You learn something from every game. Whether you win, whether you lose, whether it's the Super Bowl, whether it's the title game, whether it's the playoffs, you learn something every day. Sometimes you learn that you got to call a play quicker. Sometimes you got to learn that you need to know the overtime rules. Sometimes you need to learn that
He'll never say that. He will never say that.
Sometimes you learn that some of your players have a lot of heart. Sometimes you learn that everything's not going to go your way. So you learn something from every game. You learn something from every practice. You learn something from everything.
Now, what's your question? Was there any question I didn't address?
I think we're good here. You guys good? You guys good? Hey, it's good to be back. Welcome back to Trading Camp. Good to be back.
Possibly.
Oh, this is a good one from the 925. What will Brandon Staley's job be this year?
Wow. I didn't even thought of that
again. You can stop asking that question.
How many podiums will he be in front of?
I'm out.
And will he have a beard or not? Because he grew the beard to go into witness protection.
You think the 49ers are going to go for it a lot more with Brandon Staley there now?
Oh, my gosh.
You think so? Kyle, I really think you need to go for this now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll address it.
It's on a 30-yard line in the fourth quarter.
It's 4th and 19.
It depends on the game flow. It depends on the way the game's going. It depends on the situation we're in, the down distance, and all that type of stuff. So we'll see. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's going on? Hey, Sugar.
Hey, Sugar. How you like being back early in the morning, dark 30 in the morning? I don't like getting up being work at 8:30. I'm a 2 to 10 person.
Yeah, me too. I found that out last week. Go ahead, Robin. Now you're depressing me. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. Now listen. Listening to Shasky about the Super Bowls, I could hear the pain in his voice. And I just thought about myself. I said, I'm disappointed that they lost these Super Bowls, but I'm not like when the Warriors lost in 2017. I still can't watch those games. So I'm not like that. And I guess because I've lived through 5 Super Bowls, and then you're hearing how these people are, the Niners are cursed. And that can't be San Francisco fans saying that stuff. But we're older. I've seen them win Super Bowls. So how can we be cursed? What I would ask Kyle Shanahan is when you going to do something about that offensive line. That's what I would ask Shanahan, because in my opinion, that's really what cost us the Super Bowls, or one of the main reasons that cost us the Super Bowl. And then in terms of Brock Purdy, I just want to see him keep growing. I don't expect Brock Purdy to be this be-all, end-all quarterback, because you got to look at where he's at. He is more than what we expected him to be, but he still has to grow. He still has to make better decisions. His footwork is excellent. I don't know what he can do there, but he still needs to grow. And I just expect him to grow. I expect him not to be, this Patrick Mahomes, although I do think he's better than Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow. But I just want to see him grow. I don't want to see him digress. I hope that makes sense. Bye, you guys, and have a great day.
Right.
And get some sleep, Bonte.
We'll try. We'll be in Santa Clara tonight. Santa Clara. We'll be at Trading Camp tomorrow, Shasky. Trading Camp. We got to get excited, man. I feel like we're still, you know what it is on this show? I still feel like, even though we're not addressing it, I still feel like we're having a Super Bowl hangover. We have a Super Bowl hangover. We have not yet gotten over the loss. I can feel it in the air. I can feel it on the show. I can feel the tension. Not getting it done in February, we still quite haven't gotten over it.
Well, you never get over those.
No, but this one is lingering a lot longer.
Than what?
Than Super Bowl 54. It's lingering longer than the Philadelphia loss in the NFC Championship
the Philly
game.
lost.
It lingered.
That took a long time.
But we were able to turn the page because we lost the quarterback. We lost the quarterback, and we were able to say, you know what? We lost the quarterback. We didn't have a fair shot. Let's move on.
When the sun rises tomorrow and I wake up like the Undertaker, okay, and I get ready to walk down into the Hilton and I see you at the crack of dawn and we do our show and then we walk on over to that field, best believe I'm ready to turn the page.
We'll see. Shit to be determined.
Doesn't mean that I'm not thinking about that shit.
How's Shanahan feeling right now?
Is he going to have that horrible mustache and slick back hair?
I hope he shaves it. Shave it. It doesn't.
You might need it to win a Super Bowl. Keep it. And the mullet.
The mustache.
Keep it.
Oh, my gosh.
Best Bay Area mustache.
Shanahan is feeling it. He's had a hell of an offseason.
Yeah. Raleigh Fingers.
Catfish Hunter? Raleigh Fingers.
All those guys, yeah.
Raleigh Fingers mustache really good.
Anyone this millennium?
Probably not.
Mike Yastrzemski. What?
Paul Skeens.
No, I'm Bay Area.
Bay Area.
No, well, I'm saying this. Yeah, you're mentioning people like no one
Paul
has
Skeens.
Mustaches anymore.
No, what about Logan Webb's mustache?
Him and Chapman had one. It didn't.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop, Elliott Shore Parks, 94 WIP? Let's see what the hell is going on in Philadelphia. That's coming up on the roast.
Brighten your summer at Whole Foods Market. Save on best.
Bonte and Shaq.
All right. We're roasting it. Talking Niners. They start training camp tomorrow. Going to be exciting. I'm fired up. I think they're a better team today than they were last year because they've kept the band together. Now, we'll see about Dre Greenlaw because that's an important piece. If he's not healthy this year, then that equation of what I just said is not accurate. But I feel like they've got a better overall team on paper this year than last year. I think Leonard Floyd, the projection is 8-9 sacks. Bosa, I think, will return closer to the 15 to 18 sack guy than he was the 10 sack guy last year.
Some of the moves they made, Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd, I think is an upgrade over Chase Young and Randy Gregory. And I think we may get the best out of Javon Hargrave. Hopefully we get the best out of Javon Hargrave.
Armstead was hurt all last year.
Yeah, he was hurt all last year. That's why I don't think they're going to miss Armstead. And that's why the cap casualty, that was an easy decision to make.
And then everybody on offense is back.
Well, except for number 11.
I think he'll be back.
I hope he'll be back.
Armstead, by the way, already here in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
he's already on the pup list.
Okay, when did he put out that Chick-fil-A video? Because somehow I saw the Chick-fil-A video of him of like what an NFL lineman eats at Chick-fil-A, and it was quote tweeted above the injury thing. I mean, it was somebody being mean to Armstead.
Yeah,
I mean he put down food at Chick-fil-A. I thought I'd put down.
Those are some big boys.
Well, he's 6'7", 330.
No,
I sit next to Bully and Fessy sometimes. You see the way they put down food, and then you think, like, these guys are 6'8", 250. You know what I'm saying? They're not normal.
Well, you're 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, and I can put down some food.
Yeah, that's true.
I can put down some food, buddy. Trust me.
I'm not that tall, and I put down food.
Put down some food. All right. Elliott Shore Parks, 94 WIP. We're going to keep it cordial and professional today. We know we hate Philadelphia, but we got the last laugh last season.
It really doesn't mean much, though, in retrospect.
No, it doesn't mean a damn thing. But
it felt good.
We always have this from Elliott Shore Parks.
No, I mean, they're just overrated. And I think it's pretty simple. And you'll say it's beyond this and it's not. But no, it's this simple. 49ers don't have a quarterback. And that's all that matters in the NFL. You can talk to me about how good their roster is and their defensive line. They do have a good defense. And how they have some weapons on offense. They do have weapons. If you don't have a quarterback, it does not matter. So when I look at the other contenders going into the season, right? Like in the AFC, obviously tons of loaded quarterbacks there. You look at the Eagles, they have Jalen Hurts, almost won MVP last year. The 49ers have a good roster, but if you don't have a quarterback, it doesn't matter. So when I project who's a real contender this year, I cannot take a team led with no quarterback as a serious contender.
Elliott Shore Parks joins us on the River Islands guest line here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And Elliott, you're a good sport for coming back on. You were a good sport last season. You're a hell of a guest. You do a great job out there in Philadelphia. That's all the compliments I'm giving you this morning. Say, do you believe the Niners now have a quarterback a year later?
Man, I was so close. I should have said head coach. I meant to not I should have said head coach, right? Because he got exposed again in the Super Bowl with that decision in overtime. So the analysis was correct. I just misspoke there.
Hey, listen, you and I, we could have lunch over the head coach. He drives me crazy at times. I'm not going to lie to you. He does. He really does. And we look at all these big game losses, and it's a direct correlation to Mr. Kyle Shanahan. But
Absolutely.
a year later, we're looking at Philadelphia. You guys got off to a roaring start, 10-1. You had a great game against Buffalo at home. That was one of the games of the year in the NFL.
In the rain.
The Monday night game at Kansas City, Arrowhead Stadium. I won some money on that game. How is it looking in Philadelphia after the way the season ended? A wild card loss to Tampa Bay. Rumors about the head coach. Rumors about Belichick. Where is Philadelphia at now as you guys open up training camp out there in Philadelphia?
Well, I'll say this, and I'll give the Niners credit. I mean, they came in and basically dismantled the Eagles season with what they did in Philadelphia. Debo backed it up with the big game. And really since then, the question in Philadelphia has been, which Eagles team is it? Is it the team over the final 7 games of the year where they were arguably the worst team in the NFL? They lost to the Giants. They weren't competitive in the playoffs. Or are they the team from the previous 25, 30 games, whatever it was, where they kind of just ran through the NFL and nearly won a Super Bowl? So going into the season, it's kind of that question. They definitely have talent. They have one of the most talented rosters in the NFL. The quarterback has played at a high level. The head coach almost won a Super Bowl. But there's the worry that maybe this thing's just broken. And once it's broken, it's hard to get put back together. So they'll go to training camp tomorrow. There will be questions about the relationship between Jalen and Nick. And they'll get on a flight to Brazil for week 1 and see how good this team could actually be.
What a weird sentence. Get on a flight to Brazil for week 1.
It's
crazy. Yeah. It's crazy.
Are you going to that game? Are you going to Brazil? You got your passport ready?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, look, anytime I can get a free week in Brazil, 3 days in Rio, I'll sign up for that. So,
Elliot,
I'll be there for it.
This may be a little personal, but are you single?
I'm not. I'm married, and she's coming on the trip. So,
My fiance will probably do the same thing. She ain't letting me go to Miami, Colombia, Brazil by myself whatsoever.
Yeah.
Not Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm just excited to be on the beach with her. It'll be a great time. Yeah.
You referenced Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. I thought Jalen was spectacular. The year you guys went to the Super Bowl, he was spectacular in that Super Bowl, even though there was some turnovers that people have been opining for 16, 17, 18 months now. What happened last year? Because it felt like his leg wasn't right. I know that some was, out there to the public. Some wasn't. He wasn't running the same way. What happened to the quarterback last year that they had such a drop-off?
So I really don't think the injury had much to do with it. I'm not going to say nothing because a part of his game is running, and he was hampered by that. But to me, what happened last year was the NFL adjusted to Jalen. And you see this with a lot of great quarterbacks. I mean, I'll compare it a little bit to a pitcher in baseball. Like the first time you go through the league, you don't have the advantage of surprise. The second time around, they have tape on you. They can adjust. They know what you're going to do. And I think that's what happened with Jalen. I think a lot of the issues Jalen had were pre-snap. He was blitzed a ton last year. He was, especially at the end of the year, and in that playoff game, he was blitzed a ton, and he couldn't handle it. I thought he was bad in the pocket. I thought he was risky with the football. Jalen doesn't have, I don't think, like the most elite arm in the league. So where he's successful and where he was successful in 2022 was taking care of the ball. In 2023, that completely went away. He was one of the most turnover-prone quarterbacks in the NFL. So I think going into this year, the big question is going to be, can he pre-snap, diagnose the blitz? Can he see it coming? Can he be smarter with the football? Because if he can, then he has the weapons to be really good. But yeah, I think that's what happened. And, I think in San Francisco, it's something with Purdy you have to worry about a little bit. Just, now that he's had a full year as a starter, that adjustment is really hard going into that third year.
We'll get to Purdy in just a second. Elliott Shore Parks, River Island's guest line here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Elliott Shore Parks, Eagles reporter for 94 WIP podcast, also Go Birds pod, excuse me. You lost Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. Yeah. How do they replace those two veterans who are going to walk into the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day?
I don't think you do. And, that's what the team will say. And obviously it's what you always say when you lose a great player. But the reality is the Eagles have been a great team over the past few years because of their lines. They've had good skill players and that all matters. But at the end of the day, they have had great offensive lines and they've had great defensive lines. And by losing Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox, the middle of that field, the middle of the defensive line, the middle of the offensive line are major questions. So, they brought in Saquon. They have AJ. They have Devontae. I mean, they have arguably the best skill players in the NFL just looking at those positions. But if the center of that offensive line is a problem, and I just talked about Jalen's issue with the blitz, teams it's not going to matter who's at receiver because they're just going to come right up the middle and Jalen's not going to be able to handle it. So I think in terms of replacing them, they're going to go with Cam Jurgens, who played guard last year, was drafted to play a center. And then obviously they have Jalen Carter at one of the defensive tackle spots, but Jordan Davis, the other defensive tackle, has, been somewhat of a bust so far in the NFL. So yeah, it is definitely a major question for this team.
So on paper, because I think adding Saquon is a great fit. It's just on a variety of levels.
Love that move.
I mean, he's going to be a top fantasy player. I feel like, obviously he's got to stay healthy. He's a monster. Are they better on paper? You made some great picks with some of the secondary guys in the draft. I like them all. We'll see if they can be players.
Cooper DeJean?
I love a white DB. Come on, man. I admit that.
No, we love Cooper. I love Cooper. I got no problem with a white DB.
But linebacker's a problem. I thought that you guys couldn't cover our tight ends and our running backs, and that ended up playing itself out. Are they better on paper this year as opposed to the beginning of last year?
Man, it's such a great question because I do think there's an argument on paper they're better. They brought in Devin White, who had a down year last year for Tampa, but for the first 2 or 3 years of his career was one of the best linebackers in the NFL, extremely athletic. He looked really good in the practices I've seen, so they've probably upgraded there. They drafted a lot of defensive backs, which is exciting, but you have no idea if they'll be good. I hate to do this, but I'll kind of quote myself, from what you did at the beginning of the interview. You don't have a quarterback, it doesn't matter. And so why I think they are better, why they are better out on paper. This time last year, Jalen Hurts was arguably the second best quarterback in the NFL or top 5, whatever you wanted to do. Now, I mean, was he top 10? So I don't know if I can say they're better, and I can certainly say I don't have as much confidence in them going into this year as I did last year.
Is the coach better, Nick Sirianni?
So I think Nick Sirianni is a great coach. They did upgrade the coordinator spots. They brought in Kellen Moore, who, outside of the McVays and Shanahans who call plays as their head coach, Kellen Moore is probably the most qualified offensive coordinator in the league.
Let me stop you for a second before you continue. Did you feel like that when he was calling plays for the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, they had one of the best offenses in the league when he was there. So I think Kellen is maybe projecting to be a great coordinator and maybe never a head coach. Obviously, if he does well here, he'll probably get interviews again. Mm-hmm. But as a coordinator, I think he's very good. They brought in Vic Fangio, who, just experience alone should be an upgrade over Matt Patricia, who was awful. So I do think Sirianni, with the right staff around him, is a great head coach. His resume is extremely impressive. But again, it's those last 7 games, I mean, they completely cratered and had no answer to fix it whatsoever. So, it would be dishonest for me to go in and say they have an outstanding, no question about a head coach, because the last 7 games were really bad.
How loud was the noise about Bill Belichick maybe taking over that job out there in Philadelphia this past offseason?
Yeah, so I think hiring Bill Belichick would be a disaster. I think he is a bad head coach. I would not hire him if I were the Eagles. I don't think any team should hire him, frankly. But it was certainly talked about just because people are really frustrated with Sirianni. And as a result, also frustrated with Jalen. So, last year when I was able to call in, we were feeling good, right? We'd come in, brag, chest. It is not like that now. It is major boom or bust potential here with the Eagles. They could win, 14 games and that roster could be good. Or this time next year, they could have 6-7 wins and everyone's saying they should have hired Belichick. So it was talked about, but yeah, I don't think it was ever a serious consideration by the team.
Knowing what you guys know now, because we're going to have to pay our quarterback at some point, is there any regret with the Jalen Hurts contract? Is there something that they could have done different? Is there something that they would want to do different with the whole contract situation with Jalen Hurts?
So it's an interesting question. If they would have waited till this year, his value would not have been as high without question. But he didn't play as well. I mean, the quarterback market always goes up. I guess my advice, if you're asking in relation to Purdy, is I would always just pay these guys at the last second. There's no true value in getting him 2 years early because Purdy, while was way better last year than I expected, you don't know what he'll be this year. And I also think there's an argument that with Shanahan, despite the fact he can't win a big game, you could put any quarterback in there, and I think you could have success. So if I were the Niners, I would be in no rush to pay Purdy. You could franchise him. You could, wait, because ultimately, if you pay a guy too early, like the Eagles might have with Jalen, you're overpaying, as opposed to if you wait a year and you have a more concrete decision where you've seen him more, you've seen him be successful year after year. Yeah, you're paying more, but it's better value for what you're paying. So, yeah, the Eagles probably do regret that deal for sure in terms of doing it a year earlier than they had to.
Obviously, the expectations are high for you guys in Philadelphia. It's high here in San Francisco in the Bay Area for the 49ers. But did the Niners last season, with that win, did they finally earn the respect of all Eagle fans? Or how are Eagle fans viewing the 49ers coming into this season?
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say this. Purdy is better than I thought, but I still think the Niners are just overrated. Shanahan, as I saw in the Super Bowl, made the bad decision. I just don't think Debo is that good. McCaffrey's good, but your best player can't be a running back. So I think the Niners are what they are. They are a nice team. I don't think they are a team that you have to be legitimately afraid of. If the Eagles play their A game, they can beat the Niners because the skill players just aren't that good. So going into the year, I think they're decent, but no, I'm not afraid of the big bad Niners.
So you think Brandon Aiyuk is just a decent wide receiver?
Well, he's better than Debo for sure, but he may not even be there. So we'll
Debo
see
scored 3 touchdowns. Did you watch the receiver, Doc? Wait 1 second. Did you watch it?
No, he was at the game.
I know.
Hat-trick. Did you throw a hat on the field for Debo Samuel?
Did he wave bye specifically to you on that 3rd touchdown when you were leaving the stadium?
Debo was awesome in that game. He is an outstanding gadget player that Shanahan is able to take advantage of. But he is not a number 1 receiver. I wouldn't pay him number 1 receiver money. And also, I'll say this about the Niners. You guys are feeling good now. Wait till you have to come off losing a Super Bowl. It is tougher than you think. So when I look at the NFC, I just cross the Niners off as a contender because there's no shot coming off a Super Bowl you'll be able to get back and win it. No shot.
Well, look, we went through it in 2020 and obviously 2013 as well. You know, going back a little farther, it is very difficult to lift yourself up off the mat and even try to get into the playoffs, let alone
and we're struggling.
In the playoffs.
Trust me, training camp opens tomorrow. We're struggling. We can't get over the Super Bowl.
Frauds after losing on the final play of overtime in a Super Bowl. That feels a little like haterade there, doggy.
You guys were close, but close doesn't count. The Eagles were close, and they got boat raced last year by you guys and embarrassed in the playoffs. So I think like going off of last year's Super Bowl to project this year really doesn't mean anything. Like, I don't care.
You did lose Shane Steichen. Like, admit now, if you had the opportunity to hire Shane Steichen
and Gannon
over
defense coordinator
Sirianni, the boob. I mean, come on, you would have redone that.
No, I absolutely would not. Sirianni is a better head coach than either of those two, I think. And I did like, yes, they mishired with Patricia for sure. And Brian Johnson, you know, we could get into a long debate about that. What really happened is Jalen played poorly last year. Like, that's what happened. Jalen fell apart at the end of the year. So, no, I still think Sirianni, I would take him over Shanahan for sure if I had a selection. So I absolutely think you guys are going too far in the criticism of Sirianni off last year.
I know you said a running back can't be your best player. Is Saquon Barkley already the best offensive player for the Philadelphia Eagles this year? Because you can make that argument.
No, I don't think you can, because A.J. Brown is the best offensive player on the team, and that's who they'll run the offense through. He's a legitimate number one receiver, unlike, you know, Debo and Aiyuk. But the Niners have to run their offense through McCaffrey. Like, he makes them go. And again, like, Saquon will help the team, but they will not run the offense through Saquon, and that's the major difference.
A.J. Brown last year gets the 49ers. Oh, he had 8 catches, 114 yards. A lot of garbage time numbers.
Yeah, but he had to help peel DeAndre Swift off the floor at the end of that game.
Devontae Smith.
I'll admit, you guys got it.
All right,
I mean,
Elliot.
Elliot, the most important thing is, are we still hated, the two of us in Philadelphia?
Honestly, like, yes, for sure. I was actually surprised how hated you guys were. Like, it was a week or two, especially after you guys did what you did to the Eagles. Like, it made it even worse. So, you know, maybe an NFC Championship game, you guys will come to Philly this year, and that'll be a good rematch.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'll be in Philadelphia actually for a wedding later on this summer. Braves are playing the Phillies. I'm deciding whether or not to wear my Giants jersey. Nah, I'm not going to wear a Giants jersey. I may wear my Niners jersey out there.
That Jock Peterson?
No, I'm not wearing the Jock Peterson.
No one cares about the Giants, so
no, we don't even care about the Giants.
Elliot, those City Connects for Philly, you have great uniforms for the Phillies, like just in general. Those City Connects are hideous.
You know, it's just hard to hear you be wrong about everything, but you're just dead wrong about those. Those City Connects are fire. Like, what do you? The hat is fire with the bell on it.
You're such a hipster, man. Jesus Christ,
you're swagger, man. We got to get you some swag, dog.
Jesus.
I mean, we gonna hook you up before you go to Brazil, man. We can't have you going out there like Willie Lump, dog. Come on, man.
Dude, as long as I look good for my wife in Brazil, that's all that'll matter. Out there, you know,
we might get lucky.
All good.
Well, if you're lucky, you won't have to play the 49ers this year. If you're lucky.
No, good. Thanks for coming back on.
So it's all good.
Thanks for coming back on. I just think the City Connects across the country have been terrible.
They're terrible.
And Elliot, I love the Phillies jerseys.
Good stuff as always, Elliot. Good luck out there this year.
Yep. Talk to you soon.
All right, Elliot Shore Parks, 94 WIP in Philadelphia, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Sirianni over Shanahan?
We could be civil with Philadelphia, guys. Hey, it's just fine. It's fine. They could be delusional.
No, but like, let's have a real conversation.
Sirianni over Shanahan. That's what he wants.
What? Okay, open competition. All right, we're just doing open. We're doing an open draft right now in the league.
Took him 15 minutes, by the way, to finally start pushing back a little bit. Just took him 15 minutes.
Yeah. Andy Reid's going number 1 overall on most people's boards. Okay, how many people go before we even think about Sirianni?
Shanahan, McVay, Tomlin. Harbaugh.
I'm taking LaFleur over him.
Both Harbaughs. I'm taking Dan Campbell over him.
I'm taking LaFleur.
I'm even taking our boy from Minnesota. I like Kevin O'Connell.
Well, what about D'Amico Ryans?
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I'm taking D'Amico. I may even take Doug Peterson over Sirianni, their former coach.
Would you rather have Mike McCarthy or Sirianni?
No, I'd rather have Sirianni. That's it. That's where it stops.
Just asking.
That's where it stops.
Dougie McDermott.
Sean Payton?
I'd rather have Sirianni than Sean Payton because I couldn't stand.
I'm taking Payton over him.
I couldn't stand walking in and having smug Payton with that visor.
Two visors.
Here's a litmus test. Here's Antonio Pierce or Nick Sirianni?
I'm taking Sirianni.
You're not taking Pierce,
I'm
AP with the
I'm
cigars?
going AP.
You're going AP with the cigars?
Are you kidding me?
He's got a winning record.
Raiders!
Mike McDaniel.
He was so contagious. His energy was so contagious. He had media members in the presser. Raiders!
Yeah, okay, that had a Mike Singletary feel to it.
It did.
I mean, who are we kidding? I'm
right.
taking Shane Steichen over Sirianni. He had Gardner Minshew a quarter away from winning the AFC South.
Did you say Mike McDaniel, Miami?
Yeah, Mike McDaniel.
What about Sean McDermott, Buffalo? You said him. Okay. What about Robert Saleh?
I'm probably taking Sirianni right now.
I'm taking Saleh. I'm taking Saleh.
No, I think we're being a little harsh.
No, I'm taking Saleh. I'm taking Saleh.
Brian Daboll. I'm taking Sirianni, I think.
I like Daboll as an OC. I'm not sure about him as a head coach.
Well, that's the problem with Sirianni. He's like a general coach, not a like X's and O's coach. So if he's not calling plays, which he can't, he's so reliant on his coordinators. I don't know, man.
By the way, Whitney said Journal keeps sending me these Kansas City Chiefs videos of like Mahomes throwing deep to McKinnon and Rice, and I'm just like, why are you trying to depress me during my own show? I don't care about the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, you know, that's crazy is that the Niners could beat the Chiefs in week 7 or week 8, whenever that game is at Levi's, and it won't even matter. All right, let me not go down that rabbit hole.
It won't mean anything.
Let me not go down that rabbit hole.
It's like the Giants winning Wednesday when Robbie Ray comes back. It won't mean anything. Speaking of which, can I read you something? Just a quick aside so we can laugh.
No, about what?
Just a brief aside. In The Athletic, San Francisco Giant prediction from Andrew Baggerly. I mean, this guy. You'll be underwhelmed if you want the Giants to buy. You'll probably be underwhelmed if you want them to sell. So basically, prepared to not be whelmed. A year ago at the deadline, the Giants were 58-49 and leading the NL West wildcard standings, and their only acquisition was a broken down AJ Pollock.
Wait, hold on. They were really 58-49 last year?
Yeah.
They were top the wild. They had the 4th spot in the
Remember then the Arizona Diamondback
series
series happened.
I don't. Wow. Where was I at?
Yeah, it was the most fraudulent 58-49.
Last year I was saying I wasn't spending the dime on them, right? Was that the year?
Yeah.
This season
58-49? That blows me away that there were 9 games over 500 at that point.
They've spent 4 days over 500. They're also pot committed after punting 2 draft picks and crossing the luxury tax to sign Chapman and Blake Snell. Their best play is probably to let it ride and hope the return of Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb gives him a bigger boost than any of the wild card teams will receive at the deadline.
I mean,
from Andrew Baggerly. Andrew, get off the Giants' payroll. You're part of the $200 million payroll. I challenge Andrew Baggerly to write one thing that makes sense about this team. If I told Andrew Baggerly, here's a baseball, here's a bat, here's a bucket, coach my 12-year-old team right now, he couldn't do it. Yet this guy has been stealing money for 2 decades, basically soft-serving the Giants with yogurt for the last 2 decades. The next time he asks a critical question about this team in print, on air, or in someone's face at a press conference, which is his job, by the way, will be the first time he does it. Andrew Baggerly, get out of here. So you want to know why the Giants aren't held to the same standard as the Warriors and the Niners? The Niners have Grant Cohn and Matt Mayoko covering them and asking critical questions. The Warriors have Marcus really Thompson and Anthony Slater and Kawakami asking critical questions. The Giants got Andrew Baggerly. I'm smart. I've been on Jeopardy. Soft-serving the audience.
I would love to see Joe Shasky as a beat writer.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
I mean, this guy. I mean, geez Louise.
What was that quote that was so off-putting for you? Because it just sounded like he was just saying, just prepare to not be overwhelmed.
Well,
which is like accurate. Like what? No, seriously, what did he report that was wrong there?
They're not technically still contending. It's over.
I mean, technically, that's the word technically.
Technically, you're closer to the Colorado Rockies, who are 23.5 back from the Dodgers.
Technically, we got Mike Valenti coming up in 3 minutes, too, to talk a little Detroit Lions.
What about the Tigers? What are they going to do? Tariq Skubal.
Like, nothing in life pisses me off more than when someone's like, check out this filet mignon. Look, it's filet mignon. It's bologna. It's been bologna. Bologna looks down on you, actually. Like, are you kidding me?
He's full of bologna.
You've been watching this team. They can't field. They can't pitch. They definitely can't hit with runners in scoring position. They have no exciting players. They don't steal bases. They can't hold a runner on to save their life. They can't even call ball in the outfield with the game on the line. Everyone on the planet knew Randy Rodriguez was giving up a run in that particular moment.
He's from 97-1 Detroit.
And yet, hey, just be ready to be underwhelmed. I mean, Jesus criminy. Expect better from your media. I mean, geez Louise.
Nobody's mad.
Oh, I am mad. I admit it. I'm sorry. Like, straight up, the Giants coverage is a joke. It's a joke. And when you call them out on it, it's like, oh my God, how dare you be so critical of the Giants? They have a $200 million payroll, and there's like one guy everyone in baseball wants. One guy. I am rooting against the Giants. $200 million. It is literally the worst assembled $200 million roster I've ever seen in my life. Here, Robbie Ray, you haven't pitched in 3 years. Here you go, dude. Here's $30 million. Here's $30 million. Hey, Mike Yastrzemski, I know you're a fifth outfielder on most teams. Here's $8 million. Suck it up for the next 6 months. I mean, give me a break. We're paying Tom Murphy to not play $4 million. Luke Jackson, heaven forbid we DFA Luke Jackson. Huh? $6.5 million. Could have had JD Martinez for that money.
I'm not optimistic.
Exactly. BPA feels me. The Giants make me sick. Give me a real team.
About the Giants.
Give me a real team. You know what I've resulted to doing? I'm watching Amazon to watch the Yankees. At least when they suck, they've got a bunch of guys I like. And they've lost like 7,000 series in a row, and everyone's ready to put Aaron Boone's head on a platter.
Rodon looked good yesterday.
He did.
About time.
I mean, Juan Soto's getting crushed for hitting a triple and like clapping it up down 9-1. I'm over here watching Soler. He can't even go first to third in the first inning without getting hosed. The Giants make me sick.
If the Giants offered you...
The A's have a better future than the Giants.
Hold on, I got to ask this question.
A's.
I got to ask this question. If the Giants approach Joe Shasky the Butcher, say, hey, we got about $8,000 to put you on the payroll. Would you join their payroll?
What am I doing? I'll hit fungos to Marco Luciano.
You serve a soft serve to the fan base.
I'll tell. I mean, that's a whole other thing.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I know we lost tonight's game.
Shasky can be bought.
But did you see that Tyler Fitzgerald play up the middle?
Shasky can be bought.
I mean, that glove flip.
So you can be bought by a pro franchise.
Yeah, just like some of the media out here.
I'm a homer, baby. Isn't that ironic? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC.
Who has more desirable trade pieces?
Let me read the legal. AC17 says call, and somebody pays for this. An Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Mike Valenti joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? We're going around the league, looking at the top NFC opponents here for the 49ers. And, of course, we had a dandy in the NFC Championship game, and I was scared as hell. I was praying at halftime because the Lions did whatever they wanted to do in that first half, up 24-7, and really should have won the football game. Mike, good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Rolls here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. How you doing today?
Great. How about yourself? It's good to be here.
Good to be here as well. So how's the city of Detroit overcome that devastating loss in the NFC title game? There was a lot of Lion fans at Levi Stadium. I shook a lot of hands because I felt for them. That was their game. The Niners had no business winning that football game. But it feels like from before that, hey, Lions fans are excited to go, to run this back. How are Lions fans getting over that loss here, Mike?
Yeah, I think it's hope. I mean, look, guys, the reality is, too, it's a lot like in the NBA. You got to fail before you win. You got to learn how to do it. And the Lions, they've gone 70 years without doing anything. So, yeah, I mean, it was their game. But the Niners have championship DNA. Like, they've been through those battles. They've been through situations like that. So, yeah, I think experience caught up with them. And obviously, a lot had to go right if you're a Niners fan, had to go wrong if you're a Lions fan. But that's football. That's the stuff we're looking. The days following it, guys. I like Dan Campbell. I mean, he's fun. He's a damn good coach, and the players will run through a wall for him. But reality is, there was a little bit of Madden in him as far as the video game. Like, dude, you got to take a field goal, go up 3 scores. You got to take the points one time for me. And just 2 weeks prior to the game, 3 weeks prior to the game, what he did in Dallas, remember?
Yeah.
Penalty.
Yeah.
You're going for 2 from like the 8-yard line. Like,
Seven times in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? At that point, you're just a frustrated video game player. Like, chill. Let's take this thing to OT. So, look, I think some of that has to happen in order for you to get where you finally want to go. And look, they're a young team. I think that's the other thing. You know, the Niners are filled with guys. I think the playoff experience, you guys had like 150 playoff starts. The Lions had like 6. So it's all a part of the process.
Yeah, I thought Hutchinson was just caving things in that first half of the NFC Championship game, and then things slowed down for them as a whole. But giving Jared Goff the money, how was that received by everybody in Detroit? Because I thought his second half wasn't that great in that game. Not that you're not going to not pay a guy because of it, but I think a lot of people from before are like, wow, you're giving Goff that much money?
Yeah, but it's it's funny, and like I'm originally from New York, and I'm still a Giants fan, and my listeners know that. I mean, my Giants suck. And they got put in the same trap, which is you win your division, you win a playoff game, you pay your quarterback. Well, great. Now I'm stuck with Daniel Jones in a neck brace. The reality is when people cry about, oh, my God, you're giving your QB what? Okay, well, what are my options? Am I handing over a Super Bowl caliber team to a third-round pick on a blown ACL and Hendon Hooker? What quarterback is mystically going to descend to me in free agency? The answer is 0. And I wasn't picking high enough in the draft to go get a lottery ticket and take a Drake May or a Caleb Williams. So, look, all Goff has done coming to town is reinvigorate his career, play Pro Bowl caliber football. Does he have his limitations? Of course he does. But the reality is if you're only going to accept Mahomes or Joe Burrow as your guy, then you're just going to go a lifetime without ever being happy. So I just tried to tell people, like, yeah, you don't have to say he's perfect. He's not one of the 3 or 4 best QBs in the league. Is he one of the 10 to 12? Yes. Is it good enough to win a Super Bowl? Yes. Are you going to have to highly insulate him and protect him? Well, yeah, that's his weakness. He doesn't run a 4.3 40. But generally speaking, people were good with it. But then you have the lunatic fringe that's like, no, it's a waste of money. And I'm like, all right, well, what are your options? And then you hear like the phone fall out of their hand and bounce off the floor. So, I don't know where you guys stand, but like the Purdy thing is a thing. Yeah. Purdy's fine enough. I don't think he's a superstar, but get ready. Dak's going to get his deal in the next couple of weeks. And the Purdy conversation is going to ratchet to a level that is going to make people very uncomfortable with the number attached to it. That's the structure of the sport. That's where we are. Your quarterback's going to make 20% of your cap.
Yeah, no, Mike Valenti here on the Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game. The Valenti Show with Rico out in 97.1 in Detroit. And you're spot on with we're having the Purdy conversations right now. Hell, we're having the Brandon Aiyuk conversation. People don't want to pay the wide receiver. Well, he's Brock Purdy's top target in the pass game for crying out loud. So we've kind of Purdy won us over. He had a spectacular season, one of the best single seasons for a 49ers quarterback that a franchise has had. John Brody, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, and of course Jimmy Garoppolo, who helped his team get to a Super Bowl. So that conversation will come. But going back to the Lions here, where do they still need work? Where do they still need work here to take that extra step? I mean, hell, you took a big step last year going into the Final Four. What's that next step look like for Detroit? Where do they still need work, Mike?
Yeah, I think there's 2. I mean, if you want to talk from a roster construction, I mean, everybody in the league will always say, I need another pass rusher. I'd love to see him get in the Matthew Judon sweepstakes. I like their pass rush. I think James Houston being healthy this year will help them. They need to give Aiden Hutchinson some help. He plays too many snaps. He gets gassed. He gets worn out. They need a partner in crime for him. They brought in Marcus Davenport, which I'm very whatever on. The guy's never healthy. But I think the other thing, they're going to be relying on young corners. Would love to see a veteran corner off the street. Look, Terry and Arnold, very excited about him. I think Rakestraw, he's a bulldog of a corner from Mizzou. So, I like what they did. But it's like little things. Guys, I think the biggest thing has very little to do with the roster. It's they have to make the transition the Niners made, which is going from the hunter to the hunted. And that's brutally difficult in the NFL. And you guys know it. The Niners come to town. That's everybody's Super Bowl. You're going to get their A game. And that's something the Lions just haven't experienced. So I think that's going to be their biggest challenge. Every week, somebody's going to come to take your head off because you're not cute anymore and you're not surprising anybody.
Yeah, their front office to me has been the most impressive. I mean, obviously the Stafford Goff trade is a great one, and then moving in the draft to get yourself a stud running back who I think is going to have a breakout year. Laporta looks like a star.
Yeah, Brad Holmes,
and then Amon-Ra St. Brown, like watching the receiver doc. I mean, you heard Dan Campbell, like, this is the guy. This guy's our heart and soul. He's our tone setter. How can you not come away loving that guy from that team? The question I'm at right now is this offseason, though, are they a better team on paper heading into this year than they were last year?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's hard to quantify it, and if you guys think it's a cop-out, you can call me out on it. I think because they have 6, 7, 8 legitimate stars under the age of 25, you can chalk up the answer to say yes, just based on, a linear progression path for some of these guys. Like, should Gibbs be a little bit better this year? Yeah. Should Laporta? Yeah. Penei Sewell is trending to be the next Trent Williams type tackle.
Gosh.
He's just a monster, and he's mean.
Yeah. Real quick, Mike, I saw him pancake a dude on the first play of the game in the NFC title game, and just watching him, he was standing by the Niners starting introductions, looking at every member of the 49ers, just me-mugging him. I was like, oh, boy, this guy's nasty. This guy is legit.
You know what's funny, too, is like he played at a program at Oregon that a lot of people think is soft, which is kind of a past tense thing. I think Dan Lanning's building an SEC program. But if you queue up like highlights of him as a true freshman playing at 350 pounds, I mean, guys, he was at like the third level. He was blocking a trombone player 30 yards down the field. Like, he's just a freak. He's built different. And look, I think they're going to be better based on development. I wish they would have gone all in on a pass rusher. They decided to go get Carlton Davis. My issue with Carlton Davis, guys missed 16 games the last 3 years, no less than 4 in each year, and his play has declined. People in Tampa were not exactly crying that Carlton Davis was jettisoned. So, look, they're trusting their process. It's hard for me to knock Brad Holmes. Everybody he drafts, he's like John Lynch 2.0, where it's like 3 out of every 4 draft picks, you're like, how the hell did we get this guy?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like letting it roll. But, yeah, they should be better on paper, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. They also had great injury luck last year. Let's be very clear.
Yeah, I know. I thought Laporta was done after that playoff game, and then he came back miraculously. Hey, we're up against it, but is that the best division in the NFL? I know these things flip quickly. Minnesota, I don't know. Chicago looks promising.
I like Chicago.
Green Bay is going to pay their quarterback. They gave the Niners everything they could handle, and then obviously Detroit feels like the next 49er team where they're going to go on a 5-year run. Is that, in your estimation, the best division in football?
I mean, it's right there. I think it's that, or it's, Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Cleveland, and Cincy. But yes, and I mean, look, Lion fans are already upset at me because I'm like, guys, you better be careful. This division isn't yours. Green Bay is here to stay. And Jordan Love looks like a top 5 QB. And then I'm with you guys completely. I think the Bears are going to be a ball breaker this year. I think they are going to beat some teams. I think they could get 8 or 9 wins and be super pesky. They've assembled a ton of talent, and that defense is top 7 in the league.
You saw that defense late last year. You guys got away with one at Ford Field. The Lions did when they came back. What was it, down 12 with like 4 minutes left? And then Soldier Field, they beat the dog crap out of the Lions at Soldier Field. That Bears defense looks like a top 5 unit. And then if Caleb with those weapons, I've been saying on these airways, I think they could make the playoffs. I really do.
I think, you know what? And after what Stroud did last year, if you have an infrastructure, anything's possible. So if he's 80% of what people think he is, I have no disagreement. Yeah, this division is going to be nasty. And I think look, I'm letting fans have their euphoria, we're going 15-2. I'm like, guys, how about 11 or 12 wins when we start there? Nobody wins 15 games.
Mike, you're a really good interview. We want to have you on again.
Real quick, before we let you go, 30 seconds left. How are you guys viewing the 49ers? How are Lion fans looking at the Niners now?
Yeah.
They're the Kings. You got to knock them off. I mean, I have a great amount of respect for what John Lynch and Shanahan have done, and you absolutely should already have a Super Bowl. I'm not. We don't need to open either of those wounds.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Look,
we've been depressed.
You're in the throne until somebody dethrones you. So my advice to Lion fans is you best lock up home field advantage and have San Francisco come to Ford Field, because otherwise you're asking for a problem.
Yeah, we would love to come travel to Ford Field. That's for sure. Maybe not
it's
the playoffs,
my list.
but we do. I definitely like Detroit. I've been up there once in Ford Field, and that whole area next to Comerica Park and the casinos up there. It's a lot of fun. But Mike, man, really good stuff, man.
It's not scary.
It's
We're
not
nice
scary.
people
No,
over
I
here.
was up
You'll be
there.
all right.
I was up there in 2010.
We walked through Philadelphia and got beer thrown at us, hot dogs.
Yeah, that was different.
Spitting at us. They were swinging. It was insane.
True story, Mike. I was there for a Lions-Rams game when Sean Hill lit it up and they beat the Rams like 45-6. Javon Best was playing running back. I got like $40 tickets. I couldn't get a ticket to Michigan State, so I got like tickets to Lions-Rams for like half the price.
We love Sean Hill here.
We do love Sean Hill.
Sean Hill era. We all celebrate it. There's going to be a 30 for 30 coming up soon.
Exactly.
Mike, take care, man.
Have a
Thanks
good
for the
one,
time
man.
this morning.
You got it. Absolutely.
Mike Valenti, the Valenti Show with Rico, 97.1 in Detroit. He's really, really good. Really, really good. We'll react to that coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like Mike Valenti up there at 97.1 in Detroit, the Valenti Show with Rico. We had Elias Shore Parks on from 94 WIP, reported for them, covered the Philadelphia Eagles, and earlier today, Bill Schmidt talking about the Green Bay Packers, who we anticipate those three teams, the Lions, Packers, and the Eagles being the top three opponents in the NFC for the 49ers. But you know what? I'm not sleeping on the Chicago Bears. I'm sorry.
What about the South? Is there a Falcon or Tampa Bay Buck team that might scare you a little?
Tampa may be around.
What about Rams?
Atlanta is intriguing to me because they do have playmakers. Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson are going to use them like Christian McCaffrey this year.
They have a great D tackle.
The Falcons are very, very intriguing. They intrigue me. I wouldn't sleep on them. The Rams, obviously, they're within our own division. By the way, the Niners are going to wear their home reds again at SoFi Stadium like they did last season. The Rams are going to wear white jerseys. I mean, it is a home game, unofficial home game. But the Rams, yeah, they're a problem. They're a problem. They are a problem. But Mike Valenti, I like him for a number of reasons, but the Chicago Bears team, he mentioned C.J. Stroud and the infrastructure he had in Houston, and we all just dismissed Houston last year. We thought they were going to be the worst team in the league. Oh, DeMeco Ryans, what are you doing taking that job? Oh, my gosh, no wonder they gave him 6 years. And they make the playoffs, and they got better and better every single week. Well, we saw the blueprint for Chicago. And we saw some of their pillars last season on the defensive side of the football. They make the deadline deal for Montez Sweat. We're thinking, why the hell are they making a move for a DN? Well, they were building for this year. They were building knowing that we may get that number one pick and go get Caleb Williams. So what did they do before Caleb Williams was drafted? They already have DJ Moore. They already have Cole Kmet. Oh, let's go trade for Keenan Allen. And then let's go draft a wide receiver to pair with Caleb Williams, and that's Rome Odunze.
And Swift in free agency?
And DeAndre Swift in free agency, a solid running back.
He had a good year last year.
Very solid running back. I know we went at it a lot about him. I know he
had a good year.
He had a very good year. I'm glad you're admitting that finally.
But there's a difference between
good and great. But he doesn't need to be great.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be great. Just be good.
No, I would agree.
And their defense is great. So there's always going to be a sleeper team. Is Arizona going to be a sleeper team? Is Seattle going to be a sleeper team? I guess the question is for Niner fans, are we still by far and away the clear-cut number one favorite in the NFC? Or have we fallen back to the pack a little bit as these other teams get better and better and better?
I do think the other teams are getting better. I do believe right now, band together, this is with Aiyuk, they're right where they were last year. And I'm surprised because I thought the dismantling of the roster might take place this offseason prematurely to set up the finances for the team moving forward. So the fact that they've kept it together last year and this year, I am a little surprised, and I think that we're right in the same spot right now where we were at the end of last year.
But is the rest of the NFC better?
Yeah, they are. They've closed the gap.
Big time, right?
Yeah, but I didn't. How do I put this? I didn't think the Niners heading into last year were head and shoulders better than Philly. I thought it would, even if Brock stayed healthy in that NFC Championship game, it's like we were going to Philly, and they were the best team all year. So to me, the Eagles were slightly ahead of the Niners in terms of pecking order. Now, that didn't play out the way that I anticipated it to. I also expected the Cowboys to be better, and they weren't better last year.
No.
Right? Them bowing out the way they did to Jordan Love. So things do happen, right? I just look at, right now, I think the Niners are the top dog. I think Detroit is way better than I anticipated a year later. I thought they'd be good, but not what they are. So they're right on our heels.
Right, 24-7 at the half.
I mean, they're right on our heels. They could have easily won that game.
Green Bay
could have easily won that game.
Late in the fourth quarter. And they weren't even near the team they're going to be this season.
But they're also going to all have to play each other.
No doubt.
And so that does factor into this.
They're going to beat each other up, no doubt. No doubt. They're going to beat each other up. But I look at the Eagles, right? They're in that NFC East. I don't think they're highly the Cowboys this year. I don't. Now, the Eagles do
I'm
play.
I'm not dismissing them, though.
I'm not going to dismiss them, but I don't think highly of the Cowboys at all. But you look at the Eagles' schedule, it is difficult. They're playing the AFC North this year. Cleveland, at Cincinnati. They're at Baltimore. They have the Steelers at home. All right? We'll see if the Commanders are better.
I don't know what to make of Cleveland and the Steelers. until I see how good their quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of them, but we know about their defenses.
Oh, no doubt.
They bring defense
No
to the
doubt.
table, so that's half the battle. They have Atlanta week 2. They'll play Atlanta and Philadelphia. I got that as a W for the Eagles. The Brazil game's very intriguing. Packers Eagles in Brazil. That could be a second round preview. It could be. These are 2 playoff teams. We all anticipate having big years. That's going to be very intriguing to see how the Eagles look with this new toy and Saquon Barkley, and how much did Jalen Hurts improve off of last year, in which was a down season for him. As Elliot Shore-Parks said, man, teams just blitzed the hell out of them. They just blitzed and blitzed and blitzed them. Got to beat the blitz, right?
Well, it felt like they were throw the ball down the field, bomb it, kind of a team.
Boom or bust.
Yes.
Either slants or bombs.
And I thought that he can say that the injury didn't affect Jalen Hurts. I thought it clearly affected him.
Yeah.
Now, he's watching more closely than I am. I'm watching the team from, 50 states over. But I thought that Jalen Hurts looked hampered all year with the leg. I still like Jalen. I think he's high level. I think he's going to be a bounce-back candidate if I'm looking for bounce-back candidates. I think adding Saquon is going to make that mesh point play that they do lethal. I want to see him this year with this offense. And I think Kellen Moore is better than what they had last year.
Yeah, I'm looking at this NFC right now because Kellen Moore is okay. I'm not high on him as much as Elliot Shore-Parks is. I thought his offense was okay in Dallas. I just thought they had talent. They're okay. He's not like, oh my gosh, this guy, you got to hire this guy right away. He's an elite. I'd rather have Ben Johnson from Detroit calling my plays than Kellen Moore. The offensive coordinator in Detroit is light years better than him, in my opinion. So you got that rolling along. The South is, the Saints. Nobody's high on the Saints right now. You can't be. Can you be high on them when they have that quarterback?
No.
Derek Carr.
And that coach.
And that coach. Carolina seems like they're a year away.
I want people I like to do this exercise. Say it out loud. Dennis Allen and Derek Carr. No.
Yeah, that's not working. That's not working. That's not working.
You know what I think when he said that? I think of Tony Sperano taking over and burying a football. R.I.P. Tony Sperano.
R.I.P.
I saw a video, speaking of The Sopranos, that was circulating yesterday that said that Tony Soprano would beat up all the other imaginary mob bosses in all the other movies and in pop culture.
He might.
Whoa! Physically, he would be able to beat them all up.
Avon Barksdale's no joke.
I meant more Italian mafia.
Italian mafioso. I was going to say, if we're going all gangs, he's still up there because he's a big guy.
Like La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to Wire. I thought you were going to Snowfall. I thought you were going to Breaking Bad. Like Tuco. Would he be able to beat Tuco's ass for Breaking Bad?
Well, he's not going to be able to beat up Michael Chitlis's character in The Shield.
I would say Sonny Corleone is a hothead. He's a big guy.
Yeah. Right. I think Tony takes him. Although Tony couldn't beat up his own brother-in-law, so who knows?
That's true. Bobby
whooped
his ass.
Yeah, whooped his ass.
Don't talk about Janice.
Yeah, whooped his ass. Tony was embarrassed too.
By the way, Bobby.
Tony was embarrassed, man. He's like, damn, I got my ass kicked. Remember when Tony, he's trying to get his respect back, and he just beats remember the driver he had with the buff dude?
That was the best.
Yeah.
To prove that he still had it?
That he still had it, just whooped his ass.
And he said, what'd you say to me? He's like, Tony, I didn't say anything. He's like, what did you say?
That guy was chiseled.
Right, chiseled, just whooped his ass, just to whoop his ass.
You know what I want the spinoff of? The Furio spinoff. Where did he go? What happened? Is he growing vegetables in the backyard somewhere in Italy?
He's the smartest one. He got out of there.
Yeah, I don't. Uncle Jerome would serve Tony. That's a good point, Chris A. YouTube.
Uncle Jerome
for Snowfall. Yeah.
I mean, we're forgetting that Tony never had the makings of a varsity athlete anyways.
How about all the Biden, what's his uncle's name? Come on, Uncle Junior memes that are going all over the internet. It's him in the old retirement home.
Oh, I don't like that.
It's just.
I don't like that.
Chef's kiss.
That. Uncle June, he went out. That was a sad moment for Uncle June. By the way, YouTube brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealers. We're getting ready for training camp tomorrow. Here's Fred Warner with Willard Dibbs about starting all over. Back to ground zero.
It's tough, but at the end of the day, man, I think for me, I love the game so much. It's like the first day of school all over again. Every single time I go back for training camp, seeing the fellas, man, getting back in the building, it always feels like the first one, man, honestly. And so I'm so excited for this year. You mentioned it, what our expectations are, what our standard is here that we've been able to build up to. And I think it's an honor to have that type of pressure on us, and that's just what our standard is, no matter what.
That's the standard. The standard is the standard, and it's Super Bowl or bust for Fred Warner and company here. Adam Schefter yesterday was speaking about Brandon Aiyuk. Do we have an update on his contract? Adam Schefter, here's Shefty.
My guess would be that Aiyuk, I'm guessing here, doesn't show up to training camp. Not there, right? And tries to force the issue here. And then we see if the two sides can work out a deal or whether he wants to continue to be difficult with them. The interesting part here is John Lynch and Brandon Aiyuk have the same agent, too. So that's a little bit of an interesting dynamic here going on, right? Like, John Lynch, the GM of the team, and Brandon Aiyuk's agent is the same one. I think they want to find a way. They want to find a way to keep all these guys for this season. And then we'll see what happens after the year. But obviously, it's not going to be simple, and they know there are issues and obstacles in front of them that they're going to have to try to figure out a way to get done here.
So that's where we're at with Brandon Aiyuk. Don't anticipate him coming into training camp or checking in today and practicing tomorrow. So we shall see what happens there. But overall, if you don't have Brandon Aiyuk, I'm really intrigued to see what Ricky Pearsall brings to the table.
I am too. Well, let's see if he gets activated and what ends up happening there.
Yeah, do we even know the injury?
No. We don't know.
We don't know?
No. Mayoko was talking on his podcast I was listening to over the weekend, and he said something to the effect of, for rookies, this keeps teams from being able to stash people on practice squads and with injury lists and things like that because you're only allowed so many people. It was told that had he reported to camp and then they designated him as injured, he would have been out 6 weeks. So if you put him on it prior to showing up to camp, then they can activate him at any time. Now, I don't know if was the motivation for why they put him on this or what, but that was his speculation.
It's a mystery. I don't like the mystery.
Can I ask you a question about Fred Warner?
Yep.
So Fred Warner is 28 years old. He just completed his age 27 season. He's had 12 playoff games. He's been a 3-time Pro Bowler and All-Pro.
All-Pro.
And I look at Patrick Willis's career. He only had the 8 playoff games. He played essentially 8 seasons, but 7 of them were at a high level. And in his 28th age was really his last great year of dominance. Now, I know he had a very specific foot injury that caused that, but I view linebackers very similar to running backs, and you just can't expect them to play high and be productive into their 30s. It's very few and far between. Is there any worry about a drop-off for Fred Warner?
No, I'm not going to worry about it until I see it. This guy's played in every single game of his career. Every single game of his career. All right? No, I'm not worried about a drop-off. He's a 3-down linebacker. Last year, I thought he was on the way to winning a DPOI. Obviously, he didn't get that, but 4 interceptions. I thought he played the best football of his career. He's got over 130 tackles in each of the last 3 years. Are you worried about a drop-off? I'm not. I'm not at all.
Well, I mean, they lost Dre Greenlaw. They lost Dre Greenlaw. It's just such a physically demanding position. It's like Charles Barkley. Oh, the Warriors are going to fade. Well, at some point, you're going to be right. Oh, Fred Warner's going to fade. At some point, people will be right on that.
No.
I just do
worry.
I
think the question is, what's he got in store for at Encore? Because, this guy, what's next for him to get better? What is left on the table for Fred Warner?
Let's say
he's hailed as the best linebacker in football.
Let's say he stays at near this level for another couple years. Let's say 2 more years. Will we ever have the conversation that Fred over Patrick Willis?
Yeah, we had it last year.
Do you think?
We had the conversation last year.
But do you think we're there?
We're almost there.
Man, that feels crazy. I didn't think anyone would touch Willis.
No, we're almost there. This guy plays every single snap, every single down, every single game, and he's done it for his entire career from day number 1. He changed his number from 48 to 54. He's had the green dot helmet from day 1 out in Minnesota when they lost that opening game to Minnesota. And Baldy was like, who's this number 48 guy? Well, it was Fred Warner. And he hasn't left the lineup since. So I look at a guy who's in his prime. I look at a guy who hasn't lost a step. I look at a guy who's physical in the run game. I look at a guy who I think could be utilized better as a blitzer, as a blitzing linebacker. No, I'm not worried about him falling until I see it. No, this guy's in the prime of his career. He's in the prime of his career, and he looks like he's going to play another 5 years at this level. I mean, he's played at a high level. No, I don't worry about a drop-off. I don't worry about the least of my worries on this 49er team is Fred Warner.
I'm just asking.
He's the constant in this lineup. He's a consistent guy. Like, no, I don't want Fred Warner. I'm not worried about him.
Well, I do think that the Dre Greenlaw absence is going to be an interesting one to monitor because when Al-Shaair stepped in for Greenlaw, he did a serviceable job, though there was a drop-off, right? And obviously he left the team last year, and that other spot took a big drop-off in the Super Bowl when he came down. And so I'm very interested to see who steps in alongside Warner. Their feel for playing together as a tandem is very underrated.
No, yeah, they're very underrated. You think there's going to be a drop-off?
No, I just worry about linebackers. It's such a physically demanding position. It just is. Even in this modern day where you don't hit like for example, Patrick Willis went head-on with fullbacks a lot, right? A lot. You don't see a lot of fullbacks in the game anymore, so you're not getting that straight head-to-head collision like you used to. But Warner's all over the place, man.
Warner's already a better cover linebacker than Patrick Willis was. He's a better cover linebacker.
Yeah, they're different players, yes.
I think in the past game and today's game, where it's a lot of spread and a lot of spacing, Fred Warner is so suited for today's game. He's a prototype for what you want in a linebacker. Obviously, he was a DB at BYU, but right now he's a better, by far and away to me, he's the best pass coverage linebacker the 49ers have ever had.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
I think it's
against
I
the
couldn't
run.
even think of number 2.
Against the run. He doesn't get blown up a lot. He stuffs holes.
No.
He stuffs linebackers. He pops linebackers. Now, in space at times, can he be tricked? I mean, Lamar Jackson made him look silly, but he made everybody look silly.
It's also a passing league where they've opened up the middle of the field.
Lamar Jackson is one of one. So, look, Warner is the least of my worry. When it comes to worries about the 2024 Niners, my worry is Aiyuk won't be on the same page with Purdy. Will Purdy have a drop-off? What about McCaffrey's load? Where's Shanahan going to be at? Is Bosa going to bounce back? Where's Javon Hargrave at? Is he going to show us why we paid him the money? But in terms of worries, I don't even think Fred Warner makes the list. He's not even on my list of worries.
I just worry about linebacker in general.
I hear you. He's played 6 years. He hasn't missed a snap yet. I'm not going to.
Very blessed.
Very blessed. Very blessed with great linebackers in the history of the 49ers. I think Fred Warner's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. He'll be fine. Now, the other linebacker?
DeAndre Campbell?
We'll see. We'll see.
See, I think one of the young guys is going to step up. I think it's going to be Jalen Graham.
D-Winner.
Yeah, like I'm interested to see one of those young guys. They're both very fast.
Yeah, D-Winners or Jalen Graham. Which one was from TCU? D-Winners, right? TCU guy. When they made the national championship, got blown out by Georgia. Fred Warner's fine. Linebackers are fine, I think, overall. I think the linebackers should be fine. I'm just looking at the D-line. They've retooled this D-line. I think there hasn't been a lot of conversation about it. Bosa obviously is right there. They've invested, basically $45 million into the defensive line. Nick Bosa obviously making a 14.6. Javon Hargrave making $9.2 million this year in just the base. And he got the big fat guarantee last year. Malik Collins coming over. And I like Malik Collins coming over from the Texans. Shrewd move, former Dallas Cowboy, can get to the quarterback. Leonard Floyd, a pro's pro. He's only accounts for $3.4 million against the cap. Where's he going to be at? He seems like a lock for 10 sacks a season. Jordan Elliott, Gross Matos, those guys are role guys. But you know what I don't see on this list? I don't see, and I don't know where he is.
Drake Jackson?
Drake Jackson.
I've forgotten about him.
What's going on? I would love to ask John Lynch that one. Drake Jackson. Obviously, there's not a lot of high hopes for him because they went out to sign Leonard Floyd and trade for Malik Collins and bring it in Gross Matos. So where's Drake Jackson? Is he a guy that's going to get traded? Is he even going to make the final 53? He's going to get cut?
I just think he's an afterthought right now. I think that's where they're at. He's an afterthought. And I think the Niners are one of those teams, I could see them adding depth once everyone else trims down their rosters. Like they seem like a logical team that would go after a veteran that doesn't have a sexy name but would be a rotational piece. Like that's like their MO, especially with Chris Kosarek.
I don't. Ooh. They need it. Somebody's got to show up outside of Bosa. Leonard Floyd, I think, will. But some of these guys got to just step up and play up to their abilities and play what their paycheck says, what they're getting paid to do. They're getting paid to dominate. Hargrave and Bosa. I need domination this year, especially with a first-time defensive coordinator. Now, if there's another worry, it's the defensive coordinator. We had all this talk about Steve Wilks. Press box, sideline, come down from the booth, come to the sideline. The players need you on the sideline. They don't need you in the booth. The scheme. What does he do? Cover zero blitz. No, we don't look. Cover. This new guy, Nick Sorensen, is going to be on as soon as things go awry early on, defensively, any big play they give up, we're all going to look at Nick Sorensen.
Well, is he going to be on the sideline or is he going to be in the booth?
He's going to be on the sideline.
For sure.
That's already been set in stone.
So you guys said free agents that you think the Niners might, pilfer at towards the
when they trim rosters down.
Give me a position of need potentially, Shasky. You think I can let you know. I'm looking at all the remaining free agents right now. What's something you think the Niners are going to need?
Outside linebacker, D end.
Outside linebacker or D end.
They're going to need another D end after investing all this into
can never have enough.
Jesus Christ.
There's Carl Lawson. Does he do anything for you? Former Jet. That's one of the names out there. Yannick Ngakoue still has not signed yet.
No, I thought he was with the Dolphins.
I don't think so. Not yet. Not that I'm looking at.
I saw a tweet yesterday.
I believe he's working out with the Dolphins. I don't think he is a Dolphin. Yeah, I'm looking at Spot Track currently. I'll double check that, but no, he's still a free agent as I Google search. So, Michael Thomas, wide receiver, obviously has had some injury concerns.
I would love Michael Thomas. If you moved off Brandon Aiyuk for 1 year, I wouldn't mind Michael Thomas.
What?
Power slant game? Fits right in with Shanahan.
Oh my God. Have you watched Saints football the last 3 years?
He hasn't played in 2 years.
The guy, he's done. He's cooked. He is washed up.
And Ngakoue, by the way, just visited the Dolphins yesterday.
Just visited Dolphins? Yeah. Okay. Just visited. Yeah, I know I saw something like that. Mike Thomas?
Some corners, maybe?
So you want to get...
No, I said if they move off of Aiyuk and they can't figure out a deal, if you're looking for some sort of a guy to add some depth, throw him in.
So now we got nobody to take the top off the defense.
No, that's what the young guy Ricky Pierce saw and Danny Gray is for.
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
Stephon Gilmore still out there?
Stephon Gilmore?
Yeah. Justin Simmons?
Still
I like
out
Justin
there.
Simmons.
Guy hits very hard, gets in big-time trouble, but...
I do like Justin Simmons.
Add some physicality.
I do like Justin Simmons.
And then if you want, David Bakhtiari's still out there. Is he going to be a Jet? Like, everyone's saying that because he's been Aaron Rodgers.
Tweets a lot.
He might be a Jet. He might be a Jet.
And if you're a Jet, you're a Jet all the way.
What does he have left in the tank?
But Benny and the Jets.
Thank you.
Michael Thomas. Now I got to look at Michael Thomas because
he's probably played 5 games in 3 years.
Yeah, serious.
I'm dead serious.
So he's played. So
how many? 5 and 3?
After having a career year in 2019 as a 26-year-old, has 1,725 receiving yards.
1,700 yards.
149 receptions.
On all 2-yard slants from Drew Brees.
2020 he played 7 games, 40 catches, 438 yards. No touchdowns.
It's a 90 catch pace.
Missed the entire season in 2021. Played in 3 games in 2022. 16 catches, 171 yards, 3 touchdowns. And then last year, 10 games, started 7, 39 catches on 64 targets.
He played more than I thought.
448 yards.
I mean, he did have, Dennis Allen as his head coach.
I mean, how much does Michael Thomas have left?
We're talking about a guy who's a 4th receiver.
I know.
Do you trust him more than Danny Gray?
I mean,
he's not super old either. He's only 31. I thought he was like 34
I watched
or 5.
Chris Connolly make a big play for the Niners in multiple playoff moments. No one's saying he's like running out there and he's just starting wide receiver 2.
He was the best receiver, you could argue, in the NFL for a 2-year stretch. 2018 and 19, his first team All-Pro.
Unbelievable. Michael Thomas, sure. Why
Most receptions this season ever. 149, still a record.
Wow.
That's great.
More than Marvin Harrison had 144?
Something like that. 149.
That's incredible.
PPR God.
Incredible.
Oh, man.
Why does that
just
name,
make the season
why
more
does that name
fun.
bother you so much?
I mean, we're just throwing names out. Now we're just looking at the name. It's the classic. Let's look at the name and the box score and see what they did yesteryear. Bring them. Sure, Shanahan's can keep them open, I'm sure, on the sleds.
A lot of big name cornerbacks, though, you see. So
Gilmore surprises me that he's still out there.
Xavier Howard's still out there. But
wow, well, he's been hurt.
Yeah, he's been hurt a lot.
Yeah.
J.C. Jackson's got a little problems. Adoree Jackson.
Adoree Jackson, USC. More of a kick returner, punt returner than he is a DB.
Yeah. Yeah, they got Dwayne Brown. You got a lot of left tackles still out there, too. DJ Humphries. I mentioned Bakhtiari.
Big stiff.
Charles Leno. Not Jay. That's his cousin. Dwayne Brown. There you go.
Sorry, my niece just showed up, so I'm trying to get Lovey to go out to the lobby. She's going to Warriors basketball camp. I got to speak to the kids, Shasky.
Oh, nice.
The Warriors basketball camp. My boy Big Ben.
Show him how it's done.
Show him how it's done. I got to talk to the kids. Well, no, I'm not going to be doing too much dribbling. A lot more talking. You don't want handles from me, but I love the Warriors Academy, and this is why Warriors, Niners, all this stuff. Warriors basketball academy celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, Shasky. 25th anniversary. It's the largest basketball camp program in the NBA, hosting thousands of sessions in 40-plus cities across the Bay Area. 80,000 youth participants in clinics and camps, over 250 guest appearances by Warriors players and coaches. And it's been going on since 1999. My boy Jeff Adiago, who we've had on the pregame show multiple times, he's been running this Warriors basketball academy. He's done a great job of organizing this camp. So I will be going down there to Thrive City, which is why I won't be able to go to the all-staff meeting today at 11 o'clock. Hopefully Matt Naheeg is listening. I can't make the all-staff meeting at 11 o'clock because I have to go speak to the Warriors Basketball Academy.
Well, this opens the door. I mean, I think we can all acknowledge LeBron still got it. That deal at the deadline. I mean, looking back on it, maybe they should have pulled the trigger on that one.
Who should have pulled the trigger?
The Warriors.
Well, the Warriors offered the deal. LeBron James approved the deal.
So then who said no?
The Lakers said no.
Oh, well.
The Warriors offered the deal.
Maybe we should have sweetened the pot.
The Lakers.
He's carrying Team USA.
No. The Lakers were the team that said no.
Does that hurt you seeing him carry the team the way he does?
No, why would it hurt me?
Well,
I'm a big LeBron fan. The Lakers! I still have a Cleveland Cavalier LeBron James jersey in the closet.
Well, but you've been crushing him for
because he's our rival. He's our rival, Shasky.
Not when he wears the USA.
Yeah, no, he's fine. I root for him. LeBron's an all-time player. I used to love. You don't understand how much I used to love LeBron James.
An all-time player is understatement of all understatements.
No, you don't understand how much I used to love LeBron James.
Team USA.
See, you don't know Bonte Hill before the show.
Dragging them through Germany.
He's fine. He's great. I told you. Even Anthony
40.
Slater. I told you the Warriors looked to go do. The reason why the article came out was because LeBron James approved the deal. That article doesn't come out if he doesn't approve the deal. Have you learned anything about LeBron James yet over the course of his career? Things that are surrounded around him, news, it's calculated.
I don't know. Watching him
game plan.
Go into the lane when everyone knows he needs to go into the lane and get layup after layup after layup in a tight game. It's just, the guy is spectacular.
I mean, come on. I literally have, it's actually circulated on Twitter sometimes, where it's a jersey, me going into an old radio station the day LeBron signed back with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and it's me wearing a LeBron James jersey doing this. Like the king is back.
Oh, my God.
I used to read the Heat Index every single day. He's outside in.
He's still the best player on the planet. That's incredible. That's an incredible
I don't know
sentence.
about that. I don't know if he's the best player.
3 minutes to go. The entire USA team's like, take it, LeBron.
Yeah, Team
Put
USA.
us on your back. Fly us into the next round.
I mean, people are taking Jokic over him right now. Are you not?
With 3 minutes to go in a game, I'm throwing the ball to LeBron, and I'm getting the hell out of the way.
Hell, LeBron James doesn't even want the ball in the last 3 minutes of a game.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
No, he had Team USA. Ask the LA Lakers. He's passing up free throw attempts left and right.
Because he's gassed.
Oh, he's gassed. Oh, that's what it is.
He's almost 40, and they're asking him to play 35-plus minutes. You can't do that,
Oh, my
Monte.
gosh.
Is he not carrying them? Come on.
Oh, my
We
gosh.
can crush and laugh LeBron. We also have to acknowledge what he's doing is as impressive as what Brady did the last few years.
Chavez is right. How do you guys not know the drop? No LeBron, no Bonte. That's a famous dropper
That was the
around
old
here.
building. It didn't come through
man.
the transfer.
Coming at me like I hate it. Why do I get labeled as a guy that hates everything? Jesus, have you heard the Reds today? This hasn't come from me. Lubman, what? What, Lubman? What do you got? You look exasperated.
No, I'm just having a good day.
Have you appreciated LeBron on Team USA like I have?
I mean, I was downstairs getting Bonte's niece, so I didn't hear how much you appreciate LeBron James. But yeah, I mean, I am very much enjoying not just LeBron on Team USA, but the fact that it's LeBron and Steph on Team
how about
USA.
Steph?
That's
Steph
the part that I really enjoy. When have we ever seen LeBron and Steph Curry playing on the same team in a competitive setting? And yes, I am excluding the All-Star game.
It's almost like somebody was talking about that for 4 months.
No. Let me see. Steph.
Well, no, that's just what we want to see on the Warriors next year.
I mean, the two best players on Team USA have both been Lakers, but that team,
Anthony Davis has been awesome.
It's been funny because
Steph's never been a Laker.
They've been the two best players for Team USA, but they're not going to do anything because the rest of the NBA is not Serbia and Slovenia.
There's a text from Shasky yesterday at 2:12 in all caps saying, Curry!
Was that his one made three?
I mean, he could just be doing that just randomly. I mean, Shasky does all caps quite a bit.
It's true. Yeah, you don't know.
All I know is this: they're going down.
They're not losing.
They're going to lose.
Mike Yastrzemski comes up to bat. There's all caps text.
Kevin Durant's going to come back, and they're not going to lose a game.
I think they're going to lose a game.
Kevin Durant's coming back and not losing a game.
We all freaked out. This would happen 3 years ago. We lost. We were 28-point favorites against Nigeria. We lost. Everyone freaked out. Oh my God! It's the biggest upset ever. And then they didn't lose a game.
I bet you. Team USA loses a game. What do you want? Breakfast on me.
And
Team USA loses a game. Because you're confident. You just third day in a row I've heard you say this.
If Team USA loses a game, I want a custom Rawlings glove that I will design on air.
All right, fine.
That's not breakfast.
It's not breakfast, but whatever.
It'll be for LJ.
And if they go win a
I will
gold
use
medal
for 10 years until he's ready.
Yeah, and then if they win a gold medal, just say
you have to say something nice about Andrew Baggerly.
Yeah, I like that. I actually like that a lot.
For a minute straight, too.
90 seconds of praising Andrew Bagley if USA wins gold.
All right.
90 seconds.
All right.
And you can't, no sarcastic, no snarkiness,
it'll be all
nothing.
real.
It's got to be.
You've got to be a really
It's got to be
person.
NBC authentic.
Yes, it does. It does. That's why he's no longer there. It's not authentic.
It's time.
Oh. Wait. How much is this custom glove? $500?
Well, I mean, if we go...
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that.
Stick to breakfast.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Preferred.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. $500? No.
No, we'll go back to breakfast burrito.
Yeah, we're back to breakfast burritos. That's what the bet is. It's like your boy. Who's your boy? Taylor Swift fan.
What?
Who's your boy?
Brent?
No, Brent. His daughter who hates me.
Maeve.
Did she like the way I sung Taylor Swift last week?
I haven't spoken with him. I'm going to have to ask him.
Because Shake It Off is heavy in rotation.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the entire world of basically the United States basketball fans crushing Steve Kerr for every lineup decision. It's almost insane. I thought Warrior fans were bad, and then I realized, no. We're crushing the offense. We're crushing the lineups. We're crushing substitution patterns.
I mean, USA has a lot of older players who can't stay in front of their guy.
Well, Joel Embiid needs to not play as much as he does.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton's out of the rotation. We know that for sure. Hey, final thought. Tomorrow we officially turn the page. Training camp begins tomorrow with the 49ers. We'll be live at Santa Clara at the Santa Clara Hilton. Come by and see us. We'll be there from 6 to 10. Stein and Goo from 10 to 2. We'll go watch practice. Training camp begins tomorrow. Don't forget, Lynch and Shanahan speaking today at 11 o'clock. And we'll carry it live right here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, it is a great day to be locked into the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Here, a rant-free episode that Shasky and I recorded yesterday. A much calmer Shasky on that episode yesterday. But yeah, a new episode available now. Guys, we've done 99 of these things. Pretty cool. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys available wherever you listen to podcasts.
My one word to describe this upcoming 49ers season as we head into training camp was tense.
Oh. I was going to say sinus, as in sinus tension headache.
There you go. It's going to be tense this year. Can you feel it from the fan base? I can feel it from the players.
No, it's not
I can feel
tense.
the tension in the air.
Tense.
Feel it in my plums.
It's no tension. It's all good. Clean slate, like Fred Waters said. It's like the first day of school. New year, new me.
After Team USA falls, we're going to have a discussion about sending our young players and not the pros. Just bookmark that.
Making it like the World Cup kind of thing where none of the best soccer players playing it.
This guy, I let him go off for 5 minutes about LeBron. 2 weeks ago, did he have this big old rant about hating LeBron and Bronny?
Well, I'm back. That 3 minutes yesterday.
Team USA.
When he went to the rim and with 5 guys in his face, he got multiple layups. I was like, this guy.
God.
Then he's like, get in here, guys. Get in here, guys.
The only thing that would have made it better is if Bronny was actually on Team USA, too, to pass him the ball. It would have been great.
No, on the sideline playing Call of Duty. As he gets subbed in, he puts the headphones down, puts the controller down.
That's what those rolling chairs for the gamers have.
That's so good.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Team USA goes undefeated. 90 seconds of praising Andrew Backley from The Athletic. I'm here for that one. Oh, I'm here for that. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Sandy Guru next. What do they have coming up? What are they talking about?
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan reaction.
Ah, there it is. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the greatest.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, buddy? You know what I think we got to do? We got to keep our texts on a professional level. Because
poor Spadoni,
let me tell you, when you really can't.
It.
No. It's so difficult to read a tone in a text, and
you're the most difficult.
No, you started it last week.
Because your text read with your voice, and you've owned your voice can rub people the wrong way if they don't know you. I pick up the damn phone about 9:12, and I just hear your voice, and I apologize. My clap back. I felt bad. I went for a while.
Well, you misunderstood. You thought I was serious when I said.
You weren't.
We have an old soundbite here from a former colleague. Right. Quite frankly, I'm sick of it.
And it went over my head.
And you thought I was serious, and I was not serious. I was just
people wanting to know what's going. That's our text thread last night. It's radio.
Correct.
And I jumped down your throat, and I shouldn't have. But I was just playing.
I just saw that Jolly Roger again, and they've been showing up lately. And
Dude, I called, then I hung up. I said, good God. Yeah, but we're here, baby. What you got?
What do I got? Well, we got a lot going on today. First of all, 11 o'clock, we're going down to Santa Clara, pick up John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, live press conference. The 49ers training camp is getting started, so we're going down there live at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
We're taking it live. And we're going to mix up the first hour a little bit. We're going to take a break at 10:12 instead of 10:27, just because we want to make sure to get down to Santa Clara and hear everything there.
We see Aiyuk today. Will he report? BA.
Well, hopefully we'll get some news on Aiyuk
right,
for sure. But
right.
John, who was I talking to? Was it? Oh, Stephen Langford, the great Stephen Langford at KCBS said, boy, John Lynch, though, is the master of not really saying a lot. So we'll see if he says some things. And
because their talking's going to be on the field, partner, this year for the Niners.
Yeah, I guess.
Did you hear Fred Warner join Willard and Dibbs yesterday?
I did, and we'll play some of that sound as we head into the show. But where I want to start, so the Giants got beat last night, Goo.
They gave the game away, but that happened.
3-2, lost to the Dodgers.
Catch a fly ball, man.
A tough ball in the gap. Tough ball.
For two guys, huh?
Yeah. Look.
Tell me where you're at.
What are we doing here with the Giants?
Trying to get into the postseason.
Well, we got to start being a little realistic. I'll tell you what, you guys know me. I'm a silver lining guy. Big silver lining guy. Like to look at the positive in things. And I'll tell you what, you could probably get something for Blake Snell. I got to believe a true contender looks at Blake Snell and thinks he could win us some games in the second half of the season and maybe put us over the top.
That you sound like Twitter last night. Even our own Mark Willard put, I don't know if you're not on Twitter, Scotty. He put the sell button. It was a picture of a guy hitting the sell button. I'm just like, where's all this coming from? Because if you spend, or I spent $200 million on a payroll, I'm not pulling the plug on the season into the like when you do or you move Blake Snell. You know what message you're sending?
Well, I don't know. They're about 5-17 in his starts. So,
and that's the other Macbeth tragedy of this all is he didn't get a win just like Webb Saturday. But Stoney, at the end of the day, if I invested what the Giants did in this year's payroll and I'm 4 back of a wild card spot, I can't just pull the plug with 60-something games left. I can't do that. It looks worse.
No, what looks worse is
talk to me.
The situation with the Giants. I'll tell you what. So I'm looking. So right now, and you can again. We did this with the Warriors, and you'd think, Goo, we'd learn our lesson. The Giants right now are in 11th place. 11th,
but all you need to do
they're
is
a half game in front of the Washington Nationals. If they lose tonight, they're going to be in 13th place in the National League.
Wow, man!
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing, Goo?
But partner, this is just the fan in me. Because there's a manual. My book's coming out, Steiny. You can't give up until the math has evaporated.
Well, then you're gonna miss golden opportunities to trade, particularly a guy like Blake Snell.
So then you're rebuilding.
That's right.
So you go. I'm just asking. You go from spending $200 million.
It didn't work.
To pulling the plug and selling the guy at the Snell at the break.
Yes, exactly.
Then where are you really though? Then what are we really talking about?
We're talking about trying to be better next year because this year we're in 13th place.
But you're giving up arguably the last 3 starts. I know he struggled early. Why? What's that say about next year if you're giving a stud pitcher away?
I'm playing for next year.
Okay, so trade Logan Webb then too.
Logan Webb's been here for a while, and Snell right now is on a short-term deal. And, I mean, don't miss this opportunity.
Wow, I
would absolutely try to get some prospects in here because this ain't it. Come on.
But then you're talking 3 or 4 years down the road.
What's the alternative? Thinking this is good enough? Come on now. What are we doing?
Okay. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing because I know the street you're on, but I'm not on it yet. I just have to tell you, you don't think this team can play better? Just honestly, I think they are not playing their best baseball. That's why I feel like
all year long.
All year long.
Okay,
Scott.
well,
and I don't know why.
It's over 100 games.
Okay, yes, sir.
So I mean, again, I'm not. My strategy, if I were a general manager or a manager, isn't to cross my fingers and hope.
Well, how far do you think they're off? Because that's why you got me thinking Logan Webb. If you think, hey, we could get some prospects who are not going to pop for us next season, we're talking about next April, why the hell would I just not tear it all down?
Go ahead. Go ahead. What's to tear down? Like who's a keeper on this team?
What's to tear down?
Who's the keeper?
The hope from the fans, which is waning by the day.
The fans aren't even interested in this team. They're not interested in this team.
Damn.
I mean, again, I was saying this yesterday. Here's the sign of a team that's not very good. Every single game, something different gets you beat. And what happened yesterday? They get a good start from Blake Snell, and they can't run down a fly ball in the gap, and it leads to the game-winning run in the bottom of the eighth.
And can I add 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position?
Okay.
Why can't they? It's everybody. Soler, Yaz, Chapman. It's like this team, the hitters are infected of like ducks on a pond. This team just can't come through. I don't understand. I was telling Kay before the show, the beauty of baseball, Steiner, you could get 11 hits in a game. But how many of those 11 hits come with runners in scoring position? And I don't know if it's lemon booty team-wide, but if you're telling me you're ready to say night-night to Blake Snell, I'm ready to say night-night to it all then.
Sure, I am too.
Wow.
I mean, who on this team is a keeper? You got to give Ramos a crack at it. To me, Logan Webb's your most tenured guy. Yeah. Logan Webb's your most tenured guy. It's an organization that has had all kinds of difficulty making a connection between players and the fans. So I'm not trading Logan Webb because he's the only guy on my team with any kind of name recognition. I'm probably going to keep Ramos.
I'm keeping
Patrick Bailey's
all right.
pretty good.
We agree there.
But other than that, I mean, what are we doing here if you're the San Francisco Giants?
So how big of a mistake does this look if they don't turn it around just from a payroll standpoint?
Yeah, I don't know.
Shopping, you maxed out the credit card, and this is what you get?
Do you guys realize? Let me go to Carter and Ken. Did you realize that last year, at about this time, a little before, the Giants were 13 games over 500? Last year, the Giants were 54-41 after 95 games.
And I didn't
13 over.
And I didn't think they were that good last year.
Since then, the Giants are 70-95. They haven't won a playoff series in 9 years. That's probably not going to change. Wow. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Damn,
We're going to talk some Giants the first hour. Then we head down to Santa Clara and listen to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And let me tell you, I got something reserved today because someone's getting a big shout out. I'll tell you what, somebody out there deserves a lot of praise, and I'm going to tell you who it is, maybe on the other side. That segment brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Stop.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Too early for the bartender.
Don't, boy, for the Giants, don't miss this opportunity you got in the next week. Make something happen. Get some players into your farm system. Do something.
Wow.
Anything.
Man, you are done. Finito.
Come on.
I spend that much bread, Steiny. We are riding it to the end. It's like pulling the plug on, you know what I mean? And some people want to do it. That's a bad analogy, but it's, to me, that's where I'm at. Like, I got too much invested to just tell Steinmetz and the rest of the world we effed up. It's effed up now, but what if we win 8 out of 9?
You haven't won 8 and 9 all year.
4 in a row twice.
Exactly. They're
1-3 since the 3 in Denver.
So you're making my point.
Well, I get. You know what the fundamental difference between you and I.
I am a realist, and you live in fantasy land.
Nah, I love hard. Had they caught that ball or even won that game.
Oh my gosh, you're not going to do this.
It's that close, though.
No, it's not.
That's what I mean to you.
Let me say this again.
Okay.
Since the middle of last year, the Giants are 70 and 95.
Let me tell you who's having some good coffee this morning. Gabe Kapler. Gabe effing
in Miami,
Kapler.
too, he's having it.
By the beach, 107. Y'all said it was my fault. Look at you now. I just thought of him.
Yeah.
My fault.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just interested to know kind of where Giants fans are. Maybe Giants fans are further along than I am in terms of what you want out of this team or where you think this team should go. I feel
like me, Stoney.
Listen,
that's part of being a fan, man.
Well, that's fine, but at some point you got to look at yourself in the mirror and say, "I'm not this dumb to think that this team can make something happen."
I didn't take that as a shot.
I mean,
no, but I hear you, man. But the math is there.
It's not.
Get off your ass and go win some games starting tonight.
It doesn't work in baseball.
Sonny, it does.
This rah-rah crap doesn't work.
Well, they ain't getting it. I love Melvin, but they ain't getting it.
What does this team hang its hat on? What has been their strength?
What runners in score? Okay. Oh, what's their strength? The podium game. Fitzgerald, I love him, Stoney. 4 homers in 4 games.
4 homers in 4 games.
I like where we're at, but he's doing the pods thing, and I get it. He's young. I like where we're at. We're fighting. Nobody gives a damn about all that.
You're right.
Where's the meat?
Exactly. How about this? This is the other thing I was thinking about. The Giants right now are using Tyler Fitzgerald at shortstop. They've used 4. Well, they've used 4 shortstops.
And you can't.
And Luciano's not there.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
What is going on?
That deserves an answer, Stoney, from the higher ups. And then you kick one to the curb. Ahmed,
Wisely, Fitzgerald, Luciano. How can Luciano not be your starting shortstop after all this time?
Man, that deserves a firing in itself. You think I'm just saying that for Stoney? That right there should cost somebody.
I mean, I don't know. We got Melvin with 2 more years after this. We got Farhan with 2 more years after this. But, I mean...
That's why I don't believe they're going to do what you say, blow it up.
Why not? Like, why not? And
what's the standard then? How do we judge Farhan?
Forget
that's the easy way out, blowing it up. Because there's no expectations.
Who are the 3 most tradable assets? Blake Snell, maybe Chapman, maybe. And who else? Duvall?
Huh,
I'm not putting Webb in there.
All right, I'll give you that.
Duvall?
Yeah.
See what you can get.
Well, you got to have a lead to use them.
See what you can get for them.
Man, Steiny.
Start investing in some young players.
Then you need a new baseball operation. You need somebody.
Probably.
You need to hit the reset all the way around.
Probably.
Okay.
And the other thing, and you watch, if this happens, I'm predicting it won't go well. You can't fire Farhan at the end of the year and keep Bob Melvin.
You can't. You cannot.
I know Mark Willard says that's a possibility, and he very well may be right, but that's not the recipe to me for success. And I get it. Oh, Bob Melvin's not going to ruffle feathers, but again, If I'm a general manager candidate for the San Francisco Giants,
talk to me.
How can you take the job and then say, "Well, I'll live with Melvin for a while"? I mean, I guess it's what Farhan did with Bruce Bochy. Let him manage that last year. And maybe in a way, it gives the new general manager an extra year because you'll keep Melvin around, but nobody will have any high expectations for next year. But I don't know. I mean, you came out of the All-Star break. You lose 2 or 3 to Colorado. You lose to the Dodgers.
To a guy making his first start. You know, like, just their staff is decimated. And, you know, normally you get a guy, we don't know what he is. We don't got the scout report, and he could take advantage of you. But for you not to be able to muster up, it's Steiny, and it's everybody with runners in scoring position. Chapman, he's there for the glove. Has that been a disappointment? I don't know what his WAR is. But good God, man, for this team to be where they're at, if you really feel the way you feel about saying night-night to Snell, then you need to do it all. Yeah. To me.
I mean, look, find your 3
cornerstones.
No. Find your 3 most valuable trade assets, whatever they are. I gotta believe you could get something for Snell.
And Doval, Steiny.
Probably.
He might need a change of scenery.
Probably. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, this team has been so nondescript for the last couple years. It's pretty unbelievable. Man. I mean, they just cannot generate excitement. And I'm watching the game last night, and they scored 2 runs, and now they scored 11 runs in 4 games with 3 of them in Colorado.
Man.
They don't break out of it last night against a TBD pitcher. To be determined because the Dodgers didn't have a starter. You get a great effort out of Snell, you still can't win.
Just wasted.
You still can't win.
Flush it down the toilet. And you know who I'm going to shout out? Because I'm waiting to see who you're going to shout out later. But Bonte, he had no expectations for this team. And in the break room, Steiny, he said, why is everybody up in arms? Like, there was never a pulse to him. And now he's getting paid back, or they're backing up that take that they have nothing. But to see our own Mark Willard on Twitter, on X last night, basically say or indicate sale, I'm like, wow, $200 million for what?
Philly, Dodgers, Brewers, Braves, Cardinals, Mets, Pirates, Padres, Diamondbacks, Cubs, Reds.
Wow.
They're all ahead of the Giants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 teams ahead of them in the so-called wild card race.
And I don't care if Robbie Ray or Ray Charles is coming back. If you can't score runs, i.e. last night, it's not going to matter. Logan Webb Saturday pitched an okay game. Got no support.
Let me ask you this. Does this matter to you or not? They're right now tied with the Reds at 48 and 53. 4 games in back of the wild card. The Reds in run differential are plus 34. The Giants are minus 32.
That does matter to me.
It matters to me, too.
And that's an indication, and I know this already, Steiny, the Reds got bats. They can hit. They got other problems, but the Giants just squander every time. And then the announcers, I don't know if, you know, I love me some announcers. They're wearing it, too. All of them, of just the frustration of ducks on a pond and guys waving and missing on like, damn, I don't know what's that about. Is that the hitting coach?
How come you never blame the players? Like, the players are not like Soler not having a good year, Chapman not having a good year. Like, in a way, I can't blame Farhan for that. He went out and got Matt Chapman
that a couple of weeks ago.
He went out and got Matt Chapman. The numbers were the numbers, and it looks like Matt Chapman has fallen off since last year. I mean, he was hurt last year.
Well, then, my message to Giant fans, Steiny.
Yeah, what would it be?
Is if you're right and they're playing bad, they can turn it around. That's what all it takes to me in this wild card mess, if you're into that, and I am, 7 of 10.
They haven't done that this year.
That's and I get that, but that doesn't mean that can't start tonight towards that.
Let me tell you something.
That's the beauty of having one the next day.
If that's what you're going with.
It's all you have.
Well, no, it isn't. It isn't all you have. It's to be aggressive, moving some players to teams that may think Matt Chapman can help them the last 50 games of the year. There's got to be a team out there that thinks Blake Snell can be a big factor.
There would be a line.
What about Camilo Duval? I got to believe it. I got to believe there'd be interest in Duval.
Okay. Steiny, I'm not saying you're wrong, but what message are you sending your current players that will remain and the fan? 2027? I'm saying 2028? That's when we'll be back?
I guess. I don't know. You try to do it sooner than that, but what? Okay, so what's the alternative? The alternative is to finish 80 or finish 75 and 87? And what, Matt Chapman coming back next year? Blake Snell opting out?
Well, you would say or hope that
Luciano
the guys that we pointed out that had bad years wouldn't have 2 bad years.
Oh, so we are going to run it back even if we finish 12 under 500. That to me is crazy. That to me is nuts.
And the money you spent this offseason, you just take that as a loss and flush it down the toilet.
I mean, how much of that was Snell's money over 2 years? Chapman got 2 years worth of money. You tried it. You tried it. I mean, the one guy you signed to a long-term deal, Jung-Hoo Lee, got hurt early in the year. Maybe he would have made a difference this year.
But this is bigger than him to me.
Well, and that's why when you talk about the Giants' payroll, I don't lump him into a bad decision with the payroll. They paid him a good amount of money. Looks like he's going to be a player, and hopefully he'll bounce back and be the everyday center fielder. But, I mean, you keep coming to post with Wisely and with Fitzgerald, and Estrada, Yaz. Conforto, he's another one. Anybody want Conforto? Going once.
Estrada, 252 on-base percentage. Do you know how bad that is?
I do, actually.
Wow, man. So, I don't even like I told you his body. I don't even like I don't know what's going on, but they're hurting right now. They are hurting.
Yeah. 415 says the run differential is on the pitchers. Okay, 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Look at Bomel and how badly he underperformed in San Diego with that talent last year. The Giants are even worse. They've got no chemistry at all. They just don't get it at all. I'll ask again, what's the identity of the Giants? I know what it was supposed to be.
I got the answer. They don't have one.
Exactly. I
got to shout out Nathaniel Hyatt. I'm a bad analogy guy, but I'm good at it.
Yeah.
Goo, my girlfriend keeps cheating on me, but maybe she'll stop. Is what he's saying. I'm saying about that's different. If they start tonight, they could get hot. I'm not telling you they are.
All right, and if they lose tonight, you'll come in tomorrow and say they could get hot.
The hope wanes. It just gets smaller and smaller.
Right, they haven't won a postseason series in 9 years. I mean, that probably is irrelevant to what we're discussing right now. Yeah. But
they look lethargic at the plate. And I disagree with that guy. The Giants pitching staff hasn't been anything to write home about. But when you watch this team, you know repeatedly since game 1 of the season, they don't hit with runners in scoring position. That's going to kill you. So miss me with why they're negative, 32? That's because they don't hit with ducks on the pond. Soler may not even have 20 homers. Come on. That ain't what they signed you up for.
I don't get the sense there's anything going on in that clubhouse in terms of chemistry.
Expand on that. What? Because go ahead. Tell me that. Because you might be on to something.
I talk about this a lot, and I'm not saying they're selfish, but let's face it. Snell and Chapman came here with agendas. And the agendas was to get themselves right this year for the Giants and then move on to a bigger payday. So neither of those guys is having a good year, and maybe they're putting too much pressure on themselves because they do want to get out of here and they do want to get paid big money. But
guys next into their locker, Steiny, would never know if that was their intention.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
But it's just like you don't know if that's – I'm not mad at that assessment, but you don't know if that's true.
Well, I know they're 48 and 53.
I don't know. Yeah, there's not been any fights or fisticuffs.
Oh. No. You can put that on their 2024 tombstone. We didn't get into any fights.
No, it's about do they like each other, that stuff. And
I don't think they care enough to fight.
No. You might.
I'm telling you, I don't think they care enough to fight. And the one thing that I've always felt, when you have veterans in a clubhouse, you got veterans in the locker room, they know what a team is and what a team isn't after 100 games. And you can't tell me that Matt Chapman thinks they have anything brewing here. And you can't tell me that Blake Snell thinks they have anything brewing here. And you can't tell me that Logan Webb thinks they have anything brewing here. And you can't tell me that Farhan and Bob Melvin think so either.
Wow, man.
I just don't.
That's strong.
I don't.
That is strong, man.
I would absolutely, if I were a Giants fan at this point, I would absolutely live with, make a couple trades, get
Joe
7
Shasky
guys.
don't want him to make the playoffs. One of the biggest. Think about that. He doesn't want this team is currently constructed to qualify.
Well, they won't, so he doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have to worry. But I'd rather the Giants trade Snell, Chapman, and Duvall and get 8 guys in here who we've never heard of, and then at least we can make note of the names, keep an eye on them in the minor league system, and then hopefully one day they become Giants who are capable of winning.
Damn.
Because this is...
You don't see it getting better.
No. In fact, I think there's probably a comparison to be made with the NBA in terms of, some of these guys who are... It's getting to be a young players league, and their young players aren't very dynamic, and their old players look like they might be...
Flores looks gassed mentally. Estrada looks mentally gassed. I don't know what's going on, but again, like I say, Steiny, they got a game tonight. They got a game tomorrow. 4 back of the last wild card, if that interests you. But if it doesn't, I don't know what else there's to see here, because it's not like you got a clubhouse full of young stallions or studs. And I got to give Fitzgerald. I thought he couldn't do anything, but Steiny, he's showing some glimmer.
Yeah, they're 1-3 since the break.
That's bad.
So I don't know. I'm just watching that game last night, and
and they're begging for the review to see if there was obstruction on the dunk.
My God!
And then Melvin talked about it in the presser, and I said, you know what? When you're struggling or not good, I used to do that in Madden, kick out to court on accident, Steiny, when I was facing the L. Oh no, we got to start over. So should I really get mad at Melvin because he's resorting to maybe we'll get a break from the guys in the clouds? But that was a bad look. Like, it was desperate.
From the 925, Goo, give me one reason why anyone should expect the Giants to turn this thing around.
Because Matt Steinmetz just told all of us that multiple guys are having bad years, and maybe they get hot at the end. So Snell's turned it around. I mean, my gosh, you got Webb and Snell. I'll take those two. You know what? That combo, if you could get into, that's the if. But damn, those are 2 dogs. You're going to be able to pitch with anybody if you got to a series or a wild card game. That's and you're 4 back, but they're dead men walking. This is just who I am, and I'm proud of it. The math is still there for you to get your act together.
I love you, but that's a great saying. Doesn't mean a damn thing. It doesn't mean a damn thing. 4 games out in 11th place may as well be 8 games out.
Yeah.
They look at what happened last night. They get beat. 5 teams above them win. So guess what's going to happen tonight? Maybe they'll win, and 4 teams above them will win. They have so much work to do that, to me, it's unrealistic that they can get it done. They haven't shown any life. There hasn't been much of a glimmer. They don't even have a stretch of baseball, really, that they could hang their hat on and say, well, we had a 15-game stretch that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get back to being that team. I don't know. I just don't see a lot there, and I just don't see significant enough improvement. All right, here's what's going on.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right. Oh, this is from Ian Rappaport. Here's some good news. You ready?
Give it to me.
49ers star wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk is reporting to training camp. Sources tell myself and Mike Garafolo despite his desires for a new contract.
Yeah, he played all his cards. I guess he could have played this one, but good for him. Good for the Niners. And Steiny, I'm sure he didn't want to get fined. Who did we have on talking about that was Evan. You were on vacation, but good for the Niners. So now it's not what was I worried about coming into a distraction? I mean, it'll be talked about, but it leads me to think, could a deal get done before the start of the season, or are they going to just go, what did you call it? Business-like and make him play it out on this year?
Well, now, if he's in camp, I'd almost say, yeah, thanks for coming. Now they could really play hardball.
Man.
I mean, to me, though, it's a good – the team in this situation always wants you to come in. It's one of those things where the team says, you want a new contract, the first thing you got to do is come in.
Right.
You got to report.
Right.
Okay, so now he's reported. Let's see what happens.
Jason Mishler on the YouTube chat. Wow, shocker. So he didn't expect BA to hold out. But he would have just harmed himself and his wallet. But they need him, Steiny, and he's there. So we'll see what happens from here. But you think it's a long shot something gets done. I don't know why I'm looking at that like, okay, they, nothing to see here now. Not we'll take care of you, but something like that. When we go to the press conference, that should be the first question asked about his situation, right? Does a deal get done? You would think.
Well, now that he's going to report, the kind of the intensity of what's going on has declined for sure.
Oh, no doubt.
So now John Lynch can just say, well, he's here, and the sides will continue to talk, and Brandon's a professional. We appreciate him coming in. He's a big part of what we do, but we're not going to pay him the money he wants. But we're going to say that we're interested in having him long term. Yeah. All that kind of thing.
He did it. He fought the fight, Scotty, trying to get a deal. He fought the good fight.
Yeah. So Brandon Aiyuk is going to report, and that according to Ian Rappaport. So here's the other thing that's going on. In about 20 minutes, we're going to go down to Santa Clara, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are holding their preseason or training camp availability. They'll speak today, and then the first practice is tomorrow. And don't forget, Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill will be down there from 6 to 10. Guru and I will be down there doing the show from 10 to 2 at the Hilton Santa Clara. So if you're down that way, come by and say hello. Say hello to Guru and I. I'll tell you what, I'll shout out my guy on the other side. Okay. Because I tell you what,
I don't know. I just want to hear.
He deserves a lot of praise. A lot of praise. This guy I'm going to shout out's got some guts. He's got some pride. Mm-hmm.
I can't wait. I have no idea where it's going.
Don't you really?
But I do want to tell you something before we go to break.
Okay.
Remember we had the listeners send us a personalized Niner jerseys? Yeah. And yours said Steiny, mine said Guru.
Sure.
I'm wearing it tomorrow. You should wear yours.
I won't.
So that guy went out and paid. And
I have it hanging in my man cave. There you go.
Yeah, right. Look at Carter. Yeah, right. I'm going to wear mine tomorrow.
All right. Dan Dibley corrected me.
What happened?
Farhan's the president.
Oh, okay. Look at Dibs.
Pete Patel is the GM. Well, they got to fire the president. I don't know if they have.
There you go.
I don't know. I'm not telling him to fire Farhan because I don't think that necessarily makes him better. I don't like the idea of having a new GM come in with an old manager here. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Coming up in 20 minutes, we're headed down to Santa Clara, and we're going to hear from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And here's a reminder, the Morning Roast and myself and Goo are going to be live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for training camp tomorrow. Bonte and Shasky will be there Thursday also. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
It's the Guru Steiny Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty, so we've got a little more clarity on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. According to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, Brandon Aiyuk will report to training camp. The question now becomes, will he participate?
Will this be a hold in?
He's going to show up, so he won't get fined, I guess. But then we'll see if he practices or not. But Brandon Aiyuk is going to be there, apparently, tomorrow when the first practice comes down. And in 10 minutes, we are going down to Santa Clara live to hear from John Lynch, the general manager, and Kyle Shanahan, the head coach. I'm sure they'll be asked more about Brandon Aiyuk.
Should be the first question, Steiny.
And so we'll find out a little more, hopefully. But as for right now, Brandon Aiyuk appears to be showing up tomorrow.
Yeah,
so I think that's that's certainly not a bad thing under any circumstances, I would think.
As the great Marshawn Lynch said, I'm just here so I don't get fined. How about that? But I was listening to Spadoni this morning, and he was talking about just Brandon Aiyuk. This is not just about money, Steiny, but it's always about money, but security too. And if he goes out there and he signed up for this deal that's almost over, it's something. If he were to get injured, maybe he cost himself and his family generational wealth. And I know you said, he's getting 14 this year, so he'll be all right. But you know what I mean. So we'll see if the Niners are so cold-blooded, shout out Rick James, that they make him play the 5th year out.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that.
And what did you say? I wonder how that'll, would that be a bad look amongst the players? But I said the scoreboard for the Niners in regard to taking care of their players reads like 200-0 because everybody's got in their bag.
Well, they have asked some guys to restructure. Eric Armstead, and he said no.
Well, I think he's on the PUP list, so they might have dodged a bullet there.
They might have, but they still have to figure out a way to replace him. And by the way, I want to play this for you. They had Fred Warner was on.
Freddie.
And let me see.
Willard and Dibbs.
Here's you know how Guru worries a lot. We all know that. You do. I mean, you do. Are you going to say you don't?
I don't.
No, you do. And one of the players he's really been freaking out about is Dre Greenlaw. Fred Warner yesterday talked about Dre Greenlaw. Maybe we'll get some good news here. Take a listen. Mm-hmm.
Dre's doing great. Obviously what happened to him in the Super Bowl was just, it was hard to wrap your mind around, really. It was so sad to see him go down in that moment. I mean, he was having, I think, a career game. You could tell that he was going to possibly be the Super Bowl MVP the way he was playing, man. And so for him to go down, that was tough for me. That was tough for our team. But he's as good as he can be, man. He's on track. He's obviously, on track to get back and recover and really good with his energy and everything, man. So he's doing really well. I'm excited about our linebacking group, man. I think obviously Dre is going to have to take his time with recovery, but the guys that we have coming in his spot, I think we got a lot of young talent. We obviously signed Devondre Campbell in the offseason, which is a great addition for us. So I'm excited about it, man.
Actually, maybe never mind.
First, I was like, yeah.
Sorry about that.
But, man, this time, he got to take his time. I mean, that was just February he had that injury. So
let me tell you something.
I thought he was gone for the season. Sounds like he has a shot.
Yeah,
wow.
Let me tell you how smart Fred Warner is. Fred Warner is so smart that 4 times during that answer, he basically said, he's doing great. We'll see.
No doubt.
He's doing great. We'll see.
Yeah, no.
He's right where he was like, my mom says this, son, Maddie, you're right where you need to be. So I guess maybe Dre Greenlaw's right where he needs to be.
And Steiny, you don't want to be negligent with this injury. You know what I mean? He's a big boy, and those are big shoes to fill. So, we'll watch it. We'll see about the young guys, but he definitely will not be out there. I'm so excited about the NFL and that Monday night opener. The NFL got it right with the Jets visiting, but we'll see how they try to overcome, like Martin Luther King, this injury to Dre Greenlaw, who on some Sundays is more dominant or is equal as his counterpart in Fred Warner.
Yeah, let's take a listen to more Fred Warner. The one thing he was asked by Willard and Dibbs, and this is the one thing that I'm interested to see over the course of a season, is when a team's gone to 4 NFC championships in 5 years, how do they look at the training camp and regular season knowing they've got to go through the process to get back?
It's tough, but at the end of the day, man, I think for me, I love the game so much. It's like the first day of school all over again. Every single time I go back for training camp, seeing the fellas, man, getting back in the building, it always feels like the first one, man, honestly. And so I'm so excited for this year. You mentioned it, what our expectations are, what our standard is here that we've been able to build up to. And I think it's an honor to have that type of pressure on us, and that's just what our standard is, no matter what.
Yeah, and he was talking about the pressure of
Super Bowl or bust.
Super Bowl or
I
bust.
love it.
And it's clear that the players continue to embrace that. And they start another year. They got a long, long way to go. But they've gotten there in the past. Can they get there again? Here's what Fred Warner said about Brandon Aiyuk. And by the way, if you're just joining us, it's being reported that Brandon Aiyuk will be showing up to training camp tomorrow for the first day of practice. Whether that's a hold-in or not, we'll find out. Is he going to practice? I don't know. Does it mean he's coming back and playing for the 14? We'll see. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan holding a press conference in about 5 minutes, and we're going to go there live and take it live and get some answers. And then obviously after the press conference, we'll talk about some of the nuggets they dropped and some of the things they said. We'll talk about that. But Fred Warner was asked about Brandon Aiyuk and his contract situation and what he makes of it all. This is what teammate Fred Warner said.
This is part of it, obviously when you're a part of such a talented roster, I feel like this is something that goes on every season, and it's a good issue to have because obviously that means that your players are performing at such a high level that, you have to have these kind of conversations, and it's part of the business. And so, obviously we all just let them handle that. And when he's back and we'll welcome him with open arms.
A nice take there.
I'm thinking Kamala Harris running mate.
But look at you.
For Fred Warner.
But at the end of the day.
That's what I'm thinking.
Steiny, I like that. But at the end of the day, sometimes it costs you those players because you can't pay everybody.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And everybody's up against that. Well, not everybody, but the Niners are going to have to figure out what they do if and when they either try to get Brandon Aiyuk to play on 14 or if they reach an agreement. How do you read it, Goo? Just knowing that Brandon Aiyuk's coming in tomorrow, what do you think his motives are? What do you think? What do you make of it?
Well, one, he's pocket watching. He doesn't want to hurt himself and pay the fines or even go down that road. Two, I still believe a trade could be consummated some way, so I don't think that's off the table. And three, we're going to find out, and you could call me naivete with what we're about to hear, but I think this press conference will let us know if they're really going to just be cold, and I'm using football version of cold, and make him play this out.
Well, I think John Lynch will cover all his bases, and I think if the possibility or the prospect of a trade is asked of Lynch, he'll say, we don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. He'll say, we're going to still work on a contract extension. He'll say it's great that he's in here. And,
would you believe those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would I.
But the one thing I don't see happening is I would be surprised if they trade Brandon Aiyuk.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the way the San Francisco 49ers are looking at it is we don't have to trade Aiyuk. We don't have to. And so if they don't have to, why would you if you think that this year you can get the guy to play for $14 million and make another Super Bowl run? So that's where we're at right now with the San Francisco 49ers. By the way, Hassan Reddick's holding out
I saw that.
for the Jets.
Uncle Looney with a great, and we probably don't have enough time.
We'll see.
He said, Steiny and Goo, if you could ask Kyle one question, what would it be? Like that, Looney.
Okay, well, what would yours be?
Well, I just said it, but
you caught me by surprise.
Mine would be,
what?
Do you lay awake at night thinking about the ones that got away?
No.
Well, I didn't
Next
need you
question.
that. We're not playing role. What would your question be? You don't have one yet.
What would my question be for Kyle Shanahan?
I'm going to say, how important is Aiyuk to this offense?
Oh, I thought you were going to say whether he stays up at night.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask him that.
What would my question to Kyle Shanahan be?
And now scratch mine while you think, what's going on with Pearsall? Nobody, this thing is like mysterious.
And that's true. We'll find out a little bit about that.
What's going on with that?
And they'll say what? They'll say it's a non-football related injury.
Yeah.
So that's all you need to know.
You don't want the Wiggins
The minute we
thing.
know something, we'll pass it along.
But when you hear that, I automatically go to Wiggins. Like it's something off the field. But let's hope he's too young to be hurt.
See, our producer Carter with a little vicious sense of humor.
What'd he say?
He said, "What shouldn't the first question be over the offseason? Did you learn the overtime rules?"
Damn!
That was Shasky, actually.
That's
Shasky.
Got him! That's a great one.
Well,
that is a great one.
Boy, that would
piss him off.
Of course it would.
But you earned that, buddy. The world saw it.
Nobody's going to ask him that.
Why would you, Shaq, say I didn't know the rules?
Because he didn't.
But why would you say it out loud?
Because he didn't. Because he told the truth. He should get credit for that.
Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We are going to head down to Santa Clara momentarily. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are talking to the media in advance of training camp, which starts tomorrow. And basically what's going to happen is Guru and I are going to continue to do the show. And the minute that thing starts, we will take you down there live and we'll give you a good listen to it. And then obviously we will react to what they said. But I think you're right, Goo. What do we want to find out today? We want to find out a little bit more about Aiyuk. Okay. I think that's fair. I also think we want to find out, you're right, about Pearsall. I don't know if we will or not. Maybe we will get a Dre Greenlaw update. Find out whether or not the 49ers expect him to play at all this year. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things I'd be looking for. Obviously, there'll be questions about Brock Purdy and his situation, but it's football, baby.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited.
And the Giants are paving the way for a lot of interest in the San Francisco 49ers.
Not over yet.
I mean,
the
you want to
math
talk
is
about
still there.
Yeah, it might be, but nobody's going to pay attention to it because it's
trademark
football.
That baby.
It is football season officially in the Bay.
He could go all the way.
You know when we did a show last week where we acknowledged some of our bad takes.
A lot of people love that. Even Willard and Div said they liked it.
Yeah, I forgot I had a bad take about 4 months ago. It came to me. And I'm willing to acknowledge it was a brutal take.
And I had one Dibs and I both agreed on. I got to throw him under the bus with me.
All right.
That Zach Wilson out of BYU was going to be the next hot thing. Stoney, the dude looked like so far, it looks bad. Sorry, Dibs.
Mine was, I'd much rather go see a Giants game than a Warriors game right now.
That. You did say it, buddy.
Give me the
yeah.
But then again, I thought Blake Snell was going to be pitching more than he has.
How many fantasy leagues are you in? I'm in 6 this year again.
I'm sure. What is your problem?
I love it.
Apparently so.
How many are you in?
Don't you think you?
I hate to share a team thing.
I have
Grow
one.
up and run the team. You can't have two.
And I split it with another guy.
See, I hate that. You and Dibs did that one year. I hate that.
Goo,
man up. Do you ever be the shot caller?
Dude, do you ever stop and think, maybe I should do something a little more productive with my time other than coach 6 fantasy football teams? All right, it's time to go down to Santa Clara and listen to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
And after that, open up for questions.
Brandon, that Aiyuk will be reported. Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Has there been any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any,
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame, but Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Is there a possibility that you do some sort of restructuring like you did with Raheem Mostert back in the past?
everything's a possibility. You know, we not gonna get into negotiations, and you know, as Kyle says, there's no absolutes, so we're open to anything. And you know, like I said, Brandon's a big part of this team, and we expect that he will be going forward.
Do you know yet whether he'll practice once he reports, or whether
We expect all our players to practice.
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, you know, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way, but, you know, I think, again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
Kyle, Bosa mentioned last year that he thought maybe it was a really long negotiation that did affect him during the season, saw his numbers go down. Debo has mentioned, you know, during his contractual offseason that kind of threw off his season that followed. Are you concerned that this could happen with Aiyuk or anybody, but specifically Aiyuk?
Anytime you, don't get to practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get to prepare the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players. And the tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Debo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple days, from what I remember. Bosa, just the way a D lineman is, I think is a little bit different, but then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing. It's something you got to deal with.
Kyle, when Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago, you were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I don't remember exactly, and knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that, but I don't remember. But I have a personal relationship with all our players, and you like to be able to talk with those guys. And usually, when it does get close, it can work out. And I would feel the same with Brandon. I've known Brandon here for 4 years. I'm going in our 5th year together, and got a lot of love for BA. I think I'm close with them, and hopefully that can help, but it only can help so much. There's also a business side to it, and but when you do have relationships with people, it helps.
We've only been able to work at these huge contracts for the star players like those in Debo in the past. Has this been one of the more challenging ones that you've faced since you've come to Santa Clara?
I think first of all, I think it's important to note we're fortunate to be in this position where we have a lot of talented players, so you have to have these conversations. This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. And, the 5th year option is something we all sign up for when you have a first round pick. And, that's been out there, but we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. What I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our 8th is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep going. You stay in communication, and you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that, but. Again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
From the outside, it would seem like the amount of receivers that have signed around the league would maybe make it easier. Has it in fact actually made it harder? And is there concern that this is pushing the price to a place that you aren't willing to go?
No, I wouldn't say that. And again, I'm not going to get into the specifics. I think there's a privacy that is earned, and I always go back to I didn't like my business being aired out, so I'm not going to get into the specifics. There's certainly markets that happen and developments that happen that affect, but we also have our own roster, and like I said, we've rewarded a lot of players, so things do get more challenging. we put our best foot forward, but both sides have to come to agreement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and so where that goes, we'll see.
You're listening to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's press conference in advance of training camp, which opens tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
Confident he's in a good place. We kind of work in blocks. Our thought is that he misses the first block, and then on that second block, but we're not going to put him out there. That's on our trainers, our performance staff, and we won't put him out there too early. On that note, Ben Peterson moved on to the Atlanta Hawks. We thank Ben for all his contributions. We'll announce formally what their titles are and all that, but Dustin Little, our head athletic trainer, and Dustin Perry will be taking that kind of in a dual role, and we're excited about that. Those are good people that we got a good system in place, and those guys will be taking the reins.
John, with these extensions, it seems like you are comfortable taking your time with them as long as it takes. Other teams seem to be doing them as soon as a player becomes eligible. Why do you like to take your time with these extensions?
I don't. I'm impatient, and it's I like going. And I think, again, we've had a lot of really talented players, and it's, I think, put our track record against anybody in terms of getting players signed. I wish it could happen quicker, but I'm proud of our record.
One that you did get done during the offseason was Christian McCaffrey. How important was it for both of you to make sure you have him around?
He's a pretty good football player.
Very important.
Yeah.
It's always tough with all this stuff, just everything that the question guy is asking pertaining to contracts and stuff, and that's a whole challenge that you got to understand the market and how that works in the league, and you also got to understand what works for our team and how to build your own team with it. And there's two things that you're constantly weighing, and it's not easy to figure out, and there's never an obvious right way or wrong way. You try to figure out the best way, and it's a lot of stuff goes into that. And to be able to get Christian here with what he's done the last couple of years and what we plan on him doing for the next few years, we're really excited to get that done and felt great about it.
From the outside, when a guy makes a trade request and other social media comments, it's like, oh, this is not going well. There's a real huge impasse. The fact that he appears to be going to be showing up and maybe just holding in, is that at least a sign to you is that an optimistic sign of where he might be?
Yeah, I always want to be optimistic, Eric. This has been a tough one. I think it's been hard to find that common evidence by us not having a deal in place when we both have tried. So I guess we're going to continue to work towards finding resolution, and not optimistic, not pessimistic. Just going to keep attacking it and trying to find the right endpoint for each of us, and leave it at that.
Just a clarification on Pearsall. You said PUP. Is it NFI or
NFI? Yeah, treated the same way as PUP, but because he did it away from here, NFI.
And how long is a block of practice?
It's really like the first
4 days. Everyone in the league has to do 4 days, and then you get a day off, and he'll be in there. Hopefully, he'll be in there in the next 3, at least. Ease him into there.
How are Kittle, Charvarius Ward, and Brendel coming? Will they have any restrictions of any kind?
I will be smart with them, but I mean, they're all 100% healed and stuff. You just got to be careful how you get them back in, and but they'll have some days off and stuff like that, but they're all good to go.
You were remarking about Bosa, and you said getting defensive linemen ready is a little bit different. How so?
I mean, I think each team's differently. Each team's different. But I would say, I'd say a kicker, you want to worry about it all because they're not tied to many other people. I think a D lineman, especially, with the 4-down scheme and the way we play it, it's a little more individual based and stuff. Now you got to get back into football shape and the movement and stuff. But as far as an O lineman, when you're moving in combination with the guy next to you, or sometimes both guys next to you, 3 people, and you have to zone stuff off, it takes longer to build guys together and things like that at other positions. D-line, not that any of them are good, I would say I'd put probably behind kicker at that.
John, do you have a date, a timeline that you would like to have Brandon's situation resolved?
No date, yesterday, we'll continue communication and, keep working.
coach, how does it affect to have a piece like Brandon, not knowing if you're going to have him, what day, to what capacity, the season? I mean, it's a question mark. How does it affect you and your planning?
I mean, it's tough. I mean, especially a player like Brandon. But that's something like, I mean, if I just found that out today, you'd probably see me a lot more of a panic. But it's something that you understand what's going on. I've understood that the whole offseason. It's something I hope that we don't have to deal with. But if you do, you got to deal with it. So you prepare for that and how you think, how you plan. And it's not something that you can let surprise you in my situation. So it's definitely not the ideal situation, not at all what you want, but it's something that you're prepared for as a coach, and you plan your team accordingly.
Decide how you're going to split the quarterback reps, or Dobbs and Allen going to split the twos?
Yeah, they'll keep splitting those reps to compete for the 2 spot.
A year ago, Brock was entering training camp not fully healthy. How different is the experience now coming with him full off season, good to go?
It's cool. I mean, it's nice. It's just there's a lot more uncertainty. You know, I felt good about him last year and just talking to him every day and watching his rehab. He looked great, but it's still a scary injury, and you're nervous when he comes back. This year, just being able to go through an off season that just wasn't in the film room. That was the film room and the football field was great. I know he had a good 40 days away. Awesome that he got married, and I think he's in a great spot in his life, great spot physically, and I'm just pumped to start tomorrow with him.
You're listening to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan press conference down in Santa Clara in advance of training camp opening tomorrow.
It was a lot shorter. Last time that after the Super Bowl, we got 3 weeks off, and then you come back in, and I think I came back in for 2 days before the whole world shut down, and then went home and stayed in sweats and hung out with my kids for the next 4 months because of COVID. So it was different, and we weren't even sure if we were going to have a season, and then we just crammed into training camp right before the season. So it was totally different. This one went a lot faster. I think that is the tough things about going to the Super Bowl and stuff, and whether you win or lose, how long it takes to deal with some of the things that you put off all the way to February, the recovery you need just mentally and physically. But when you get to this point, it all kind of feels the same. If you would ask me this 40 days ago, I'd been like, I need a little bit more time. But now that I've been away from this building, and everyone really has, and we've gone 40 days with our family, it's time to get back. I know my family wants me back bad and here, and I'm ready to start doing some things besides going to the beach with them.
What did you learn?
In what aspect?
About yourself as a coach, the season, the game. What did you learn in these 40 days about yourself?
The 40 days. I learned how much fun I can have before I need to go back, and it gets less and less each year as I get older. You start to realize how you got to balance more stuff out. I did a lot more like going on morning walks and stuff with my family, which made me feel very old, but after doing it for about 4 days, it made me feel a lot healthier. So like I enjoyed that stuff, got in a lot more routines, and it's really about, I think as you go, this is my 20th season, and you so know what it's about. Like you so know what you're doing every single day. You so know about the 7-month grind, and it's not at all coming back to the hours. It's coming back to you're not gonna have a day off minus that bye week until hopefully February. And so it's just, you know what that takes. You know what you're gonna go through. So you kind of know how to handle yourself the 40 days away, spiritually, mentally, physically, all the stuff. And players got to build their body up in a certain way. And guys who go to the Super Bowl, our vets who have been in the playoffs for the last few years, who always do that extra stuff. When you do that your first time, you're like, holy cow, I didn't know how hard this was. And then everyone kind of learns what it's like, and coaches, players, everyone, I think you kind of understand what you need to do for yourself to get through what you're expecting to happen.
Where did facial hair experimentation
Where did what?
Where did facial hair experimentation fit into the equation in your offseason?
I always experiment in my offseason because I'm out of boredom. But I got very used to it, and I liked it. Because my wife did. But I knew you guys would talk about it too much, so I had to shave it yesterday.
Do you think you're going to create such a big stir with it?
You never know. I thought it was going to be more low-key and not as many people see, but that was probably dumb of me. Yeah, you do it the first week, but because I've never worn a mustache before. But once you wear it for a week, you get used to it, and it's not a big deal until you see someone who hasn't seen you yet. And then they look at you very weirdly. I learned it demands respect, whether it's good respect or bad respect. No respect, it still makes someone decide. But no, I can't carry it in the season.
He inspired some people in the process. I think some nice stashes in the early check-ins.
John, in the offseason, you said to us, hey, we really want to add some finishers How do you define that? And now looking back at the offseason, were you able to add some finishers?
Yeah, we always want. I mean, that's one of the things we are always talking about, adding finishers. And what does finishing mean? It means finishing the day. It means finishing a meeting, finishing a game, finishing a series, finishing a season. That's important in this league because this league is a grind, and you need people that can close things out. And I think as close as we come, I think you just keep adding those type of people, and you give yourself a chance. Kyle and I think, kind of raised the same way. My dad used to say, in life, all you want's a chance, and you have to earn that. His dad used to say that as a head coach all the time. I remember hearing that in my years at Denver. We have a chance. This team has a chance. It's an awesome opportunity that we have going into camp. I'm really excited. I'm fired up, and I think that's why you need finishers to close everything you do, to finish everything you do.
Take two more. Yeah. John, other agents have said in the past that the best time to have your player pulled out is when you're playing for a team that is on the verge or close to winning a championship. It puts the most pressure on the team. How do you react to that on the other side of it?
Well, I guess I understand that narrative, but we're trying to have success right now, Jason, first and foremost, but always keep in mind of out into the future. And so that's what we'll continue to do. That's our charge. That's our that's who we are as an organization. And we're going to push each year to compete for championships and do so, I think in a responsible way. And that's what we try to do. And, it's been good. It's been good to us. We got to find a way to be a little bit better, and I'm excited for that opportunity.
John, have you guys had a chance to watch the Netflix receiver, and did you learn anything from Debo and Kittle watching it, or even just about the team in general watching it from them?
I haven't watched it. I hear a lot. My kids have watched it. I don't have anything against it. I think there's great programming. During those 40 days away, I try to really, embrace my family and embrace some of the things we're doing, our kids and all that. So I've shut it off. Maybe I get to it as we're traveling this season, but I have not. I've heard great things about the content. It's the world we live in, and I think some of those things are exciting. I think back to, I was the first player, me and Jerry Rice in Super Bowl 37, to wear a live mic during the game, and that was such a foreign concept then. It was unheard of, and John Madden talked me into it because he said, you'll have this for your kids someday. I was most concerned about my mom hearing my language on the field. Nowadays, I think people are accustomed to it. It's just kind of what you know, and they're going even further. I mean, some of this stuff, Hard Knocks during the off season, it's like, all right, those guys can have that. We like doing our business the way we like doing our business. So yeah.
I'm the same. My son has told me everything about it, but I haven't personally watched it.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All righty, there it was. 22 minutes of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and the bulk of it taken up with questions about Brandon Aiyuk. And the latest is that he's going to report, and we'll see what happens after that, Goo. But what, 888-957-9570. I think it was another vintage performance from John Lynch in terms of leaving everything on the table.
Yeah, but he did, and we wasn't talking about vodka, Stoney, but he said no absolute. Where that goes, we'll see. And we've tried diligently in regard to this Aiyuk situation. I mean, they pampered him with Aiyuk. I got to give the reporters that. But Stoney, the more and more I hear him, I don't want to say despondent. That's not the word, but he's frustrated. And I'm just up here thinking, man, we feel calls. He still kind of, brought that point home, in regard to we'll listen. So I thought I was like, Aiyuk's going to be here. There's nothing going to pop off before, but hearing that now, they've tried ad nauseum, it feels like, to come to a mutual agreement, and they can't. That happens in negotiations that don't work, but I guess I still got on the chess piece, partner. Something could happen with Aiyuk.
Yeah, the one thing that John Lynch did say is this is a tough one with Brandon Aiyuk and trying to get him an extension. The one thing I didn't hear today, and maybe I don't know, is this relevant if you're a 49er fan? I mean, the one thing I didn't hear, even though I heard we want him to be here, and I didn't hear them say, no, we're not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Now, he wasn't asked specifically about that, and he reiterated a bunch of times that he thinks Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a 49er this year, and he's an integral part of the team.
Yeah, and you could tell me if I'm doing too much True Detective, but every time he went down the road singing the praises of Brandon Aiyuk, there was never that emphasis like the Bosa or the McCaffrey. I never felt like they said they loved him, like he's not going anywhere. It was always an out of, no absolute. We'll see where it goes. So, Stoney, and maybe Aiyuk, to his credit, showing up, but he's like, hell nah. I want my number by any means necessary. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. You just heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan address the media. They also addressed Ricky Pearsall. He has a hamstring issue. It happened away from the facility. Kyle Shanahan expects him to miss the first 4 days of practice. He calls it a block. Then they have a day off, and then they go back at it for 3 days. He expects Pearsall to be there for the second block of practice, so it doesn't look like the hamstring issue for Ricky Pearsall is anything that they're overly worried about.
Yeah, and we can't forget the Grant Cohn. Man, he caught a stray. Kyle said if you said it.
Yeah.
Wow. Grant's my boy.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
The other thing, Dre Greenlaw not asked about today.
That was interesting.
So, after hearing what Fred Warner said, and we played that sound and we'll play it again, I wouldn't be too optimistic about Dre Greenlaw this season. But then again, I'm just kind of reading into Fred Warner's comments, and it just seemed like Fred Warner was extremely careful with how he characterized Dre Greenlaw's injury.
And the Niners should be careful with Dre, too. Not saying they're not, Stoney, but that was an injury. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard the press conference with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. What did you hear? Did you hear anything that worried you? Did you hear anything where you believe you may have gotten clarity on some situation? And lastly, what do you think's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk right now after listening to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. Don't forget, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's the greatest 3 words of all time. Football. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. If you're just joining us, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media down in Santa Clara. It was heavy on Brandon Aiyuk questions, but not a lot of Brandon Aiyuk content. And John Lynch basically keeping all his options open. We're going to play some of that sound from the press conference in this segment. But what I want to ask 49er fans, if you heard that press conference, what do you think now about the Brandon Aiyuk situation with the 49ers? Do you think any differently? Do you think the 49ers are in the same spot they were months ago with Aiyuk? I'll play one thing, Guru, and then I want you to react to it. And time, I'll start taking calls at 888-957-9570. This is John Lynch talking about whether or not Aiyuk has reported. There's been a report from NFL Network that he is going to report, but it didn't sound like he'd been there yet. Take a listen.
Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any,
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame, but, Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
John Lynch, just moments ago down in Santa Clara, says we anticipate Brandon Aiyuk to be a big part of our team this year.
I want to run something by you.
Yeah.
So we have multiple kids, and I've never referred to any of my child as my favorite or I love one more than the other. But if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you do listen to this sound, because I'm sure he will, I find it interesting that Lynch went out of his way to say Bosa. And I know it's a ranking system, tier system, but he said Bosa, no way he's getting traded, but didn't have that same energy around Brandon Aiyuk. If you're Aiyuk, would that poke you or bother you at all? Because he said
not sure.
Anything's possible.
Not sure. I'm going to play that one for you because it was a pertinent question about John Lynch last year saying, no, we're not going to trade Bosa. How does that compare to Brandon Aiyuk this year?
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way. But, I think, again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
Why did you have to say we're always open to, you know what I mean? Just a niche, man. I guess what I'm saying, partner, this is not over. Duh, obviously, until they get a deal done. Or some people right now are wondering why Brandon showed up. But I have to believe that was to avoid the fines.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, 49er fans? Do you still think that this is business as usual, like it was with Bosa, like it was with Deebo Samuel, like it was with Kittle? Do you think there's something different about this one? What did John Lynch say or not say that you wanted to hear? I mean, he said a lot, but I don't know how much was insightful and how much detail he gave, which was pretty much zero. Let's go to West Oakland Holloway. What's up, West Oakland Holloway? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. How y'all feeling today, man?
All right. Talk to us.
I got, first of all, on the Aiyuk thing, if he is coming in, I just think he's coming in to, like you said, avoid the fine. He'll be a fool to get out there, participate, and risk getting injured. And then he just, it's over with. So I think he will come in, but I don't think he's going to participate in nothing. and then just listening to the presser, listening to Kyle and Lynch. I mean, Goo, you said frustrated. I heard a bunch of arrogance. That's what I heard from him. Now, I could be completely wrong, but that's what I heard.
I'm not mad at that.
With that being said, Goo, I'm going to say this on national radio. I'm going to kind of put you out there. There's a bet I want to make to you, and then Steiny going to be our witness to this.
Oh.
I got a lunch bet. Anywhere you want to go. Now, you know we done made this bet before. I got a lunch bet. Anywhere you want to go. 49ers, they're not going to win their division this year.
Oh.
I'm going on record saying that right now.
I don't want that bet. I'm not saying they're not.
You want that bet?
No, I got that saved. There's something about this division getting better and the Niners taking a step back that bothers me. So you got the wrong guy. Maybe Steiny will take it, but I'm not taking that bet.
No, I'm not either. Hey, West Oakland, what did you hear specifically that made you think that they sounded arrogant? What part in particular, if you can remember?
Well, it was the Bosa part, like you guys just played.
Right.
And it was also the part when they were saying, like, you know, we got multiple All-Stars. Like basically, we don't need him. Like, we got players here. We don't need him. He's not that important to us. So whatever he think he worth, we don't think he's worth that. So he gonna take what we gonna give him, or he just you already know the rest.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
That's interesting.
Thanks, West Oakland Holloway. Appreciate it.
Can't say he's wrong, but we all hear different stuff, Steiny. But I didn't hear the arrogance he speaks of.
Well, I didn't hear your typical arrogance taking a bet with West Oakland.
A lot of people
Holloway.
are shocked. I don't know.
I am.
Carter got in my ear like I should have jumped in and like, why wouldn't you risk? Dude, the Rams are coming. They're going to be better. They scare me.
Okay.
McVay scares me. And I'm just telling you, I don't know, with no Greenlaw and the Aiyuk situation, West Oakland Holloway right now, I'm in the lab. I didn't want to take that bet right now. Carter thinks I'm crazy.
I don't think you're crazy. I think for the first time in a long time, you've actually thought about a bet.
No.
And thought, you know what? This might not be money in the bank.
You know what
I
else?
commend you.
Okay. Well, don't commend me.
No, I do.
I think I'm graduating. I told you over the weekend stocks was my thing, and I think maybe this was the first sign that your boy Steiny, I might be done.
Well, I'll bet you're not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Already a big day today down in Santa Clara. NFL Network reporting that Brandon Aiyuk will report to the 49ers training camp. That means he will avoid, I believe, a $40,000 fine each day. We'll see whether he participates in any of the practices or not. The 49ers, according to Shanahan, they're going to practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They take Sunday off. Then they practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And Ricky Pearsall won't be practicing the first 4 days, but Kyle Shanahan expects him back to practice on Monday.
You ever pull a hammy, Steiny? Not that we're NFL athletes right now, but I can honestly tell you with all I play, not pro level, I have not.
Well, one of the ways you have a hamstring is when you exert yourself. So maybe you've never exerted yourself to the fullest level when...
Yeah, please, I ball out.
Remember we were at the old ship about 3 months ago and I turned around and I walked into the pole?
I'll never forget it.
Yeah, that I definitely did something with my hamstring. It hurt for about a week.
But to do it all, you never want to get hurt.
Me and Ricky Pearsall,
Clay Thompson, you never want to get hurt away from the facility.
Of course not. You never want to get hurt, ideally.
I do wonder if that'll affect, let's just say this thing was serious, with Pearsall, would that impact it? No. This Aiyuk situation's bigger than Ricky Pearsall, or is it? Because Willard, I remember, looked him in the eyes, Donnie, the other day. He feels like he's one of the Niners receivers replacement. That could be Debo or Aiyuk.
I'm going to play some more from this press conference that just took place at 11 o'clock down in Santa Clara. Brandon Aiyuk is the big story of the day. According to reports, he will show up to training camp, thus avoiding a fine, but it's clear from what John Lynch said and Kyle Shanahan said. I mean, would this be a safe statement, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570? It doesn't feel like they're close.
I feel like they're done. That's
Really?
how he's exhausted. That's where I thought West Oakland Holloway was going. I think John Lynch is exhausted. Like he knows I can't do the Jedi mind trick to his team. Stoney, they're at a stalemate.
Well, Lynch would not necessarily agree with you. I'm going to play this again, but it sounds like you're not taking him at his word.
Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
You know what, Goo? I was waiting for Lynch to say we will continue negotiating, but it wasn't in that soundbite.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let me ask you this. Do you think they've had great communication? And do you think the 49ers did make Brandon Aiyuk a priority? Because I don't. Just because they have negotiated with him or just because they reached out to him early in the process, I don't necessarily think that means he was a priority. They may have just talked early in the process and given him an indication that you might not get what you want. And if you don't get what you want, we're still expecting you here. But to me, they didn't make him a priority. They made McCaffrey a priority, and it looks like they may be making Purdy a priority, which is fine, but I think that's the way I'm reading into it. What do 49er fans think at 888-957-9570?
Okay, Stoney, to answer your question, and I heard your answer, I do believe they made him a priority, but he was not prioritized like he thought or highly on the list. And that's why we saw McCaffrey get his deal when he did the extension, different money. But at the end of the day, what this is about to me is I believe 26 M's was offered to Brandon Aiyuk, and that wasn't suffice to him and his team because he's watching all these receivers, some that are better than him and more talented, and he's holding himself, rightfully so, in a higher esteem than the Niners do. And I feel like the Niners are turned off, and he's turned off that they don't see how important he, looks at himself. So I'm not going to say he's not a priority. You could listen to Lynch, but there's some despair in his voice in those questions being answered that he's flustered or frustrated that they can't get it done. That's why I don't believe this thing is going to end well. And my take or victory lap, not that I'm thinking about it, for Clay and Aiyuk staying or going, might come to fruition.
What's going on in Dallas with your guy, CeeDee Lamb?
Well, they got two contracts, Dak, and I think they're going to let him play it out and let him walk. That's just my 2 cents. CeeDee's going to be a holdout. He's not reporting.
Okay.
But now all the talks and reports are he is ahead of Dak in priority.
Gotcha.
So they're going to get something done. So I just told Carter during the break, I expect by Sunday, CeeDee Lamb will get money. And Carter was saying, that's going to impact Aiyuk. But not with the Niners, because it feels like the Niners have given them number, and Aiyuk just will not bite.
This from Chris A. on the YouTube chat. If the Niners offered Brandon Aiyuk $26 million a year, he fumbled the bag.
In San Francisco land, that may be the case.
Yeah.
But why? And Bonte just tweeted this. I don't know. You ain't on that. He's surprised Aiyuk showed up. Would he really have scared the bejesus out of the Niners with this Pearsall? I know it's soft tissue, but let's just say he's not back in 4 or 5 days. Do you think Brandon might have had another card in his deck to kind of shake the organization to meet that number?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know.
Huh?
I don't know if what they offered early. I don't know whether that deal's not there anymore. I don't know if there was never a deal early. I'm not sure. I know we had Emmanuel Acho on, and he seemed to indicate that Brandon Aiyuk got some kind of offer in May, but that was the last offer. And maybe it's not there anymore. Maybe it's not there anymore.
That happened with Klay Thompson, right? That 2 for 48 sounded sound like it disappeared when they called back and said, we'll take 2 for 40.
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570, 49er fans. How are you feeling right now about Brandon Aiyuk's future with the team? Did anything that Kyle Shanahan say or anything that John Lynch said, did it resonate with you and make you think, maybe they might move Brandon Aiyuk? Or did you hear a steadfast GM basically say, we want him to play this fifth-year option for $14 million, and it's really as simple as that. That's the one thing I did write down, if I can find it somewhere.
While you do that, let me read this to you from the great Lori Matthews. And I know we're in a world of get your money, generational wealth, but she wrote this, Donnie, and it hit me. Aiyuk is listening to the wrong people. How would you? Does that strike you? I'm pro Aiyuk, but if you didn't take that 26 because you think you're good as Justin Jefferson and the team might not, what are you doing? So you want to go somewhere and not win but get your bread? Well,
not sure.
Those guys exist. I don't know if Brandon's one of them.
Here's one thing John Lynch said when he was asked point blank if this has been a tougher negotiation than they had with Bosa or, let's say, Deebo Samuel.
This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for when you have a first-round pick. And, that's been out there. But we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. What I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our 8th is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep going. You stay in communication, and you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that, but. Again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
Wow. The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for.
Man, oh, man. That sounds like Norm. Norm telling me it is what it is, pal.
That's about what that translates to.
Man.
That's what stuck out to me in everything John Lynch said.
He did, man.
The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for.
I got to believe Brandon and his camp don't like that. And, David Hernandez, again on the chat, Aiyuk's girlfriend already said he was worth $30 million. So if that's what his goal is and he's not getting it from the Niners, I mean, man. It might cost him his future here, Stoney, so we'll see how this plays out. Because we'll be out there tomorrow with the roast. We still don't know if this is a play-in regard to what...
I can't imagine he's going to practice. That's just me, but I'd be surprised. I think showing up is his way of trying to meet the team halfway, but I don't... I'd be surprised, I guess, if he would practice. Because to me, the minute he practices, I think in his mind, he's got to be saying to himself, I'm playing with, for $14 million this year.
And you're going to laugh at me, Goo, be a pro. I probably would have a worse season than any of my others with my contract and me getting hurt on my mind. Going across the middle knowing one play could be a wrap. And poor people like myself could say he's getting $14 million. Come on, Guru. But no, that's mincemeat compared to what he's trying to get and solidify. So you wonder where his head's at. If I don't think I'd want my receiver out there with this on his mind like we saw with Clay. How'd that work out?
The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for.
That might be the phrase of it all.
Let's go to BJ in Santa Clara. Hey, BJ, what's going on, man?
Like you
what do you
said,
think?
a fifth-year option is something we all signed up for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta use that fifth-year option. You gotta franchise tag him because his goal is not long-term. The goal is to win a Super Bowl now. So it don't matter if we have him for 5 years and don't win a Super Bowl. So I say we use that fifth year, use that franchise. If we get a Super Bowl, great. It was all worth it, and go wherever you want. But we're not going to trade him to any good team. You know, they're not going to trade him to the Chiefs, you know?
Right.
So he's going to either go to a bad team and make a lot of money, or he's going to hold out like Le'Veon Bell did, and that didn't work out too good. You know, he got cut right after. It was never really what he was supposed to do. So you can't take a year off of football and just come back and expect to get paid big. You know, it doesn't work that way. You got to work hard. You got to play. If you get hurt, you get hurt. It is what it is. But the Niners, it's a business, it's an organization, you know? You have a fifth-year option, which is there for a reason,
right.
You know? And we can franchise tag you, I believe, 2 times in a row after that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yes, they can.
Yeah. So I think that happened before to Kirk Cousins, you know, and it didn't work out, so they got rid of him, you know? But
but
they
Kirk,
can still make a lot of money that way.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins came in with a great attitude. He knows the business. I'm just kidding. Thanks,
I believe
Pete.
Cousins probably made more money than Tom Brady doing it that way.
Probably. Wow. Thanks, BJ. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, it's funny. We got the TVs on in the studio, and these words came out of the mouth of John Lynch. But what the national, media is running with is Lynch's quote of, "We fully expect Brandon to be with the 49ers." And I'm not mad at SportsCenter or whoever, but there was so much other stuff. But now I'm honed in on the 5th year is what we all signed up for. Like, man.
Yep. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan just spoke to the media. A lot of it was about Brandon Aiyuk and what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk. Lynch left all the doors open to pretty much everything. And he stopped short of saying that absolutely he wasn't going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. He didn't say he was going to, but clearly he left that option open, and at the same time said, well, we expect him here. We expect all our players here. And then the big line to me, the 5th-year option.
Line of the day,
is
Stoney.
something we all sign up for.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570. I'll take some calls on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I'm excited to tell you about
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, one thing I think we all learned today was that the fifth-year option is something we all sign up for.
Man, oh, man.
That's what John Lynch said at one point today during his press conference with the media. He and Kyle Shanahan talked today. A lot of it was about Brandon Aiyuk. No resolution. I didn't hear anything that led me to believe the sides are close. Brandon Aiyuk will report to camp according to some reports, but we'll see if he's actually going to practice or not.
Man, and I'll tell you what, when he said that disclaimer, Lynch, he didn't just say it when they met back in May. It sounded like a guy that's so exhausted of trying to get this done, Steiny, knowing said player, Brandon Aiyuk, wants a certain amount of money that they can't meet. And he kind of, that's when he threw it in like, it is what it is. That's how it came across to me. If I got to resort to telling you, dude, you're under contract, I'm going to do it. And he did it in that fashion.
Yeah, what did you hear, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570? Are you more worried, less worried? Is this business as usual regarding Brandon Aiyuk? Do you still think something will get done before the season, just like it did with Bosa, Debo, and George Kittle? Let's go to Austin. Austin's in the city. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, nothing much, man. Hey. Man, they trying to play Brandon Aiyuk, man. They need to hurry up and get this man their money. They gave everybody else their money. And not only that, I feel like he's just as good as Jefferson. You got to look at how many quarterbacks he done been through. His rookie year, and he got set back, too, by Shanahan for being in the doghouse. The man putting up numbers in just for us being a run team first. Like, come on. Imagine we was a run team first and Debo wasn't in the backfield and those targets are going to Brandon Aiyuk. He's matching up with Jefferson. You really think about that? What y'all think?
Yeah. Well, clearly the 49ers don't think he's Justin Jefferson.
Exactly. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters. I've told you ad nauseum, Steiny, if Brandon was in Dallas or anywhere where they threw the ball more, he would put up those numbers. But I just feel like I'm speaking for Brandon. He's like, cool, I'm not going to get those type of numbers, but pay me like you know I could. Put me in their bracket. And CD might eclipse Jefferson. I wouldn't be shocked. I'm just saying, Stein, like it's on the table. Will that help Brandon? But to watch dudes get their chicken, Debo didn't have to do that. Bosa didn't have to do that. Warner, I know everything's different, the timing, but that's got to be eating at Brandon.
You know, I think you could make another argument than the one you said. And I think you could take the exact opposite. When you say, if Brandon Aiyuk were in another system, he could put up the numbers that the big boys put up.
Yeah.
I don't know. As a team's, the thing is while he may be the wide receiver number one for the 49ers, he's still their third option, or at least their second option.
So you're saying would he be the one somewhere else?
Maybe.
Could he get loose like
that? Exactly. Now, I'm not saying he would or wouldn't, but I think there's two ways to look at it, that if Brandon Aiyuk didn't have McCaffrey to lean on and maybe didn't have Debo to lean on, maybe he wouldn't be an elite receiver like Justin Jefferson and CD Lamb, et cetera. I don't know.
That's why they're apart, Steiny. They're looking at it like, hey, we love you, but just not like you love yourself.
That's what it sounds like. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Kelly, or is it Kells in Carolina?
Uh-oh.
What's up? Yeah, it's Kells in Carolina.
Hey, Kells, what's up, man?
Yeah. What's going on? So I was enjoying your rejoin music, and I was just thinking, I wonder if they're sitting in the office and thinking, I'm sorry, Miss Aiyuk, your man ain't getting paid. I was just listening to that song.
Goo,
like,
help me.
That's the theme that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I need Goo to help me on that one.
No, that was the rejoin music.
The rejoin music.
Gotcha. All right.
Jackson.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Outcast.
But exactly. So I do believe they prioritize him, but I feel they had to doghouse Brandon just to get him to prioritize the 49ers and his work ethic. So that already put him in the doghouse. Plus, he's not an inner circle guy. He's kind of quiet, and those guys never get paid first. Sometimes they never get paid. If we had won the Super Bowl this past year, Brandon would have been gone, period. So,
would have been gone?
I think he'd have been gone. I mean, if he was raising his think about getting paid and everything
right,
for this 5th year. So, I mean, it's up in the air. He could get traded any day or, make a franchise tag.
Let me ask you this.
Them, I believe.
How big of a hit would it be for the Niners offense? We had a caller a while ago said the Rams are going to win the division. How big of a deal, if he were not on this offense, do you think it would be to the offense?
I don't believe in any other team but the Niners. You see saying these other teams are coming. I think we're already here. So I'm not worried about any other team. I believe Brandon could be replaced. I think the Niners wouldn't put themselves in a situation knowing they need to win a Super Bowl where they didn't have a suitable replacement. And if they don't, they're keeping Brandon. So, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be either or. They're going to find a suitable replacement or they're keeping him. If Brandon will sit, I don't think he would do that and lose out on that money. So I think we're going to be okay. He's going to go full bore because he still wants to get paid next year in free agency. So I think we're in good shape.
Appreciate the call, Kels.
Steiny, is there anybody that would call 888-957-9570 and think that Brandon's going to play this year out on the 5th-year option? Like, I think that's off the – now I just – everything – like, that's not going to happen. Do you believe so?
I just know that John Lynch said the 5th-year option is something we all sign up for.
Wow.
As a first-round pick.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting, though. Here's Kyle Shanahan on what Brandon Aiyuk perhaps not practicing would mean.
Anytime don't get to practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get to prepare the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players. And the tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Debo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple days, from what I remember. Bosa, just the way a D lineman is, I think is a little bit different. But then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing. It's something you got to deal with.
Not a new thing.
Well, practice matters. We saw that with Debo when he held out. He didn't have the best year. Bosa last year. Steiny, it's so easy for me to say this. I don't want anybody that doesn't want to be around. And I don't think it's good for camaraderie when Brandon, if you make them play and you use the franchise tag, people think these guys are robots, but it's not good for anybody. And it's easy for me to sit up here and say it, but if they feel like they drafted Pearsall because they could have, Aiyuk or Debo's expendable, and I thought it was Aiyuk, I thought a deal would have been done by now, and then this offseason after this season would be when you could pick, hey, Debo, we're moving you. But maybe they're not high on Brandon like I thought.
Yeah, to me, this is always one of those things where it depends on your point of view. So Brandon Aiyuk, it's clear the 49ers want him, would love to have him come back and play for $14 million. Okay, so
you love him then?
Well, no.
At 14.
No, my approach is, how do you feel about it? Meaning, are you a fan that says, well, look, if he mopes or he doesn't want to play for $14 million or it affects his play or he's just not happy about it, it's easy then to say, well, see, that's why you don't pay the guy $26, $28, $30 million, because he's the kind of player who lets what's going on off the field and lets money distract him. On the other hand, there's a very real point of view that says pay the guy his respect, give him his money, and then he comes in and runs through brick walls for you. I think each case is different, but I understand both points of view. And now it's completely up to Brandon Aiyuk. He will report, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. And so I think the thing we would look for next is whether or not he's going to practice. But I would be surprised if he practices. But I don't know. I don't know where he's at right now in terms of what his next strategy is going to be.
You know what? And I want to just put this in a stratosphere because I know how you think and you play D3, but they had all league then. And everything I know from sports, even in high school, that's a big deal. There's prestige and honor in making all league, whatever. Bottom line is, if you beam down from Mars and you hadn't seen Aiyuk play football, which I have, you have, Carter has, we all have, I know how good he is. But if you weren't able to watch him and you looked on paper, I know this is not up your alley, Stoney, but this is a fact. Dude made all-pro second team in a league with 31 other teams and however many receivers. He made all-pro second team, and it's kind of weird that a guy with those accolades or that accolade and plus the opportunity to watch him play is having this tough time getting his chicken from a team.
Well, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch would tell you that evaluation by the media is one evaluation of him, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the way the 49ers evaluate Brandon Aiyuk. Because they're the ones that have to pay him. They have to decide how important he is to them. And the only thing that I would question is John Lynch essentially saying that they prioritized Brandon Aiyuk because they started the process extremely early. Well, you can start the process extremely early, but if you're not serious about getting anything done, well, then we really know it wasn't a priority. And we look at what the 49ers did with Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey was a priority.
Like Bosa was.
Bosa was a priority.
So I need to check myself
Deebo
for even saying if would Brandon be mad hearing John Lynch talk about Bosa in a different light than Brandon.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't.
Let's hear more from John Lynch. This is on whether or not the wide receiver market is affecting the negotiations.
No, I wouldn't say that. And again, I'm not going to get into the specifics. I think there's a privacy that is earned. And, I always go back to, I didn't like my business being aired out. So I'm not going to get into the specifics. There's certainly markets that happen and developments that happen that affect, but we also have our own roster, and like I said, we've rewarded a lot of players, so things do get more challenging. We put our best foot forward, but both sides have to come to agreement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and so where that goes, we'll see.
So if I put my best foot forward, I'm saying, or subliminally, that you hadn't. We did.
I think you can read into that.
Wow. So he's basically asking for too much.
John Lynch said we put our best foot forward.
Now, Aiyuk will talk to anybody that'll listen. I do wonder when he reports the first microphone in his face, where's he going with it?
I wonder if he'll even talk to the media if he's not practicing.
Well,
I don't know how that works.
This tour he's done this summer, I got to believe, Stoney, if the microphone works, just go up and ask him.
Let's go to Vegas Rob. What's up, Vegas Rob? How you doing, man?
What's up, y'all, man? I'm out here burning up in this heat.
Hang in there.
Man, so look, I think everybody, I think when it comes, we got to be reality about this. I think when it comes down to it, we want to take up for the players, but, it's like on every level, when money is being involved, we don't think Shanahan and Lynch look at the stuff that we look at it. Look,
right.
They seen this Kansas City team at the beginning of the season. They watching them. They watching them. They see them drop balls all at the beginning of the season and then come back and win the Super Bowl against y'all again. Ain't nobody making Aiyuk money over there. See, that's what makes it hard. When these players go play and they ain't making the money, the hungry players play, they go and they put out and they bring back results. And that's hard. Look at Bosa. They just paid Bosa. Bosa got juked on that play, that corn dog play. Go look at it again. Dude, the play's way over there. You ran in on Mahomes, and they are way over there. And they threw the ball in and he won. Like you got juked, dude. He went straight in. That's what I'm saying. You just paid this dude. So of course I understand that when it comes to, man, got to pay this dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? Why are we paying you so much when you ain't putting out? That's all I got, man. Love the show.
Yeah,
thanks, Vegas, Rob.
Yeah.
Stay cool, man.
Yes,
Stay
sir.
in that air conditioning down in Vegas. What do you think it is in Vegas right
About
now?
106.
Oh, that's not that
I left
bad.
SAC this morning. It was 720. It was 82 degrees at 720.
Oh, pleasant.
No, that's too hot.
Oh, 82's fine.
No, but it's going to 101.
No, I think it's going to stay at 82
no,
today.
it's not. Anyway, hey, I got a request.
Oh.
You got to play I don't know if you have it on the board.
I know. You see, you're
This
so
is
infatuated with the little ticky-tack.
No, this was a coach saying basically you make stuff up.
I will play that. I do want to play. Let me just play the
take
Lynch
your
thing
time.
one more
All right,
time,
go
just
ahead.
because there was
Carter and
something
I want to hear it again.
There was something that caught my ear, and I want to make a comparison to something.
No, I wouldn't say that. And again, I'm not going to get into the specifics. I think there's a privacy that is earned. And, I always go back to, I didn't like my business being aired out. So I'm not going to get into the specifics. There's certainly markets that happen and developments that happen that affect. But, we also have our own roster. And like I said, we've rewarded a lot of players. So things do get more challenging. We put our best foot forward, but both sides have to come to agreement. We haven't been able to do that yet. And so where that goes, we'll see.
Yeah, that's the part that I found interesting. John Lynch makes a point of saying that we have rewarded a lot of players here. And because of that, that does make it more challenging to come to an agreement with a guy who wants big money.
Then that's what I heard. We're at, Steiny.
That's exactly where we're at.
The timing was horrible for you, Brandon.
And I think
that's why I feel like it's where we're at.
I understand that Klay Thompson's a different player than Brandon Aiyuk, but I think they're both having the same experience. The two teams that they wanted to re-up with, or they want to re-up with, aren't willing to pay them what they think they deserve. And the Warriors will tell you that we didn't do Klay Thompson's deal because we had to get under the second apron. And the 49ers are telling you we have to be real careful about paying Brandon Aiyuk because we've paid so many players before him, and it does make it more challenging.
But it's twofold to that. It's two sides to that, Steiny. Klay let us in his world and let us know that he took that out on the court. My fear is, could Brandon, if nothing gets done, could Brandon do the same? And he would only be human.
Or will he play at all? Well, I mean, sitting out a whole season is a big deal.
And you lose service time. So now you're talking about a lot of, you know what I mean?
All right, here you go.
Oh, God, give it to us.
Guru picking the one soundbite that involves two people rather than all the stuff. But okay.
Yay!
Here you go. Here you go. This is a little exchange between Grant Cohn and Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to play it, and then you got to tell me.
Did you catch it in real time, or you just dismissed it?
Okay. I caught it, but I'm interested. You better be able to go somewhere with this. Yeah. Take a listen. Mm-hmm.
Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago. You were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I don't remember exactly. And knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that.
Knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that.
And Grant's our guy. We see him at Vegas now. He's cool, but Kyle didn't have to do it. Yeah, he didn't have to do him like that. You're telling the world, you make stuff up. That's all. That was a bazooka. That wasn't a stray. That was a bazooka.
Well, and I also hear that Kyle Shanahan's not a big fan of Grant Cohn's direct questions, which he learned from his dad, quite frankly. Lowell was great at asking direct questions. And
second time around, it didn't sound as harsh.
That's
you might have even been playing with him, Steiner.
I think he was.
All right.
I think he was.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. And John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan talked to the media. Training camp starts tomorrow. First practice. Brandon Aiyuk said to report. He will report. We'll see if he practices or not. And we'll just get into all this sound because there's a lot here. John Lynch was asked about Ricky Pearsall, who right now is on the PUP list for a non-football injury. How serious is that?
I think we feel pretty confident he's in a good place. We kind of work in blocks. Our thought is that he misses the first block, and then on that second block, but we're not going to put him out there. That's on our trainers, our performance staff, and we won't put him out there too early.
Yeah, and then Kyle Shanahan added to that Pearsall's likely to miss the first 4 practices. They'll have a day off, and then they hope to get him out there next Monday for the second block, which is a 3-day block.
You could ask me, hey, Goo, and we'll get into it, I know, before the season starts. We got a while, even tomorrow, while we're down there. But you talk about intrigue. I want to see how much impact Ricky Pearsall has as a rookie wide receiver, because I can't remember one having a big impact. But on top of that, he's got, I'm assuming Aiyuk's a Niner and he's in uniform, how he'll be utilized, Donnie. But what did we hear all off season, spring? Man, Aiyuk's nowhere around. Pearsall's, getting that rapport, developing that rapport with Brock Purdy. Now it's kind of not go time, but, we'll see how long this thing goes. Yeah. Hopefully it's just 4 days and nothing.
Yeah. Jeff Darlington is an ESPN reporter. Take a listen to what he made of the entire Aiyuk situation, though this was before the Shanahan-Lynch press conference.
Aiyuk has requested a trade. Do you think there's any sense that San Francisco ultimately honors that?
No, I don't. I don't see a world where San Francisco sends him off, especially at this point when they're entering into a year when they believe they have a championship caliber roster. I know that sounds like maybe a point you'd make if you're the team when it comes to negotiating and leverage with a wide receiver or a team that might be interested in him. But quite frankly, it really doesn't make any sense for the team at this point to ship off Brandon Aiyuk. We'll see how that unfolds. Should Aiyuk hold out of training camp for an extended period or at all?
There you go.
Wow. I feel like that was Shanny's voice or Lynch. Like, man, Stanley, they sound like they're not giving in.
Not at this point, anyway. 49er fans, what do you make of the press conference? You think Brandon Aiyuk is going to play for the Niners this year?
And do you think he deserves what he's asking for if it's 30? Have we taken many calls to where they said that he's worth that? Like, I don't put him in that tier, Steiny, with the Lambs and Justin Jefferson. That's just, he ain't there yet. I feel like he has a potential to get there, but if that's what he's asking for, that's where he went wrong.
I don't know what he's asking for. I don't know what the Niners offered, if they're even offering him anything. The one thing that I do think it's interesting to think of Klay Thompson in this moment. And the reality of the situation is, apparently after Klay Thompson was offered 2 years and $48 million, that was it. That was the last offer.
And that evaporated.
Exactly. So if John Lynch is telling us that they put their best foot forward, maybe there's nowhere else to go in terms of raising the asking price. There is no raising of the asking price, perhaps, is what he's trying to get at. Here's more John Lynch on whether or not the 49ers are waiting to get the contract done.
I don't. I'm impatient, and it's I like going. And I think, again, we've had a lot of really talented players, and it's, I think, put our track record against anybody in terms of getting players signed. I wish it could happen quicker, but I'm proud of our record.
All right, he's proud of the record.
And you know what's on that record, Steiny?
What?
Wins and losses, and I wonder if this is a loss because everybody else has got their bag.
So far, it looks that way. I'm liking replaying this because you hear things the second time that maybe you didn't hear the first time. This is more Lynch.
No date, yesterday. We'll continue communication and, keep working.
All right, continue communication. I noticed you said communication, not negotiation.
Wow.
This is interesting. A lot of you knows there, that last one.
Yeah, we got a lot of people fighting good fights, Donnie. Citing Bosa, signing when he did as a barometer or a metric like nothing to see here. But he had a stinky season for his standards. He was tired and gassed, so nobody wants that to happen. But your boy's here. we'll see what he does if he takes full advantage of training camp.
All right, 888-957-9570. You've heard it all. You've heard from Lynch. You've heard from Shanahan. We kind of heard all summer from Brandon Aiyuk. You're worried about where the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk stand right now. And if they're not close and Brandon Aiyuk isn't practicing, at what point do you push the panic button? Or do you say, hey, ship moves on without him? Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's the greatest 3 words of all time. Football Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Football is back.
Yes, sir.
Starts tomorrow. First day of training camp for the San Francisco 49ers. Bonte and Shasky will be at the Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. Guru and I will be down there tomorrow from 10 to 2. So if you're in the neighborhood, come say hello. Hilton Santa Clara. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll be on the air, just like our work meetings are during our time. And maybe Bonte and Shasky, they'll be at practice, can pop on and tell us what they see. And
exactly.
Where Aiyuk is at.
And whether Aiyuk's going to practice or not. I'm not in the prediction business, but I'd be surprised if he does practice, but we'll see.
What would you advise him if he was your personal friend, Aiyuk? You're not his agent, you're his friend. Would you say, dude, you'd be stupid to go out there and risk getting hurt?
I don't know what I would tell him. I think
That's what I would tell him. That's what I would tell him.
Yeah, I don't know.
It could be over in one play. And
so don't go out there.
Yeah, and the only guy that did that was Dak Prescott, had his foot facing the wrong way, broke his ankle, but they paid him that offseason almost out of guilt. So I'll just leave that there.
It feels like the Niners aren't enthusiastic about getting something done.
You think? Well, at his price.
Right. So the question then becomes, what happens next? Mike Tannenbaum is a former Jets general manager, now working for ESPN. He was asked about, what do you do if you're the Niners? What do you do if you're Aiyuk? Take a listen.
Yeah, I think what's most instructive of what we saw Jalen Ramsey do when he was with the Jacksonville Jaguars that led to that big trade with the Rams, which is we don't have holdouts anymore, Green. We have hold-ins, meaning Brandon Aiyuk shows up every day and he doesn't practice. And I know RC spoke to Brandon Aiyuk on his podcast, The Pivot, and that's really going to be the determining factor here, which is, does he have the stubbornness really to sit there every day and not practice? It's really hard to do. At some point, your teammates you're sitting there. We have a chance to win a championship in a very meaningful way. They're going to want you to play. And can he sit there day in and day out and force John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's hand? So right now, we don't know. But I will say this. The 49ers just have to try to really be more patient than whatever Brandon Aiyuk's stubbornness is.
Oh, there you go. Mike Tannenbaum, former Jets general manager, now working for ESPN. He was also the executive vice president in Miami.
Yeah, and Lynch told us today, Stoney, he's not an impatient he's impatient.
Yeah. Well, he could rectify that if he wants. I'm just not sure they want to. Let's go to one of our main men, Grandpa Daddy. What's up, Grandpa? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, how you doing, gentlemen?
Hey.
Oh, God, what a beautiful day. Just got done pouring the concrete.
Nice.
60 lineal feet concrete wall, retaining wall, 4 feet high, over there in Temescal, district.
You know, Grandpa, let me tell you something. You say retaining wall. Guru's never done a retaining wall.
Are you kidding me?
Guru's not a big blue-collar guy like you and me.
One of my best friends, Galen Fanny, owns AAA Concrete. I used to ride with him when I didn't work, and he would take care of me, but I've seen it all.
You're a great salesman, which makes you a white
but these
collar.
hands work too, Steiny. I'm a deer hunter. What's up, baby?
Okay, good. Let it burn. I know Steiny's a painter, so,
Allegedly, him and our boss. Allegedly, yeah.
But, guys, listen. Brandon Aiyuk, look, man. You're good. He's good, but he ain't all that in a bag of chips plus tax. Be careful about what you do, bro, because you know what? You can play yourself out of pocket. You know about that, Guru. People know the Guru from the game. You can be your ego can be too big. I ain't talking about you, Guru. I'm just saying, you know people like that, Guru.
Yeah, right. All day.
Now, I'm not talking about you, Guru. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. I'm just saying, I say you know about that, Guru.
Oh, yes, I do.
You come from the game, Guru.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dudes be playing themselves out of pocket, man.
Yeah.
He gonna play himself out of pocket. And you're right, Steiny. It's all about timing. His timing's bad, dude. He ain't got no leverage. And Shanahan, The 49ers, they know how to deal with people like this. They've been doing this a long time, dog. They ain't gonna let no youngster just play them out of pocket. If he don't come to camp, well, he'll come to camp. If he don't want to play, they already made moves to replace him. So, Brandon, take your money, man. Look, they put their best foot forward, bro. You are not worth top dollar change in the market type of salary guy. You're good, but you ain't all that.
Wow. Thanks, Grandpa.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
So John Lynch said the 49ers put their best foot forward. The question is, Goo, do you think he's just doing the hokey pokey?
Nah, when you say
and
something
he puts
like
his
that,
1 foot in and now it's back out.
I'm going to give you a 1.
Yeah, that was pretty lame.
But listen, Stoney.
Yeah.
He's letting you know why it's being held up. And now here I go. I'm speaking for him.
What do you mean?
He's letting you know Brandon and his camp are being greedy.
That's what he says.
Yeah, but when you say we put our best foot forward, you feel like they're yanking your chain or they're being just ridiculous.
Yeah,
and that's why it's quiet on the set now.
I don't give him all that.
Mm-hmm.
Like just because John Lynch said we put our,
Well, what about the reportedly the $26 million offer? We both decided that might be fair market value for Brandon. We can't speak for him, but if you think you're worth 30, bud, or more, that's what that sounds like when I hear a general manager say, we put our best foot forward, basically telling you they have not or they're being ridiculous.
Well, that's, again, to me, from the organization's side. And I think in a situation like this, most people will side with the organization because the bottom line is Aiyuk's still under contract. And
that's the cold part.
And the 5th-year option is something we all sign up for. So I took that quote by John Lynch as saying they're prepared to do that. But just because John Lynch says, we put our best foot forward, I don't necessarily think, well, that means Brandon Aiyuk should have taken it. Yeah. Maybe that best foot forward was $21 million. I don't know.
Right.
So John Lynch is just trying to set up a narrative in which, he wants to kind of pin it on Aiyuk and say, we're trying to get something done, but he doesn't want to get something done. And I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk, like he said on TikTok, is feeling like they don't want him. They don't want him bad enough.
Okay, but let's start there. Debo, he scrubbed his socials. Okay, but he wasn't flirting with another starting quarterback like Brandon had done. And, and putting cryptic messages of the Commander logo. Like, it was almost childish.
I mean,
in the grand neither
scheme
here nor there, but.
Well, I would assume it's neither here nor there, but there's a lot we don't know here. Maybe the 49ers have been really turned off by what he's done in the offseason. I still find it hard to believe that anything he's done in the offseason would jeopardize the fact that they want him back. I think this started long before Brandon Aiyuk ever started giving indications that he didn't think the 49ers wanted him enough. But I don't know. I mean, the 49ers got over everything Deebo Samuel did in terms of a trade request. Maybe Brandon Aiyuk has stepped over a line. But I don't think an organization would be petty enough to use that as the reason they're not going to pay him. I think they're not paying him what he wants because they don't think he's worth it. They have a budget. They're not going over it. All that kind of stuff.
Wow. And I can't get past the 5th-year option. At the end of the day, I can sit here and say it feels kind of cold, Stoney, unfamily-like, but it's a business, and guys have played throughout the years of the NFL on that 5th year.
Kyle Shanahan was asked about one contract that did get done this summer, and that was Christian McCaffrey's.
it's always tough with all this stuff, just everything that the question guy is asking pertaining to contracts and stuff. And it's a whole challenge that you got to understand the market and how that works in the league. And you also got to understand what works for our team and how to build your own team with it. And there's two things that you're constantly weighing, and it's not easy to figure out. And there's never an obvious right way or wrong way. You try to figure out the best way, and it's a lot of stuff goes into that. And to be able to get Christian here with what he's done the last couple of years and what we plan on him doing for the next few years, we're really excited to get that done and felt great about it.
Wow. That's our best player or one of them. Nothing to see here. But to that point, Bosa is their best player, and it went to the fourth quarter.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan just said about the situation, whether he's going to practice or not. Tomorrow, we'll see. I got to believe he's not going to, but various reports are suggesting that he will show up or either has shown up or will show up to 49ers camp, but we will see whether he's practicing or not, and we'll find out whether this is a hold-in or not.
What's the old moniker amongst the leagues and athletes? You don't talk about the next man's chicken. But I do wonder tomorrow when that locker room's open, or if it's open today, if Debo or anybody else comments on the situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Fred Warner was on with Willard and Dibbs. Here's what he said yesterday about Aiyuk.
This is part of it, obviously when you're a part of such a talented roster, I feel like this is something that goes on every season, and it's a good issue to have because obviously that means that your players are performing at such a high level that, you have to have these kind of conversations, and it's part of the business. And so, obviously we all just let them handle that. And when he's back, and we'll welcome him with open arms.
That's Fred Warner yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. Not wanting to get into specifics, but says these are good problems because it means you got a lot of good players and you're trying to figure out how best to dole out the money.
Yeah, I would just retort to Fred, Fred, it's not who gets left out. A lot of guys got to go elsewhere, and that weakens your team. And that's what I believe would happen if Aiyuk was no longer Brandon Aiyuk, San Francisco 49er.
49er fans, do you feel like the team might be closer to trading Aiyuk right now than at any point during the offseason? Or do you feel like after hearing John Lynch, he basically is saying, no, we're not trading Brandon Aiyuk? He did say we're listening. He said everything. He said they're listening. He said the fifth-year option's a part of the NFL. He said they got to figure out the right number, where they're at, all the usual stuff. And it all leads to Brandon Aiyuk still doesn't have a contract extension, and we're going to find out whether he's going to play for $14 million on that fifth year.
Let me run this by you. Mm-hmm. What I don't like about that sound about the best foot forward, now I'm honing in on that, is that lets me know, Stoney, there's nothing else for them to do. They feel like they've exhausted all possibilities. When you say we put our best foot forward, from a Niner standpoint, that tells me numbers are not getting changed. It is what it is.
Well, let me ask you this. What would have been the difference, or what could be the difference between Bosa and Aiyuk? In other words, I'll bet you John Lynch thought they'd put their best foot forward with Bosa in August, but apparently they didn't because it went down to the wire.
But there was the leverage was Bosa on Bosa's side.
Yeah. Exactly.
He is their defense. So he was never not going to be in red and gold. By all accounts, and the people that call and text, Steiny, people feel like, and I guess I'm going to be looking with a keen eye, that Brandon Aiyuk is replaceable, like he's just another guy.
See, I wouldn't go that far. I don't think the 49ers are saying that. I think they're saying, we like Brandon Aiyuk. We think he's really, really good. We can't pay him a certain number. I don't know whether it's 28 or 30, but I don't think you're ever going to hear the Niners say that, we'll be better off without him. But you also have to portray the confidence that, you know what, if he doesn't come, then we will go with Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall.
And that's where I was just going to, and this no shade of Ricky Pearsall, but let's just stop there. Stoney, that draft pick was for a reason. And I didn't know about Pearsall at Arizona State. I don't know if you did, but my point is, if that's who they deem could fill Brandon's shoes, then they are speaking with their actions in regard to, not saying Brandon's no good, but it ain't Jerry Rice we're trying to replace.
You're
and
right
he's
about
asking
that.
for Jerry Rice money in regard to being up there with Justin Jefferson and Devontae Adams.
Let's go to Steel Toe. Steel Toe in San Mateo. What's going on, Toe?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Appreciate the show. Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the 49ers is making a big, fat mistake not signing Brandon Aiyuk. They lost the Super Bowl last year because they have no deep ball threat. And Brandon Aiyuk is his only deep ball threat they can do. And Debo is like wearing down just like Travis Henry, Saquon Barkley, Ezekiel Elliott. If you keep using Debo like a running back, he's going to wear down. And same thing with McCaffrey. What pisses me off about Kyle Shanahan, he doesn't use a two running back system to relieve McCaffrey so he could have more energy in the fourth quarter. So you need Brandon Aiyuk. I want the 49ers to add more deep ball threats with Brandon Aiyuk. If you don't do that, I think that Jim Harbaugh is going to win a Super Bowl before Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Hey, before you go, turn on the Super Bowl again, because I'm hearing a lot of this about Brandon's game. He can't get deep. He got deep in the Super Bowl twice, my version of deep, and the balls were overthrown. So when people say you can't get deep, I just want to are we so sure? He can get by guys.
Yeah, the problem was during the regular season, you didn't throw it deep enough to get chemistry with Brock Purdy. Why are you going to pay Brock Purdy $50 million? He has no deep ball threat.
Wow. I'll get great point. Yeah,
thanks,
point.
Thanks, Steel Toe. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Do you think the deep passing game is a part of the Niners' arsenal?
Not really.
I hate that.
Well, it's because they don't have a quarterback that's whose strength that is, and they don't have a receiver whose strength that is.
We talked about Purdy's arm strength being stronger. I think he can throw it. They don't try it enough.
Of course.
What happened in the playoff game against Detroit? That was a long pass. The one who hit off the head and Aiyuk caught it.
Well, is that a good pass?
No, I thought it was picked off. The dude was sitting there waiting, but my point is I would like to see Kyle open that up.
I think the reason he doesn't open it up is because the personnel of the 49ers doesn't have a burner. We all hear Aiyuk's really good at running routes, but how is he on a fly pattern?
Yeah.
I don't know. But if that's not
before I give him 50 or 60.
Exactly. I don't think they think he is that guy. And I don't think they think Purdy can make that throw, maybe not right now. And that's why they do that's why they have the offensive system that they have. I don't have a problem with that. I mean,
Matt Ryan, when he was in Atlanta and won an MVP, and he was chucking that thing, and they had two good running backs, and Kyle was OC. But maybe that's what Trey Lance was supposed to be, Stoney, the guy that can make all the throws. But damn, I don't want to say Brock can't make the deep pass.
Why
and
not?
I hate
why not?
Because we don't see him do it enough to worry.
What if it's the weakest part of his game and they don't want to use that?
But how about you find out? How could that be?
You think they don't find out in practice?
Stoney, stop.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you,
Kyle Shanahan doesn't know what Purdy does well and what he doesn't do well? Isn't that what a coach is supposed to do?
I feel like I'm going against myself.
Put him in positions to succeed.
But maybe that's why the balls in the Super Bowl that I said Aiyuk was open were overthrown. But you never not do it again.
You got
to stretch the defense.
My point is, if Brock Purdy's got a list of 10 characteristics that are positive, and Kyle Shanahan says, the one thing he doesn't do is he's not great over 50 yards or over 40 yards. And you know what? Come to think of it, we don't have a guy like Tyreek Hill anyway. So, we're not going to utilize that very often at all. That's where, to me...
Purdy is... I'm not... Yeah, go ahead.
This is where Kyle Shanahan, I got to believe, knows Brock Purdy's game inside and out. And that's what a coach does. Now, you can question whether he's making the right decisions, but I think he thinks, looking at the entire personnel of the 49ers, that he wants McCaffrey to carry it 20 times a game. He wants to throw it to McCaffrey 7 or 8 times a game out of the backfield. He wants to throw it to Aiyuk. Have Aiyuk get about 6 catches. Debo 4 passes and a couple runs, and that's the best way that our offense can function. Why would I, if I don't think we have the personnel, either at quarterback or wide receiver, for the deep threat, it would be like a team with no big men wanting to post up all the time when it might not be their strength.
Yeah, no, and D. Lou on the chat says football's more than deep passes. No doubt, and Kyle's mastered that. But when you go up against good defenses and they can keep you in a box because you have no deep threat, or you choose not to throw it deep to keep them honest, maybe that's why, and that's the answer to my question about the pedestrian offense in the playoffs when it comes go time. Because that wasn't happening with Montana. That wasn't happening with Rice. It wasn't happening with Steve Young.
Right.
They were being the same vertical.
Right.
So all I'm asking not to change what you do is attempts.
That's where we get into trouble. No. So Brock Purdy's not Steve Young. He's not Joe Montana, and Aiyuk's not Rice. We can't use those guys. Those guys are legends.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't stretch the field. And this conversation started because the caller, and he's not the only one, said Aiyuk can't get deep. He can get vertical.
I don't know that. Well, I don't know that.
Okay, so you're giving him no credit for the Detroit catch when in the playoff game that kept the game alive. Where they dialed up a long pass, it hit off the helmet, but he caught it.
Right. So Kyle Shanahan probably looks at that as like a lucky play, and it should have been intercepted. Listen, I don't know, but I'm telling you that if Kyle Shanahan is the genius offensively that everybody thinks he is, then he must not think. And by the way, do they not go long? Like, do they not go long? As much as other teams, I'd have to see some numbers there. I don't know.
Because they damn sure didn't do it in the playoffs outside that one that I'm talking to you about. And Uncle Ludi makes a great point. You also need a better O-line to throw deep. But the O-line's been good enough the way that they've been calling the game, Stoney, up into the last game, 2 out of the last 5 years, up into the NFC Championship losses. So I'm not saying scrap the offense. I'm just saying, can you grow or evolve? And we see some longer deep passes unless you might be right, or if you say Brock can't make those type of throws.
From the Xfinity Mobile text line, the 925, Purdy led the league in deep ball accuracy. I mean, I don't know. Is that true? 40 yards or over, 30 yards or over, whatever it is.
I'll say this to that, Scotty. It may be true. It don't feel like it, and it damn sure didn't feel like it in the Super Bowl.
Well, Brock Purdy can throw the deep pass, says the 925. Better than you think. He has he's got a great record.
Yeah, he
passes
led the league
20
in
plus yards. I mean, that's nothing to scoff at. That's nothing to scoff at. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll come back and we'll talk more about Brandon Aiyuk. I also haven't given praise to somebody who's really
your shout out
deserves praise. But what are you thinking about Brandon Aiyuk? What is going on with Brandon Aiyuk? You think he's going to be playing week 1 for the San Francisco 49ers? If you're a fan that says there's nothing to see here, do you still feel like there's nothing to see here? Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today.
Now's the time to switch to Juniper's AI native network. So...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. A lot going on. Things are percolating.
That's just Stephen A.
Well, maybe not. Maybe things aren't percolating. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan met the media today. A lot of Brandon Aiyuk talk. Apparently he will show up, but he likely won't practice. That's not according to John Lynch. That's just according to some informed speculation. But John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spent the better part of the press conference keeping all avenues open with Brandon Aiyuk. And what I gleaned from it was just that it doesn't feel like, and maybe I don't have a feel, but it doesn't feel like they're close. And I think that as of right now, I have no idea what Aiyuk's thinking, but it feels like the San Francisco 49ers are in a holding pattern.
And I'll say this like I have, and you tell me what you think. What I think of the Niners and where they're currently at. With Brandon Aiyuk, they can get right back to the heights of last year and hopefully win the Super Bowl. But without him, partner, I don't care if it's Jennings and Pearsall or Pearsall and Jennings. I think their offense takes a major hit. And then on top of that, the caveat is this is like Brock Purdy's been basically, he's pitching a perfect game almost. But man, you're going to take that weapon away from him in a year that you're going to decide just on the Brock Purdy scoreboard how many M's you're going to give him. That's kind of weird to me and kind of a risk.
Yeah, listen, I see exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I know that 49er fans, a lot of them probably feel the same way. And just for the sake of taking the other side, what if the Niners are thinking, what better way to evaluate Brock Purdy before his contract year comes up than to watch him play on a team that he's likely going to have to play for in a year rather than this year, which would give him maybe an unrealistic, maybe the Niners know that they're not going to be able to surround him with so many weapons in the future. They may as well get the process started and get a look at Brock Purdy, maybe without Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know. I have no idea what they're thinking, but it.
You think they're stressed?
I don't know.
Like, is I don't know. Yeah, you know it's interesting because I appreciate it. You're like, you know what, Goo? I totally get where you're coming from, but this can't be a good thing, Steiny. Lynch he wasn't up there smiling about this situation.
No. Here's John Lynch. This is how he got things started today, right off the bat with questions about Brandon Aiyuk.
Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any,
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
All right, so that's how John Lynch opened up his press conference, and I do think, listen, the only thing we can do is try to parse these words and try to figure out what they exactly mean. But I did think the part that was interesting is Tim Kawakami of The Athletic said, will negotiations continue? And Lynch never said, yes, negotiations will continue. He just said, we've had great communication. Now, my spidey sense says something like, well, maybe their great communication is you got to play on $14 million.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's pretty straightforward communication.
Unless the 26 was out there and he didn't bite. Thinking,
I got to tell you.
My head's getting swollen. I'm at the house. My girl's in my ear. My brother's in my ear telling me I'm as good as Justin Jefferson, or I might just feel that way. No shade in that. But if you're listening to the wrong people, maybe, man, if that report is accurate, Steiny, it was 26. It wasn't. Hell nah. Don't even come at us. They maybe that was Lynch's version of putting our best foot forward.
Yeah, I mean,
I got a hell of a stat for you after you're done.
Yeah, when it comes to what you believe, what you don't believe, the one thing that I'm not sure about is I'm not assuming that Aiyuk turned down $26 million. I'm not assuming that, and I'm not assuming the Niners offered it. I think that it'll all come out in time, and I know that number was out there. I don't know specifically who it came from, but I don't know. I don't necessarily take that as gospel. What do you got?
No, it goes back to what I was just saying. I'd like to see the Niners get more vertical. And, I wasn't saying, because I took issue with Brandon can't get deep or Brock can't throw it. For my eye test, I'd like to see it more. But Carter just gave me this, Donnie. 40-yard plus passes last year. Josh Allen, 9. Mahomes, 8. Purdy, 14.
Allen, 19.
What's that?
Allen is 19.
Oh,
19.
And is Mahomes 14?
Mahomes is 21. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you were correct.
Get it right.
Yeah. No, he had 14. I wrote down. And then
third. He was third in 40-yard completions or more. Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Purdy was first.
Okay, look.
Purdy had 14,
bad.
Allen had 9, and Mahomes had 8.
Wow.
Yeah. And then 30-yard passes, Mahomes 31,
right?
Purdy 30, Allen 19. But this is what that ammo gives me.
Yeah.
None of that manifested against good defenses in the playoffs. That's when you got to do it.
Well, I think it sounds to me like maybe they throw long too much. I need to know the percentage of throws over 40 yards that get caught.
Oh, you mean from the league?
No, from Purdy. Like, if Purdy led the league with 14 passes of 40 yards, is that, and see now.
He could throw it in the flat and the guy can run.
I don't know what it is. but it's also a situation where, well, if they threw over 40 yards 95 times and they lead with 14, but it's a low percentage, then.
But the point is he ain't dinking and dunking.
Apparently not. But don't the 49ers always lead in yards after catch?
Yeah.
Essentially. Here's more Lynch.
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way. But, I think, again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
What do you give me for Steph Curry? I want to be a Warrior for life, but things change quickly.
Man, that was worse than that. Man. No absolutes.
I want to keep going through this, Lynch, because I'm looking for something in particular that I haven't heard yet.
This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for when you have a first-round pick. And, that's been out there. But we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. That's, what I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our 8th is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep going. You stay in communication, and you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that, but. Again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
Shout out Kruger. I'll tell you what, Steiny, and I get it, we've talked about it. That everybody's gotten paid don't mean diddly squat to me. Yeah, I know that's what it's about, but it's my time to, negotiate. That's something you don't want to hear. But it's reality, but I don't want to hear that. If I'm important, I'm important.
But it's not for Brandon to necessarily hear. It's for the fans to hear. And the one thing, I was talking to Mark Willard who's going to be here at 148 with Dan Dibley, and he thought one thing that was interesting was John Lynch said a few times that they have a lot of good players. We have a lot of good players.
Yeah.
And whether that was a way of saying no one guy's bigger than all our good players. But look, Lynch acknowledged the fact that when you've paid so many players, it gets tougher and tougher to keep paying players.
And if
maybe
one
that's where
player's
they're at.
gotten ridiculous with this number, it's super tough, Steiny.
Yeah. 707 Steiny, no way. You don't jeopardize a Super Bowl season for a stunt to see how Brock plays with less talent. No way. Yeah, I'm not saying that would be the number one reason why they would do it, but a couple things I would say there, 707, is I don't, and I've said this before, I don't think the 49ers view this as a one-year deal. I think they view the future as 3 to 5 years. And the fact that fans may think, well, this is our last best chance, I got to believe that Shanahan and Lynch think they can stay on top for a while, particularly if Brock Purdy's a pretty good quarterback.
And it looks that way.
And my question would be this, and I'm not saying that they would, I'm not saying, again, this was the main focus, but if the San Francisco 49ers know that either right now or at the end of this year, they are going to have to make some really difficult decisions with their personnel and how much they pay guys and who's on the team and who's not on the team. Maybe they don't operate like Bob Myers and not make a decision until you have to. Maybe they're trying to be a little proactive right now.
But a majority of your big dogs, you got them wrapped up.
Right, but they don't have the money. Just like the Warriors didn't have the money for Klay Thompson, according to the Warriors.
Or didn't want to have it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think there are parallels with Klay Thompson.
There's a lot. Except Brandon he's in his prime physically, Steiny. He's in his you know what I mean? The Klay component of
that should make it easier to
shell
get
of
done.
himself, or fighting the ghost of his past. Brandon is new.
Right. So then my question would be, I get why the Warriors didn't want Klay Thompson back. They thought he wanted too much money, and he was too past his prime.
I agree with
if
that.
Brandon Aiyuk is right now smack dab in the middle of his prime, then this should be pretty a normal contract.
Or if you feel like
extension.
Pearsall can do and make the contributions of Brandon, there you go.
Yeah.
Why else was he drafted?
I mean, I think the 49ers are probably weighing, or they at least have talked about, can Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall make up for Brandon Aiyuk if we don't have Brandon Aiyuk? And I don't know what the answer is, but if you think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are somewhat arrogant and they believe that they know a lot of football, maybe they think they can make up for Brandon Aiyuk with those other two guys. I don't know.
And it's funny, Wes Oakland Holloway, I'm going to forget him, Stoney. You and I have used the word arrogance, possible, with Kyle at different junctures and times of his career here. Did you get any of that today? I did. I'm going to remember that call. I didn't get any arrogance from both of the guys. I didn't get, except the fifth year. You got it memorized. Give it to me.
The fifth year option is something we all signed up for.
Yeah, that's the harshest thing, and that somebody said that's what they heard. That's what I would point to right there.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I do wonder if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, whether that press conference today makes you think any differently about where this thing is headed. I know there's a large group of 49er fans that still don't think there's much to see here because of the 49ers' track record of signing guys late. And I'm just wondering if you're one of those fans that thought up to this point that something was going to get done. Did what you hear today change your mind at all? 888-957-9570. Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Practice tomorrow.
And we'll be there with the roast.
Yep. Morning roast will be at the Hilton Santa Clara, 6 to 10. We will be there from 10 to 2. Come by and say hello. Guru will be, are you going to be signing tomorrow? Autographs?
No, I'm taking the day off.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'll get Guru to sign, but flats
like,
only.
What the hell are they?
Flats only, though, for Guru. So bring a photo of you and Goo, or maybe Goo will take some selfies with you, and then he'll sign them. And I'm
going to have my Niner personalized jersey on. I wish you would wear yours for this one, since we're going down there, man.
There's pretty much no chance of that.
I don't think you have it. You said it's hanging in your bag.
It's hanging in my man cave.
Yes, Steiny.
Yeah. Oh, did that come on the air?
Goodness.
I'm sorry.
That's a beautiful jersey, though. Red's your color, right?
I like earth tones.
All right.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on here, Bob.
And Bob about to call the games.
That's right.
If they lose, so with him call them, man.
By the way, I'm going to take a moment to shout out.
Thank you, God. I was like, is it going to be by Friday?
Let me tell you something. It is time to give this man his due. And his name is LeBron James. Because without LeBron James,
this is incredible.
Team USA would have suffered two of its most humiliating losses that they've ever suffered. LeBron James,
I'm going to be quiet. It's hard.
Showed me in the last two games that he might care more about this than the other guys. LeBron James, when the chips were down, went bully ball.
He like nobody else can.
LeBron James was a man among boys in Team USA's last two games. It was incredibly impressive, and he bailed out Team USA.
Anthony Edwards and all the youngsters.
Yeah, they better be careful.
But did you hear Embiid call him out?
Who?
Embiid called LeBron out. I think their relationship has to be done. He said LeBron, they're having difficulty because guys like LeBron, as great as he is not what he used to be years ago. Insinuating Bron is the reason they're getting off the slow starts.
LeBron is the best player on the team
Embiid
right now.
Embiid said that yesterday on the pod.
Embiid stinks. Sick of him. I'm so sick of Embiid. Shouldn't even be playing for us.
Hey, that's one. But this was my takeaway. You didn't ask. On top of that, I did not know you were going there. Real quick, where's Shasky at?
He's not working.
No.
He works 10. He works 6 to 10.
But you're being literal. I know where he's at. I don't need to know. I'm just saying he has this joke on me like I'm a Laker fan, and I'm not. But how can you not watch Team USA and watch LeBron, who you just married, and Anthony Davis, and tell me the Lakers don't got no damn chance in the West with them two on your team? Had they played anybody but Denver, I told you guys this, they would have made it to the finals.
They lost in the first round.
And shame on you for not knowing how great LeBron was. My point, I just put that in the cap.
You can't take a victory lap
Lakers
for
are
a
not
first
a threat
round.
in the West.
Yeah, I don't think they are.
I do.
Well, good. And
if they would have played anybody but Denver.
And you thought they were last year, and they got eliminated in the first round.
Because they played Denver.
I don't care why.
What?
You should have thought of that.
They still got action.
You should have thought of that.
The whole point was they still got action.
You should have thought that they may not get a favorable
Him and
matchup.
AD are saving them.
Teams that finish 6 to 10 don't get a choice to pick their opponent.
Those are facts.
Exactly. You should have thought of that, and you didn't. And let me tell you why
they have no chance.
And let me tell you why they have no chance.
Please.
Is it's one thing to play in the Olympics. Let's see what happens when they got to play a 6-month season, and we'll see how spry LeBron is in March.
Did you miss the series against Denver that came down to the end? They
were
had
swept,
no help.
I believe.
4-1. They had no help, Steiny.
And they have help now? Who's their help now?
Well,
who's their help?
Hey, you kind of got me, but Bron.
And the Giants are going to win a postseason series this year. I mean, you got.
Now you're hitting below the belt.
To
that
think
was for
twice
the cap.
sometimes about what you're saying.
Ain't gonna get it done here. That's your one in the cap.
That's not that. I have math on my side. I
think that's the one that's. They're going to get back.
Okay, well, then what are you worried about Aiyuk for? Mm-hmm.
That's the fundamental difference between you. I'm not worried.
Tomorrow's not promised.
No, I'm worried about my PG&E, my daughter's tuition. I ain't worried about Aiyuk and his bread. I hate when you put that umbrella on me.
What are you talking about?
Or jacket that I worry too much.
Oh,
it's sports worry.
888-957-9570. Do you think Guru does worry more than the average man?
I don't got a lot of gray up top, Stoney. I got some.
Well, that's because you color it. Grecian formula. Let me. This is where I love Guru.
I've been accused over the weekend of all my old homies bald. Some of them, some were hating, Stoney. Hey, some thought your boy might have been colored. Nah, baby.
They say that the worst questions are the ones you don't ask. I'm going to ask Guru this. I hope I don't get fired.
No, hold on.
And I'm going to use you guys. Do you guys use Grecian formula, or is that just for guys like me?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I think LeBron uses that on his beard.
Well, Draymond should get some of that.
And Jalen Rose used... No, that's the Beijing.
What I'm saying is...
I'm missing it.
The old Grecian formula, it was all the commercials. Have you ever heard of Grecian formula?
No.
It's the stuff that you put in your hair and it gets rid of your gray. They used to have commercials all the time.
Yeah, but that's what Beijing is. That's
What's Beijing?
It's like a dye now.
Oh, it's for
the
black
new
guys.
version. Yeah, the new version. That's Steve Harvey had it.
That's what I wanted to know. If
but
Grecian,
Dre just owning this gray. That's what I love about it.
Yeah. And
LeBron, you can see when he doesn't miss a couple spots. Like, come on, Bron.
I guess we still really haven't gotten to the bottom of it. Does Grecian formula work for black guys? Because any commercial I've ever seen with it, it's always some middle-aged white dude.
Well, I have to imagine that the Beijing is that's the version for the brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it'll always revert back to what it is. Santa Claus.
How much time does it not be gray if you use something like that?
Ooh, you sounded Ebonics there. How would I know? How much time did it be gray? How would I know if I don't use it?
Monty's saying Soul Glow. Have you ever heard of that?
That's from Coming to America. Dude had the Jerry curl.
Okay.
Staining up the couches with the grease.
Okay. I think that's a fair question. I don't think it's...
No, you won't get
I don't
fired.
think it's insensitive.
No.
I'm just curious.
But I'm telling you that whatever you said, the Beijing is that for colored people. Now, I could be in trouble.
I'm looking in the text box, and one of our producers says, Emmett Smith and Walt Frazier promoted just for men. That's right.
That is correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
Clyde.
Yeah.
Great knowledge.
Guru is least worried on Thursday. He's not here. Now, why is that funny to you? Just, wow, man.
It's not, but actually it is. So anyway, let's take a moment to bow down to LeBron James.
No doubt about it, man.
Because he is an American treasure.
Spends $1 million on his body.
That's not a lot.
But those are the gifts that have him doing what he's doing at 40. Stoney, dude, those shoulders, the body. The man is special.
He is.
Size matters.
What happened to Bronny?
What do you mean?
He didn't get any of it.
What are you talking about? He had double figures his last 2 games in the G League. Bronny James.
Where's the real Steiny? Did you give me stats from the...
he had 12 and then he finished it up with 13. I think he made a couple threes.
He's 6 foot.
And he is ball hawking on defense.
Oh, dude.
He turns guys in the backcourt. He pressures in the backcourt. He takes up... he prevents the ball handler from bringing it up quickly, so you got less time on the shot clock. He galvanizes your entire defense. He sets a tone, does Bronny. Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's the greatest 3 words. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Who
His
is
new
this?
album is trash. Eminem. People
Oh, this is
told
Eminem?
me. Yeah. He just ain't. Something
8 Mile.
happened. It's his great movie. You didn't watch it.
I didn't see it.
I just don't get it, man.
We're all mammals. Wasn't that his line?
Hey, you said the boss asked you a question last break because you came in kind of laughing. I go, who made you laugh? Can
I
you
made
share
myself
with the people
laugh.
what the boss asked you?
He asked me what the heaviest I've ever been in my life
Oh,
was.
that's wow. Because you look good.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Is because Mark Grandy, our producer here, said that George Kittle ended last year at 240 pounds, then lost 30 pounds, and now has put 30 pounds on in the span of 6 months. I'm going to need him to elaborate. I can't confirm.
I need
and
Kittle
I said it
more in
sounded
the
like
passing game.
Sounded like Nahegian.
Well,
he can fluctuate occasionally.
Yeah, he's looking at us.
And then he said, how heavy have you ever been, Steiny? Because you do the same thing, and that's when I took exception. Because I've been rock solid for about 4 years now.
You look great.
Thank you. Yeah. No. Hey, Brandon Aiyuk's out of here.
You don't believe that.
I don't know.
Look at you.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today, and, I mean, we didn't get a lot of answers, I don't think. What we got was
frustration,
an update on the situation, but it doesn't sound like much has changed or much is going to change, at least immediately. I don't know.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow when we find out if he's just going to be on the side. Remember Jimmy came back when they let him go and then he came back. They reacquired him and he was on the side of the barn. And Debo was kind of doing the same thing. So we'll see. I am rooting for Aiyuk Steiny to get his money. But if it's ridiculous money, then I'm like, dude, you're tripping and you may have already messed the best chance up. But, I mean, I can hear you right now and I don't care. I'm blowing past it. Brock Purdy's young. This window is perfect. It's open. It's a brand new window. But nah, Steiny, the things around it, Trent Williams, all that stuff is in play, and everybody's very important. You just want to cash that chip in and have this team win a championship this year. I expect them to be right
next year
there.
Be fine.
You might be right, but I mean, come on, man. There's nothing else from a Niner fan. Who was a Niner fan? I like to have fun watching the game. I'm not saying you don't, but you want to hoist up that trophy. If Niner fans got to go through another season of losing in the championship game or yet another Super Bowl, that stuff doesn't, because you're not a fan.
Yeah. Some
people hang on to it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Right. But then they'll have to hang on to it.
I'm being real.
Then they'll have to hang on to it.
I've had sports heartbreak to where lovemaking wasn't an option. Like, to some people, it's like, oh, I'm good. That's how it affects me.
That's pathetic.
But it's real. It's real.
I think it's concocted.
No, I swear.
I think it's a story
I was about to
that
say,
you tell yourself.
No, it's real.
Okay.
It is real, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Sid Bream.
Cowboys lose 28-20. But Beyonce is ready to go, and Goo is saying,
I'm talking about big games, not that.
Hit the pipe.
I'm telling you.
Oh,
It's the sport version of I have a headache.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Okay. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I'm telling the truth, man. You just underestimate how hurt fans are. And that's why the Giant fan, this is no laughing matter to you. If you get real quick here, get rid of Snell, you are saying we failed. Okay. And the race wasn't over.
Well, they failed the last 9 years.
Okay, but we're talking about this race.
Yeah, they're out of it.
You better take this bad boy to the end to assess. Giants eliminated. I would never get rid of Snell for a rebuild that's going to profit us 2-3 years down the road.
Of course you wouldn't, because that's who you are. Meanwhile, the Giants are 5 games under in 11th place. They're a half game out of 13th place in a 15-team league. But right until the wheels come off, that's what got him into this problem.
The math is there.
The math is not there. It's calculus, and you don't know how to do calculus.
I told you from a fan standpoint, you don't need every damn team in front of you to lose. Whoever's occupying that spot, because it's going to fluctuate and rotate, whoever's occupying that spot said day is you. I'm telling you what.
No.
What are they? They're 4 out now. They're 4 out. Talk to me next Sunday, and the goal should be, it's down like when you're down by 20. It's like, we're not going to get 20 back one quarter. Let's try to get down 10 by half. That's how you do that. You want to knock that 4 into 2 by, let's say, Sunday. It'll take care of itself if you handle your business.
They have not picked up any ground on anybody since the All-Star break.
I give you that.
They've done nothing but lose ground.
And you think they're going to continue to fail?
Yes.
And they may very well but I'm not going to call off the dogs until it's the end.
Well, thank God it's not your decision. I mean, you sound like the captain of the Titanic. It's just a small iceberg. And I said, Guru, the facts show that 80% of an iceberg is actually underground. Oh, yeah, but we'll get hot. Whatever the hell that means.
Carter's hurting, you're laughing. Wow.
I'll tell you what, if we
Matt Chapman get a hit and runners in scoring position from Frisco native, Stoney, he's been terrible when the duck's on the pond. He ain't the only one. Yaz, too. Soler, Flores.
Soler.
We keep going. I'm like, it ain't funny.
I mean, I'll tell you what, he doesn't get to 20 homers, you should pay me twice as much.
You might be onto something. I saw something in his eyes.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Tell you what, maybe the 49ers should trade Aiyuk for Markkanen.
It's been quiet on the set with that, by the way.
Yeah, it has been. It has been. How you doing, buddy? You back into the routine of 10-2? Yeah, me too.
But there's something else about 10-2. If you allow me to share, how much time we got going?
Yeah, we're pretty quick. Yeah, I don't think you have time.
The diet matters. Like I got hot Fritos and a 7-Up. Went to the gym last night. But in the day, I was having breakfast, the nutrition shake, all that. No, that was 2 to 6.
Oh.
Now I'm back on the crackhead diet.
Yeah. Well, you can lose weight that way.
I'm down 12.
12 what?
Pounds.
Since what? You were 27?
No. Wow. That's what you're doing?
Oh, Goo, you're perfect the way you are. You don't get into that cosmetic stuff. It doesn't, you're a wonderful man. You're a wonderful man with charisma, smarts, intellect.
Hair,
top of the list.
Gripes.
Don't succumb to our societal norms about
it's too late.
Who's attractive and who's not.
No, it's too late. But
everybody is beautiful in their own way.
I don't buy that. No, they're not.
And people think I'm the grouch.
Like LeBron, he's
so blessed. You can't find beauty in everybody. I can.
No, you can, but I don't want to waste time if it ain't on the outside.
Oh, God.
I'm playing. You know I'm not that guy.
Oh, my
Come on.
The word is superficial.
You set me up. Yeah, you set me up.
The word is superficial.
Now, I do use moisturizer.
Shallow.
Yeah.
Hey, don't forget all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands, and where is that? In Lathrop. All right. What do we got next? We got Willard and Dibs. Crossover time. But the last segment was sponsored by Save Mart.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over 30.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
I'll bet you.
Mike's on.
I'll bet you. Mics are all on.
I don't know what you heard about me.
Yeah, nice. Willard, hip-hop knowledge, second to none.
I got Willard with a haircut today.
Second to some.
It is second to some.
It's second to many.
Yeah. Haircut?
Everybody, you know what's funny?
No, that's a haircut.
No,
There's nothing else.
Of course it is. But
when the hat's not on, it's a haircut.
Right, here's what's funny. Is the haircut was actually days ago, but I wear hats so often that nobody, you're just noticing today.
But you can't get a haircut and hide it.
Well,
I hate hats because I feel like that's my best attribute. But anyway,
I will wear a hat 8 days a week. And, there was a meeting today.
It's a 4.
So, and plus I woke up with a headache.
Okay.
Sometimes if I wake up with a headache, I don't like putting a hat on.
No aspirin or no, you just let it ride out?
Yeah. No, I'm already like 2 doses in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, did you in trouble?
You know what happened this week? I'm convinced. Morning show residue.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Morning show residue.
If I may, on behalf of Dante Whitner, S-O-F-T.
No, S-A-W-F-T is how I spell it.
Yeah.
But no,
it's pretty soft.
Sir naps a lot.
Veteran.
I pounded through that morning show, and I made the most of it because I was like, if we're going to be home at 10:30, we're golfing, we're going to the beach. I got on the ferry with my kids. We're going back into the city.
Wow. We're going to New Hampshire. We're going to Iowa. We're going to Michigan.
We made the most of every hour. And then I got to the weekend, and I had the goal. I had the nerve to ask myself every afternoon after a full night's sleep, God, I just can't get myself going today. What is the problem? And it finally dawned on me 3 headaches ago. I'm like,
the switchback.
I think I'm paying for it now.
So myself, and Bonte out of the 6 hosts loved to switch the most in regard. He was like, I can sleep.
No.
You did your thing.
I loved it.
I can gym
I am
and
number
eat better.
1 on the list of who loved it the most.
Yes,
without a doubt, dude. Without a doubt. I loved it more than anyone.
I loved
you don't
it.
listen to me, girl. That's what it is.
You're my guy.
I feel like your spouse. Daryl, you don't listen to me.
Or your co-host.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry. What did you say? No, I loved it, but in doses.
Okay.
We're not doing that every week.
I loved it, and I wanted another 15 years of it. Give me more of it.
The best part of it, Div. See, how did I miss that?
There are 7 best parts, and the first best part is you walk into this building and no one's here. Because when I walk in here at 12:15, 12:30. Every workstation is taken, and it's, and I can't come in here and run takes.
Wow, man.
There's nowhere to show prep other than the kitchen.
3 days a week, that is. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, you're right. The other thing is, look, doesn't come in until halfway through the show. And the other thing is, at 9:58. I race my partner to the elevator.
No crossover.
And I missed that. That's the one bad part. I missed you guys,
gentlemen.
But I like getting home and you get home and you get time with the baby, or you get to golf, or you get to nap, or all of the above, and your day opens up. Yeah. Afternoons are great, and I love my partner, and I love my show, and I'm blessed to do what I do, but you wake up, and it's just a question of what can I squeeze in before I have to go to work? Wow. And you guys have a little bit of the, you can do a little bit of early morning, and you can do a little bit of late afternoon. You've got some tweener time, Steiny. You got some tweener this time of year.
I mean, it was a difference. I tried to play golf on Wednesday. It just wasn't, what do the kids say? It didn't hit the same.
Yeah, you text me on the course. I was like, oh, boy.
Well, it's funny because
I was nervous because we didn't have a lot that day, and I'm down in Palo Alto thinking, if I run into traffic, I got trouble.
And I will play that round probably next week, the Dawn Patrol with the fellas. And, you get off the course at 10:45 and immediately you're like, man, I'm a little tired and I have an hour drive and now we have to grind on some content.
Can I acknowledge what many of the people listening to us are thinking right now? And I just want to apologize right now for the entire room as we sit here and break down which 4 hours?
You know what?
That's fair.
Mark
That's
Avanius
fair.
doesn't like it.
For
Don't
us
do
to
that.
come in here and talk about
That's my guy.
sports.
Okay.
I mean, good.
That is the sporting life.
Some
Willard,
FedEx
you keeping
driver
it
is
real.
like,
You keeping
bleep
it
all
real.
4 of you
Yeah, no doubt.
and your stupid
Okay.
4-hour jobs where you yell at each
Yeah.
other and go home.
Yeah.
Why?
I just want to acknowledge the rest of you. I'm sorry for that
I'm with that.
conversation.
You keep
Why
it
would
real.
you perpetuate that
Exactly.
myth that we
Terrible.
only work 4 hours a day?
No, it's not.
awful.
It's not a myth, but we don't.
It's a perpetuation sensation.
But
That's what that was.
We don't work 8. We don't work 8, and some would argue
more?
some
But this
would argue
job's
we work
24/7.
Thank you, Daryl.
And
It
it's
really is.
and it's also 0. Do you love it?
Love it.
Then
I'm
you don't
blessed.
work.
Everything Dib said
Then
was
you
from my
don't-
manual.
Then you don't work.
I'm telling you right now.
Have you ever
That's
gotten?
good.
Have you ever gotten hurt doing this
No.
job?
And Mom
Except
said
for
if you
when that
find a
thing
job you
almost-
love, you'll never have to work
Except for
another
when
day
the
in your
window
life.
almost fell on your
That
head.
was what if it would have hit me?
Go ahead and try to convince me watching the Giants last night wasn't work.
That is.
Try to convince me.
Exactly.
It's
I
hard,
won't.
man.
I won't.
Catch a fly ball.
Look.
Young
You
outfield.
put sale on Twitter. That hurt me. You've given up.
I've arrived
It's
somewhere.
because he's an A's fan.
Oh, let's
Sell on Twitter.
Yeah, I meant the A's.
That's a
I was
five.
talking
I'm
to John
taking it.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Totally.
Willard, I saw that. I was like, my boy is
I
man.
meant it. I like a night's
You should have
sleep.
seen the private
So
thread.
if they
A night's
move
sleep didn't
Snell like
fix it.
Steiny was saying, why wouldn't you see what you could get? If I spend $200 million on an investment, I'm riding this bad boy out into the stand and say, Giants eliminated. The math is not there.
I was with you. I have been with you. Normally I'd be with you, but for me, we've arrived. And the math is not with them. Like, just because something's possible does not mean, like, you as a team in baseball, you've got to convince your front office that you're good enough to warrant giving up future assets. And this team has absolutely screamed from the mountaintops, no, we're not. Why on earth, other than Farhan trying to save his own job, which none of us should be activated by that, other than that, what reason has this team given its own organization to go invest more into them here at the deadline? They're not good enough.
Wow.
They make little mistakes every single game they've scored. They came out of the All-Star break and we all said the same thing. It is desperation. It is go time.
2 weeks, you said.
The urgency is through the roof, and they've scored 11 runs in 4 games.
Man.
3-3-3-2.
What a
11
gym
runs.
last night. He
Lost,
wasn't
lost,
perfect.
win, lost.
And they have faced 0 good pitchers
Yeah.
during that
And last
time.
night was the one.
Yesterday, I mean, they did face a young phenom.
What his name
Stop.
was River?
River
Was his
Ryan.
name River?
Stop.
River
What are we
Ryan,
doing?
a
They got
former
the first 2 runners on. I said,
former
here they
two-way
go.
prospect
Son
in
of a
the
hippie.
organization.
I mean, what are we doing?
And his brother's name is Ryder Ryan.
If you're scrapping and
Couple
you're
of double
desperate,
R's.
if I were a manager, I would have been mad at Soler. He said, we are struggling to get damn runs. We'll take first and second. Why are you trying to go? When we're 4 game, we got a
Because
4-game lead.
they're trying to
That's
make
when you
something
can
happen.
risk it. No, something's happened. We got 2 runners on. Sit your ass at second base and let's hope we can get something done. But to make the first out at third base, I'm like, that's snake bitten to me.
That's brutal. And
You can't do that,
That's
Sonny.
Snake bitten.
If Bob,
No, it's a bad decision.
But it's a decision you can't make. He's not
Right.
wrong.
No,
Bob Melvin, if you're going to hold on to a vendetta, rightfully so, against horrific umpiring for 2 nights in Colorado,
preaching now.
but you're going to hold on to that and then take the lineup card out on Sunday to scream at them, or I hope you're doing that in your clubhouse
Wow.
too.
Wow.
Because there are so many unacceptable mental errors happening on the field with the Giants right now.
I said, you got to be kidding me.
You can't do this stuff.
First out at third base in the top of the first, a rookie pitch. His first start, you got 2 runners. Sit your ass in second, Dibs. Let's try to get some. And it just changed everything to me.
Yeah.
But catch a fly ball. That's embarrassing,
Well,
man.
and that unfortunately falls on the manager, and we all want to say that, Farhan's in trouble, and he probably is in trouble.
don't
But
believe
if
it.
you
I don't
look at
know
the
why.
attention to detail of this team, that is pathetic. The attention to detail. A fly ball to left center that is not really threatening to go out. It's warning track, and you had 2 guys there. You take it, I take it, no one takes it, and that was the ball game.
2
That's a
young
loss.
players.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna happen. with two young players.
Steiny, in high school, that's not acceptable.
We
see it all the time.
Luis Matos looks completely overmatched in all aspects of the game right now.
Wow.
And that's what's tough. I know everyone wants to see him play. I know everyone was mad when he got sent down. But the bottom line is, these are these things that butt heads with one another, which is you want to see young players play, and then at the same time you're like, we've got a week and a half to play really well. Well, then you can't put people out there who aren't ready. So
he has been fried mentally, I believe, by that getting the player of the week, the last send down dibs. Now with the plate, I'm like, he's just. It ain't even about his at bat. It's about what's upstairs, and I think that's where the strikeout's going to come.
Well, so good luck to Hayden Birdsong on Saturday then, who might be fried mentally, who has 12 strikeouts, and he is now going to be in San Jose for the week.
He's coming back, I thought.
He is coming back.
They said go work on some stuff.
Right. Go ahead and work on sitting on a bench in San Jose instead of being at Chavez Ravine and watching Major League Baseball. Instead, now you're in Single A watching the Modesto Nuts.
I'd rather him pitch than Hicks, who's going tonight.
Well, because they've got 8 games in 7 days, they need both.
Right.
They need both, and so that's fine.
But you've given up. Shasky's given up. You've given up. He don't even want his team to make the playoffs. Think about that.
You've given up too. You gave up on the Pirates earlier this year.
I was hurt.
Well, you gave up on him.
But I'm back.
You said you were no longer a fan.
Exactly.
You declared your fan-free agency.
Hey, I'm right here. No, go ahead. Get it to me.
No, you did.
But real ones know you can never divorce your team. I was down. They were down, Willard, and now things are looking good.
We're
and
fans.
schemes, I'm back.
No, but we're
fanatic.
Yeah.
There's no shame.
That's fair.
We're
fans.
No, there's some shame. There's some shame.
Yeah, of course there's shame.
Leave the
There's
house for
shame
a
in
couple
being a
days,
fan.
and then you come back home.
You're allowed to throw remote control and then 2 weeks later be like, I love this team. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do it. And by the way,
he got me last night. I put a pirate thing. He goes, this is ridiculous.
If the Giants uncork a 7-game win streak the rest of the week, I'm going to be in here on Monday with a tutu on. That's a promise.
Happen. I get what Steiny says. It's highly unlikely.
The hypocrisy strikes me a little bit
but
here.
It can happen, though, Dibs. And then what?
Sure.
That we're talking about new information.
Well, what does that mean, the hypocrisy?
Well, you've already said before, like, you can't switch teams. So if
you sweat, that's different than switching opinions.
Well, it's not, to me, a lot different than giving up on your team and saying that I'm no longer a Pirates fan and then you're back on board. It's no different than maybe saying, I don't want to be a Giants fan anymore. Maybe it's the ownership. Maybe it's the failure of the front office, and maybe you want to be a fan of a new team. Why is that different than giving up on your team?
No,
I don't get that.
Who said anything about giving up on being a fan? Who said that?
Well, Guru, there's a difference here.
Yeah, we had fun with that.
Yeah. I mean, as a fan, you can do anything.
You can't get married while you're going through a divorce.
I'm talking
the
about
divorce
this
has
season.
to be finalized.
Well, I mean,
so you know what I mean.
I'm talking about this season.
It's happened.
I mean, we've got the receipts. You went to the Warrior Parade 2 months after saying they were not a contender.
Exactly.
So
I was only there for my job.
I mean, we're allowed to be wrong. Good God, we're doing it
and you're
every day.
also allowed to leave your team and go be a fan of another team.
Yeah, you're also allowed an emotional reaction that is irrational.
Of course,
you're allowed that.
Thank you,
You're
brother.
allowed that.
There's a difference.
Fan is short for fantastic.
There's a difference here. At no time
That's
did
a
Willard
three.
say, I'm no longer a fan of the Giants. You said, I'm no longer a fan
I was
of the
upset
Pirates.
is what started.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I know you guys didn't get into it. Here I go. I'm running it. But the presser.
Brandon Aiyuk.
I think he's going to get traded, or he's not getting a new deal.
He's not getting traded.
He's not getting traded, and he's not getting a new deal. That's what I heard today. I mean, again.
So tomorrow he'll be at practice fully, you think?
He has no choice.
No.
Like, I love that people are surprised that he reported today. What's his other option?
No. Yeah.
If you want any snapshot of what we've been trying to tell you for weeks now about how much leverage the 49ers have in this situation, you just saw it. You just saw it. This guy spent 2 months on TikTok and podcasts.
He did.
And then showed up because he has absolutely no choice. He stands to win nothing by sitting out this month. Nothing.
But
what does he
he'll
gain?
lose service time, but if he really feels like they did him wrong, oh boy, I better be careful here. He could stay at home on the couch Yeah, to hurt himself, cost him some chicken. But his point on Lynch and Kyle, you guys did me wrong, that would be hammered home. But he also would be hurting himself at the same time.
Devastating himself.
Not only financially this year, potentially crushing tens of millions of dollars for the future.
That's the big one for me. Even if he wants to hold in and then, my hammy, my neck and my back, if he wants to go that route, and, he's here and he still makes his 14.1, and maybe he has a year where, man, my toenail, I can't play this week, and my pinky, my neck and my back, and he plays, 7 games and gets 31 catches and 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. Well, then what's his market next year?
Well,
as he becomes a free agent. So the only thing he can do is what TJ Hushmanzada said to us, Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach. He said, BA's going to show up. And he has this great high-pitched...
that was not a bad TJ.
No. I like him.
And the way TJ talks, everything ends with a certain high pitch. It's awesome. And, BA's going to show up, and he's going to ball out, and he's going to make them understand just how much he's worth. Yeah. And that's the only thing you can do.
And the frustration may well build because, that's what I... Well,
we mirrored it to Klay Thompson where he took that on the court. There are different stages, but...
There's a reason wide receivers often, and they get labeled as divas, there's a reason a lot of them get loud and boisterous on the sideline, and it is because of the nature of the position they play, which is that they're very important, and they would like to be seen and heard and all of those things, but they need the offense to be slanted toward them to do that. They can't control it themselves.
Yeah.
They can't be Kobe Bryant and just be like, give me the ball, get out of the way. Someone's got to throw it to them. So what happens this year if Aiyuk is like, fine, I'm going to play on this option and watch what I do now? And Kyle's like, actually, we're putting Pearsall in on this play.
No doubt, man.
Because we need to build him up.
That's not inviting to anyone, though. But that could very well be how it goes down.
Understand exactly what just happened here. The 49ers drafted his replacement. It's a friend of his, and they stick him in the same room together.
Now, see, real quick here, I always thought it could be Debo. I always thought Debo was going to be on the outskirts.
Might be.
And Aiyuk was going to get paid, and then they'd make that decision next offseason. But, man, if he goes in here on this 5th year, which it looks like, then it very well may be him.
And did you see the receivers doc on Netflix?
I was so offended by Devontae Adams. I know he's a baller.
You shut it down.
Yeah, but no, I watched it all.
Oh, you watched the whole thing?
Speaking to Willard, there was a Monday night game, and St. Brown was balling for Detroit against the Raiders, and you could tell my man was getting frustrated because Jimmy couldn't get him the ball, but he was like, I want to do that because he knew it was 2 top receivers, but he said some things in the doc Devontae did to where I don't think I could play with him, and then coming off the field after a loss, Aaron Rodgers, I love you, making a show of it. If I were his teammate, that would be a turn.
Yeah, but the doc, I think, hit Mark a certain way, and then the more I've looked at the doc and thought about it more, I'm kind of on Team Willard about the Niners' affinity, their love for Debo and what he brings, and Debo as the identity of the Niners and the boombox and everything that Mark was talking about yesterday. It started to really resonate with me about who they really want to keep. And Debo he's cut from that cloth.
But has the league figured out the usage, the way that they use Debo? You look at the Super Bowl, he was taken out. The Baltimore game, Willard, he was taken out. And I'm worried to see, I just want to see the adjustment to the adjustment. Debo, when you look at, they're ready, good defenses are ready for that.
I don't know, man.
You got to beat me through the air vertically, not that stuff. It works. But I think they're caught up.
5 weeks before the end of the season, we were all ready to go for what was the game of the year. And that was in Philadelphia. And Deebo Samuel took the entire city and whacked it over the head.
That was his best game.
And that was not that, you know what I mean? So I would caution against going game by game, and I get it, because this Niner season last year was so epic until the end, until it wasn't.
They lost the 3 he didn't play, or the 2.5.
Correct. But you get to the end, and I think we build narratives based on what happened against Kansas City. And that's a very small sample in one situation. I would guess what the 49ers are doing here is not picking Brandon over Debo or picking Debo over Brandon. It's picking, let's wait and see which one we want to pick.
We got another. You do it this way, you get another season
Who
of
loses
information.
in that scenario, though? Brandon, because he's risking a lot more.
Maybe.
Lynch saying, what did he say, Steiner? You got it down. What was Lynch's quote about the 5th year?
The 5th year option is something we all sign up for.
Exactly.
Yep. Wow.
Exactly.
That's the deal.
Not telling deals.
And don't feel so bad for Brandon. He will make more this year than he's made in his first 4 years combined. So he's fine. And you know what? Goo, if he goes out and goes for 1,500 yards and Debo misses 6 games, well, now who are you signing if you're the Niners? You know what I mean? And you still have the franchise tag that's sitting there. Right.
Right.
I mean, they're not going to use it twice. I doubt they'd use it once, but they could. They could. So
then you're paying 2 wide receivers more than $50 million if you keep Debo
for 1 year,
right
before Brock's extension kicks in.
True, but that's not really. I don't think that that's the way that they want to go about their business, especially when you look at Mooney Ward and all the other contracts. We talked about it yesterday. Trent's going to make about 34 next year, and Kittle's making 20 something, and a lot of those numbers start to balloon up next year.
Boy, interesting.
It's Super Bowl or bust.
TJ confirmed, by the way. We'll do it in 1 hour.
I love it. Okay, TJ Hushmanzada.
What do you think he'll say?
He'll say all of it. He is very, very forthcoming.
He's the best.
And he, again, for those who don't know TJ's connection to Brandon, that is Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach. I remember, and he worked with him before the draft.
I feel like Brandon's joining you guys. How about that? He don't bite his tongue.
They talk a lot.
Yep.
They talk a lot.
Does you think Brandon pays him anything to be his personal coach?
He did. I don't know if he still is.
Anybody out there need a personal coach? I could be a great personal coach.
Mm-hmm.
You guys missed
for what? What do you coach? Oh, life coach.
A life coach.
I never trust people who say that that's what they do. I'm a life coach. Like, what the hell do you have figured out?
Let me tell you about this
I got it all locked
It's kind of like when a doctor walks in and he's 360 pounds. It's
Yeah,
like,
you
what are
can't
you
do that.
telling me what to do with my body?
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah. Great point.
He had the greatest tease all show about. He had a shout out to this one person. And all show, I was captivated. He didn't know it. Like, who's it going to be? And it was one LeBron James.
He shouted out LeBron James.
Real quick, Steiny, just tell wow, that was heavy.
Are you his life coach?
What's happened to you?
It felt like it.
He single-handedly prevented the United States from 2 humiliating losses. He hasn't missed a shot in the 4th quarter.
Those are exhibition games.
Well, but that's the point.
I mean,
he's playing harder than everybody else. So I'm just taking my hat off to him.
Good teams win, great teams cover, and they were laying 43 against South Sudan. Braun.
They should have lost that one.
Dude.
Dibs.
Steiny.
Dibs.
Steiny, talk to me.
I like the player.
I like the pick. It's so good.
And he's getting hated. What's he doing leading the Olympics? Curry should have got that nod.
No, it should have been Sha'Carri Richardson.
Yeah.
It should have been Sydney.
Ledecky.
It could have been Sydney McLaughlin, who's going to be the runaway gold medal winner in the hurdles.
So what do you think? What do you think went into the decision? So shout out LeBron to give it to Bron.
Well, he's a global icon, but normally, if you look at the history of flag bearers for the United States, it's normally, and I went into this with our producer, the director of sports, quote unquote, air quotes. Yes, you get air quotes. And I'm gonna save the blast for Friday with what happened today because I'm still mad about it. But normally, the flag bearer is somebody who's a little bit more inspirational. This was a classic front runner move, and I don't like it.
I gotta believe that LeBron thought to himself, I wonder how I could become the flag bearer, and started sniffing around and asking questions, and then going up to Peter Uberoth or something and saying, I know you're still not the U.S. Olympic guy, but who would I speak to? Peter Uberoth. I tell you, I saw him at an airport once.
No? You speak to him?
Yeah, it was really.
Can't still be the director of the U.S. Olympic team. That's going back.
It was
40
really
years.
awkward.
Now the director of sports.
It was just awkward.
Actually, for the IOC.
It was awkward.
That's so good.
3 o'clock.
All right, gents.
Yeah, TJ.
I feel like we were in an all right, Jets moment at 2:11.
Well, actually, we're negotiating right now.
Yeah.
He's at 3:15. We're at 3.
Okay.
We're gonna see if we can meet in the middle. I've got the franchise tag if I need it. But I think TJ will join us in approximately an hour.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
He's so good.
He's very good.
So we'll see you Thursday. You'll miss us tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Well, actually, I may see you tomorrow. I'm going to go down.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go
you.
down.
All right.
But just on my own accord. So, if you
show off that haircut,
I'm going to be wearing a hat tomorrow.
No doubt.
That sun getting beaten down out there.
All righty,
Yeah.
Don't
Have
forget,
fun tomorrow.
we're on 95.7, The Game.
Be my life coach, Steiny.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You are not allowed to be in a bad mood.
Furious today.
I will not allow it.
Too bad.
I've already told you, there's no such thing as a bad day. We're not doing that. We're
it's
not
not
doing
a bad
it,
day.
especially not today. Camp is open.
Love it.
You kidding me?
Sometimes when you are angry, those are the best days.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah,
When
that
you're
is
angry.
awesome.
I'm angry,
And
Jeff.
I am angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And if you're out there, because I love that drop, call in, Jeff, because I am angry today.
What are you so mad about?
I mean, where do I begin?
Camp is open.
Yep.
Brandon
Yep.
Aiyuk is there. That has been confirmed. TJ Hushmanzadeh, his personal coach, is going to join us.
Big.
The sun is shining. What a perfect day. We don't have to stress about the Giants anymore. We're done there.
Oh, we're done?
We're done.
We're not done.
Well, listen, we'll get to that later.
Okay.
I want to start with Brandon Aiyuk. And we're going to play a bunch of the sound for you. Kyle Shanahan, who, by the way,
A lot of stuff today.
his stuff game
I
was
know. I heard
turned
it.
all the way up.
So great.
Hey, would it be okay the next time we talk to Kyle? And I don't know if I'm going to get the chance to do it tomorrow or not. I probably got a boogie out of there in Santa Clara before he talks. I don't know. But if I ever get sort of like an opportunity to talk to Kyle when it's not in a setting where people are waiting for real questions, I want to know if he hears himself and stuff. Like, do you know how often you say and stuff? I want to know, like, do you know that we count them when you get interviewed? I'd love to ask him that question.
I would love to ask him a question in an open forum as Kyle. Ask him a question with all the stuff.
What would your
and the
question
monotone.
be? What's your question?
I'm just wondering and stuff about what your plans are at wide receiver and stuff. If Aiyuk is not ready and stuff to come into camp and stuff, and I know Pearsall's on the NFI and stuff, and so is it going to be a chance and stuff for maybe Trent Taylor and to come in and stuff, and maybe be what's your wide receiver plan and stuff?
And that's a great question.
It's a good question, yeah. Let's see if I can get some stuffs here. Here's Kyle Shanahan on how Aiyuk potentially missing some camp time could impact his play in the regular season.
Anytime you don't get to practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get to prepare the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players. And the tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Debo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple days, from what I remember. Bosa, just the way a D lineman is, I think is a little bit different. But then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing. It's something you got to deal with.
Okay, no stuffs in that one, but I heard a bunch today, so we'll have more from Kyle Shanahan. And then here's John Lynch, and this is a back and forth with our buddy Tim Kawakami with regard to the latest. Is Aiyuk reporting, and what is the state of negotiations?
Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report? He hasn't.
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any to get?
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame, but Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Okay, and he has officially reported there, to me, is only, if you take, and that was 37 seconds, if you take anything from it, just grab the last 2 words and move on with your day. We hope that you don't stay here and listen to Willard and Dibbs. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And Brandon's personal coach and our friend TJ Hushmanzada will be here in 45 minutes. But did you hear the last 2 words that John Lynch said when he talked?
The last 2 words.
The last 2 words when he talked about Brandon Aiyuk being a big part of this team. Did you catch the last 2 words?
Tell me what they were.
Let's hear it one more time. I want everyone to listen for the last 2 words.
As Aiyuk reported, do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any,
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame, but, Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
We expect that he will be this year.
This year.
This year.
This year. There's your 2 words. It's all you need to know. It's the only thing anybody's thinking about right now, and it should be. And now, I don't know. I'm not calling the Niners disingenuous. Do they want to sign him to an extension? Maybe, probably. Have they offered him something? Maybe, probably. Am I 100% sure that they have? No, I'm really not. Because I also know that while they're being straightforward to the level that they can be, I don't take what's happening at press conferences to be gospel and a Bible. It's just not. And so the 49ers absolutely, unequivocally are using the leverage that they have, which is we are trying desperately to win the Super Bowl this year, and we've got a lot of things to figure out after that, and we will figure them out after that. And that might mean that Brandon is still a Niner, and it might not. And everybody's just going to have to be like Steve Wilkes. Be built for this.
And I don't know if Brandon is built for it.
Might not be.
He's going to have to be. And if this is the situation where they're not going to extend him another offer or they're not going to come to terms and he's going to play out the 5th-year option, then he really has no option, which is why he reported today to camp, because if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you understand that the big bag does not happen now. If it doesn't happen now, it only happens at the end of one more really good, productive year, and maybe it doesn't happen as a Niner. And that's something that only you can control based on your effort and your productivity.
Yeah. This has gone very well for the San Francisco 49ers. Watch the breadcrumbs. Just look at the breadcrumbs and kind of see what they've been doing. And for me, again, we talked about it yesterday. The doc on Netflix, I found helpful. Conversations with others who have been through this before, like TJ, who we'll have another one with here coming up, have been helpful. But when you start to put the puzzle pieces together with the 49ers are listening to trade offers on their wide receivers, and then but they've told Debo's been promised that he won't be traded. And then the next thing was actually, no, Debo might be traded. And then you come out of the draft, and what do? First round pick. Let's do a wide receiver. Actually, let's get another one in the 4th round too, just to be sure. All right, so now we got a couple of new young wide receivers that we really like. And you come out of the draft, and you go, you've got this trade talk. Silliness. We never really were considering that at all. Then a line of teams come out and go, well, that's funny because we were in a conversation with you that got pretty far, but we offered you a second. You wanted a first. And Brandon's over here the whole time on social media going, this is really making me mad. And so he goes on a public tour trying to sort of curry favor in the whole thing, skips OTAs. But again, what has sort of been a theme between you and me on this show? Don't listen to the words. Watch the actions.
Yeah.
They drafted a wide receiver with their first round draft pick. Forget who called the Steelers and where Jaden Daniels is in TikTok. Forget that's all the noise. They drafted a wide receiver with their first round pick. That tells you that they are getting ready to move on from one of their current wide receivers. They don't want to do it this year, and they are going to be beyond hesitant with the idea of signing up for either one of them longer than they currently already are. And so they keep all their options. Everything's still on the table.
Yeah, and according to Ian Rappaport on his Twitter at RapSheet, the team has not held extensive contract talks since May. And because of that, Aiyuk has requested a trade. And that's a tweet that came about 3.5 hours ago. And so you think about that. And if they have not held extensive contract talks since May, that's now 2 months removed. And that's where you get Aiyuk getting mad. And that's where you get, they say they don't want me. And that's where you get him requesting a trade. And now here we are at camp, and there have been no contract talks. And it does kind of parallel the Klay Thompson journey, I think, about, the contract that was reportedly offered back in October. And Aiyuk was reportedly offered $26 million a year back in about May, I think, the Mike Silver report. And, whether or not that was true or not, since then, it's been all quiet on the Western Front. Same thing with Klay. And then Klay got to a point where he wanted to go elsewhere. And unfortunately for Brandon, he doesn't have that opportunity now, but he probably will in January or February or March.
888-957-9570. We'd love to take your calls today. What do you want the Niners to do? Like, as we sit here now today, gathering information, listening to what you're hearing them say, knowing that Brandon has actually is reported to camp on time. Like, how do you want to see this play out? What do you want him to do?
For me?
Yeah.
I want them to have him play the fifth-year option. And it's uncomfortable and it's unfortunate, but I think the alternative is you give him whatever the amount of money is, 26, 28, doesn't even matter. But then you get to the end of the year and either he or Debo is going to have to go. Without a doubt, that's going to have to happen. So for me, I want them to have him play on his contract, fifth-year option, $14 million, as you mentioned, more than he's made his first 4 years combined. You play for 14, you go out and have a year like you did last year. Now you're going to get a free agent contract, and maybe it's not with the Niners. Maybe you get to go be a Commanders. And then the Niners get a third-round comp pick as a result in the 2026 draft, and that's the way you go about it.
Or you tag him.
I don't want them to tag him.
Why not?
Because
they could have him for another year.
That's a losing proposition for me.
Why?
Because then you're paying him $27 million, $26 for 1 year.
Yeah.
And so then you're paying Debo 28 and you're paying Brandon 27 under the tag or
for 1 year.
Right. To me, that's not necessary. You drafted Ricky Pearsall. And unless you really blew that draft pick.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
We don't yet.
What if he's no good?
I would rather have him play under the 14.1, and at the end of the year, whatever happens, happens, and let him move on. Let him go somewhere where he can get 185 targets, because I think that is more what he wants to do. I think that's the player that he could become. I can't put myself in his mind, but this offense, it makes no sense to pay two wide receivers that kind of money.
Yeah, I don't know that Brandon, I know we talk about that. Brandon would like to go where he gets more targets. I mean, sure, anybody wants more targets, but I think this is just about money. I don't think it's about anything else. I think Brandon would be just thrilled with his not as many targets as you get if you play for Jacksonville. I think he'd be just thrilled as long as he gets his money. And
TJ Hushmanzada, who joins us at the top of the hour, he said he just wants to win. And
he wants his money.
He wants his bag, of course. But he wants to win.
Well, that's why I do wonder what was actually offered to Brandon. I really do. I do wonder. Because while ego is strong and the need for respect is very high, all of that is intoxicating and it's at a huge level in pro sports, and I get it. As a wide receiver, if you're truly being offered 5 years at $26 million to play with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. Like, if you're really being offered that and you're like, nah, I'm going to play 20 more games, put my body on the line for 20 more games in the hopes of getting 28.5 and playing with the Broncos. Ay. I mean, you're
just
playing.
Depends what that guaranteed number is, too, right?
But you're playing a hell of a game of chicken, man.
For sure.
You're playing a hell of a game of chicken.
Or if you're Aiyuk and you play this year for 14.1 guaranteed, and then they tag you for 26, that's also guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's $40 million guaranteed for the next 2 years if they want to go that route.
Right.
As opposed to maybe he had a 4-year deal on the table, 4 years and 104, but only 30 of it was guaranteed.
More from John Lynch, more from Kyle Shanahan that you're going to want to hear. We'll have that for you next. We'd love your calls. Now that you know all that you know, and now that you know that Aiyuk is here, what do you want the Niners to do in the month of August with the wide receiver situation? 888-957-9570. TJ Hushmanzada in about a half hour. We're sponsored by Safeway, Willard and Dips.
Head to Safeway this week.
really.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want an injury update?
Bring it.
You want some information?
You won't. We got the doc today?
Do we?
We should. It's Tuesday.
Is Pandia coming on today? That's going to be a no from him, dog.
Okay.
Friday.
He ducked us last week.
Well, that was on us, not him.
That's on him.
Why? We left.
Let's go,
He didn't
Pan.
duck us. We ducked him.
Let's go, Doc Pan.
He was here ready to roll at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday, and we were like, we're not here.
Yeah,
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
All right. So, some information about some names that matter to us. Let's start with Ricky Pearsall. Everyone saw him pop up on that non-football injury list.
Popped on the pup.
And we did hear the report. It's not expected to be all that serious. The 49ers are expecting to have Pearsall back next week. So nothing this week from Ricky, but next week, thumbs up on Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
So deep breath there.
Ooh.
Next one. Talanoa Hufanga. Hufanga's goal, not expectation, goal is to be ready for week 1. So that's sort of the timeline that we're working with Hufanga. Next, Drake Jackson. This is according to Matty Mayoko, said that he expects to be practicing in the offseason program, but that didn't happen, and he is yet to be cleared from patellar tendon surgery.
Not good.
So there's some mystery there. And then the big one. Don't forget about Dre. Dre Greenlaw expects to miss multiple games. So is that surprising? No. But when you get that announcement on July 23rd, they can already tell you as of July 23rd, this person is going to miss multiple regular season games. God, don't you have to plan for the whole? You got to plan for the year. I think you have to plan.
Yeah.
Now
Depends
again,
where he starts.
I'm not saying he's going to miss the year, but what I'm saying is, if I hear that on July 23rd, that tells me I'm going to have a hard time in training camp planning the year and thinking that Dre Greenlaw at a high level is something that will ever happen. Maybe, but I don't. Can you count on it?
No, and it depends on where he lands as we break camp, because if he lands on the PUP, the physically unable to perform list, that would indicate that he's going to miss just a number of games and he'll be back. If he lands on IR, that means he's gone for the majority of the year, and then he gets a 21-day window where they can open his practice window, and at that point, he can then possibly return. And I would imagine he's going to land on IR. He's not going to land on the PUP list.
Possibly.
The PUP list is a little bit more of a short-term thing. And I would imagine if they're telling you now in July that he's going to miss a handful of games, that means he's going to miss probably at least half the year. Minimum half the year.
Yeah, I mean, it means he's nowhere near ready.
How
it means
could
he's
he be?
nowhere, and he couldn't be. Right. Of course not. Forget all the Aaron Rodgers stuff you heard last year. This is how long an Achilles takes. And so I am preparing myself. You can do what you want. I'm preparing myself to expect nothing from Dre Greenlaw this year, because I also don't even know when he comes back, what's he going to look like? Because from what I'm told, from what I see, from what I hear, as soon as you come back from that injury, it's not like you're 100%. It's not like you just turn a key and go. It doesn't work that way. So I am, as a fan, I am preparing for Dre Greenlaw to not be Dre Greenlaw this year. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and that I think would be a fair thing to expect, because he got hurt in February, and if it takes 9 to 12 months, well, 12 months would be next year's Super Bowl. God willing that the Niners are there. And if it's 9 months, that means you're into mid-November, and that would be just a return to actually being able to move. And 9 months would be aggressive coming off the Achilles.
Yeah, very.
So I think that expecting him to miss the whole year is the safe bet.
I'm glad you brought that up. God willing, the 49ers are there. Okay, let's talk about this for a second.
Okay.
Let's talk about this for a second, because I think that this is actually
once we get by the drama of the Brandon Aiyuk situation and the would you and the won't you and the money and the soap opera, I think the much bigger story for the 49ers this year is the idea of the anthill complex, which is you knock over an anthill, what do the ants do? They immediately start building the anthill back up again. And we as human beings are always impressed by that because that's not how we roll. We have to wallow in our own misery.
The 5 stages.
Right? Go through the grief, and then
Totally.
woe is me,
Denial.
and then you need some friends to help you, and you need a drink, and all of that stuff that we go through. And it's true. How many people have you talked to this offseason that are just like, I can't even imagine. Grandy told me earlier, are you still waiting on the last episode of Receivers? You won't watch it, right? Because you know what's coming.
Yeah, I haven't been able to convince myself to watch yet because I am still too emotional about it.
Okay.
Even though you know what happens.
Even though I know what happens, I just do not need to relive that again.
Yeah.
At least I'm not ready yet.
5.5 months. That tells me that's a man who has not gone through all the stages of grief yet. And I get it.
Are you still in denial? Because acceptance is one of the big ones. And they don't all go in the same order. There's anger. There's bargaining. Oh, if only Kyle knew the overtime rules, maybe things would be different.
Yeah, maybe it's denial. I don't know what the hell I'm in. I'm just struggling.
Not acceptance.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like acceptance.
Well,
and
that's
I get
where Fred Warner was. We talked to him yesterday, and
Totally.
he's accepted it, and he is the head ant in that anthill analogy, which is a good one. And he's already started building that anthill.
But understand that is A, mentally very, very hard. And then B, and this is the part that really sucks. Oh, gosh, this is the part I hate saying out loud because I'm going to sound like I'm trying to come from a certain angle and I'm really not. But here's the real. Like, they're probably not going to the Super Bowl this year. They're probably not going. That's how many things are working against you to get to a Super Bowl. It's so hard to get there. You have to have so many things work your way. And then even when they do, sometimes you still need balls to bounce off of someone's helmet and fall right in the right spot.
And you need a quarterback to not have his arm fall off.
Exactly right.
You know?
Like
they've been to 3 straight NFC title games. You lose against LA in kind of a weird one where that thing was there for the taking.
Yep.
Brock Purdy's arm falls off and you lose in Philly. And then you have to scramble back, scurry back against the Lions. It took a pep talk from a Mill Valley teenage girl to get you into a space where you thought that maybe they could do it. It took my mother-in-law to scoop up my 1-year-old baby and take her out of the room. It took Diamador Lenore's smoke alarm to be broken. It took so many fluky, superstitious things to make that happen, and yet you still couldn't win the Super Bowl.
Kyle Shanahan on dealing with the emotions of losing the Super Bowl and then trying to do it again.
I think that is the tough things about going to the Super Bowl and stuff, and whether you win or lose, how long it takes to deal with some of the things that you put off all the way to February, the recovery you need just mentally and physically. But when you get to this point, it all kind of feels the same. If you would ask me this 40 days ago, I'd have been like, I need a little bit more time. But now that I've been away from this building, and everyone really has, and we've gone 40 days with our family, it's time to get back. I know my family wants me back bad and here, and I'm ready to start doing some things besides going to the beach with them.
Okay, all right. So now those are his words, and I get it, and that's a fun thing to always say. Boy, yeah, the family really excited that I'm out of the house. All right, Mike Florio on the Morning Roast yesterday. Take a listen to this with regard to the idea of having to climb the mountain again.
I remember 4 years ago, there was a preseason event, and Kyle Shanahan was asked, what does he want for the 49ers this year? And he says he wants to have a 10-point lead with, 7 minutes left and finish the job. And I made the point that that's the easy part. You get a 10-point lead with 7 minutes left in the Super Bowl. That's coasting, or at least it's supposed to be. The hard part is going back to 0-0. Dennis Green, the former Vikings coach, he was a 49ers assistant at one point. He called it the Valley of 0-0. Every team gets dragged back down to the Valley of 0-0, and you have to do it all over again. Look what happened in 2020 after they went to the Super Bowl the last time. All those injuries with the back-to-back games on that horrible surface at MetLife Stadium. The season can get easily derailed for any team at any time. 0-0, the climb from 0-0 to the 1 seed is not easy. It's a long, hard fight, and then you get to single eliminations.
So say it with me, Debs. I want you to say it with me. Do you promise you'll say it with me?
No.
Promise you'll say it with me.
Only if you say Super Bowl or bust.
Oh, I will say that, but there's more words that come after it.
Oh, let's hear it.
Super Bowl or bust is stupid. It's an absolutely absurd conversation to have in the month of July, or August for that matter, or September. That's the whole point. This is a media and fan thing that is totally tapped into our own frustrations and nothing else, and is not based in any reality whatsoever. Because if the 49ers are thinking Super Bowl or bust here in training camp, then they're already busted. They need to be thinking about winning week 1. That's the hardest part. He's right. It's just a mental game, and I hope, like Steve Wilkes, the Niners are built for this.
I can honestly say I'm built for this.
Because that's the game that you have to...
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I hope you're sort of built for this. I hope...
The Niners have been to the NFC Championship game 4 of the last 5 years.
Dibs, they've got the best
Super
team.
Bowl or bust.
No, they've got the best team,
right.
but you got to blend that with the journey. Like
of course, and I'm here for the journey.
But the Jets last year thought they had a playoff team. And then 4 plays happened, and then they didn't have a playoff team. Like, you got...
Well, that's on the backup. He's got to be better than that.
Dude.
If they had Sam Darnold, they would have been a playoff team.
And do you think if the Niners end up playing Josh Dobbs this year, they're a Super Bowl or bust? Is that how you feel?
I think Dobbsy can get into the playoffs.
No, you don't. That's what I'm getting at. Of course they've got the best roster. Of course we're all desperate. Of course we're freaked out at the idea of Brock Purdy getting an extension and still being ringless. I understand all of those emotions, but talking about a Super Bowl in July is banana land. It's completely a departure from the reality of the NFL, where every single play means your entire season could change on a dime. Every play. It is so hard. And that's why last year is so devastating. Steve Young said it directly to our faces at the event down in San Jose. I'm very sorry to report their best chance was last year, not this year. Because this year, you gotta start over and have 48 things go right to even have a shot to end up in the Super Bowl again, no matter how good you are on paper.
I think this year's chance is as good as last year's chance and as good as the year before, and they're in a Super Bowl window. So I'm sure that they're down there in Santa Clara today going through meetings and weigh-ins and getting their pads and where's my locker and all the rest of it, and they're thinking about the same thing that I'm talking about, which is the Super Bowl. And yes, you have to go out there and you have to stay healthy and get to week 1 Monday night at home at Levi's, and we'll be broadcasting down there right outside the parking lot, and it's going to be great, and the fans will be hyped, and it's going to be the last game of week 1, and their job is going to be focused on winning week 1. But when you go into the season and you're a 49er player, you're absolutely thinking about the Super Bowl. Now, you're not thinking Super Bowl or bust because you're a pro player and you're thinking about your career, your health, and all the rest of it. But when you're in that locker room, if you're in Carolina, you're not thinking Super Bowl or bust.
No, that's their goal, but it's not something that I think you think about on a daily basis other than in sort of a whimsical dream sort of a way. It's everybody's dream to go win the last game.
I get that.
And
if you're there, the one thing you're focusing on every day is getting better. And that's like, pro athlete stuff. It's like, how can I get 1% better today with an eye toward that goal?
I realize what you're saying. I'm just saying that it's one of the, it's great for a hat. It's great for a T-shirt. It's great for a radio show. But your motto this year is not Super Bowl or bust. It's stay healthy, my friend. That's it. The Niners are going to be fine. There's no stopping this team unless they get hurt in key spots, just like what happened last year.
Well, unless they face Kansas City again in February.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know what their journey entails. They've got the same problem. It's football. And,
yeah,
and it
just does fewer problems. Oh. They got 2 in a row. Their only problem is legacy. Going down as maybe the greatest team in the history of the league.
What they don't have is anxiety.
And pressure.
Right. They don't have the anxiety that the 49ers have because they've already gotten over the top. However, they do still remain the greatest rational example. If a 49er fan, if you want to, for a second, if we want to put the beer down and be rational for a second, how old is Kyle Shanahan? How old is he?
44,
is he?
I would guess.
Let me look. Yeah, I was going to say. I think he's not even close.
44.
44 years old.
Yeah.
He is 44 years old, and people talk about him. I mean, is this guy ever going to win a Super Bowl? My gosh, it's just been forever. He's 44.
Right.
Yeah, he's 44. He's not been coaching for 80 years.
20.
He's not as a head coach.
Well, as he said today in his press conference, I've been doing this for 20 years. And it hit me, though, when I was like, damn, you've been doing this for 20 years?
You're right, but not really, because if you win
Nobody's been in the game for 20 years.
If you win it as a quarterback's coach, nobody's giving you the credit. Most people don't even know who you are.
But you get the blame for being an offensive coordinator and blowing a big lead.
Apparently.
Yeah, right?
Exactly. He's 44 years old. And now, if you go out in the world and if you answer anything other than Andy Reid, when someone says, who's the best coach in the NFL? If you answer anything other than Andy Reid, you're an awful person and a homer.
John Harbaugh.
But who is Andy Reid? He is exactly what everyone's got so much anxiety about. He is someone who had a really good roster and a bunch of chances and a trip to the Super Bowl and all of that for year after year after year after year. And it was nothing but frustration. And then all of a sudden, greatest coach of all time. What happened? He got Mahomes. So that's all. Like, I don't really have a whole lot of concerns about Kyle getting there, but it's kind of crazy talk to whittle it all down to 1 year. The man's 44 years old, and he's in his 7th year coaching as a head coach in the NFL. And his first set of years has been kind of wildly successful.
It's been pretty good.
Especially considering that I'd argue if you make it all about the quarterback, if that's what the NFL is mostly about, then as far as a starting point in training camp, this is his best quarterback year that he's ever had. Yeah. I mean, is Brock Purdy not better than Jimmy Garoppolo?
And he's healthy. And he's healthy. And he gets a full camp for the first time.
There you go.
All those things together.
Yes.
If he takes as long as Andy did to win a Super Bowl, Andy was 61. So you're going to deal with 17 more years of Shanahan, and that would mean that he ends up doing it in another place because Andy started at 41 in Philly, and he coached there till he was 54, and then went to Kansas City, and it took him a little bit of time, and then now he's won 3 of the last 5.
44 years old, man. He's 44 years old.
That was Andy's 4th year in Philly. They went 12-4. Andy had a good run in Philly, and then they went to the Super Bowl, and then
he was fantastic, and they kicked him out.
Well, finally, because he kind of fell on tough times at the end.
Because
8-8, 4-12, and
was that post McNabb?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he lost his quarterback.
That's right.
I mean, again, I'm not diminishing coaching in the NFL. I think it's incredibly important. The really good ones show themselves. Andy Reid's a very good coach. John Harbaugh is a very good coach. Kyle Shanahan is a very good coach. There are a handful more that we can name. A lot of them are off the tree. I think McVay is a really good coach. I think LaFleur is a really good coach. I think you can see the guys, and we'll see about Jim Harbaugh coming back into the fold. I expect the Chargers to be better this year, even though they're in a hell of a division. But you can see who the good coaches are. But again, this is not me there's no way to relieve any of the pressure of San Francisco 49er football this year. I said this earlier in the week. I think every one of their games this year is just an event on its own. I don't care if they're playing the Cardinals. It's a stop what you're doing national event when this team takes the field right now. There's that much attention on them. And that brings with it all the stuff we talk about. Pressure and anxiety and laughter and pointing when it doesn't go well from others. All of that stuff is there. There's no way to remove that. But this idea of boiling down his career to the next 6 months is crazy. It's crazy that football doesn't work that way.
No, Kyle's career is fine. Kyle's career is intact. But I do look at the roster and think about what the future holds, whether they win or not. The roster is going to look different next year, as it does every single year. And for the Brandon Aiyuk question, it becomes even more compelling if he doesn't sign his contract. And I don't know if there's a contract that'll be in front of him. According to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, there haven't been substantive talks since May. And now here we are in July. And I can't imagine that those talks would then ramp up. And I'm just thinking about what Steiny pointed out earlier and what I heard from John Lynch talking about, well, the fifth-year option is something that we all kind of agreed on contractually, where you get drafted in the first round, and as a player, you have a fifth-year option that the team can exercise, and then really you play on that fifth-year option. It doesn't mean that any NFL team has a duty or an obligation to extend you. If you're good, it doesn't mean we have to extend you before your fifth year.
Let's hear some more from John Lynch.
Let's do it.
Since you referenced it. Our buddy Larry Kruger asked him this one. Last year he said Nick Bosa would not be traded. Are you willing to say the exact same thing about Brandon Aiyuk?
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way. But, I think, again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
All I caught there was no.
I caught there was like, damn it, Larry.
Yeah, Larry, it's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question, and the answer is no. No, I will not promise you that Brandon Aiyuk will not be traded.
Exactly. And, it's different when you're talking about Nick, who is maybe he's not one of one, but he's one of 5 or 6 true game-wrecking edge rusher guys.
Yeah.
And so Brandon Aiyuk is really, really good. He's one of the best receivers in the game, but he's more replaceable than Nick Bosa is.
We have
for
great
sure.
energy.
Thank you.
Has this Aiyuk negotiation been the hardest of all of these offseason negotiations during this era?
This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for when you have a first-round pick. And, that's been out there. But we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. What I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our 8th is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep going. You stay in communication, and you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that. But again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
That was right there at the end. That's my number one takeaway of listening to John Lynch. And we'll continue to play a lot of this throughout the show today so that you guys can all feel like you were there. But my number one takeaway was John Lynch continued, because they've got that reputation. Oh, the Niners, they're drafted players. They take care of them for a second deal, right? He kept saying, we've got so many good players, and we have taken care of them. So at a certain point, that makes it hard. Makes it hard to keep doing it. And so I sort of took from that, well, it feels like that point would be now. Like we've reached that point where maybe they've taken care of so many guys that they can't take care of the next one.
Right, especially as the dynamics he talked about earlier in the answer. There have been a lot of dynamics. I won't get into them. And part of the dynamics have been the exploding wide receiver market. So Brandon Aiyuk's value, just based on the comps that were signed around the league, they went up. So all the dynamics, and whether it was TikTok or a trade request or just the other deals that got signed, there were a lot of dynamics that made this deal more difficult than others.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Sure, there'll be more from John Lynch. There'll be more from Kyle Shanahan, more from us, more from you. 888-957-9570. But coming up next, around the bend, TJ Houshmandzadeh, former receiving great in the league, who also happens to be Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach. He joins us next on Willard and Dips.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People need something new, and Merit America is that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We don't want to waste any time. We're very, very excited to talk to our next guest. And all guests on the 95.7 The Game guest line appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? He's come on the show many times. We find him to be a very interesting guest, especially when it comes to all things Brandon Aiyuk and the wide receiver situation with the 49ers. That's none other than TJ Hushmanzada. How are you, my friend? What's going on?
Man, I'm doing well, man. How y'all doing? I just finishing my workout, finished right on time, so we good to go, baby.
I love it, man.
Precision is impressive.
Yeah, we appreciate the hell out of you. Like, because we've talked to you about this before, I'm willing to bet you're not surprised that Brandon Aiyuk reported today. But can you share with our audience why, after all this talk, Brandon still chose to report today?
Well, for the most part, we're football players and we love the game. We don't like it. We love it. And so it sucks when the business aspect of it comes to the forefront because every player wants to feel rewarded. Oh, we love you. Oh, you're a big part of the team. I see better than I hear. And so he won't show me. And that's all it is for him. And I knew he was going to report, but it's just, I'm sure, very frustrating. But the game of football is something that we love it, man. It is not a like, it's a love.
And it's a labor of love, and so now he has to go about the labor part, and the love comes later. And how does he go about, taking his ego and putting it aside, knowing that there's guys out there who are making twice as much as what he's going to make this season?
It's going to be hard. There's no other way to put it. It's going to be some good days, there's going to be some bad days. And that's about as honest as I can be with you. There's going to be some days where it won't be on his mind. There's going to be some days where you're going to see his body language. You're going to look at his face, and you automatically know. It's just he's thinking about it. And you feel like, I've done this. I led the team in targets. I led the team in yards. I believe he was third in touchdowns. Bro, just pay me. I mean, that's the player. You want to compare me to this player and that player, but when this player and that player signs a contract that you don't want to give me, that comparison is no longer valid. And so there'll be some good days. There'll be some bad days. I'm sure BA will try to be a professional as much as possible, but he's human.
So, TJ, as he arrives to camp, and we get word that at least there's a report, there haven't been substantive talks since May. Do you believe that Brandon is now of the mindset that this is not going to get done and I'm just going to play on the fifth-year option?
It's a possibility. I mean, if you're not going to give me a contract now, what will make you give me a contract later that I want? And, the teams say, oh, the salary cap. That's just an excuse that they stand behind. Every team has space to sign whomever they want if they structure the contract the way it should be structured. But they use the salary cap as an excuse. They can get it done. They just don't want to pay him what he's asking for. But what bothers you more than anything as a player is when another team seems to appreciate you more than the team you play for. And I say that because there's teams that are willing to give him what he wants. But your own team doesn't, and that's where the frustration kicks in.
Okay, but TJ, a little devil's advocate here, but let me ask you if you think this is fair. Yes, there are other teams willing to give it to him. Those teams might be in a different circumstance. In other words, so if the 49ers say, look, we're already paying one receiver north of $25 million, we've got to give our quarterback an extension. We've got high-priced players at every position, and we are offering you 26. Are you still saying it's not fair in that circumstances for the 49ers to make that claim?
Yeah, it isn't fair. I look at a team like the Eagles. Their quarterback gets big money. A.J. Brown gets big money. Devontae Smith is making good money. They have an offensive lineman and Lane Johnson making big money. So you can get it done. It's not as if you can't get it done. You can get it done. It's just a matter of, do you want to? Brock Purdy isn't making big money. Yeah, it's coming, but he isn't there yet. And so you can structure a contract the way you want to fall under the salary cap if you want to. But if he didn't play well, meaning he wasn't an all-pro or Pro Bowler, things of this nature, he wouldn't be in a position to ask for this money. Every player, we always compare ourselves to this guy, this guy, this guy. So as soon as the guys that I compare myself to sign a deal, you're like, okay, I'm going to fall around. I don't have to beat it, but I'm going to fall somewhere in the vicinity. We're going to be in the same neighborhood. And when you're not in the same neighborhood, that's where you start to get frustrated.
And how does he go about playing this year and not having it become a distraction when you're not in that neighborhood and they're asking you to live maybe on the other side of town and you feel like you should be in that gated community? How do you go out and play and not have it affect you?
It's tough. There's no other way around it, man. It's not going to be easy, but the only way to prove that you're worth what you say you're worth and what you're proving is to prove it and do it again. And so there'll be some frustration, like I said earlier. There'll be some days where the coaches will read his body language, other players on the team, and they'll know, okay, we're going to leave BL alone today. He's not feeling it. But you want to go out there and ball so crazy to where you don't even leave a doubt that now y'all got to do this. And if I'm John Lynch and Shanahan and ownership, we got a chance to win it. And so I don't want this going on right now. We have a chance to win it. I got a friend that's a huge 49ers fan. Man, this dude was talking, man, why won't he just sign for this? Like, bro, your fandom is talking now. Like the businessman, and he's a businessman, has his own business. I said, the businessman isn't talking. This is the fan of you talking of the 49ers now. And so there will be some bad days for BA, but ultimately you got to go ball, because if you don't ball, all this is for nothing.
TJ Houshmandzadeh is with us. You know the name. Receiving great. Has also worked a lot directly with Brandon Aiyuk through the years here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, TJ, I want to ask you this, because listening to you talk, I know that he has formally requested a trade, but it also I'm sort of betting, and it sounds like in his heart of hearts, he like his option one is still to stay and get paid. Do you do you agree with that? Is that your understanding?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you want to stay? Team is going to be good for years to come. Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the league. Why wouldn't he want to stay? But I want to get paid also. I don't want to take a discount. The game of football, it seems like you're going to play it forever, but you're not. I mean, these owners are making billions. I just want enough money to where I can take care of my family for generations to come. And his play has warranted that. But 100%, he would prefer to stay with the 49ers over anyone else.
Do you think the process for him changed this offseason from back in February, where it seemed like, things were kind of rolling and then all those other contracts came in? Did his approach to what he was asking for change based on the market?
Bingo. Tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row, connect 4, whatever you want to say. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And this is where, when you know a player is a part of your future, I'm locking him up early. The Dallas Cowboys do a terrible job of this. You knew CeeDee Lamb was going to be in your team forever. Why haven't you signed him? Same thing with Dak Prescott before he signed his extension. Same thing now with Micah Parsons. Get out in front of it. The Eagles do a hell of a job with this. They get out in front of it. When you know a guy is a part of your future, approach him earlier, because you can get him at the number that you probably want. Now, it's like, I've proven myself. I'm an all-pro. Oh, all these guys have signed for this. I got to fall now in this neighborhood when they probably, I'm guessing, could have got him for 24, 23 last year.
That's interesting. TJ, how does the now presence of Ricky Pearsall complicate this year?
I felt like when Ricky was drafted, and Ricky can really play, man. I'm a fan of his. He can really play. I felt like when he was drafted, to me, I said, man, Debo or BA won't be there after this upcoming season. If I'm the Niners, I don't want to trade Debo or BA. I got a chance to win a Super Bowl. Why would I want to trade them this season? I want to make sure that Ricky is what we know he can be first. And so I've always felt that one or two of them would be gone if Ricky shows that he can play. I still believe that to be the case. Now we just don't know who that guy will be.
And I really want to ask you this, and I hope you're able to give an objective answer because I know you're tight with BA, but when you look at the way the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan structure that offense and the locker room presence that these guys are, who is more important to what the 49ers do, Debo or BA?
Well, if we point to last year, it's BA. If you point to previous seasons, 100% it's Debo. And so you can look at it two different ways and say it's both of them, because when the 49ers enter the field for every game, when they walk out of that tunnel, who's the first two guys that we see?
Debo and Trent.
Debo and Trent. The team looks up to them two dudes. And so to take one of those away will be a blow to the locker room. Now, somebody will step to the forefront and try to replace Debo if he's the guy that isn't there. But can you? You don't know. And so you're playing with chemistry and leadership when you do these types of things. But when you talk just on Debo had been the lead receiver, and now here comes BA leading the team in targets, leading the team in yards. From a specific receiver standpoint, it's one-on-one, it's cover one, it's 3rd and 8. You're going to BA because he can beat press coverage with his quickness, with his route running ability. So from that perspective, strictly passing game, I need you to get open one-on-one versus the other team's top corner. You're going to BA.
That's a great breakdown as it pertains to the offense, but doesn't it also lead you to think that they drafted Pearsall more as a BA replacement as opposed to Debo based on what his skill set is?
Could quite possibly be that, but we don't know if Ricky can do that. I believe he can, but you got to go show me. And so, I see better than I hear. So if he shows that he can do it, now does it make the 49ers decision a little easier? Now, if it's reported, they said the Patriots offered him the 34th pick. That's an early 2nd-round pick. That's technically a late 1st-round pick. They said no. Can they do better than that next season? Can you convince somebody to give you a 1st-round pick for BA and pay him that money when you had the 34th pick reportedly on the table? And so can Ricky do it? I believe he can, but he's going to have to get into the games and get into the league and understand how it works. Guys play well in college. They play well and they do well in practice. You get in the game, it's a completely different thing. And so you have to wait to see. But yes, Ricky is closer to BA than he is to Debo, but maybe Ricky may have some layers to his game that we haven't seen yet.
So, TJ, take me inside the 49er wide receiver room this year and project this for me, because this feels like a lot of anxiety, the potential for jealousy. You want to see what Ricky can do, but also get Brandon his targets. Debo is still a team leader. How do they all navigate this?
That's going to be interesting. You just don't know. Ricky has a hamstring problem. And that's when you're Ricky, and this is why the guys that I train, we have specifically stuff that we work on prior to camp, after the draft, because you take all these visits. You're not really working out as much as you used to, as you should be, because you're taking visits, you're doing this, you're doing that. And so it's common that the rookies will have hamstring injuries. So Ricky has a hamstring. That may linger. It may not. And so from that perspective, how much would you get out of Ricky? How will the offense? I would assume Brock Purdy is going to be better. If he's better, he's going to navigate the unhappiness that he may see. Shanahan will manage it. Like I said, BA's going to have some good days. He's going to have some bad days. But ultimately, when you love the game, for the most part, we here to play football, and that bad body language, it'll be far and few between.
He loves the game, but do you love the system when you run a lot of 21 personnel and it's just 2 receivers? And if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're going to get a lot more attention in the routes than you would if you were on a 3 wide receiver team. Is that partly what leads into BA maybe showing some frustration this year, the system?
No, everybody, listen, man. I don't care who you are. Who led the league in targets? Was it CD Lamb?
I believe he did. Yeah, CD Lamb.
Unless he wants more targets. So if you target me 10 times a game, man, I wish I could have had 12. You target me 14, man, I wish I'd have had 15, 16. I mean, that's what competitors do, man. What Shanahan has done in his offense is it's so multidimensional. We can hit you with McCaffrey. We can get you with Kittle. We can get you with Debo. We can get you with BA. We even throw Juwan Jennings in there sometimes. And so when you have to account for everybody, that's what makes them so good is you can't key on one person. And so we all want more targets and we want the ball more. But ultimately, when you're winning, you don't care. BA's going to get his targets because he's good. BA's going to get his catches and touchdowns because he's good and he's going to get open. Are we all going to want the ball more? Yeah. But he's going to be fine. It's just the contract part of it is just frustrating.
Yeah. Hey, TJ, what is your perspective on what the whole team is facing this year based on last year's disappointment at the end and now having to rebuild the whole thing again from scratch? How big of a challenge is that?
You would think the 49ers are pretty much – they've been at the top of the NFC for years. This would seem like this is the make-or-break year. The Detroit Lions are coming. They're coming fast. Green Bay Packers are coming, and they're coming fast. Pause. There's a lot of teams in the NFC that are going to be better. And the 49ers are going to be – everybody's chasing them. And so when you've been to the Super Bowl and you've been at the top, you're going to get every team's best game every Sunday. And so you can't slip up. You can't be lackadaisical. You can't approach it like, oh, we're playing this team. The Bears are going to be – there's just so many teams in the NFC that are going to be better that they need to find a way to get over the hump. The 49ers, you could almost say on paper, do they have the best roster in the National Football League, player for player on both sides of the ball? And so for them, they need to do it now because these other teams that are younger, they nipping at them. They looking at them and saying, here we come. It's the 4x4 and the 49ers in the league and that anchor leg that they coming to get them.
TJ, it's so good to have your perspective. Best. By the way, before you go, are you watching this Receivers doc on Netflix?
I'm done. Finished it. Yes,
you watched it all. All right. It. What were your big takeaways?
Kittle really is just, he seems like a great teammate. He seems like he'd be somebody I want to play with, always positive. Just the way he is and the way he was on that show, I found that to be refreshing. I like him. I don't know Kittle. I don't believe I've ever met him, actually. Talked to Debo a few times. Debo was banged up a lot. Toughed it out. He was banged up a lot. But yeah. I like those type of shows. Like, I'd watch those every day if they were on. Like, that's the type of stuff I like. I don't watch anything but sports. And so unless my wife forces me to watch one of her shows.
Yeah.
Outside of that, that's all I'm watching.
Real Housewives and fill in the blank, no doubt, TJ.
This is off Niners, but what was your vibe on Devontae Adams? Because I've heard a lot of people like, wow, what a great player, what a leader, and a lot of other people are like, geez, he made the whole thing about himself.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, man. Devontae was just frustrated, man. It's frustration. I go from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr to now this. That's all. I mean, it's frustrating. I'm used to when I'm open, it's a catch. Now when I'm open, I hope I just get the ball thrown my way. And so it's frustrating for him. And I'm sure he didn't want to make it be about himself, but it comes off that way. I don't play for wins or losses. I play for greatness. That comes off as being a bit self-centered and selfish. But it's a stigma about receivers that we're this and we're that. I just believe when you come from such a winning organization with a great quarterback and then you go to Aiden O'Connell, who was a rookie, and Jimmy G, it was just pure frustration.
Did you have an alter ego like Justin Jefferson, or were you just TJ on and off the field?
I don't know, man. Like, I think I'm a cool dude. I really do. Like,
you are.
I think I'm a cool dude, but I know during the game I act crazy and people be like, bro, what is wrong with you? So I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is. I just don't care. Like, I'm willing to hurt myself to hurt you if you piss me off during the game, but I don't know, man. I think I'm a cool dude, but I know when the game starts, I can be a little bit out of control.
Fair enough.
I want to let you go, but you keep saying things that spur other thoughts.
Man.
Like, TJ, when you said I go from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr to this is also known as Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, why did Jimmy look like that with the Raiders, but like he was able to do what he did here? What's your take on that?
Come on, man. You know, you really want me to tell you?
I want you to say it because when I say it, people get mad at me here.
Shanahan.
Thank you.
I'm telling you. Wait. How long have I been telling you this?
Years.
Long time.
Now, Shanahan isn't perfect. I swear when Mahomes threw that interception, if you run the ball, y'all win the Super Bowl. Just run the ball, you win it.
Yep.
He isn't perfect, but he is way better than most. I'm telling you, go divorce your wife, and then you're going to get to the other side of that fence and realize you want her back, and she done moved on. Fire Shanahan if you want to and watch what happens.
Yeah, 31 teams would be calling him, I'm sure, TJ.
Joke. No joke.
And whoever they hire is not going to be as good.
You're the best, buddy. Thank you.
All right, y'all take care, fellas. Appreciate it.
TJ.
TJ Hushmanzada.
It's just every time we have him on,
it gets better.
It gets better.
And it gets longer. One of these times he's going to be like, dude, I'm not coming on. You guys keep me for a half hour for crying out loud.
Well, and a lot of times we have interviews that go more than 15, and you see the boss pop in like whack-a-mole. Not during TJ Hushmanzada. Nope.
Good Lord.
Yep. He gives us a stretch signal. Lot to react to.
What grabbed you first?
So many different things, but the idea of him kind of agreeing to the Pearsall draft replacement idea, not that he's saying that that's what they were thinking, but it's not what they were thinking.
So Brandon's going to have good days. Brandon's going to have bad days.
Yep.
It's a lot to navigate for the 49ers, but they're going to have to do it.
And Pearsall with a hamstring issue, potentially?
Breaking news.
The
49ers have not admitted what it is. TJ Hushmanzada just did, and I fully believe him.
Well, and he was saying that this is the norm, and it makes sense. A guy who goes from college and you shut it down, and then you go to the combine and you shut it down, and now you're going to ramp back up.
Well,
Shanahan and Lynch did say it was a hamstring.
Did they say it today?
Okay. Good.
They said it, but they also said hamstring makes sense when they say we expect him to be back next week, but it's kind of like, might be Monday, might be Wednesday.
Right.
Because as TJ just said, the hamstring thing, it lingers. And so you don't know, and there's a high rate of recurrence and all of that stuff. So we'll get into that with Pandya on Friday for sure. But you listen to TJ, and I think you hear that while everyone's still going to say, yeah, these negotiations are ongoing, I mean, in many ways, Brandon showing up today tells you that it's like, okay, fine. We didn't get it done. We're moving on. And this is how I'm going to play it. And I'm going to be mad a lot of the time, but we're going to do this, and we're going to go play our butts off, and maybe you get a man possessed out there, but you're also going to get probably someone who the water boils over a time or two. And it's a lot now because you do want to see what Pearsall can do, but you don't want that to be at the expense of your two other great wide receivers.
I just can't help but keep thinking about number 11. He wears number 11. You know who else wears number 11 or used to wear number 11?
Klay Thompson.
I can't help but think about the comp. And, Klay playing angry, and now Aiyuk. If there's a route that he runs and he's open, and Brock happens to check it down to McCaffrey, who gets 7 on a 3rd and 6, and you cut to Aiyuk, he might show more frustration than he otherwise would have, and I don't blame him.
A receiver would never yell at a quarterback on the sideline.
Good point. Number 11,
never
Mark.
would happen. We're sponsored by Safeway. Okay, what'd you think? Let's get into this a little bit further after all of that insight from TJ Hushmanzada. 888-957-9570 is the number. Larry Kruger's out at camp. He's going to join us in an hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway.
side, knowing that there's guys out there who are making twice as much as what he's going to make this season?
It's going to be hard. There's no other way to put it. It's going to be some good days. There's going to be some bad days. And that's about as honest as I can be with you. There's going to be some days where it won't be on his mind. There's going to be some days where you're going to see his body language. You're going to look at his face, and you automatically know. It's just he's thinking about it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I go back to a conversation we had last week. It was, we were doing the morning, and you and I were driving in, and Grandy was pontificating.
He was hot.
It was a pontification sensation.
That's a buck.
And he was kind of doing the whole, like, what's everybody worried about? Like, the 49ers are fine. They've got this. You're right. Many of you, they've got all the leverage. So what are you freaking out about? What is there to worry about? The Niners can't navigate this? And I thought to myself, well, yeah, the Niners can navigate this. Can Brandon? And I don't know. And I listen to TJ and I go, now I really don't know. You know, I think he can. I think he can. But we're sitting here when things are at their absolute calmest. And we're going, all right, what are you going to do? Now, decision number one is he showed up to camp on time. That's great. That's a great and I think important first step where Brandon didn't even feel the need to be like, I'm going to show those suckers. Like, I'll be there, but I'm not coming on time. I'll come next week or I'll come the week. He didn't do that. That's a great first step. But what happens as things turn, as things unfold? What happens when he gets dinged, when he gets hurt? How's that feel when your money has not been taken care of and now suddenly your body comes in to question?
What happens when he gets 3 targets and 2 catches in a 24-22 loss?
Right.
And, you know, he's open 6 times. Or
it's a great question.
What happens when he, thank you. Go ahead and score that.
No, I work here.
No, but I got my first ever tic-tac-toe from TJ Hushmanzada,
that
which was
fun.
pretty good.
That was.
And I said to Granny,
what else did he say? He said bingo.
He gave me a tic-tac-toe and he gave me a Connect 4.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, everything but sorry. It felt good. That's like Candyland, my man.
It was like walking into my game closet. I'm like,
fun.
I got all of those.
I was into it, all of it. And I, of course, turned to Grandy immediately looking for credit, and he gave me the slow shake. Like, no.
Yeah, no, that doesn't count.
No, that's not a scoreboard. But
anyway,
either way, I do think that those things are going to be more scrutinized.
Sure.
When, you know, he's open and Brock Purdy is under a little bit of pressure and he decides to go elsewhere, and Aiyuk has that hand, that wide receiver hand, you know, the hand wiggle, where I'm open, and you don't get the ball. There's going to be frustration that percolates this year.
I mean, what happens if Brandon turns an ankle and you got to go into the blue tent? And then on that next drive, hey, Pearsall had 3 catches on that drive. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Again, how does that affect him emotionally? Today's a great start, but I'd also argue the last 3 months were not a great start. Brandon Aiyuk, how do you handle situation X? Well, Brandon went to TikTok. He went to Ryan Clark's podcast. He went to his IG story. He did all of these things. Were they overly damaging? No. Were they effective? No. No, they were completely ineffective and at times bordering on absurd. I'm on TikTok. I'm going to bring
say they don't want me.
I'm going to bring someone else's quarterback onto TikTok with me. And what is it like? What are you doing? What are you doing?
And also, it has served as, at the very least, a preseason distraction because, you know, you go back to the press conference today with John and Kyle up there, and I think the first 5, if not 6, maybe 7 questions were about Brandon Aiyuk.
Sure.
And it wasn't about, hey, what are you thinking about? How about this camp, right? This weather, is it crazy? Am I right? Too hot? What's your hydration plan? It was Aiyuk, all the way through the opening 10 minutes for both of them.
Yeah. And again, these sort of hypotheticals that we're throwing out may or may not happen, but some of these things already have. And whether this even makes sense
for this to anger Brandon, the bottom line is I have no doubt that they did. And what I'm talking about is the fact that all these other dudes got taken care of, right? Christian McCaffrey got taken care of. I don't even know. Did he have to publicly ask for anything?
No, he didn't show up to
nobody to OTAs.
Yeah.
And nobody said a word. And Christian's deal was not up. And they took care of Christian. All right, cool. Christian's been taken care of, right? Bosa's been taken care of. Debo's been taken care of. Kittle's been taken care of. Niners took care of a bunch of stuff.
Even Juszczyk got his deal reworked to where he took less, but he got more guaranteed.
Yeah, he was upset about that. So I don't know, but I hear you. And Jed York publicly finds a microphone to be like, Brock Purdy, am I right? Like Brock Purdy, he's going to get a huge bag next offseason. And Brandon is sitting here going, hello, what about me? And the Niners have basically been like, what about you? What about you?
Right. 5th-year option. It's something that we all have agreed, contractually, it's something that we all agreed. 1st-round pick, 5th-year option. Am I right? It's the rules, and the rules are the rules, and we're gonna go ahead and follow those rules in this instance because we are not comfortable right now paying you whatever it is that you want.
Want to make sure that you get all of the Johnny Lynch, okay? Here's some more that we haven't given to you yet. And this was a question. If there's one thing I didn't ask TJ that I thought about asking him, and I'll tell you why I didn't end up asking him, but let's let Lynch talk on it first. Did the wide receiver market hurt negotiations?
No, I wouldn't say that. And again, I'm not going to get into the specifics. I think there's a privacy that is earned. And, I always go back to, I didn't like my business being aired out. So I'm not going to get into the specifics. There's certainly markets that happen and developments that happen that affect, but we also have our own roster. And like I said, we've rewarded a lot of players. So things do get more challenging. We've put our best foot forward, but both sides have to come to agreement. We haven't been able to do that yet. And so where that goes, we'll see.
Now, this is adjacent to what you asked TJ, which is,
bingo.
There was one number and then there was tic-tac-toe. It changed and he was like, bingo, the buzzer's going off. You win. That's exactly what happened. And so Lynch is saying, no, that didn't hurt the process. And the answer is probably like, yes, it did, but not from the Niners standpoint. Like the reason John Lynch is like, no, that didn't change it because he's like, no, we were at this number and then we stayed there. So no, it didn't affect anything. And Brandon's like, it affected me. I wanted 26. Now I want 29. Now I want 30. Niners like, no, we're still at 25 and a half or whatever
the number was. But Brandon was saying that in the beginning of the process, which happened in mid to late February, right after the Super Bowl, he was getting his suit ready. He was getting it pressed, and he was getting everything. His fit was all set to go, and then here we are 4+ months later, and that suit's in the closet.
This is what I was going to ask TJ, and then I opted not to because I already know the answer. Like, this wide receiver market, does this make sense? Does it make sense? And he's a former wide receiver, so he'd be like, yep, and that's, you know what I mean? Or like, that's what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. But I still think Kyle Shanahan, and I'll try to find the specific one, but he had an answer today that I thought was a great response to that Florio bite that we were playing yesterday. And I'll just sort of give you the synopsis of the bite. But Florio was like, look, at a certain point, if you're the Niner brass, you got to look around. You got to see that there's 5 other teams that are willing to give Aiyuk his price. And if that's the case, you got to go ahead and give him the price. And I was like, that's absurd. If I'm the Niners, what's your man got to do with me?
Right. I got a man.
Yeah, I don't care that you're willing to pay. We're not. You don't have Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Fred Warner, a quarterback that's coming up, Kyle Juszczyk. You don't have Mooney Ward. You don't have all of that on your team. You stink, Patriots. That's why you're willing to hit the price. You don't have any other good players. We have a bunch of good players, so it doesn't make sense for us. Might make sense for you, but not us. And I thought Kyle actually addressed that today. He was a lot less sort of pointed about it, but he's like, you got to weigh these things with timing and your building and what you're doing. And TJ sort of, and I get where he's coming from, he tried to blow that up
and almost say, like, football teams are like hotels, okay? There's always another room. There's we're sold out.
It's kind of like you with Cap Schmack.
Yeah, like if Justin Timberlake shows up at the front office, suddenly you've got a room. If a celeb shows up, like, yes, you always have a room. So do you always have room? Well, yeah, you're not wrong. Like, the 49ers could do this, but I do think that there's somewhat of a fair point where they're like, but is that smart? If the Niners do sign Brandon Aiyuk to a big extension, I'm fearful to know what the list of players would be that would get cut next year.
Well, and it's next year, and you don't have to do that right now.
Right.
It's like if you get a call from Justin Timberlake's, to play with your analogy, you get a call from his representatives, and they say, Justin might be coming to your hotel tomorrow night. Do you have room? And you look at your ledger and you don't have room. You're not going to tell him no right there. You're going to say, yeah, we'll take care of you tomorrow night. Just make sure, have Justin come on up to the concierge desk and we'll take care of him. And in a night, he may or may not show up. And if he shows up then, and for this analogy, that's Brandon Aiyuk at the end of this season, you get through this year and Brandon has 83 catches and 1,400 yards and 11 touchdowns, and you go all the way to the Super Bowl again, you're going to make room for him because that's what you're going to do next year.
Here's the one that we're talking about with Kyle Shanahan. So he was asked about the McCaffrey extension. Oh, hey, Kyle, you got that one done. What about this one? I mean, that wasn't really the question. But anyway, listen to what Kyle says here. You tell me if it hits you kind of the same way.
It's always tough with all this stuff, just everything that the question guy is asking pertaining to contracts and stuff. And it's a whole challenge that you got to understand the market and how that works in the league. And you also got to understand what works for our team and how to build your own team with it. And there's two things that you're constantly weighing, and it's not easy to figure out. And there's never an obvious right way or wrong way. You try to figure out the best way, and it's a lot of stuff goes into that. And to be able to get Christian here with what he's done the last couple of years and what we plan on him doing for the next few years, we're really excited to get that done and felt great about it.
I thought, to me, that's what Kyle was saying there. Kyle is saying, sure, we love Brandon Aiyuk, and we love Christian McCaffrey, and these two apples are not the same. One of them is a lot cheaper. Think about if you're Kyle Shanahan. For those of you who don't want to look at the whole landscape of the market and just sort of play this in a common sense sort of a way, like Christian McCaffrey's over here asking for a raise and a short extension that essentially asks for the Niners to throw a couple more $1 million on top of a contract that's still paying him less than $20 a year.
Right, less than Kittle, less than Debo.
Right. Meantime, Brandon wants 30. Does that make sense to you in a logic-based world? No.
Probably not.
No.
Well, and if you want to rank your offensive players by import, Brandon Aiyuk is maybe 4th or 5th. You would put him behind Brock, and you'd put him behind Trent.
And Christian, for sure.
And Christian.
Yeah, and maybe Debo.
So then you get into Debo, George and Brandon.
Yep.
So then you get into that group of who's more important. Well, it really depends on the scheme and the week and all the rest of it, but you're not 1, 2, or 3. So you're going to have Brock making 55 soon, and Trent's going to be north of 30. And as long as he wants to play, you're going to pay him because he still is the best left tackle in football.
Like that's kind of how I heard that. It's like, sure, in certain situations, you get your Christmas bonus. You might be like, all right, let's put a few more gifts under the tree. I'm feeling loose right now. I'm feeling like I got a little extra in the pockets. And maybe that's the New England Patriots right now. The Niners are not, that's not them. That's not where the Niners are at. The Niners are looking at their bank account, and they're realizing that they have like 2 kids going to college next year.
Right.
And they're like, geez, boy, like if we stop and think about this, what are we doing? It doesn't mean they don't think Brandon's worth it. It just might mean now's not the perfect time for them to break it off. And is that unfair? Is that slanting toward the NFL team and the rules? Maybe. I'll acknowledge that, but I do think that's what they're doing, and I do understand that thought process.
And I think that it just keeps leading me back to the other number 11 and Klay Thompson, and you made this great point a couple of months ago about the timing of Klay coming off a 10 seed, not a playoff appearance, an 0 for 10 in the play-in, and now you're looking to get the bag, and we're trying to get below the second apron. So the timing for Clay couldn't have been worse as far as when he became a free agent. And if you're Brandon Aiyuk, your timing is not ideal because you've got a lot of good pieces around you. You have a quarterback who's about to make top market 50, 55, 60 million, whatever that number is going to be, depending on what Jordan Love here gets here in the next few days. That will be one that resets the market. But if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're kind of hitting the market at the exact wrong time.
Right. But you're thinking you're hitting it at the right time.
Well, for you, it is the right time.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I guarantee you.
I did my 4 years, and the Niners do this is what the Niners do.
I hit 1,365 yards as I become extension eligible, and the wide receiver market goes crazy.
Couldn't have been better.
I mean, him and his agent probably shared a call and a margarita. Like, oh, my God, we're going to do, like Jordan Poole, we're going to get a bag.
Yeah.
And the Niners were like, wait right here. Just hang tight for a sec. And that's what leads to a trade request, you know? And so I don't know. I sort of go back to, what do you want to see the 49ers do right now? Hushmanzada said, look, he's here. He's at camp. Nothing's going to change. I don't think the 49ers are suddenly going to show up with a bunch more money that they're going to offer Brandon Aiyuk. And so does that mean that they don't want to give him an extension? That feels a little bit strong to me, but the way my sort of business brain, which is not the best, but the way that portion of my brain has developed over the last couple of months in watching this, I get it. You're playing with people like, look, I ripped the Giants yesterday because I'm like, where's the human being here? Is there a human being that's making any decisions when you send Hayden Birdsong out? I know, but functionally, we need another right. But is there a human in there? Well, take that over to the 49ers. Is what they're doing with Brandon Aiyuk lacking a little bit on the human end? Maybe a touch. But to me, the 49ers have that slack. They get that latitude. They get that latitude for two reasons. Number one, they play really well. They win, while the Giants have not. And number two, I do think they've got a track record on that end. You know, they have a track record of, we are drafting, we are developing, and we are rewarding. But can you do it every single time? You know, probably not. Probably not. So, like...
Well, that's where the frustration for Brandon lies, though, because you've done it to everyone. You've done it for everyone, and now it's his turn. And, you know, everyone else got it. How come I don't get mine? It's not fair, Mark.
It's not.
It's not fair.
It's not.
But it's just the way it goes in the big business. And so you play out the fifth-year option. And the other thing that I thought was interesting from TJ Hushmanzada was him saying that the Patriots had offered the 34th pick.
Yes.
Which is a very, very high second. 2 picks later than where they took Ricky Pearsall. Because they took Pearsall at 31.
Did they move up one spot or move down one spot? I'm trying to remember how that actually played out.
I thought they'd moved back, but they might have moved up one.
You might be right.
Either way, it's just a small handful of picks away from where they actually took Pearsall, and yet the Niners didn't want to trade Aiyuk for the 34th pick overall.
Yeah.
And then now, if you look at the way this might go, if he plays his fifth-year option and they don't use the franchise tag and Aiyuk signs somewhere else, they're only going to get a third-round comp pick.
31. Pearsall was 31.
Yeah.
And they offered him the 34th pick. Yeah, so it's 3 picks. 3 picks later.
Man. And now if you keep Brandon and he signs elsewhere, then you would get a third-round comp pick in exchange in 2026. You get an extra year of Brandon Aiyuk.
But remember what people are asking you to do when you ask the Niners to do that. You're asking the 49ers to know that they've got Brandon Aiyuk's replacement for this year, and they don't know that. Like, that's what I think the Niners are actually addicted to here, is the information. It's not the money. It's not the money. Maybe it's a little bit the money, but that's not the number one thing that's driving this. The reason that this is bad timing for Brandon Aiyuk is that the 49ers would like 17 more games of information. Debo, can you stay healthy? Brandon, can you do it again? Ricky, can you play? I want to know those things before I decide who I'm signing up for long term. And quite frankly, they've got flexibility in a way, with all three of them. Ricky's not going anywhere, but Ricky's cheap right now. But you've got flexibility at the end of this year to still do anything. You can be like, well, Ricky can play. We want Ricky to start. Brandon, we're now ready to break off $30 million a year and cut Debo. Or, Brandon, we're ready to let you walk and continue with Debo Samuel. Or option 4, Brandon, we're going to tag you and do one more year. All of that remains on the table, and I get that's like a drug to a front office. We can go chase the Super Bowl and just push everything off one more year and gain all kinds of information so that we've got a better chance to make the right decision.
And you have the control to do that because you've got Brandon on a 5th-year option, Pearsall on a rookie deal, Debo in a spot where after this year you can cut him and the dead cap hit is not too dramatic. So you're right. 1 year of information, 1 year of 3 guys for maybe 2 spots, and you figure out from there, maybe you end up keeping all 3 and you let Jennings walk and you move Pearsall to the slot for next year.
I mean,
who knows?
Yeah.
You're right, though, about it's information and it's also control.
So, we've sort of worked our way to the answer that I want to give to my own question. What do you want to see the 49ers do? I want to see them make the right decision.
Of course.
Right, and but I don't know what that is yet.
I think the right decision is for them to do nothing. Go play football.
Yeah.
Camp starts today. You'll be out at practice tomorrow. Hey, guys, go play football.
It could blow up in your face.
It could.
It could blow up in your face. I mean,
it could also work out beautifully.
But
motivated Aiyuk, Debo knowing that he might be playing for his future here, and Ricky Pearsall with a chance to slow roll and learn and kind of matriculate into the system. It could work out beautifully.
I love Aiyuk. He's not wrong. He deserves it. But the more I think about it, signing up to him right now for 5 more years right now is just closing the door on too many things that might actually be the right decision.
That's a fair point.
Ricky might be fantastic, and Debo might stay healthy. TJ made that point too. Who do you see walking out of the tunnel with the 49ers? Who do you see? You see Debo and Trent. I'd be very, very hesitant to just be like, yeah, we can just move on from those guys. No problem. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-957 is the number. We're about a half hour away from going back out to camp, check in with our buddy Larry Krueger, and keep going with the Niners as camp opens. However, also coming up next, we got to get this off our chests with regard to the state of the San Francisco Giants. So that's coming up, too, on Willard and Dibs.
Stop whopping me. celebration. 3-2 Dodgers, and he's driven in them all.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Who was the Dodger beat writer that got on Spencer Bivens for striking out Ohtani earlier this year? Remember he said Bivens is celebrating as if he just won the World Series because he struck out Shohei Ohtani. And we got on him because we're like, dude, like, I think, was it Bill Plunkett? Was that it? Look that up for me, Director of Sports. Let's see if it was Bill Plunkett.
Bill Plaschke.
No, definitely
Bill
was not
Plunkett.
Plaschke. I think it was Plunkett, but I could be wrong.
Never heard of him.
Me neither. Is that a real person?
Yeah, no, it's a real person.
Jim Plunkett.
No, it's a real person. Yeah. But you remember what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Bill Plunkett of the Southern California News Group.
Thank you. Yeah, Bill Plunkett. So he got on
SCNG.
He got on Bivens because he was like, struck out Ohtani in a game in June. What are you doing? Histrionics. Carrying on out there. And of course, a lot of us fired back. You know, I'm like, is it cool that the Dodgers shake that ass after every hit?
Watch yourself.
Sorry, I'm allowed to say that, right?
What's the next line in the song?
Yeah. Show me what you're working with.
Thank you.
Anyway, like,
You better be careful.
is that cool?
And you saw Trotgate from over the weekend, right?
Yeah, Soto.
Yeah.
That was tremendous.
Well, it started with the with Diaz of Tampa Bay.
Siri.
Oh, sorry, Siri.
Yeah.
My fault.
Hey, Siri.
Yeah. Hey, Siri, do me a favor and get her on the bases.
Now my phone is freaking out.
38-second trot from Siri.
Yeah.
It's the OnePlus to Dibs having an Android. Doesn't have to deal with that.
There's more than one plus, but I'll allow it.
No, they're real. God, there's 1,000 minuses. But anyway, right. So what about that? Was that okay? Teoscar Hernandez.
Oh, I love him.
Lost the damn mind last night when he got that hit.
He bat flipped a single.
Right, which, by the way, I didn't think he should have bat flipped it because I was sitting there on the couch going, I already know you're going to get a hit here. It's the most obvious. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Wesley Hoagland.
Of course he's going to get a hit.
I knew he was good for the first 4 or 5 pitches of that at bat.
I knew he was going to get a hit. The Giants made a stupid mistake in the outfield. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. Let's go to New York for the review. Was he allowed to slide that way? Oh, he contacted the infielder. I'm not sure. Let's look. Nope, Bob, we're okay. All's good here. I went, okay, 3-2 Dodgers or 5-2, one or the other. But there's no question they're scoring here and winning this game right now. Because that's the way it's gone. That's Giants baseball. You make one mistake, you do it late, you do it at the wrong time, you pay. That's been, I don't know how many times this year. So you tell me, Dan Dibley, am I letting my very rare emotion to bubble over here? For me, last night was the night, and I can't believe that I arrived here with all that has gone into this season with Giants baseball, with the $200+ million payroll, all of the offseason spending, the big name arrivals from Blake Snell, Chapman, Soler, and beyond, even Jung-Hoo Lee, like all of the activity that the Giants put into this season. We have not yet arrived at August. We've not even yet arrived at July 25th. And I'm about to use the same word that A's fans have been using for the last year and a half.
I'm out.
You got to sell.
Oh, you got to sell. Yeah.
You got to sell.
Well, the passion that you showed on our show thread, on the Vine, as Guru would call it, last night, it caught me a little bit off guard because you were angry. I'm angry, Jeff.
Yeah.
And that wasn't awesome.
It was not awesome.
No, and it's sad because there still is a lot of baseball left to be played, and the math is such that you could go on a run, and I could pitch all of the rest of the mathematical nonsense that is still possible, and you get your rotation guys back, and this and that, yada, yada, yada. We can play that game and all the rest of it, and it still is possible, but a more likely scenario is this team continues to take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 3 steps forward, 4 steps back, and they continue to kind of muddle in the muck around 500. So what do? Do you really sell? And if you do sell, if you're going to sell, you got to really sell, and you got to sell big. And if you sell big, in my opinion,
talk to me about that. What do you mean?
Like Blake Snell.
That's fine.
Gone.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Sell him.
Absolutely.
Camilo Duvall.
Sure.
Sell.
Sure.
So
don't say Logan Webb.
No.
No, I hear that from a lot of people. Like, you got to understand
Logan Webb.
You got to understand what sell means. Sell does not mean I'm so mad, let's just throw everything off the wall.
Sell means you take players who have a lot of value now, who don't have a lot of future value, and you see what you can get for them. But I do think if you are going to be in that sell mode, then Farhan Zaidi might as well go the Biden route. And he might as well announce that he's not going to seek an additional term.
That's the rub here. And I will stand behind 2 points at the same time. That A, they should sell, and B, they won't. They won't. Right?
They won't.
Yeah, exactly. Director of Sports Lucas Alexander goes, you won't. And he's right. They won't. They won't. Because it doesn't serve their current interests. And I know
his current interest.
Well, yesterday I said you got to go 6-2 the rest of the week. Now, technically, it's not off the table. You could win 6 of the next 7. They won't, but they could. They're allowed to.
They're allowed to.
It's within the rules.
Yes.
They're allowed to score more runs than the other team in all 7 of the remaining games this week. But they won't. They won't. And in fact, on paper, the hardest one of them all is the next one. It's tonight. You're playing the Dodgers again, and you're doing it with a starting pitcher who looks like he's gassed. So good luck out there. It doesn't look great. And if you lose that one, now 6-2 becomes real hard because then it just needs to become 6-0. And even that, at the end of it, I'm like, I don't know. What does that actually do? Let's say the Giants miraculously were back at 500 by the end of the week. I know that the Giants would use that as ammo to say, obviously, we're not going to sell. We're making a move. And yeah, the wild card is not gone. It's not gone, but you look at the whole group right now, the whole picture, everything, the presentation, and it just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. And I am a firm believer that a baseball team needs to send a message to its front office before the front office sends the message back. And that is, you got to tell them, hey, we're good. We're good. Please go help us. And then the front office, it's on them to send the message back and go, we believe in you. Good job. Here's some reinforcements. Go see if you can do something special. That's how it works. And the message has not been sent upstairs. They have not said at any point this year, hey, we're good. They've never looked good. They've never been over 500. They have never had an extended period of we're good. They went to Pittsburgh and New York for one road trip. Chappie went crazy. Duvall lost a game, and then they reacted with what looked like their best baseball stretch of the year. It came after I screamed and yelled about the whole thing, and it was like, okay, we got action, but it was fleeting, and we did not have action. And I wonder if everybody did sort of like, did you watch on TV last night? Did you notice that Dodger Stadium does not look like the
Oracle
Southern
Park,
California version of what it looks like up here? There's no black and orange down there, even though tons of Bay Area people move down there, live down there. I used to be one of those people. I used to wear all the gear over to Dodger Stadium. I've done that. And no, obviously that's not going to happen right now. So all of those things are to be filed away. And so it does not mean crater the whole roster because you're mad. But the names you just brought up, and I don't know what the return would be. Snell's got a lot of money, and he's only technically a rental. So, do you get a haul, like a big old bucket of prospects for Snell? No. No, but can you attach Duvall to him, who you're not loving right now? Is Conforto a name? That's another free agent. Is that a big deal? Will you get a haul? No. But at this point, what the hell do you got to lose? You're putting left fielders out there now who can't hit a curveball and have no idea when the hell they're supposed to get out of the way of the center fielder. You have no problem doing that now, so keep doing it. Why not?
Yeah, and just watch this thing continue to flatline, and then you get nothing for these guys because Conforto's a free agent, right? And
Conforto is a free agent.
Snell's got the player option, and he could opt in for $32 million, but you may not actually want him to if this is the return you're going to get on $32 million. Where last night is especially frustrating because when you look at the way that game went, that is about as well as you could play up until the botched fly ball and, Soler has a base running mistake. You didn't play a perfect game, but you pitched it. You lined up your bullpen. Everything was kind of aligned toward where you were in it. You had a chance to win it late, and then you didn't make the play late in the game, and you lost another ball game.
Don't forget what Montos did before he misplayed a fly ball, which was a 1st and 3rd with 1 out at bat, which you could see from the moment he walked up. I'm like, he's striking out. He's striking out. He has zero idea what to do with a curveball right now.
Yeah.
And I feel for the kid. I'm not trying to come down Luis Matos' road. He's brand new. And maybe he will Elliot Ramos this whole thing next year. He's got some talent, but he is lost right now. He is lost. I know Guru thinks it's because of emotions from earlier in the year. I don't really buy that because even if it is that, then that's on him. Like you can't emotionally fall apart like that because you got sent down one time, whether it was a good move or not. You can't do that. I mean, if Brandon Aiyuk is going to show up to camp and play football this year, same thing. You got to figure out how to handle that and still go perform. But he's a kid, and he's still learning how to do it at the big league level. So I'm not coming down his road, but if you're going to put him out there right now, there's a fair point to just say, then put him out there. I can tell you how Luis Matos is not going to get better is having him play like portions of every game on some nights. Here, how about 7 at-bats this week? I mean, that's not helping.
Yeah.
That's not helping. So, yeah, I can't believe I feel this way. But
shocking.
What else? What other option is there?
Well, you're 5 below 500, and you have a better run differential than 2 teams in the National League. You are 13th in the National League in runs for and runs against. And you're 5 below, you're 4th in your own division, and you are flagging in the wild card race. So, yeah, you've got a decision to make in 7 days. And the idea of them buying now seems almost comical and laughable. So the only thing that would be worse than flat out buying or a fire sale would be to do nothing.
Oh, get ready.
That would be the worst.
Get ready. I would absolutely predict that that's what they're going to do. You'll see marginal moves.
Right.
You'll see Conforto go for somebody who's 16 years old. You'll see that.
Well, they acquired a reliever already. You mentioned it over the weekend.
Yes,
Mike Baumann.
For cash considerations.
Sure.
So that they could send their young, sparkling rookie down to thank him for his 12 strikeouts at Coors Field.
It feels like I don't think you're wrong, but if they don't do anything, is that more of an indictment on Farhan and company as opposed to if they just flat out sell? Because if you sell bold pieces, big bold pieces, Conforto, Snell, Doval, Chapman, any of them, all of the above, that at least to me would signal that you realize that this wasn't working, it didn't work, and now we're going to try to restart this baby for 2025. Nobody like us.
I tell you why it's going to end up being incredibly quiet. I'm telling you right now why it's going to end up being incredibly quiet. And it proves a point I've been trying to make for a few weeks now, which is that Farhan is not safe. He is not safe. And if they do that, if they have a fire sale, if you see Blake Snell and Matt Chapman get traded, it is an admission of failure. And an admission of failure is going to put his job status squarely in the crosshairs. And he doesn't want to do that. However, on the flip side, buying would be absolutely maniacally crazy right now. So what are you going to get? A big box of nothing. You're going to get a marginal move here or there. They will probably trade Michael Conforto for somebody who can't buy beer because that's a very easy thing to do. It costs you nothing, and it saves you money, and it might help you dip below the luxury tax. And I get that that's probably where Greg Johnson's mind is right now. You're going to go out there and be 48 and 53. Well, then forget you. Give me my money back. All right, fine. We'll trade Michael Conforto for some kid named Spencer who's in Pawtucket right now. And there's your move. There's your move. And then outside of that, we're also going to dangle the idea of an 11-game win streak that could come at any moment. It could come at any moment, and we're going to take this National League wild card by storm, and we'll head into that wild card with a bevy of accomplished starting pitchers. You watch. It could happen. That is my prediction for this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that you would sell your fans on the reality of Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. There's your trade deadline acquisitions. You're getting both of them back. So that really is the big move. And like you said, if you're able to trade Conforto for, a guy who's ready in 2026, a 19-year-old who had a top prospect, Boston's number 7 prospect. He looked good down there in Pawtucket this year. It's tough to sell to your fans, but right now your fans aren't buying really any of this because it's become almost farcical the way you've been promised the young guys. Well, and then they come up and they pop and they flash and, well, then they fizzle or they get sent out. And then you're stuck with kind of the same old thing.
Yeah. And by the way, you can, if you do send out a Conforto or something, you can pitch that in a way of they'd love for Matos to, I don't know, maybe get a couple hits. And then they help. Well, no, and then they could be like, yeah, we really wanted to clear away for Matos. We're excited about what we see there. Or maybe it'll be someone else. You know what I mean? Like Tyler Fitzgerald looks good at shortstop right now, but you might see the Giants, maybe Tyro Estrada will get traded. And then you're going to want, does Luciano come up and get to play some second base? And does Fitzgerald and Wisely end up playing a little bit of left field? And you do bring Luciano up because over the last 2 weeks, you want to know what Luciano's been doing? Homering like every other at-bat. And so you could see the Giants, we really wanted to get him back up here. We're dying to get him back up here. Translation, they wanted to get under the luxury tax, and there's no reason not to because the team's not going to go anywhere. And so that would be my prediction as to what happens. But if they were really, really genuinely playing the right cards for the organization right now, yeah, they would see exactly what Snell and Chapman could get you, especially if you did a pot sweetener with Doval with a bunch of team years of control and a young player. That would, I'd love to call someone with that. Oh, Snell, I don't know, he could opt out. All right, we'll put Doval in. Now what?
You got 3 years of Doval, no matter what. Team control.
What am I getting back? Can I get your hot shot number 2 or 3 prospect who's about to boogie?
Maybe a shortstop. Maybe somebody who could come up and play short next year in 2025.
Maybe a shortstop.
Well, if you look at next year, and I hate to already look at next year, but you do have a lot of pieces in place potentially that you would figure you can count on to be, mainstays. You've got your center fielder coming back after he lost the year due to his shoulder. Sure. You got a catcher. You've got a good first baseman. I don't know if Wilmer will still be around, but late night Lamont is still solid. You have a couple of outfield pieces.
Yeah, Ramos will be a corner outfielder next year.
You've got 3 or 4, maybe 5 really good starting pitchers. So you've got some building blocks, but you hate to be in July and already thinking about 2025.
Well, and Fitzgerald suddenly becomes a really interesting guy. I don't know if everybody else is feeling this, but Ramos has got, he earned the runway now to dude, you're in the lineup every day for the rest of the year. Let's see where that goes. Fitzgerald's getting kind of close. This is an interesting player. Homered in 4 straight games.
Crazy.
I mean, and he runs the way he does. He's made some really interesting plays over at shortstop. That
amazing play last night.
I mean, maybe Tyler Fitzgerald is your shortstop.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's the closest thing to it that I've seen in 2 years.
Fantastic play to save the game temporarily. With that play behind second and then the glove shovel over to second and Wisely, and no chance to turn the 2, but that saved the game for about a minute and a half.
If he can even be okay with the glove at shortstop, if you bring that kind of power to that position, I mean, if you do honestly have the ability to hit 20-plus home runs in the big leagues, and his bat looks like it has that in it, I mean, well, then that's your guy.
Yeah.
That's your guy. So that ends up becoming kind of the focus of the month of August, and I find that all to be just wildly disgusting.
Depressing.
I can't even believe we're here. I can't. So many of you are like, what'd you expect? Not this. Not this. If you would have told me, the Giants are a 500 squad, fine. Then I could believe 53 and 48. I cannot believe 48 and 53. I can't believe it. I don't understand what it is. Grandy said something last night that maybe this is just the way all fans feel about their squad. But watching Teoscar Hernandez do what he's done this year, winning the home run derby and seemingly torturing the Giants and getting so many big hits for the Dodgers this year, a lot of people are like, the Hernandez-Jorge Soler market was very similar in the offseason, and the Giants picked the wrong one. And Granny goes, no, it'd be if Soler had gone to the Dodgers and Hernandez had gone to the Giants, Hernandez would be hitting 215 and Soler would be the home run derby champ. And I'm like, you're probably right.
Yeah, that's a terrible way to look at it.
But it's probably true.
Maybe part of that's the protection in the lineup that you get being a Dodger.
You're
like Hernandez
Ohtani,
is not leading off.
Betts,
yes.
Freeman. Okay, Teoscar, go do something with it. Oh, my God. The bases are loaded every time I come to the plate.
And the Giants have Jorge Soler leading off because he wants to, because he feels more comfortable there. Is that what we're doing? We're putting guys in the leadoff spot because they feel better. They're more comfortable doing that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Your big bat in the order, and you're not going to have him hit in a power spot. And I know analytics have told us that it's more important to get somebody to bat as many times as possible, but he doesn't really produce at the top.
I said last night that I find this to be maybe the most frustrating San Francisco Giants team to watch that I can remember in a long, long time. And that's a layered thing as to why I feel that way. But I also think sometimes it's just organic. Like, I don't need to explain it. It just is. When I'm watching this team on television, I am more frustrated than I have been in years watching Giants baseball. And that is the message that needs to go all the way up to the top. And I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. This isn't just about the trade deadline this week. I think for a lot of us here in the Bay Area, this week determines whether or not I plan on spending any entertainment dollars at all on the Giants in August and September. My entertainment dollars for baseball in 2024 in the final 2 months of the season are reserved for a pennant race. And if you're not in one, we got other things going on.
Only 4 games out of the third wild card.
That doesn't count.
Well, and they're only behind 4 teams, tied with another.
You're over 500 or you're out.
Yeah, 51 and 48 right now gets it done. So only 4 back. A win tonight, you could creep closer. A win, Mark, and losses by 8 other teams, you gain ground.
Don't win tonight. Win all 7. Talk to me on Monday morning if they've won all 7. All of them. And then we can talk. Then you're over 500 and we can have an actual conversation. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, back to Niners camp with our buddy Larry Krueger next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to chiltonautobody.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Great pause right there.
Pause. I don't know who to be more mad at right now. Oh, good, he's calling in. Thank goodness. Lawrence Kruger. That's weird. I don't like that look at all. That's what's coming up on my call screen. Lawrence Kruger is calling.
Call from Lawrence Kruger.
Lawrence Kruger.
Yep.
I'm over here like you telling me the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, can't even book Lawrence Kruger, and then Lawrence Kruger doesn't have the decency to pick up the phone when director of sports Lucas Alexander calls? Is that what's happening right now? That's what was happening. But now Larry has called back in. A friendly reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's go out to him. His name is Lawrence Kruger. He's live. 49ers camp today. I have to give you credit, Larry. I thought that was a very, very adept question. When you said to John Lynch, hey, last year you promised that Bosa wouldn't be traded. Will you make the same promise with Brandon Aiyuk? That's professional journalism right there, Larry.
Yep. Nobody says a pain in the ass like Larry Kruger at a press conference.
Well, actually, I think there's some other dudes in that room that the Niners think are a bigger pain in the rear than you.
Yeah.
I actually do.
That's probably true. It's a tough room to get the chief pain in the butt. But yeah, I mean, and he said there are no absolutes, which basically means that even though there is no deadline, and he was asked, you guys have a deadline? He said, no, my deadline to get this done was yesterday, so he's trying to get it done as soon as possible. Even though there are no deadlines and they're not listing any deadlines, they have a deadline. And at some point, they're going to either get this done or they're going to pivot and they're going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. And I just don't know what that is. That the 27th at the cut down day when they're putting the roster together? Is that week 2? Is that the trade deadline? I don't know. But there's no doubt that he, last year it was like, we will not be trading Nick Bosa. This year, we won't go that far.
Right. So you don't think that it's possible that they do neither and just have him play on the 5th-year option?
Well, it's possible he'll play on the 5th-year option, yeah. There's a lot of results that could happen. They could play on the 5th-year option. He could play on the 5th-year option and then get franchise tagged. He'd play on the 5th-year option, get franchise tagged, and get traded. He could play on the 5th-year option, and they could agree to an extension in the midst of the year, which I kind of think is what's going to happen, to be honest. I mean, the question is tomorrow, is he going to do the hold in? Like today, I think we realized he's not going to do the hold out. He showed up. He was there. Tomorrow, we're going to find out if he does the hold in, which is I'm here, I'm at meetings, I'm not incurring thousands of dollars of fines, but I'm not putting or risking my body until my contract extension gets done. That will be one interesting move. The Niners expect him to practice tomorrow. So that's going to be major news tomorrow, whether or not he practices. And, and that will determine kind of where this thing goes, really. I mean, if he doesn't practice, then he's holding in. And obviously they're trying to get that deal done. If he practices, then, maybe that's a sign of good faith and they get it done quicker. I'm not sure exactly how to read the tea leaves on it, but I definitely think tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, Larry Kruger with us, Niners camp today. Larry, I'm intrigued by, I think the same way Dibs was, that you just said that you could see this turning into a trade. To me, going into this year, there's no way in hell the Niners are trading Brandon Aiyuk unless they are 100% sure that Ricky Pearsall is the real deal. And I don't know how you can know that until at least halfway through the year.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, there's also Jacob Cowing, who I think is going to be significant. But yeah, you don't know what those guys are. I mean, in an ideal world, you don't make any major decisions on any of these guys until the end of the year. That's why I think the Niners are so open-minded to the 5th-year option. I mean, I'd much rather make this decision on Aiyuk next year, even if it costs me a few dollars, because I've got certainty on what Debo is. I know what Purdy is more. I've got a better idea what Cowing is, Pearsall. If Cowing and Pearsall are the next Randy Moss and Jerry Rice, then you don't want Brandon Aiyuk. But if those guys are both hurt and not very good, then you absolutely have to have Brandon Aiyuk. So, I mean, it's the full gamut of potential options.
Which is why I think that they might kick the can further down the road. And how has this gone traditionally, Larry, with 49ers who are, quote unquote, forced to play under the fifth-year option? Is there usually some trouble with that, some backlash?
That's a good question. I've never heard of anybody having any real problem, but this has been such a public demand for the extension. And I think we're all kind of expecting the players, Brandon, the media, everybody's expecting an extension. And if one is not forthcoming, I think that will be, obviously it'll be interesting. I expect Brandon Aiyuk will be a pro. I mean, I have no indications, guys, from him that he would be anything but a total pro. And that means show up, ball out, play hard, and get his money down the road. But not everybody in the NFL has that ethic. I think he does. So I think that's the road he's going down. But the other guys, he only has to play 6 games. That's the magic number for the year to accrue. So does he play 6 games, and if he doesn't get his money, hold out then? Or does he hold out until he gets his money? Or does he not show up until week 11? Because that's really when the year will accrue. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how Aiyuk plays his hand of cards, if he has any cards to play, really.
Larry, what about some other stuff? I mean, it's been revealed that Dre Greenlaw is at minimum going to miss multiple games, which means I don't know what the Niners can realistically expect from him at all year long. Like, what are they going to do next to Fred Warner this year?
Devondre Campbell is going to be the replacement. I mean, Greenlaw tore the Achilles, and he did it in the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was, we think of football as being in January, December. That was February 11th or whatever. He's not. If Greenlaw's back before Thanksgiving, I'd be shocked, totally shocked. I mean, that would be the fastest healing ever for a ruptured Achilles tendon. So I think it's Devondre Campbell. And I would say the other thing, keep an eye on D. Winters and Jalen Graham. I mean, Fred Warner told us that he thought Winters was having the best offseason of any player. And I'll tell you right now, Graham is a player. And I saw what he did last year in the preseason. I'm really excited to see what those two guys have.
Do you think that the Niners are going to be better up front than they have been in the past with the additions of Floyd and Collins and a little bit more with Gross Matos and some other depth pieces?
Dibs, Malik Collins is a big question. It's like, is it a lateral move from Armstead to Malik Collins? Is it a bad downgrade? Are you upgrading? I mean, he looks good in some of these, Twitter videos. I've seen him, working out, and his stop and start looks good. He looks like he's working hard. But I mean, that's not football. That's just running around in the off season. So I think that's a big one. How good's Jordan Elliott? How good's Malik Collins? How much do they miss Eric Armstead? How much do they miss Dre Greenlaw? Just as far as the big question is run D. They didn't stop the run last year. There's a team went to the Super Bowl. They got gashed in the preseason against the run, got gashed in the playoffs against the run, and still almost won the Super Bowl. And then lost Greenlaw, Armstead, and possibly Hufanga. Arguably, they're 3 best run defenders on all 3 levels of the D. So the run D, I think, is a major question coming into the year.
Larry Krueger, who was out at Niners camp opening up earlier today, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Larry, what was your sense of another big question that I know got asked of a lot of guys today, which is, how do you get back on the horse, man? Like, after what just happened last year, how do you get back to the starting blocks and not just get emotionally overwhelmed by that idea?
Well, and there were guys, and we've heard it not just today. I mean, Jair Brown the other day said that, it took him a long time and that he felt like his body was still not over the pounding that it took from the year. I mean, they played a long year, and you're playing these 20-game seasons. If you do this back to back to back to back, like the Niners have done, that means there's guys that have played almost a whole extra season over the course of 4 or 5 years. So, I mean, it starts to have there's an effect, an impact of all those extra football games. As far as the emotional part of it, today we talked to Kittle, Kittle and Bosa. I mean, Bosa is just, this guy lives to train. I mean, I can't even tell you how ripped he was. I mean, he's just ridiculous. Bosa is like, in the best shape I've ever seen in my life. And then Kittle is just, Kittle's just determined. He's determined to get. He said he's equally determined as he was, the time before to get back to the Super Bowl, and he looks determined. And he's approaching 30, so that he's starting to hit the pinnacle of his career.
Brock Purdy gets his first real offseason and his first real camp as a starter, offset by now greater expectations for Purdy. How do you size him up coming into his first real camp healthy as a starter?
Well, he's 100% healthy and he's strong. He's worked on his strength and he's worked on his flexibility and quickness. He feels like he's got a good plan. Just from talking to him a little bit during the last OTAs, it was pretty clear that he knew like intricate details about Jacob Cowing's like route running style. And I mean, it was clear from just a couple of answers that, those guys have done a lot of reps on the field. I mean, Shanahan made the point today, Dibbs. He said, last year we had the film work and then we had no field work. This year you're getting the film work and the field work, but where it's really paying off is the rhythm and the connection to these young receivers. And like you could really see it in that last practice before they broke 40 days ago. Purdy and Pearsall, and the fans are going to see it in the preseason right away. And if you go to camp, you're going to see it. Purdy to Pearsall is a connection that is going to be something. Because, I mean, you can already tell Brock and him have repped it. A lot of timing routes. I mean, Purdy to Pearsall is going to be a hard thing to stop.
Well, fans are going to see it, but they're not going to see it this week.
Right.
Like how big of a deal is, because hamstring injuries for receivers, my gosh, that's not a great way to start here. And I know that was revealed today that that's what Ricky's got. So what's the concern level there?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, for some guys, they pull a hamstring and they're out 3 months, and other guys, it nags them in the first week. They get over it, and suddenly they play a full season with like a full schedule. So it's like, oh yeah, that guy had nagging hamstring in August. So it's really guy to guy. I mean, it's hard to say. I'll say this though. I mean, this guy's been in the blue jersey the entire OTAs. He's not, and one of the big questions I have is just, can he take a hit? And then after he takes a hit, can he still make those plays in the middle of the field? And he's not the biggest guy. So the fact that he's already kind of getting a little dinged up and missing time is not good, but it's also not a nightmare either. I mean, it's precautionary. It's early, I'm sure. And they're just, they got a deep group of receivers, and why, you get this guy blows out his hamstring and now it's half a season. So I'm sure they're just being extra careful early.
My favorite part of a July conversation with Larry Krueger is the randomness of the Krueger Camp Crush. Tell me who you got your eyes on, Larry, as camp gets started. Throw out a name that no one's heard of. Get ahead of the curve. It's Larry time.
I'm going to go with Tanner Mordecai, the quarterback. I kind of like the Tanner Mordecai, and I'll give you one other, Mason Pline, the converted basketball player. Some guys, the most players, you got to watch the film, right? You got to watch the film and to see if they're any good. But if I just told you this Mason Pline, this guy's a basketball player who has like an above the rim, Division II, but like at Division II, the guy looks like Aaron Gordon. He's reverse jamming and he's, double reverses. He's got an above the rim game. He's 6'8". He's got 10.5-inch hands, and he's a mechanical engineering major. And his college coach did an interview with Guy Haberman and said he's one of the toughest players he's ever coached. Just on that alone, you'd be very curious. This kid is got to watch this summer, Mason Pline.
So good. I'll never forget our Segun Alube segment. God, that thing killed.
He's still in the league, man.
Darn right he is.
Don't you? Segun Alube to you. He's still out there.
Larry, Larry,
and if his family's out there, you know what? We're big fans.
Love the
Big fans
Lubies, all of them.
I know you ended up going off on Mason Pline, but you started the answer with Tanner Mordecai, and I'm on to you, dude. No, but I'm on to you. You can't just go to a Kyle Shanahan team and keep picking the newest little QB that no one's heard of. And then when he plays well, you're like, see, I told you. I mean, haven't we figured that out that all the quarterbacks play well under Kyle Shanahan?
Well, there's no question, but it's funny. I talked to Brian Greasy, and guys, you know what? Brian Greasy had a big hand in Brock Purdy, right? And Brian Greasy has kind of a little bit of a. He's got a little bit of an eye for this. I mean, you can kind of tell. And we did the interview. This was a few weeks ago. And he said that Luke Fickell is his buddy, and that Fickell, the Wisconsin coach, told him of all the players that he had in this draft. And he had a bunch. I mean, he had Bortolini, he had Braylon Allen, others. That Mordecai was the guy that he would bang the table for, I should say, to NFL teams. So he believes in him. And he's got 4.46 speed, and he's pretty accurate, and he's pretty smart. I kind of like Tanner Mordecai. I guess it's also I'm not a big fan of the other guys.
Yeah, but how the hell are we ever going to even know this to be true? Like, Brock Purdy's established now. We're never going to see this guy, so you're just going to be right because you can't be proven wrong.
Well, no, there's this thing called the preseason. We can watch him lead. I bet you he will play. He will play well in the preseason.
All right, that's fine.
And if he plays, here's the thing that's going to be really interesting. If he plays really well after the Niners drafted Brock Purdy, that probably means he's not going to get through waivers because some other team's going to be smart enough to be like, oh, wait a second, these guys found Brock Purdy, and now this guy Mordecai looks good in the preseason. Now we'll pick him up. So they may have to use a roster spot on him if he looks really good.
Do you think the Giants should sell?
Yeah, because, I mean, here's the thing. They have a team in Baltimore and a team in the Yankees that have some really premier prospects. I would not be selling Snell and Chapman for nothing, but you've got a couple guys there. I mean, Blake Snell is going to have a huge second half, and I think everybody in baseball understands that. So he's really valuable. And then Chapman, the way he plays defense, when you don't have a good defensive third baseman, you're like, man, Matt Chapman is out there. The Yankees would love to have Chapman, I'm sure. And they've got Jason Dominguez, and the Orioles had this kid Basallo in the Futures game who's awesome. You got to the Giants have got to find some big-time, middle-of-the-order bat. Now, you can do it in free agency, but they haven't been able to do it. You can draft your own, but it takes a lot of time. You can make trades and trade away, pitching or prospects. And this is the year to do that, I think. So there's Andrew Vaughn, there's Luis Robert, there's Polar Bear, there's Randy Arozarena, there's Jazz Chisholm, there's a bunch of guys that are out there. And this might be the year to, maybe if you're not going to use Marco Luciano, maybe it's time to move off of Marco Luciano or Eldridge or one of these guys and get a proven, otherwise I don't know that Farhan, like if I'm Farhan, is Farhan going to be the GM when these guys finally come to the big leagues and realize their potentials? Probably not. So if I was him, I might want to speed it up a little bit and see if I could get somebody who could help you sooner. Because they're only 3 games out of the wild card. I mean, if they got into a hot 6 weeks, they could make the playoffs and the guy could save his gig. But I think he's got to make the playoffs to keep his job. I really do.
Yeah, updating those standings. They're now 4 games out of the wild card after last night's wonderful experience.
Well, in that case, they're done. They need to sell.
Yeah, I'm with
Much
you.
Better.
Yeah, thank you. That's the answer we're looking for. Hey, before you go, did you catch on the TK pod that Kyle Shanahan admitted that he offered Bill Belichick a job on the defensive side as an assistant this year, but Belichick said no?
No, I did not see that.
Yes.
That makes me feel so good because I put my neck out on the line.
I know, but but I remember because I ripped you for your take, but your take was that it was going to happen, not that it was going to be offered, Larry.
Well, I mean, it goes to show, though, I do know the team that I cover. I knew the Niners would be interested. I knew they would go after him. Shanahan loves Belichick. And you know what? I mean, if you ask me, what's Bill Belichick want? if Bill Belichick actually wants to be a coach again of a good team, I think his better situation would have been the defensive czar on a Niner team that wins 3 rings in the next 5 years under Shanahan. And then as opposed to sitting in some studio, listening to some Bleacher Report donkey tell you his opinions, and you're like, yeah, that's a good call, Matt. I don't know.
This entire conversation was worth it just for you to say Bleacher Report donkey.
Really good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that is. Okay.
I'll get salty on you.
I'm aware. Thank you, Lawrence. Do you like being called Lawrence?
Gentlemen, I do. It reminds me of my late mother. I'm now going to go say a prayer about her because she used to call me Lawrence. And I appreciate that you brought that up. And now I'm going to go have a moment.
Okay. Go have a moment. We will too. Thank you, sir.
See you guys. Good to talk to you.
Yep. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Yep. Lawrence Kruger, after being at Niners camp today, joining us with the latest. And I'm just going to call him out right now because I have to. He completely waffled on the Brandon Aiyuk thing. He's like he's either going to get an extension or he's going to be traded by the end of August. And then we're like, that doesn't make any sense. And he's like, yeah, that other stuff could happen too. I'm like, wait a minute. What are we really predicting here? I'll give you a firm one if you want. I'll give you a complete pause.
Totally.
I will write. Thank you, TJ. I'll write this in ink. The Niners aren't trading Brandon Aiyuk this year.
Well, yeah.
Why would they do that? I don't understand why everyone keeps bringing this up.
What about the other part of it? Will they sign him? And Larry said that they could sign him as the year goes on. You could give him his bag as the year is underway. I don't think that's going to be the way this goes. I'll keep it as strong as I can and just say he's going to play the year on his 5th-year option.
They're not.
That's going to be the way that goes.
Please, 888-957-957. Can someone answer that question? Why would the Niners trade Brandon Aiyuk in August? What the hell would their reasoning be?
Well, they might trade him in September or October.
Why?
If Pearsall comes out and flashes and pops.
Okay.
I still don't think they would, but that would be the scenario.
You have got to be 100% sure that Ricky Pearsall's middle name is Puka. You have to be totally...
Cool name, Puka Pearsall? It's a good little name.
I'm in on Puka Pearsall.
Totally.
If he's Puka, we're good. If he's not, why on earth would you do that?
He ain't better than me.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, if you missed what Lynch and Shanahan had to say about them, we'll talk it all out. Why would they trade Brandon Aiyuk? Request be damned. All right, we can get into all of this coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Man, y'all don't know the game, man.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Quick aside.
We love these.
We'll get back to the Niners. But quick aside. Did Luis Matos just get himself sent down with that performance last night?
What do you mean? Please explain. I mean, all he did was try to catch a fly ball, and his center fielder didn't call him off.
He is not in the lineup tonight, which neither here nor there because a right-hander is throwing for the Dodgers, and so Michael Conforto will be in left field. But according to Robert Murray, the Giants have claimed outfielder Derek Hill. Derek Hill.
Who are you?
Derek.
What do you mean, who are you? He's a former first-round pick.
Derek has been playing with the Texas Rangers. He's an outfielder.
I say he's an idiot.
Well, and then so we designated him for assignment, but a good player. Anyway, Derek Hill is an outfielder, and he bats right-handed. And
nice guru there.
No, just get the sniffles.
Yeah,
bats right-handed, and he had 43 at bats this year, and he got 11 hits. 3 of them were bombs. Okay. Little OPS of 754, and the Rangers designated him for assignment, and the Giants, moments ago, decided that guy's for us. So they've claimed him.
I got to say something real quick.
What do you got, Lucas?
You guys mess around and call me League Pass Luke, and, it's an appropriate nickname because I've watched a lot of sports.
Sure is.
Get the bloop ready, Granny.
Director of sports.
Play fantasy baseball, watch baseball all across the country here. Watched a lot of different teams. Somehow, I just don't really understand it. All of these guys that the Giants seem to grab off the scrap heap, I've never heard of a single one of them. This Bauman guy with Seattle.
Yeah, Mike.
Sure. This person, I couldn't even tell you this guy's name that they just signed from the Rangers.
His name is Derek Hill.
Yeah,
hope he's great.
First-round pick of the Detroit Tigers, Luke.
Never heard of any of them. It's just so weird.
Out of Elk Grove High School in Elk Grove, California.
Shout out Rowdy Tellez. Probably former teammate.
Is a career 232 hitter, a career 615 OPS, but 7 times in his life he has hit the ball over the fence in a major league game.
On purpose.
In 323 at-bats, 7 home runs.
He can steal a bag. Stolen a couple this year.
You're telling me, Luke, you'd never heard of Jackson Reitz before he made his Giants debut this year?
I am telling you that.
Oh, okay.
I actually unheard of Jackson Reitz.
Forgot about him?
Yeah. On purpose.
Reitz.
Yeah, on purpose. Derek Hill.
Just one time sign someone I've heard of, Giants.
Well, no.
Why not?
Because that costs money.
Oh.
And I'm just seeing it now, according to MLB.com, I have their 40-man roster, and he is now listed under outfielders with minors next to his name. So they claimed him, and they promptly sent him to the minors, it appears.
I don't think they're calling him up tonight.
But, I mean, Luis Matos, at least for now, appears to be safe. Safe!
For tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they got a game in 2 hours. I don't think they're sending him out tonight.
Well, there's still time. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if I'm Matos, I'm not leaving anything in my hotel room tonight. Bring it with you.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Well, come on.
Well,
they're about to uncork a 7-game win streak. They need people who can hit right now. And they need people who, when Elliot Ramos is running full speed at you, get out the way. Or catch the ball.
See, I don't know whose fault that is.
Well,
just watching it, that to me it's obviously a miscommunication.
Sensation.
And the center fielder's the boss. So the center fielder's got to take charge of that situation.
And for all we know, he did. But Luis didn't stop. And at a certain point, Elliot and Luis both chose to save their own bodies rather than catch the ball. Is that a good decision? I don't know. But somebody has got to duck out of the way.
And both did. They both ducked out of the way.
Right.
And Matos veered so far over from left field that you would figure when you go that far that you have the intention of catching the ball. And Ramos comes all the way over And if you're the center fielder and you're the captain of the outfield, your job is to take charge and make that play. Make the left fielder know that you've got it. I got it. Mine. Ball. Whatever you choose. And he didn't. And then, so Matos continues to kind of meander. Ramos in late, and then bloop. We got all of a sudden we got ourselves a rally.
Ball game.
Basically.
No, ball game.
Well, that was the leadoff batter, right? In the
ball game.
I know what you're saying, and I had the same experience.
I would have bet every last dollar I have that he was going to score, and he did. Lock it up. Ball game. That's the Dodgers against the Giants right now. Like, it's the 8th inning, it's a tie game, and Kike Hernandez is leading off. I could have told you how it was going to end before he even stepped to the plate. That's the way this goes. And your
text to the group was most predictable thing ever.
Completely. And I'm done with it. I'm absolutely and completely done with it. Kike shaking his rear end over there at second base for a hit he didn't even earn. I'm done. That's just like, stop playing Little League Baseball. There's so much of it with the Giants this year. Stop playing Little League Baseball. Stop forgetting to cover first base if you're a pitcher. Stop not communicating in the outfield. Stop swinging at every curveball that's a foot off of the plate. Stop. And stop signing people that Lucas hasn't heard of. It's all Little League. He's a
28-year-old former first-round pick. Yeah. I think it's a fine for Farhan. He might be the key, Mark. There's your trade acquisition right there. I couldn't get it out.
They're pulling in guys on the daily.
Yeah.
Buyers or seller? Buyers. They're just at the dollar bin. Again.
Well.
Again.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
They've claimed outfielder Derek Hill. So he was designated for assignment. Does that mean they've claimed him off of waivers? So that's not going to be a trade. The Giants aren't sending cash or some kid named Spencer. None of that.
It's always got to be a Spencer.
Well, I was using Bob for a while, but then nobody names their kid Bob anymore.
Nope.
You know what I mean? I think those days are over.
The Giants have a Spencer, but he's also in the minors right now.
Which actually is kind of annoying, to be honest with you. Why is Luke Jackson still on the team and Spencer Bivens isn't? Bivens gets more outs. I understand that you have to eat money. I get it. But,
$4 million would be the eat right now.
Sorry, I'm over here trying to win games.
Greg Johnson's trying to break even.
My bad.
He's on the record as saying breaking even is kind of cool for him. So he's not going to eat $4 million when he can, have him send Bivens and Birdsong out. And, you're able to make a bold move like they did today.
Are Bivens and Birdsong the new Mooney and Looney?
Bivens and Birdsong do Sacramento.
We do yoga. They go for a walk.
Yeah. They go to Old Town. They go catch a River Cats game.
Oh, God.
They light the beam. They're in Sacramento, although Birdsong is in San Jose.
I'm so tired.
I'm so
tired.
Well, only 60 more of these to go. And what was your follow-up text? I want to make sure I
think I swore.
Well, that was later.
Yeah.
You did say, God, I hate this team with such a passion.
I did.
And then I came back with what I thought was a clever twist based on what had happened with Randy Rodriguez. Randy is not dandy, and you immediately gave me a one.
That was just a horrible job of reading the room.
Number one.
I'm over here screaming, yelling, and cussing, and you're rhyming. Randy's not dandy.
I'm a Giants fan.
Dude, if you were here right now, I'd hit you in the face. I am not in the mood for Randy's not dandy. Like, this is not okay.
That's why I did it.
Randy's not dandy.
That's why Grandy hits you with, It's, something about you makes me, and I think Grandy too, kind of want to poke.
Oh, that's fine.
It was a time to poke.
That's fine
You gave me a one, and I thought that was generous. I wasn't looking for 4s and 5s.
Yeah. No, I don't mind being messed with. That's fine.
Of course.
You're not going to bother me with that. But
and then you did swear later after Lucas' sick game, sick team.
Yeah.
Doesn't even even mean?
Why don't? Yeah, Lucas.
Like,
what did you?
Are they sickly?
Anyway.
Anyhow,
we're wasting enough time on
It's
this.
called sarcasm.
Yeah, okay. Doesn't really play even on an Android. Yeah.
All right, so Derek Hill is on the 40-man, and Luis Matos is looking over his shoulder with every at bat.
And how'd that work out last time?
Because that's great. That's a great way to do it. We'll put the fear of Derek Hill in him. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
It's kind of an ongoing Schmidt show, is what it is, with all these micro moves and young players not feeling comfortable. Like you said, it's just the fundamental baseball part of it where ground ball to the right side, Logan Webb just doesn't cover first, base running mistakes, outfielders who choose not to field the ball to try to get outs.
Yeah.
You have the worst stolen base discrepancy in baseball.
Oh, my gosh.
All these little things that add up to losing baseball.
Can't hold a runner on.
Right.
Your hot shot prospect who's been in the minors for 4 years, you bring him up and suddenly he gets here and you're like, oh, God, we forgot to ask him to catch the ball when it's hit to him. I don't know, man. It's, some of this gets irrational. I don't want to sound like that, but it's really, really frustrating. So anyway, let's get back to the Niners. This is way more fun. Camp is open, and apparently Kyle Shanahan, he tried to get Bill Belichick. He tried to get Bill to come run that defense. From the TK Show.
I did. I threw it out to him. He loves football so much that you never know what he would. I can't believe that he's not a head coach of a team right now. I know what I would do if I was could be going against him. He could be in the NFC West. So it would have sucked if he came here and then he was going against us every week too. So that's stuff you got to be careful about. But he's the best. And I just like talking to him.
Wow. Watch out, Cardinals and Seahawks. Kyle Shanahan predicts that Bill Belichick is going to steal your job coming up here this next offseason.
It's possible, I suppose, but at some point, as a head coach who is now 72 years old, and next time the season goes around, he'll be 73. You get to a diminishing returns.
I agree. I asked Ephraim on Sunday. I go, is he even hireable? And Ephraim goes, oh yeah, he's Bill Belichick. And I go, I get that, and I get where Shanahan's coming from. Shanahan's 44 years old. He's a coach. He looks up to Bill Belichick. But do young players in the league, do they want to sign up for, quote unquote, the Patriot way? Like, does that resonate anymore? Especially when you're doing it without all of the bells and whistles that used to make it work. Like, how many players have now spoken publicly about how they're like, dude, it's awful. It's awful, but you do it because you win, your profile grows, and quite frankly, you're not really given a choice. If you're drafted to the Patriots and you walk in and Tom Brady is sitting there and he's like, this is how we do things around here. Like, holy hell, this is how we do things around here. But will that work now? Bill Belichick comes in and takes over the Carolina Panthers. Are you like, well, we better do things Bill Belichick's way? Maybe you are. But I feel like there's got to be something else kind of going on with it. He coached the Patriots the last few years. They were not good. It's kind of the point that I made a little bit earlier. This is one thing that for me, and I know it bothers people because Hushmanzad is not wrong when he says, look, Kyle Shanahan's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. So you want to call out a play call in the Super Bowl, be my guest, you're probably right. There's some things you could absolutely call out. You want to call him out for hiring Steve Wilks and then throwing him under the bus? I think that's fair. But here's what's also fair. Around the league, the coaches who elevate all the way to, quote unquote, the top coaches in the game, have you noticed what all of them have? They've all got a great quarterback. Great quarterback. Oh, I like John Harbaugh. Right. Lamar Jackson.
2-time MVP.
Okay. Well, you know who the best coach in the league is? Clearly, it's Andy Reid. Well, that's interesting because he coached for 4,000 years in the NFL before you thought that, and you didn't think that until what? Till Patrick Mahomes. Then over here's Bill Belichick, who had a pre-Brady career and a post-Brady career, and I'm pretty sure that involved more losses than wins.
But when Brady was there, he's the greatest coach of all time. Well, what's Shanahan done? Shanahan has largely won with the 49ers with a guy who just got dragged through a Netflix documentary. He went to a Super Bowl with him. Devontae Adams couldn't even play 5 games with the guy.
Yeah, without going off on him.
Without losing his mind.
That's a good point.
So get on me all you want when I say I would not trade Kyle Shanahan for anyone. Anyone.
Well, and TJ Houshmandzadeh talked about how, Niner fans need to wake up to the reality that Kyle Shanahan is one of the best in football. And, you be careful about what you wish for. And he used the old spouse analogy when you get rid of your wife and you realize on the other side of the fence and you try to get her back and she's not coming back and you're left, wishing that you had her back. And that's the situation here with Shanahan is, be careful what you wish for. Is he the absolute best at everything? No. Is he a guy who comes up short in the biggest game? You can think that.
He has, yeah.
He's gotten there in, 4 of the last 7 years? They've been in the NFC Championship game?
I don't even understand fully what's going on offense. This Netflix thing, it's like, good God, what the hell? Like Jimmy could not function. He couldn't complete a pass to people who were standing by themselves. When he was here, he went to a Super Bowl. And he won. He won a lot of games even when he wasn't the Super Bowl quarterback. What on earth is going on? And I'm trying like hell to not let that enter my Brock Purdy brain because, look, is Brock a superstar? I don't think that. Is Brock elevated because of teammates and Kyle? Yes. But is Brock also way better than Jimmy? Yes. And I think the numbers show that. He's not dink and dunk, but is he elevated because of what's around him? Sure. To what level is what everybody's trying to figure out? Then again, I don't know if it matters.
It doesn't matter as long as he's here.
As long as Kyle's here, as long as the offensive weapons are here, then this works. And I firmly believe it works well enough. But that is some kind of characteristic to carry around with you in the NFL. I'm the head coach whose team is good, whether we've got a good QB or not. Oh, my God. When has that ever been true ever with anyone?
It's pretty rare. And, a lot of times the quarterback becomes elevated because the team wins and you have a good coach who helps you play better. And I think that's the case of Jimmy Garoppolo. We've certainly seen him go elsewhere and subsequently not play as well. And even Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard, whose careers weren't great here, but they were better here than they've been elsewhere. And Trey Lance, we'll see if he gets another crack somewhere. And He didn't get much of a chance here for obvious reasons. But I do think that we have to keep always that in mind when we talk about the great quarterback rankings. A lot of these guys are so dependent on the coach and the system anyway, no matter who it is, that sometimes we look at quarterbacks in a vacuum and it's not appropriate. It really is who's around you, what's the scheme, and how successful you are.
Yeah, 100%. Look, all of these things feed one another. I'm not trying to diminish Bill Belichick. My goodness.
Currently the 5th oldest coach in history, and if he got another job, I think he would pass Romeo Crennel, 73, almost 73 and a half when he had the gig.
Maybe this is also a moment in time conversation as well. I'm just in America, we're in a little bit of a moment here where people who are well past 70 years old, I'm can we not put all of our chips into the middle of that table? So I don't want to go down that road.
No, but
if I'm running an organization, I'm both thinking short term and long term. Am I excited as an organization? I know he's Bill Belichick, but okay, what is he 4 years from now? That's kind of the 4 year, right? You bring someone in. Okay, I need a year to get my people around me. Let's have a draft. Let's have another draft. And then let's build what we're building. The process takes about 3 or 4 years. Now he's 78. What?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That would not, Shanahan says, I'm shocked that owners haven't ponied up and got him. I don't know, man. I don't know if I would do that.
Especially in a field like that where it's pretty demanding. You're talking about 16-hour days and it takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort. And also what you said about the post-Brady run in New England where he was unable to kind of get that thing right, and he tabbed a quarterback who doesn't look like he's going to be the guy. Mac Jones doesn't appear to be the answer. I know it's tough to follow Tom Brady and tough to follow a legend, but if Bill Belichick was really the genius, then he probably would have done better at quarterback in that draft.
Well, I mean, he's a defensive guy.
Right.
I know people hang that around Shanahan with Trey Lance, and that's fair. He's an offensive guru. Bill Belichick's not. The Patriots ended up last year. It was like 2 years ago. They didn't even have an offensive person calling plays. The thing got totally just out of whack once Tom Brady left. Speaking of Tom Brady, this is also interesting from the TK show. This is a little beefy, but this is so interesting. We want to play the whole thing for you. Take a listen to Kyle Shanahan talking about reaching out to Tom Brady last offseason, having a conversation with Brock Purdy about that, and why he felt comfortable doing that in what was a rare circumstance last year.
I have to feel very confident just from a football standpoint and from just a relationship standpoint and what's right and wrong, kind of, to feel good about doing something. And I felt very good about that and comfortable. So it wasn't a hard conversation for me with Brock. You'd have to ask him about it. It's not always the best thing that you want to hear. But I thought when I explained it, I looked at it as a huge compliment. After the 2019 season, that was Jimmy's first year as a starter in his career. And he did some really good things. And we almost won a Super Bowl. He was a young quarterback. We had only played with 1 year. And to get a call a few weeks after that with Tom Brady wanting to come play for us, that was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through in my life, because Tom Brady is the best quarterback to ever play. He's who I've watched since day one of when my career started, and that was kind of a dream of mine. And I knew how good he was, but I also knew we had a very young quarterback who had got us that far. And to sit and risk that young quarterback with, I forget how old he was at the time, 41 or whatever, I just kept thinking, like, what if he comes in at that age, pulls a hamstring, and now I've messed up Jimmy and all that. So it wasn't a fun decision, but I thought for not only just that year in the long term, it was something that we couldn't mess with. We had to stick with Jimmy at the time. Nothing against Jimmy, but it was hard to avoid Tom. And then watching how that went and stuff, it was tough. And I was like, man, if I ever had a chance again with Tom, that's something I can't pass up. And at the end of the season, when Brock, who we knew was going to be our future, but when he got hurt and no one could guarantee that he was going to be healthy in week one, that he'd for sure come back the right way. There was a lot of speculation in it, and no one could guarantee it. I did want to reach out to Tom. Now, Tom was the only guy. I was willing to ride it and risk with Brock's injuries. I told Brock that. I said, Brock, in these 7 games, you've shown us, like, you're not going to be competing with Trey next year. If you come back healthy, it is your job. The only way it won't be your job is if Tom Brady decided to come here and play 1 year. And I told him this like a week after the season, which I felt confident with because he was hurt. There was questions with him, and I was telling him about Tom Brady. And so I felt very good when I told him, hey, I know we spent a lot of picks to go get Trey. I know you've only played 7 games, you have a bad injury, but we believe in you, and you are a guy of the future. The only way that won't happen is if Tom Brady comes for 1 year. And so I kind of looked at it as I was giving him the keys. I was telling him how much and saying there's this one outside chance, but I'm going to be dead honest with you. Anything in the back of my head. And that's the only thing in the back of my head. And probably there's not a very high percentage that's going to happen. So I felt like he should be leaving the room thinking, man, they believe in me. Like, the only guy he'd even consider is Tom Brady. So I kind of looked at it as a compliment, and Tom was done. And so it made it real easy. And once Tom told us that, just started counting the days to when Brock could get healthy. We worked really hard with Sam, really hard with Trey, got the depth of our quarterbacks behind Brock well, and Brock did heal up, and he came out and tore it up in training camp, tore it up in week 1, and had a hell of a year.
Okay,
great stuff.
Again, that's from the TK show. I'm sitting here. I don't know if you're having the same thought I am. I'm like, I can't believe he's just telling this whole story. I know it's not the first time that on some level it's out there, but like,
he's laying it out there.
Dudes don't need to do that. Nobody's forcing Kyle Shanahan to tell that story, but he is. And so tucked in there for me is a really, really cool trust level between Kyle and Brock. And then B, when people talk about Kyle Shanahan, like the reputation in the locker room of him being a straight shooter and whatnot, I know this has come up a lot in the offseason. Oh, guys are sick and tired of Kyle Shanahan. They're not taking this crap anymore and losing and not calling the right play and all this. My perception and what I've been told
is that while football locker rooms always carry some frustration, I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk is feeling that right now. Like, Kyle is largely very well liked, very appreciated for how straightforward he is. And there it is right there.
There it is.
He's sharing it. And the fact that he's sharing that he did that. He didn't have to do that with Brock.
He went to him a week after the NFC Championship game where he gets hurt and tells him exactly what's going on. You're the guy. You don't have to compete with Trey, except there is this one thing, guy named Tom Brady. If we can get Tom Brady to come here, well then, Brock, you're going to be the backup, most likely. And we're not going to have Tom Brady be your backup. But other than that, you're the guy. Go ahead and get better. And when they find out from Tom that Tom's not coming, he's not going to come out of retirement, well, then you go to Brock and you say, all right, get well soon. I love the fact that he was so frank with exactly what went on. And the first time he tried to get Tom after Jimmy's rookie year and stuff, and, Jimmy played well. He's a young quarterback and stuff, but Kyle was saying that, ever since he came in the league, he kind of had wanted to be working with Tom Brady. And so when he had that chance, you had to go out there and try to make that happen.
Do you remember the story that came out after the whole, the idea of the Niners going after Tom Brady when he was available and the Niners had just been to the Super Bowl? That's well documented. But who called who was not necessarily always well documented. And then, do you remember the story where Brady, and this was an unnamed team, but Brady did not end up getting the gig with a certain team and was quoted as being like, you're going to go with that guy over me? Do you remember that story?
I do, yeah.
I mean, it's clearly the Niners now, right? Like he says, Tom wanted to come to us. Tom called us and wanted to come. And I thought about it and I turned it down because it might ruin Jimmy, and we'd just been to the Super Bowl, and it made me immediately go, oh, well, there's that story. Tom, who knows Jimmy as well as anyone, they were teammates. It's probably true. He probably went to Kyle and went, you're sticking with that guy over me?
Well, he just led us to the Super Bowl and stuff, and I feel like, he's a young quarterback, and, you had him under contract for a long time, and you didn't want to ruin Jimmy for maybe 1 year at Tom, and Tom goes to Tampa, and how'd that work out for you, Brady?
Listen, I can't rip it because I was of the same mind. Remember, Tom was coming off a very unimpressive year in New England. The Niners had just been to the Super Bowl. I know Jimmy's not perfect, but at that time, I'm thinking, why on earth, why would you derail what you've got going on with the Niners
for a 42-year-old Brady?
For a 42-year-old guy who really looked like he was declining. And then, of course, a year later, there he is holding the trophy again, throwing it into the ocean with people.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
It's
such a crazy story, man.
And tip of the cap to Tim Kawakami and the TK Pod to have the relationship with Kyle Shanahan to where Shanahan would be that comfortable to tell the story like that.
Yep.
Because Kyle really has nothing to gain. I mean, Tom Brady went elsewhere and won a Super Bowl. You stuck with Jimmy. It didn't work out. And yeah, you drafted Brock, and Brock's worked out, and you made it to the Super Bowl. But still, Kyle hasn't yet gotten to the spot in his career where he can totally be comfortable with telling the truth. I mean, he still hasn't won a Super Bowl, yet he feels comfortable enough with Kyle to tell that story. I'm impressed.
Well, and let's talk further about the quarterback situation. I've sort of said this already today. I want to say this without sounding like I'm taking a shot at Andy Reid. I think Andy Reid's a phenomenal coach. But the fact that, you're not even allowed to have a conversation about who the best coach is in the NFL right now without starting with him. It's like, okay, put that over there. It's Andy Reid. And maybe it is. Maybe it is. Andy Reid obviously deserves to be in the conversation. But somewhere along the road, there's some BS tucked into this whole thing, too. There's completely some bit, like Andy Reid has some sort of cognitive, connective ability with his players that nobody else in the league has. He's just the most brilliant play caller. Or does he have the best player? He's got the best player. He was never that guy prior to having Patrick Mahomes. And now he does. So all of these things blend together. There's a little of this and a little of that. I'm not dismissing any one side of the point entirely. But this idea that Andy Reid is on a completely different planet, I think is crazy, which makes me want to look at some other coaches and go, what would they be doing right now if they were getting that kind of production at quarterback. Now, I don't think the Niners have that. I don't think anybody has that. But I will argue that Kyle Shanahan, supposed quarterback whisperer, in all of his years with the 49ers, I'd argue that the camp that opens today is on paper the best situation he's ever had at that position. Brock Purdy, better than all the other QBs he's had with the Niners, and Brock Purdy this time is solidified and healthy. So to me, this is position A as far as that. And he talked about that also on the TK show. Here's that.
It was different. It was so much more relaxing when that position is established. You know exactly where you're going at that position. That guy's healthy. You're just working to constantly get better each day, and that's the fun part about coaching. Now, I wish I could say it makes it a lot more relaxing and everything is chill after that, but no, it just allows you to focus on all the other stuff. And there's always a ton of stuff that happens in the offseason, but to have the quarterback position established and to have a year where he is healthy and going into this, it's been very nice, and it was needed.
Okay, that was actually Podium, not TK show, but the point remains. Like, that's something that I don't think we've talked about at all that puts the Niners in a position this year, in theory, got a lot of ways, a lot of games to go play, but they're in a position now that they've kind of never been in before.
Yeah, you don't have to start from square one. You've got a quarterback who's coming off a year, a full year, a healthy year, a Super Bowl year, and now you get to start from square 8 or square 15, wherever you feel like you need to pick it up. And most of the skill guys that you had last year are back. I know you're always going to have, a couple young receivers, new tight end, a running back, whatever. Those are depth pieces, but you get Christian and George, you get Debo and Brandon and Kyle and Trent and all the fellas. They're all back. So your offensive unit doesn't have to start from square one. That's a huge advantage for a coach and for an offensive group that is looking to do more things, new things, and creative things.
All right, for those of you that are just hopping in the car after a day of work and maybe don't know exactly what's taking place at Niners camp today, no surprise that a good, healthy portion of the conversation, as John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media for the first time in some time, was all about Brandon Aiyuk. So let's let you hear exactly what John Lynch had to say. This is another exchange, Kawakami doing the questioning here. But this is on if Aiyuk has reported and what is the state of the negotiations.
Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
All right. Again, I pointed out, to me, the most important two words of that whole thing were the last two when he says this year. Brandon's a big part of our team. We expect that to be the case again this year. This year. That's all you're going to hear the Niners cop to at this point. And now that we've arrived at this point, I think that's all they should do.
Right. Camp starts tomorrow. I know today was the report day, and he reported, and so tomorrow you hit the field for practice, and don't know if he'll be on the field or not, if he's going to hold in, or if they're going to slow play him and let him get out on the field next week. All of that is just in the details, but the bottom line is he's under contract, and camp is beginning. So go ahead, number 11, get out there and play football, and best of luck to you and to us, and hopefully this can all work out. I don't know how much negotiating is going to go on between now and February. That, to me, would be a bigger distraction than Brandon Aiyuk playing on his 5th-year deal.
I agree. Yeah, I think this thing's cooked.
Agreed.
I think both people put cement on their feet, and it's not going anywhere. And it's just now it's a matter of can you handle it? Now it's a matter of can you handle it? And I think the 49ers can, and I'm not sure about Brandon. We'll see.
TJ Hushmanzada, who joined us earlier, Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach, was kind of intimating that he has to be able to go out there and handle it. But there will be ups and downs, no doubt, as it would be if you were in a situation, if you were coming to the show and you had an unsettled contract situation. Sometimes it's hard to stay focused on the task at hand.
John was asked if the Niners are okay with waiting into camp each year to get some of these things done.
I don't. I'm impatient, and it's I like going. And I think, again, we've had a lot of really talented players, and it's, I think, put our track record against anybody in terms of getting players signed. I wish it could happen quicker, but I'm proud of our record.
Is there a due date on negotiations?
No date, yesterday, we'll continue communication and, keep working.
Does the Super Bowl expectation put pressure to get a deal done?
We're trying to have success right now, but always keep in mind of out into the future. And so that's what we'll continue to do. That's our charge. That's our that's who we are as an organization. And we're going to push each year to compete for championships and do so, I think in a responsible way. And that's what we try to do. It's been good. It's been good to us. We got to find a way to be a little bit better, and I'm excited for that opportunity.
Yeah, to me, just the overall message that I sort of received today that I thought they really, because Kyle and John, they all sat down yesterday and said, all right, we know what questions are coming. How do we want to answer these? And what are going to be sort of our themes that we want to put out to the public? And clearly, to me, one of the themes was, we've got a really good team and a lot of good players, and we've had to pay a lot of people. And at a certain point, that makes this more challenging with each contract that we sign. So it was kind of like they're directing people's attention to, I know what you want us to do, but keep in mind what we've done. So there's this reputation that our drafted guys, we take care of them. And we do. But it doesn't mean that that's an unlimited space. It doesn't mean we can just do it for everybody. At a certain point, it becomes too hard, and this might be that point.
And if this is the point, and you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're thinking, what the absolute blank, because he balled out. He had a great year, career year. You need him. They said they love me, and yet here we are, and it's been a reported 2 months since they've had substantial talks on a possible contract. That came from Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet, on Twitter. So if that's the case, if there hasn't been much movement either way since May, that's 2 months, and now camp is starting. So I'm kind of with you as far as the likelihood of this progressing or this getting resolved now, because as we mentioned talking to TJ earlier, things have changed. The market changed. And so Brandon's ask probably changed, and the team's willingness to pay more than what they're willing to pay, that didn't change. And so here we are 2 months later at impasse, and now you got to play football.
What do you got, Granny?
We're up against it. We got to take a break here in just a second. But before we do, this little piece of news from Adam Schefter. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, who has been unable to land the type of contract extension that other wide receivers have, is not expected to report to training camp today. So that's where the Cowboys situation differs from the Niners with Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay, let's get into that a little bit coming up next, because I do think there are some significant differences between the two situations, even though they're both in the same draft. All guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard.
Pause.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Director of Sports Lucas Alexander is out on the word optionality. Doesn't like the word anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's not going to like this conversation.
I was, waiting for you to ask me how much that affects the way I'm going to go about using the word optionality.
It's the Warriors' fault.
How does that affect the way you're going to use the word optionality?
I'm going to use it more. You know,
is optionality actually a word, or did Mike Dunleavy make it up?
It's a word.
It's a word, right?
You know what word I'm totally out on?
What word's that?
Ideation.
Same.
And I'm going to ideate.
You know what that is, by the way.
It's an ideation sensation. Cha-ching!
It's also a corporation sensation, am I right?
That's another buck, and you are so right. We're going to ideate. No, you're going to think. You're going to come up with ideas. Anyway, that's neither here. Actually, it's both here and there.
Yeah.
It's not neither here nor there. Talk to me about optionality, Mark.
Well,
let's ideate on optionality.
The 49ers have it and the Cowboys don't. That's the difference between CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Aiyuk.
The Cowboys are up a creek without a paddle because they're going to have to pay Micah and Dak and CeeDee.
Right.
Or none of them.
Right. But CeeDee Lamb, absolutely, unequivocally, must be a part of the Cowboys now and into the future. That is not true for Brandon Aiyuk.
Because the Cowboys don't have any other options?
That's why the Niners can mess around with this. I mean, the Cowboys, they could have used a first-round pick on another wide receiver, but they're not going to do that. Like, that's not it's twofold. One, it's the lack of another sort of offensive approach. And then two, it's like the play calling. I mean, the Cowboys are all about throwing the ball. CeeDee Lamb led the entire league in targets last year. Number one. That's what the Cowboys do. They drop back and they throw the ball to CeeDee Lamb. What do the Niners do? Well, they hand the ball to Christian McCaffrey, and then they run an offense where they deliver the ball to whoever's open. And sometimes that's Debo, and sometimes it's George, and sometimes it's Brandon, and sometimes it's Christian again. And it can be all kinds of different things.
75, 67, 65, and 60.
What's that number?
They're catches. The big four's catches.
Yeah.
To your point. They move that thing around. CeeDee Lamb had 135 catches. That's 2 Niners rolled into one. They do need him more.
The other part about this is that you're right that Dak Prescott's about to get paid. However, Dak has also already been paid. So the Cowboys have already built a team that sort of encompasses a $40+ million quarterback. The 49ers pay theirs $900,000, but they're about to have to pay the piper coming up next year. So that's why when I look at this, you know, we've had so many conversations about leverage, and you'd think at the same position and coming out of the same draft with somewhat similar production, CeeDee Lamb a little ahead of Brandon Aiyuk, but you'd be like, why does CeeDee Lamb have any leverage? He doesn't have any leverage. He doesn't have all of it. He doesn't have a great amount, but he's got a lot more than Brandon. And that's why I am not surprised. In fact, I would have been surprised if Brandon Aiyuk didn't report today, because there's absolutely no win in Brandon Aiyuk not reporting. It wouldn't have changed anything. And the only thing that would have been in question if Brandon had not reported would have been his own money. Every avenue that a lot of people want him to take or have been worried that he might take, they all lead to the same place. And it's Brandon hucking money out of a car window on the freeway. If that's what you want him to do, then you're right. He's going to hold out, or he's going to skip games, or he's going to purposefully drop balls, or he's going to trip Debo when Debo's run, like all of these things that he's not doing any of that. The only person who would lose would be Brandon. CeeDee and the Cowboys, different situation, because that dude is the straw that stirs the drink.
And he is going to get his contract. And based on all the reports I've seen, I'm looking at Diana Rossini on Twitter. Both sides have been in communication, but no deal. And he's standing to make $17.99 million this year on his fifth-year option. So all of the reporting has indicated that there's been communication, and it feels like there will be a deal for CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys before too long. So if CeeDee wants to hold out, and the report date for the Cowboys in Oxnard is tomorrow, if CeeDee wants to hold out tomorrow and even hold out through the week and maybe into next week and maybe even through next week, the sense I get is that they're going to get a deal done, and CeeDee Lamb will be into camp. They will excuse all the fines that he's going to rack up, and he might get the second richest contract in wide receiver history.
Well, and he probably at this point deserves it with the way that he's used there. But you also like harken back to our conversation with TJ. And by the way, Grandy, are you going to be doing some TJ coming up at 6?
Yeah, we're probably going to hear from him on the second half of the show. We're first going to just play back everything that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said from Santa Clara.
All right, so if you missed TJ Hushmanzada in full, Grandy will have it later on in the 6 o'clock hour. You can go to the Odyssey app. You can go to YouTube. You can check out that full interview because it was predictably fantastic with insight into the Aiyuk situation. But tucked into that conversation, do you remember where he said the Dallas Cowboys have been the number one most awful team in the league at handling this kind of a situation? You know what I'm realizing doesn't always work. I know we're suggesting the 49ers do it now, but what doesn't usually work in these situations is waiting. I think waiting gets a really good reputation. You know, just take a breath.
Patience is a virtue.
And wait. Well, yes, you can do that, and you can let things unfold, but also it's kind of like looking at beach real estate and going, you know what, honey, let's wait till next summer, and let's see if prices are better. Well, probably not. One thing that consistently is going to go up, beach real estate. Here's another thing that's going to consistently go up. Wide receiver salaries, or any salary for that matter in the NFL.
Other than running backs.
Other than running back is just going to keep going up. So the longer you wait, the worse it gets. And yes, you can end up in a Cowboys situation where both Dak and CD and Micah Parsons are all sitting there staring at you with comps around the league that suggest the numbers have only gone up $5 to $10 million per year since we first asked you to give us a deal. And you end up in a situation. The Cowboys are in a real situation. They did not improve their team, and they did not take care of their guys.
And the market has gone up, and CeeDee Lamb is going to be a guy who makes more than Brandon Aiyuk would, and that's pretty apparent based on the way the contracts have gone. And the Cowboys need CeeDee more than the Niners need Brandon Aiyuk. Mm-hmm. Now, the Niners want Brandon Aiyuk, and they do need him certainly for this year. And then beyond this year, that all will still be determined based on Debo and Pearsall and all the rest of it. But right now, the Cowboys cannot function without CeeDee Lamb in their offense, and CeeDee knows it. So you hold out, and you probably sign a contract within a week, and he's going to get not quite Justin Jefferson money, but I would bet that he gets the second most guaranteed at signing money.
It's got to be north of 30. It has to be north of 30.
Yeah, I'm not the average annual, sure, but I mean the actual money, the actual guaranteed money is probably going to be closer to 45 or 50.
Oh, I would
Jefferson
think at least.
Jefferson got 58, I think.
No, more. Didn't he?
The actual guarantee, the guaranteed at signing.
Wasn't the I know that this confused the actual guarantee, the guarantee at signing. Wasn't the reported guaranteed up above 80?
Yeah,
for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. That was the guarantee, but not the guaranteed at signing.
Correct.
But anyway, it's all.
I get what you mean.
It's all nonsense.
CeeDee Lamb, I would predict, is going to be north of 50 with his guarantee.
Justin Jefferson's total guaranteed was $110 million. Guaranteed at signing was a little over 88.
Yeah, 88. There you go.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is.
I think CeeDee will be north of 50. Calvin Ridley got almost 50, didn't he? CeeDee's not going to accept that.
Yeah, A.J. Brown got 51.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be north of all that. CeeDee can absolutely claim that right now in this moment he should have the second biggest wide receiver contract in the NFL. No question about it. So I don't know, man. Such a shame that the Cowboys are having problems. I hate it. It's really a bummer.
Well, and it's a little bit of a shame for the Aiyuk Niners situation because if that contract does land where we think it might, which is, maybe $60 million guaranteed at signing and 32.5 average annual value. All that does is raise the market a little bit more, whether you think he's a comp or not. And he's probably not a comp for Brandon Aiyuk. It does move the goalpost a little further out.
It does, but don't you think that the 49ers have arrived at a point, I do, where this is no longer a subject matter for August 2024? And the chance that they're taking, which is that we want to give Brandon 26 right now, but he won't take it. The only risk they're taking is if Brandon has a monster year and CeeDee Lamb signs for 32 a year and 60 guaranteed. The only risk we're taking is, well, then that means if we want to sign Brandon next offseason, instead of giving him 26, we'll give him 30, maybe 31. That's really the only, because you could still cut Debo. But you're also opening up the possibility of we don't have to sign that at all. And Ricky Pearsall is going to connect, and we can just let Brandon walk.
The only contract I think that they possibly might sign between now and the end of this year would be a 1-year deal to just give Brandon $27 million for this year. That way he can play free and they can feel better about this not being a thing.
Yeah. That would be an interesting sort of like nice thing to do.
And
I don't know that they'll do that.
They might if it's going to help clear up their locker room. If this thing's going to linger, shout out the Cranberries, then you might do something.
Like we don't know how hot it is under the collar.
True.
We don't know. But we do know this. Grandy is about to speak on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
And that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. What Kyle said, what John said, and what TJ Hushmanzada said, all coming up next hour. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do,
Let's do it again tomorrow. You know, Herm's coming on. Herm's coming on tomorrow.
Hello.
For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hi,